Chapter 1, The Dragon Master. Next, Lin Yi. Daxia, the first key high school in Linhai, the transfer ceremony. Qinhai, the teacher in charge of the transfer, shouted out Lin Yi's name. Instantly, the gazes of hundreds of teachers and students across the school focused on Lin Yi alone. Lin Yi, the man of the hour at Linhai First High School. These past 3 years, he had dominated the list with an almost crushingly comprehensive score, the first in the fault line. Quick look! He's Lin Yi, the genius that the entire school has focused their resources on cultivating. So strong? I really don't know what profession he'll switch to. It's probably an A-ranked profession at the very least. The crowd's talk didn't make Lin Yi and the crowd nervous, but rather more excited. Lin Yi touched the ancestral dragon jade pendant around his neck, looking forward to the transfer ceremony that was to follow. He was a tire wearer, and strangely enough, this dragon pattern jade pendant had followed him from the blue planet, and he had been wearing it since birth. This world was largely in line with the blue star, except that a few hundred years ago, the demon game invaded, ferocious beasts roamed about, order collapsed, and an abyssal mystery realm descended upon the globe. Since then, each person could undergo an awakening and gain a profession after the age of 18. After transferring to a profession, you can kill demons and pass the secret realm to gain strength. There are 3 types of professions: combat, life, and auxiliary. Combat is the best, auxiliary second, life is the least. Occupation potential grade is divided into F grade to SSS grade. Above a grade, there were very few professions on in the entire city of Linhai. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi walked into the ancient and mysterious transfer formation. At this moment, in the teacher's seat under the stage, the vice principal snorted coldly, "Good grades don't mean that you'll be able to awaken a good profession. How many schoolboys have awakened to a bad profession in the past years?" Other teachers listened to the words or do rich deep meaning smile. Everyone knows that the vice principal's child is also in this class, and there is only one guaranteed place each year. When Lin Yi gently placed his palm on top of the core of the transfer formation, the center of the formation suddenly erupted with 3 dazzling to the core rays of light. They intertwined in the air and converged to form 3 mysterious career runes. The first rune was a huge sword that shone brightly, with a holy light flowing above its body. The second rune, on the other hand, emitted an ethereal darkness, and in the center was a skeleton clad in black robes and holding a scepter. The last rune, on the other hand, was a picture of a majestic beast pattern that glowed with bright golden light. The ghostly darkness of the skeleton, the giant sword of light, and the beast tattoo that glowed with golden light. The 3 major professions, all of them chose Lin Yi. How is this possible? Lin Yi was actually able to awaken 3 professions at the same time. This is something that's never happened before in the history of our school, or even the entire Grand Xia. This definitely has an S-rank occupation. It might even be an existence that surpasses the S rank. The moment these runes appeared, I only felt my heart just want to fold. Is this the gold content of genius? I'm so envious of schoolgirl Su Bingbing. At this moment, Su Bingbing had all her attention on Lin Yi, constantly praying for him to choose the best profession. The first rune is the A-ranked combat profession Glory Warrior, and this second one is. The old principal's face turned red as he slammed the table and spoke anxiously. This is a true undead plague of heaven, the top existence of the S-rank professions. What? This is an undead heavenly tribulation? A natural disaster level terrifying occupation? The surrounding teachers and students were stunned at the words. That's right. This is the undead heavenly tribulation's unique spectral rune. This profession, extremely terrifying, is capable of summoning billions of undead ghosts. One person can destroy a demonic abyss. The old principal took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yi on the stage with a burning gaze. "Lin Yi, you must choose undead plague of heaven." The vice principal was so angry that he clenched the armrests of his chair, his body trembling slightly. The crowd all ignored the golden beast pattern on the far right. The shape of that odd beast pattern was unheard of and had never been seen before. At the moment, the entire school was focused on Lin Yi alone. Undead Scourge, Radiant Warrior, and the unknown beast tattoo, any pig would know what to choose at this moment. Of course they should choose the S-rank undead heavenly tribulation, a heavenly tribulation ranked profession. At this moment, Lin Yi was concentrating on the 3 major profession runes that appeared before his eyes. Lin Yi was thinking about the 3 major blessed professions and how exactly he should choose. Pick Radiant Warrior, a radiant giant sword in my hand, the world is mine. Pick Undead Scourge of Heaven, an S-ranked profession that can call upon an army of billions of undead, and destroy the world with a raised hand. As for this golden beast pattern? Hey! This seems to be the dragon of Chinese legend. The moment Lin Yi recognized the beast pattern, he felt the dragon pendant around his neck burn to the core. The moment he was about to take it off, the panel of the dragon pendant suddenly appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Dragon Clan Badge Divine Grade, exclusive to the Imperial Dragon Master, awakens the only divine grade talent, Hex Blessing. Lin Yi looked up, his pupils shocked. Lin Yi had already clarified the decision he was going to make at this point, and placed his hand on top of the corresponding talent. Ding! Successfully awakened the only hidden profession, Dragon Master SSS ranked the only profession in the heavens, opening the professionals panel. You have gained Hex Blessing Divine Grade. Every time you level up by 1, you will gain a legendary grade golden egg, which will hatch out no less than legendary grade dragon pets, skills, props, words, and so on. Existing golden egg, 1. Hiss. The only profession, the only one in all the worlds. And his true awesomeness lay in the Hex Blessing, Divine Talent. This talent, it's so explosive. A level 1, a legendary grade golden egg, specialized in hatching out divine grade props that matched the occupation of the Imperial Dragon Master. There was an uproar in the room after Lin Yi made his choice. No way, am I blind? Is this Lin Yi crazy? He didn't even choose Undead Plague. Does he even understand what a profession of such a level as Undead Plague means? Young, too impulsive, thinking that talent can be above the choice of profession? This is foolishness. The old principal was incomparably angry, and was directly about to call Lin Yi's direct instructor over. Who is Lin Yi's instructor? For such a key student, to not have the most basic training in transferring careers. How could they not choose Undead Heavenly Tribulation? But just as everyone was in a flurry, the sky and earth suddenly changed, and an unprecedentedly majestic aura swept over them. In the sky, countless golden lights flashed, accompanied by a majestic dragon roar, and a huge dragon beast totem slowly unfolded, as if a deity had descended, shocking the hearts of the people. This vision not only shocked everyone present, it quickly spread throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Yi, he had attracted such a terrifying vision. Heaven and earth visions. This is a legendary scene that only occurs with an SSS awakening. Lin Yi, what he chose is actually an SSS ranked profession. Chapter 2, First Grade Golden Egg, Powerful Dragon Attribute. Quickly reported. SSS ranked professional, this is no longer something Linhai High School can afford. This is a key protection object of the Great Summer Kingdom. The old principal covered his heart, bracing himself to issue a command, and the teachers were so anxious that their scalps went numb and they reported it, fearing that something would go wrong. The entire Great Summer Country had never awakened an SSS ranked professional. The last awakened SSS ranked professional was in the Western Eagle Sauce, causing great pressure on the Great Summer Country. And now the Great Summer Country finally had its own SSS ranked powerhouse. Lin Yi's appearance represented the supreme honor and hope of the Great Summer Kingdom. At this moment, countless warplanes landed at Linhai High School, and everyone was all running towards the old Linhai principal. My god! That seems to be the president of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major chambers of commerce. He actually came in person. There's also the Extreme South Martial Arts Center, the Heaven and Earth Professionals Alliance, and the Hidden Family, the Emo family. All of them have come. The heads of all the top powers have come. These representatives of the top powers were undoubtedly here for Lin Yi. To be able to provide 1 billion points of help in the early stages of the development of such a genius was the highest honor. After all, the initial investment was only a small amount of money for these forces, and it would be a bloody profit if this cost could be exchanged for a strong follower. Therefore, all of the top forces, after discovering the SSS level profession awakening vision, immediately sent the highest representative to come. A plump, businessman-like man in a suit was the first to arrive in front of the old principal, groveling. Headmaster, on behalf of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to extend an invitation, willing to bear all the resources Lin Yi needs on his path of growth. We, the Heaven and Earth Professionals Alliance, also extend a sincere invitation to Lin Yi. Not only do we offer all of our resources, but all of the secret realm copies within the Alliance can be swiped at will. Our Emo family invites Lin Yi. Our matriarch's daughter is one of the top 10 beauties in Jiangnan. Following closely behind were countless representatives of the top powers, expressing the highest level of treatment, begging and waiting for Lin Yi to come out and pick. And some Western countries were even more anxious when they saw the visions of the Great Summer Country. Releasing all the highest level means of investigation, they were bound to find out the source of the visions of the Great Summer Country. At this time, the giant dragon vision in the sky dissipated and the transfer formation ended. Lin Chen's consciousness had just returned to reality when he was surrounded by countless people. The first to speak was the old principal, who excitedly clasped Lin Yi's hands. Is it the awakening of the SSS ranked profession? Lin Yi nodded. Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. It really was an SSS class occupation. God bless Daxia. The old principal was ecstatic and continued to ask, what occupation was awakened? Imperial Dragon Master. What? Royal Dragon Master? The smile on the old principal's face stiffened in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, Imperial Dragon Master? What hook 8 profession? What kind of pet is a dragon? Unheard of. I'm afraid it can't even defeat the most ordinary magical beast. Such a horrifying vision appears, and in the end, he's even transformed into a dragon master? How does this compare to the undead heavenly tribulation? This student is really stupid. Foolish. Daxia was different from Blue Star, with the invasion of magical beasts and the civilization breaking down, and it was even more completely unaware of the dragons in the ancient legends. Moreover, in this world, there was no precedent of a beast master becoming a top powerhouse. Not to mention, what bird of the dragon race? The whole school was in an uproar, and some people even asked Lin Yi to confirm if they could only contract some bull dragon creature. After Lin Yi confirmed it, those forces that had been soliciting Lin Yi left without a trace. As flattering as the invitation had looked just now, how desperate they were to leave now. I'm sorry, my martial arts school has some urgent business, so I'll leave first. The original president of the Far North Chamber of Commerce was even more direct, that our temple is small, we can't afford to invite you, an SSS-ranked genius, you should choose someone else. Ha! Waste of my time, call me back later when you've figured it out. Don't make me run over for any cat or dog. They all found excuses to leave, and the ones who spoke harder even directly cursed. This group of people were, after all, high-powered figures. It was nice that Lin Yi was SSS-ranked, but a Dragon Master profession was at least 3 levels down to look at. It wasn't enough to make these top-tier powers bow their heads. The invitation just now had also become a big joke. The old principal was so angry that he was about to scold Lin Yi on the spot, asking why he hadn't chosen the undead plague. Who could accept that the pride that had been nurtured by the school's many resources had ended up being a waste of space? However, Lin Yi's mind was very stable, and he didn't explain too much. On the side of Vice Principal Lu, after learning that Lin Yi had awakened to almost a wasted position, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. It's good that there's only one spot in the school's guaranteed admission to Jiangnan University this year. Lin Yi is a waste of SSS rank where it is worthy of it. Directly snatch it and get it to Minger on the line. Jiangnan University was one of the top 10 universities, and very few students from Linhai, a relatively backward city, could get in every year. But once you get into the top school, enjoy the resources will be the whole of China's top. The future growth of 3 turns are not a dream. Immediately, he tried to the surrounding teachers. According to previous years, the guaranteed places are given to people with the highest awakening occupation level, but this year, he did not continue to say, but some of the teachers who complimented him immediately understood the god will speak out and said yes, such a waste of professional guaranteed on the Jiangnan University, what will other students think? Our first high school face in. But if Su Bingbing and their family have their own top school submission channels, she can't use this place. The main principal was about to retire, and now the vice principal was the man of the hour in the whole school. Once these words came out, the teachers were all human beings as well. Immediately understood that this quota by extension is the vice school's son Lu Ming. But there is still a righteous teacher spoke out, guaranteed this kind of thing rules cannot be broken, unless the child is willing to zen, otherwise we do not have the right to deprive people of their rightful things. Hearing this, vice school Lu's face instantly turned cold. That's not true, we are rationally allocating resources, how can we call it deprivation? Alright. If this kid can't reach the top 10 without reaching the top 10 in the school rankings after 3 days, then let this guaranteed place out. There was a sigh of relief in the hearts of the teachers as they listened. How could Lin Yi reach it? This was a complete excuse to take away the guaranteed place. The awakening ceremony continued. Su Bingbing, Sacred Shantist, S-rank Auxiliary Department. Lu Ming, Gale Swordsman, a rank Combat Department. The appearance of these 2 people instantly caused the entire school to boil up once again. S-rank. Su Bingbing was the school's school beauty, and behind her, the Su family was even more prestigious. There wasn't a single boy in the entire school who didn't look up to her. The other one is the son of the vice principal, and the A-class combat profession is extremely popular. Su Bingbing slowly walked off the stage like a fairy. Her pretty face and cold temperament made the boys under the stage lose their minds. She didn't leave after her awakening, but walked straight to Lin Yi under everyone's stunned gazes. She changed into a gentle smile and spoke softly to comfort him. Lin Yi, I'm sure you have your own reasons for making the choice to become an Imperial Dragon Master. Let's brush up on our levels together. Lin Yi was quite warm inside, but he still refused Su Bingbing's invitation. No need. Su Bingbing was a little stunned and a little regretful, but she still nodded, saying that Lin Yi could always find her if he needed to. Ha! The boys who witnessed this with their own eyes were in pain. Why would their goddess even look at a loser? And this loser, he even rejected the goddess. How did he deserve it? When Lin Yi was a key genius, the goddess favored him, but now that Lin Yi had become a loser, how could the goddess still believe in him? Had the goddess been bewitched by Lin Yi? It's not fair. Lu Ming was even more furious. It was well known that he liked Su Bingbing. How could he still tolerate it now that he had awakened an A-class Gale Swordsman? Lin Yi, you've become trash. You'd better come to the secret realm tomorrow. I'm going to make you personally feel how painful it is for a genius to become a waste. In the face of this blatant threat, Lin Yi faintly stretched out a finger in a gesture of silence. Walking out of the school gates, Lin Yi was stopped by a woman. It was a woman with a lot of charm, and she was accompanied by a similar-looking, slightly younger girl. The girl skimmed her lips when she felt Lin Yi's gaze and turned her head away. Meow meow, no rudeness allowed, the woman reprimanded her, turning her head and smiling as she handed out her business card to Lin Yi. We're willing to hire you as the face of our Chamber of Commerce. Resources, equipment, and even guaranteed places are all negotiable. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This Chamber of Commerce wasn't as powerful as the three major chambers, but it was quite famous in Linhai City and even in Jiangnan Province. Then the forces that pulled in all chose to shrug it off and leave. This Chamber of Commerce actually chose to pull in itself. It couldn't help but make him a little skeptical. Seemingly seeing Lin Yi's doubts, the woman immediately smiled and said, "It's fine, you can call me on the phone when you're done thinking about it. We'll leave you to it." After saying that, she took the girl in her limited edition Porsche and left. The girl in the car couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, this guy is a laughingstock. Why are you wasting our few family assets to bring him in?" Alas! The woman did not answer, just frustrated said, "Dead horse is a living horse." After the transfer ceremony was over, Lin Yi returned home and couldn't wait to open the panel. Looking at the golden egg above his heart couldn't contain his excitement. Tomorrow morning the novice secret realm would open and all the seniors would start leveling up. If they don't reach level 10 in half a month, they won't be able to take the college entrance exam. One day a level of difficulty is not high. After all, this is not a game, but a real face danger. Dying in the secret realm was the same as losing your life. Usually everyone teamed up, but Lin Yi planned to see what the golden egg opened before making a decision. Lin Yi apprehensively clicked on the golden egg. At once, the golden egg materialized in reality. Dazzling golden light pierced one's eyes, and a few cracks opened up on the eggshell and spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click! Roar! The moment the eggshell cracked, a deafening dragon roar almost shook the house. Congratulations, you have opened a golden egg legendary grade, which has opened a blazing dragon juvenile X1, Spirit Stone X100. A red dragon cub with a red body and eyes like lava appeared. LV1 Blazing Dragon Juvenile detected. Yes, no contract? Remaining dragon slots, 1-1. Lin Yi didn't hesitate to click yes immediately. The red dragon that was still planning on attacking Lin Yi instantly became docile. It rubbed its head against Lin Yi's legs and feet. As Lin Yi looked at the gadget, he couldn't help but have some doubts about its combat power. But when he opened the Blazing Dragon attribute panel, he was almost stunned. Chapter 3, The Dragon's Terrifying Attribute Bonus. Pet, Blazing Dragon Juvenile. Attribute, Dragon Fire. Level, LV1010 Spirit Stones. Qualification, Legendary First Stage. Life Value, 5,800. Attack Power, 500. Talent 1, Origin of Fire SSS Grade, contains the flames of the supreme true fire that will ignore any defenses and shields. Once stained, the target cannot be extinguished and will continuously deal 50% of attack power burning damage. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS Level. The dominance of the supreme race is invincible. Any creature encountered by the dragon will be suppressed from the ancient bloodline. Damage plus 30%, damage 30%. Skill 1, Fire Dragon's Breath Grade S. Spray true fire of origin over a wide area of 20/20, inflicting 300% of the attack power 1500 points and ignoring evasion. Skill 2, Fire Dragon's Bloodline SS Grade, plus 100% of all attributes, plus 30% of blitz, plus 30% of evasion. Any shadowy object in front of the true fire will receive exponentially more damage. Skill 3, Life Burning SS Grade, restores 150% of one's attack power 750 points life value after killing an enemy, and grants the player a 50% attack power shield 250 points. Skill 4, Skyfire Dragon Tsunami SS Grade to be unlocked LV10. Dragon Tsunami is the most penetrating sound in the world, which can cause a mandatory stun for 3s to the target within the range of 50-50, which cannot be exempted or eliminated, and it can remove abnormal statuses of the friendly troops, with a cooldown of 30s. To be unlocked. Introduction, Blazing Dragon, one of the supreme dragon gods, in charge of the Origin Divine Fire. Co-Lord of the Fire of Heaven. 500 attack points at level 1. You know that usually A-class combat professions only have a mere 100 points initially, which is a full 5 times that of an A-class op. Congratulations, you've successfully contracted your pet. Open the career panel. Lin Yi opened his attribute panel. Player, Lin Yi. Level, LV1. Talent, Blessing of the Beginning Divine Grade. Occupation, First Turn Dragon Master SSS Grade. Life Value, 150. Attack Power, 1.5. Attributes, Strength 1.5, Agility 2, Physique 1.5, Mental Strength 3. Occupational Talent, Dragon Contract. You will be able to tame dragons, only and exclusively. Loyalty is always 100%. Occupational Skill 1 Dragon Slot, LV1+, for Dragon Living Space 1-1. Occupational Skill 2, Lifelink, LV10 unlocked, Player and Imperial Dragon Life Sharing. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Skill, LV20 unlocked. The player will be able to use the skills of the Imperial Dragon under his command LV20 unlocked. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Bond, LV30 unlocked. His own attributes as a 3S ranked profession were finished off by the Blazing Dragon. The Spirit Stone thing could be used to upgrade the pet's level and one's own skills. Ding! Upgrade Skill 1, Dragon Slot, LV1 LV2, Space Cap +1, Consume Spirit Stones X50. The cap has been reached, upgrading again requires a second turn. Lin Yi looked at the powerful blazing dragon and slept until dawn with the expectation of tomorrow's secret adventure. Let's team up together. Little Master is AB ranked Green Warrior, first class meat shield. Let's team up with 2 nannies and an output, and we'll meet the standard. Is there a little brother willing to take my sister? She's scared. The next morning, the entrance to the novice realm was filled with shouts. People were already entering the secret realm one after another when Lin Yi arrived. Novice Secret Realm, Moonlit Night Forest recommended level LV1 LV10, difficulty, easy pass rate 90.8% hard 9.2% nightmare can't choose this difficulty. Lin Yi also saw his class team. All of the people in the class were centered around a man carrying a giant sword. This man was none other than Lu Ming, who had awakened his rank profession, the Gale Swordsman, yesterday. Lu Ming was also worthy of being the son of the vice school. An ordinary novice white suit on the market would cost thousands of dollars. Lu Ming even had a full set of bronze equipment on his body, and the huge sword behind him was even silver quality with dual characteristics. Now the whole set would cost over $200,000, with the silver sword accounting for at least half of it. Lu Ming noticed him and walked straight to Lin Yi through the crowd. Yo. Isn't this our SSS ranked professional, Genius Lin? You actually dared to come. Even though you've awakened a crap profession, don't think twice about it, there's no one to collect your corpse if you die in the secret realm. This taunt caused everyone to laugh in unison. Noisy. Lin Yi didn't really want to pay any attention to it, and was ready to just go around. But when he saw that Lin Yi was completely ignoring him, he became enraged and violently drew the huge sword behind him and swung it towards Lin Yi. Stop! Seeing that it was schoolgirl Su Bingbing who had spoken out, Lu Ming was inwardly unwilling, but he could only stop. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at Su Bingbing. Thanks. If it wasn't for Su Bingbing, just now he had already planned to summon the blazing dragon to teach Lu Ming a lesson. But after all, Su Bingbing had good intentions, so Lin Yi accepted them. Seeing the 4 bodyguards behind Su Bingbing wearing valuable equipment with a level as high as LV10, he immediately understood that this was the Su family arranging leveling helpers for Su Bingbing. This family background is simply enviable. For LV10 experts with an S-ranked assistant, it can be said that in the secret realm is almost invincible. Lu Ming interrupted the two exchanging words. Lin Yi, do you dare to compare your novice secret realm clearance speed with me? Hiss. The moment these words came out, the crowd of onlookers all sucked in a breath of cool air. Anyone with eyes could see that this was a pit. Lin Yi was a wasted professional entering the secret realm, not to mention clearing it, but surviving was a problem. If he died in the realm, he'd really be dead. Lu Ming's tactic was to put Lin Yi to death. What, you don't dare, do you? Lu Ming was afraid that he wouldn't agree, and used words to stimulate him. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Yi didn't show the slightest bit of fear, instead he directly agreed. Su Bingbing worriedly discouraged him. Lin Yi, don't be brave. Or else you'll be safer teaming up with me. Lin Yi gave Su Bingbing a look to reassure her, then turned to Lu Ming and faintly said, since it's a competition, there has to be some stakes, right? Seeing him agree, Lu Ming was instantly delighted, and immediately agreed in the face of Lin Yi's request. Alright, what kind of bet did you say you wanted? 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi's words immediately caused an uproar in the surroundings. One had to know that an ordinary family's annual living expenses were only a few dozen spirit stones. But Lu Ming only hesitated for a moment and immediately agreed. Fine. Double it 10 times, 10,000 pieces. And raise the price to call the other party 3 times father. It seemed to him that Lin Yi was bound to die, and any conditions would end up being a fizzle. Adding up the stakes once again caused everyone to react violently. Even if Lin Yi came out alive, the 100,000 spirit stones owed was enough for him to be stuck working as a cow for Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Then I hope you don't back out. Lin Yi let out a laugh. And Lu Ming pretended to be generous. You go first, you can pick a team at will if our class is willing to talk. But as Lin Yi swept past with a glance, almost everyone in the class was avoiding his sight. That's not necessary, I'm enough for one person. Lin Yi understood these people, and chose difficult mode alone to enter the secret realm directly. Lu Ming followed suit, and as he raised his arm the entire class, and even most of the people in the school, responded. They rushed to enter the secret realm with him. With an A-ranked professional leading the team, it wasn't that difficult to level up. Lu Ming also picked 9 guys whose careers weren't bad to enter the secret realm with him. This match was completely crushing. Even if Lin Yi wasn't a wasted profession, he wouldn't have a single chance of winning against a team of 10 people in terms of clearance speed. There were many people gathered outside the secret realm, and they were all looking forward to the outcome of this competition. Whether it was the death of a genius, or a genius screaming 3 times for his father in public was a good show. Miss, this guy is too insensitive. The bodyguard saw Lin Yi enter the secret realm and expressed his dissatisfaction at the fact that he had just rejected Su Bingbing's good intentions. I believe in him, he'll definitely be able to do it. Su Bingbing spoke firmly, then also entered the secret realm. Chapter 4, Difficulty Level Secret Realm. Ding! Enter the secret realm Moonlit Night Forest difficult. Passing condition, enter the depths of the secret realm to take the Moonlit Night Crystal. Lin Yi arrived at a dark forest, the sky moon emitting a bizarre black light. The surroundings were pitch black and very unclear. Usually when entering this place players would go and buy a special kind of torch. But Lin Yi didn't, he directly released the blazing dragon. The blazing dragon was suffocating in space, and when it came out, it excitedly circled around Lin Yi. The bright flames on its body were clearly visible for 100 meters. It was only then that Lin Yi realized that there were already a few wolves with crescent moon markings on their heads that had sneaked up on him in the night. Moon Knight Wolf LV2. Life value 350. Attack power 25. Talent, Sobbing Blood, 30% bleeding effect per attack for 5s. Skill 1, Wolf Strike, inflicts 180% attack twice for single damage. A few Moonlight Night Wolves immediately launched a surprise attack when they saw that they had been discovered. Such a close distance. A normal person wouldn't have time to react. The Blazing Dragon lived up to its reputation as an ancient dragon race, instantly blocking in front of Lin Yi. 45. 45. In one wave, a full 400 to 500 damage had been dealt. Even a meat shield profession with a blue suit. It would also be instantly killed in seconds. However, this only knocked out 1/10 of the red dragon's life value. The red dragon directly used the skill A Spit. The flames directly annihilated several moonlit wolves. 1,500. 1,500. The Moonlit Night Wolves' blood bars were instantly emptied. Plus 750 plus 750. The Blazing Dragon's blood bar was easily restored to full. It was worthy of being a difficulty. With this kind of difficulty, it was no wonder that less than 10% of the players were able to clear the level. Ding! Killed LV2 Lunar Night Wolf X6, experience plus 250. Ding! Dropped Material Lunar Night Wolf Tooth White X6. Ding! Leveled up, LV1 LV2 5800, obtained Golden Egg Legendary X1. Before Lin Yi could even open the golden egg, more than a dozen green-painted savages wielding daggers swooped in from hidden corners of the trees and attacked Lin Yi. Good guys. Lin Yi was shocked, the intelligence of the creatures in the secret realm was not low. Not at all inferior to humans. In just a few moments, they had locked onto Lin Yi, trying to settle the fight by decapitation. He could only manage to dodge a few attacks, there were too many after all. The group of jungle assassin attacks landed on Lin Yi in unison. 72-72. 1,202. A total of 12,000 damage exploded on Lin Yi's body. However, it didn't hurt Lin Yi's bloodline one bit. A crimson protective shield appeared around Lin Yi. Shield from Blazing Dragon, 288-1500. This was exactly the shield that Blazing Dragon had put on Lin Yi after killing his opponent. The Blazing Dragon immediately rushed over the moment it sensed the attack. The group of jungle assassins knew that they were no match for the Red Dragon, and the situation was too late for another attack. They immediately scattered and fled. But Lin Yi wouldn't let them go, and immediately ordered the Red Dragon to chase after them. The jungle assassins with air superiority were completely exposed to the Blazing Dragon. They died one after another at the hands of the Blazing Dragon. Ding! Killed LV5 Jungle Assassin X12, experience plus 1,200. Ding! Dropped Jungle Dagger White X1. Ding! Leveled up, LV2 LV3450, 2000, gained Golden Egg Legendary X12. Jungle Dagger White. Grade, LV5. Attributes, attack power plus 15, movement speed plus 5%, attack speed plus 5%. Characteristics, 10% increase in damage dealt by backstrike. Introduction, a decent assassin's weapon. This equipment wasn't much use to Lin Yi. But if you take it out and sell it, you can sell it for a good price. After all, it's a piece of equipment. The secret realm burst rate has always been very impressive. It's said that when you swipe hundreds of monsters, none of them explode. This is also counted as good luck. However, other people may not have their own efficiency, they are afraid of a day or two of the normal brush out of a brush, the newbie secret players. The value of this to the newbie secret realm players can be high, a handful of thousands of dollars is not a problem. Lin Yi leveled up one more level. He also has 2 golden eggs in his hand. Taking advantage of this. Ding! You opened the Golden Egg Legendary and obtained the Dragon Beast Necklace Legendary X1. Ding! You opened the Golden Egg Legendary and obtained LV5 Red Inferno Dragon Armor Pet Equipment X1. Dragon Beast Necklace Legendary. Grade, LV1. Effect, pet level cap plus 10 after wearing it. Introduction inspiration not to let the Imperial Beastmaster drag down the pet. Red Inferno Dragon Armor Legendary Pet Equipment. Level, LV5. Attributes, life value plus 10,000, attack power plus 800. Special effect 1 Red Inflammation Fire skill power is increased by 30%. Special Effect 2 Dragon Armor. When worn by a pet with a dragon bloodline, it stimulates the potential of the bloodline in the body, and can awaken one fire-type Upanishad skill in advance. Introduction. Tempered by heavenly fire and divine dragon blood, it enables dragon lineage Petlon to awaken skills in advance. Hiss. These two were worthy of being legendary grade equipment, and their effects were simply heaven-defying. If they were to circulate in the market, they would have to cause a mad rush. The player level cap was affecting the pet and could not exceed the player level. This necklace could be raised by a full 10 levels, which could greatly increase the pet's combat power. This pet equipment, the Red Inferno Dragon Armor, was even stronger. This attribute enchantment, afraid that the average level 20 boss did not have such high attributes. The most important thing was the second special effect, Dragon Armor. Stimulating bloodline, arcane skill. Last night, he also researched about the knowledge of Imperial Beasts, and there was an Imperial Beast tome woven by an SS-ranked Imperial Beast Master. This was mentioned in the tome. He said that there were only 2 points about cultivating Imperial Beasts, one was the level, and the second was the qualification level. Naturally, there was no need to mention the level. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes and other aspects. The qualification level is actually 2 parts. Bronze to legendary qualification is of course the higher the better. But if you don't cultivate the right level, it's hard to bring out the effect. The qualification level is divided into 9 levels, the initial level is 1 level, and the highest level is 9 levels. Every time the level of enhancement means that each upgrade attribute increase enhancement, skill upgrades, growth evolution, awakening axioms and so on. And this awakening axiom is the most difficult of them all. The condition is to raise the qualification level to the 9th level. And the high difficulty of the qualification cultivation, even this SS grade Imperial Beast Master Senior is lamenting. If it wasn't for this high cultivation difficulty, he wouldn't have fallen as low as some rank professions with high status. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a strange change suddenly rose. Hundreds of blood-colored bats appeared in the surroundings, and one of them was so large that all the bats combined could not withstand it. According to the information, this was the boss of the secret realm. Lin Yi felt that something was wrong. Normally it would take an hour to brush the monsters before they could reach the depths to challenge the boss. And now this group of bats had obviously planned to ambush him. No matter how intelligent the secret realm monsters were, it was impossible for them to do a proactive ambush strategy. Blood Knight Bat Berserk. Level, LV 8. Life, 2400-2400. Attack power, 220. Skill Bloodlust, inflicts 160% damage to the target, causing it to fall into a bleeding state that lasts for 50% damage for 8s, and draws 120 life points. Void Blood Knight Bat King Bronze Boss Berserk. Level, LV 12. Lifesteal, 15350-15350. Attack power, 850. Skill 1, Strong Strike, passive, each attack will definitely deal high single damage, cooldown 1.5s. Skill 2, Enhanced Bloodlust, inflicts 220% of the target's damage, causes the target to fall into a bleeding state continuously inflicting 80% for 8s, and draws 1500 life points. Skill 3 Blood Knight Sonic, unleash ear-piercing sharp sound waves, causing soul shock to the target within a range of 10-10, controlling it for 2.5s, and causing the target's speed to decrease significantly for 30s after the effect is over. Not true. The attributes of this level 8 normal monster were so terrifying? According to the forum post, this attribute was almost doubled. Seeing the Berserk suffix, Lin Yi realized that perhaps something had happened to the secret realm. But was something wrong with him, or was it the entire secret realm? Hundreds of Berserk bats rushed over like crazy. Faced with such a group of monsters, the average level 30 or 40 second turn professional would only be able to run away. However, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest fear, and the blazing dragon under his seat was even more battle-hardened. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting Lin Yi, he would have killed them long ago. Go! Lin Yi jumped down from the blazing dragon. Now that the blazing dragon was a juvenile after all, it was inconvenient to carry himself to battle. The blazing dragon was like a released frontier horse instantly charging out. Ding! Red Inferno Dragon Armor LV5 Legendary has been equipped to Blazing Dragon. Ding! Blazing Dragon has successfully awakened AoE Heavenly Execution Fire Extinction. 5070. 5070. 10,140 strike. Chapter 5, Super Upanishad, Seconds. Blazing Dragon directly killed a large group of people with a single skill. However, this group of bats under Berserk was not afraid of life and death, and pounced at Blazing Dragon like crazy. Clap clap clap. A crisp clapping sound rang out abruptly. A hoarse male voice commanded, "Only 2 levels in the district and you're already so strong. Really, if you let a genius like you let you develop, then the country of China will be even harder to deal with. Bat King, give it to me." The Bat King, who had originally been inactive, made a move. The wings that covered the sky flapped hard. The target was pointed straight at Lin Yi. A figure appeared above the Bat King's head at some point. Look, it was the owner of the voice just now. It was a mage dressed in purple gold and black robes and holding a skeleton staff. His complexion was a bit pale, but paired with his blonde hair and blue eyes it was clear that this was his original skin color. This was a foreigner. But he had clearly opened the secret realm single-handedly, and it was definitely not simple for this person to break into the secret realm. Based on the mutation of these monsters, it should all be said that this person's handiwork. Prometheus Divergent Shadow LV 53rd turn professional. I'm not sure if I'm a good person or a good person. When Lin Yi saw this person's nickname, he confirmed his suspicions. Third turn professional. And with such bizarre abilities. This kind of expert was obviously coming for himself, or exactly had he offended him? Mashuz was enjoying Lin Yi's panic, his voice slightly hoarse as he bragged, "You Chinese are really cunning, but none of you can escape the eyes of our Eagle Kingdom. Surprisingly, you try to paralyze our Xiongning country by cold calling an SSS rank and letting it be known that you are a wasted profession. It seems that you really entered the secret realm without anyone to guard you. I thought the information was true. If it wasn't for the fact that I just berserked the secret realm to test you, I would really have been deceived by you guys." Ha? Not buddy? Lin Yi understood this instantly, so it was that this was an enemy country sending assassins. They mistakenly thought that the information about them being a wasted profession was all smoke and mirrors, but in reality, they wanted to hide themselves. He was not enjoying any of the SSS class blessings, but he was not suffering any of the sins. It's a pity that you're an Imperial Beastmaster, just killing you would be enough. Let you fall into my hands today, a future SSS ranked pillar of talent falling into my hands. Damn, this is just too wonderful. Ding. A specified danger has been detected in the player. Here is a reminder that you can forcibly exit the secret realm when you have not cleared the secret realm. You only need to stay still for 10s, but you will be penalized for escaping. Your full attributes permanently drop by 20%, level 3, and you will not be able to gain experience for 7 days, and your full attributes drop by 75% for 3 days and you will gain 1 month of being cursed. The Bat King was extremely fast after berserking, approaching Lin Yi in a flash. A terrifying claw strike sent Lin Yi flying out. 3050. The blow hit the shield and didn't do much damage. Shield from Blazing Dragon, 48,950 52,000. Luckily, the Blazing Dragon's shield effect was strong, now that the attack power was boosted after wearing the equipment. Every hit that killed a target would provide Lin Yi with a full 650 shield points. The group of Blazing Dragons were still being held back by the group of bats and couldn't come over to support them for a short while. Lin Yi could only try to dodge the attacks with his stance. His shield was so thick, as long as he could drag the Blazing Dragons to finish off the bats, he would be able to resolve the crisis. But it seemed that Master Mishu had seen what Lin Yi was up to. Humph. He waved his staff with a cold snort, although a large portion of the staff's light was released. "You won't be able to survive today." Artistic energy reinforcement. All of a sudden the Bat King's claws emerged with a purple shimmer. One claw directly knocked a large portion of Lin Yi's shield off. The Bat King's damage had increased by a full 10 times under Mishu's spell. 30,500. 30,500. The two claws directly shattered the shield. Although the purple damage enhancement effect had disappeared. But at this moment, Lin Yi hadn't reached LV10 to unlock life sharing, so even a normal attack would be enough to kill himself in seconds. Could it be that he was going to fall at a young age? Roar! The Blazing Dragon had finally finished off the bats at this point. It swooped down and rushed over. The Bat King, who had originally intended to lay hands on Lin Yi, also had to stop. Humph. This creature named Dragon is still really powerful and annoying. I'll kill you to make sure I capture your memories, and I'll capture this dragon beast as well. Mythos waved the scepter in his hand once again. This time the scepter glow almost disappeared when he used it. But this time the purple shimmer was appearing at the neck of the Bat King. The Bat King ripped out his voice and threw himself up to the sky, his shrill and unpleasant screams echoing throughout the secret realm. This was the release of Skill 3, Blood Knight Sonic. The base controls all had 2.5s, and after being strengthened by Mashuz, the effect was greatly increased. Do it and kill him. Mashuz ordered Bat King to make a move on Lin Yi with a face full of triumph. Now that Lin Yi's terrifying pet was under control, he was already bound to die. Roar! But just at this moment, the Blazing Dragon's shout rang out once more. Mashuz looked back in shock, only to find that the Blazing Dragon wasn't even under control. Ward Law? His face was filled with incredulity, being that his strength and skill controlled Blazing Dragon for at least 10 seconds, the drastic slowdown was enough to make it sink deeper into the mire. But Blazing Dragon was surprisingly unaffected in the slightest. Now the Blazing Dragon's still more than 10 meters away from here, and it's completely impossible to save Lin Yi before he gets his hands on him. Just being attacked, the Bat King wouldn't last more than a few seconds, and it hurt Mashuz a little to think about it. If only he had known that he would have given up the Bat King and killed Lin Yi from the start. It would have cost him a lot more. But it was the only way to go. As long as he could kill Lin Yi, he could accept any price. But in the face of impending death, Lin Yi's face was just a little scared and flustered. He smiled and said to Mashuz, who was close by, "No more means. Then it's your turn to die." When Michouz saw this scene, his heart suddenly beat wildly. He didn't know when, or even if, he had been trapped or not though. But Lin Yi's confident appearance after removing his disguise made him panic more than a little. Not good. Run. He hurriedly urged the Bat King under his seat to move, but it was already too late. Sky extinguishing fire execution. The next second the surrounding scene transformed into a terrifying volcano. An endless sea of fire spread out, and meteorites with purple flames kept falling from the sky. Lava pillars of fire rose up from the ground. It was like a living hell on earth. When the Bat King was about to touch Lin Yi, it had already been annihilated by the lava fire pillars. But it wasn't as if Michouz didn't have the means to do so yet, and he was ruthless in his heart. He directly crushed the scepter in his hand, and a circle of light instantly appeared around the Bat King. A full 100,000 value shield appeared. A purple shimmer also appeared at his shoulders, and his attack speed was greatly increased. 72,000 strike. Terrifying values appeared above the Bat King's head, instantly killing him. Michouz was shocked. Real damage? But at that moment, the Bat King's attack also cut across Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, completely ignored the attack and blocked the damage perfectly. Dodge. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing the final boss, clearing the hard difficulty in 10 minutes, and reaching the hidden conditions to successfully unlock the third difficulty, nightmare difficulty. Yes, no to enter? Ding. Note, if you choose no this time, you need to reach the conditions again to open it. Ding. The nightmare difficulty is in an unexplored state. Passing it will allow you to obtain the first pass treasure chest. Chapter 6. 4 levels in a row, wildly opening golden eggs. After the death of the final boss Bat King, the Mythius Void suddenly looked like he was spitting blood from his mouth, and his face, which already didn't have a few shades of blood, was now horribly white. Damn it! He looked at Lin Yi incredulously. You even have a backhand? The power of this dragon paired with your scheming, you're bound to be something in time. A hint of anger passed through Michouz's eyes. You're the only one who could hurt me after all these years, huh? But you're just a bit more powerful than one of those Chinese dogs who died at my hands. If you have the guts, come to the nightmare mode to face me in person if you dare. I'll be waiting for you there, said Michouz and disappeared. The nightmare copy channel in front of him was originally purple, but now it suddenly transformed into red. Nightmare mode? Lin Yi's expression was grave, and at the same time he was reviewing the battle he had just fought. Upanishad Heavenly Destruction. Passive, immunity to any control, drastically reduces any negative effects. Active, stimulate the bloodline of the blazing dragon, drawing the fire of heaven and earth to extinguish the enemy. Inflicts huge damage 3000% of attack power on all targets within range 1000, and enters a rage state lasting 20s. Each attack will definitely strike, no cooldown or consumption for the whole skill. Cooldown 14H applies a layer of flame void to all friendly troops within range, able to evade damage once. Cooldown 144H. The AoE awakened from this equipment was the key to victory in this battle. However, if it was really a head-on hard fight, Lin Yi might have actually died a long time ago. He had guessed that he might have been ambushed when he spotted the Bat King at the beginning. That was why he had deliberately kept the blazing dragon away from him, revealing a crack to lure the enemy into appearing. Sure enough, Michouz fell for it, thinking that he could take advantage of the opportunity to behead himself. At that time, when the blazing dragon saw that he was in danger, it was so anxious that it was about to use its Aeon directly. But Lin Yi stopped it with a thought transmission. He intended to test Michouz, and one look at Michouz showed that it didn't have the ability to attack. Otherwise, it would just make a direct move to kill itself and be done with it. There was no need to tamper with the secret realm. But it was not guaranteed that he had other intervening abilities. After all, he was able to make all the monsters in the secret realm listen to his commands and also inflict berserk. The Bat King hit the shield directly, and unexpectedly Michouz also showed his own increase ability. Michouz's ability is also really amazing. However, he failed twice in a row, and the last time he used his Shattering Scepter card was also cracked by Lin Yi. It was only in the end that Lin Yi cut him down. As for this guy, Lin Yi also remembered his details at this time. The textbook had a record of this person. After all, a third-turn professional was a strategic-level powerhouse in any country. Generally, they rarely made a move. However, this person was different, preferring to assassinate geniuses and slaughter civilian towns. No less than dozens of geniuses had died in his hands, and countless innocent civilians. The important thing was that if they really let this Michouz go, their own news would definitely be sent back. The experts they sent out just to test the waters almost put themselves in danger. At that time, it was hard to imagine what kind of assassination he would welcome, so today, he absolutely could not let go of Michouz. The words he said just before he left had completely enraged Lin Yi. Chinese people were being insulted by him as if they were dogs. This was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Although he was young, but what was a country? There was a country before there was a family. He wanted his country to be well and his family to be happy, but right now, demonic beasts were plaguing the country and foreign countries were coveting it. At this moment there was a need for people like him to come forward. It's incumbent to protect the family and defend the country. Whether it's for himself or for his dead compatriots. He was determined to cut this Mashuz down today. And it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance of winning. From the fact that Mashuz had repeatedly tried to save the Bat King, it was clear that the Bat King was of high importance. Now that the Bat King is dead, it is obvious that Mashuz has been seriously injured. Moreover, his staff was even scrapped. This kind of opportunity was unattainable, and if you missed it, it would be hard to meet it again. Lin Yi didn't rush into nightmare mode. He hadn't counted his loot yet. A thin camel was bigger than a horse, so he had to arm himself properly before the duel. Ding! Killed LV8 Blood Knight Bat X 127, gained experience plus 28,550. Ding! Gained material Blood Bone White X 25. Ding! Gain equipment Hardened Tooth Knife Bronze X2. Ding! Kill Void Blood Knight Bat King Boss 1, gain experience plus 10,000. Ding! Obtained Void Dharma Robe Silver. Ding! Gained the skill book Sonic Sharpness Green. Ding! Acquired Spirit Stone X 100. Ding! Leveled up LV3 LV7 35 50 21,000, gained Dragon Egg Legend X5. This battle leveled up directly to level 6. 4 Dragon Eggs were obtained. It was fragrant. Void Robe Silver. Grade LV12. Attributes Life Value plus 500, Defense plus 150. Special Effect Void reduces damage received. Special Effect 2 Void can be invisible for 3s, cooldown 120s. Introduction, a vestment forged from a special void attribute with good protection and escapability. This robe was very good, players could only wear equipment that was no higher than 5 levels above them. This one was just right for the jamming point, and Lin Yi wore it straight away. Skill book, Sharp Sound Wave Green. Effect, 120% damage to a straight line within 310, and with a weak chaotic effect. Learning can be learned. Lin Yi didn't learn it, after all, the skill slots were limited. Taking it out and selling it might have a good value. As for the things dropped by normal monsters, Lin Yi didn't even bother looking at them. After brushing over 100 monsters, only 2 bronze equipment and a bunch of materials had dropped. This was indeed a touching rate. It was nowhere near as fast as brushing bosses for equipment. But it added up to $10,000. A good income. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, and the next step was to open the Dragon Egg. Ding! Open Dragon Egg Legendary X2. Ding! Obtain Shadow Stone Legendary 1. Ding! Obtain Charge Scroll Legendary 1. Ding! Congratulations on opening a total of 5 golden eggs, unlocking the Super Golden Egg Synthesis mode. Ding! Yes, no synthesis? Lin Yi was a bit confused once he heard that only 2 golden eggs had been opened, but he understood when he saw the prompts behind him. Dragon Blessing Divine, Effect 1, every time you level up by 1, you will gain a legendary dragon egg, and the golden eggs will hatch out no less than legendary dragon pets, skills, props, lexicals, evolutionary points, and so on. Existing Dragon Eggs 3. Effect 2, when 3 golden eggs legendary are opened, 1 synthesis count will be obtained, and 3 golden eggs can be synthesized into a Super Golden Egg Mythic, which has a similar effect but has the probability of hatching mythic quality items. Existing synthesis count 1. Turns out it's a talent upgrade. Unlocked Synthesis Mode. Only 3 golden eggs were needed to synthesize the Super Golden Egg. Lin Yi certainly didn't hesitate to choose Synthesize. Ding! Open Super Dragon Egg Mythic X1. Chapter 7, Opening the Super Golden Egg. Ding! Open Super Dragon Egg Myth 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Eye of True Knowledge SS Grade, Spirit Stone 1000. Ding! Eye of True Knowledge SS Grade. Effect 1, ignoring level restrictions, you can see any target's attribute panel. Effect 2, any weakness of the target will be exposed in your eyes. Effect 3, the Eye of True Knowledge contains powerful spiritual power, allowing you to ignore mind control. Effect 4, all hypocrisy will be invisible in front of you, and you will be able to gain insight into the truth of any matter. This thing's not bad. Lin Yi rubbed his chin in awe in his mind. Although it didn't seem to add much to the combat power. But it was very suitable for Lin Yi. First of all, Lin Yi's combat power now far exceeded that of characters at the same stage. Battling across levels was absolutely commonplace. In this case, once the opponent exceeded Lin Yi's level by 10 levels, one could only see a piece of the opponent? As far as the battle was concerned, if he had been able to see Mashuz's attribute skills from the start, maybe it wouldn't have been so close. The chance of winning would have been increased by at least half. Even if one couldn't beat them, at least they could have realized in advance to escape. The second and third effects were needless to say, proper combat god skills. Weakness insight and ignore mental control could increase Lin Yi's combat power by 30%. The fourth one was a bit vague, but it didn't look too bad. Lin Yi looked towards the remaining 2 items he had just opened. Recharge scroll props can be recharged to make the target's mental strength return to its peak, and to make individual skill cooldowns return. Number of times 3. Shadowstone Legendary can be used on equipment that favors the darkness system, improving the quality of the equipment and designating one of its phrases to be increased significantly. The recharge scroll was a killer. Lin Yi hurriedly put it away. As for the Shadowstone, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to use it on the Void Mantle robe he had just obtained. Ding! Use Shadowstone Legendary to upgrade Void Vestment Robe Silver to Void Shadow Vestment Legendary. Void Vestment Robe Legendary. Level, LV 12. Attributes, life value plus 8000, defense plus 500. Special effect, Void, 30% of damage taken. Special effect 2, Enhanced Void, can be invisible for 25s with a cooldown of 40s and will not be interrupted by attacks during invisibility. Introduction, upgraded legendary vestments, great for escaping. This was a boost to Lin Yi's combat power. However, as a beast master, his own combat power wasn't that important. The main thing was to be able to improve one's ability to survive. Now if Lin Yi were to face the Bat King again, he could take a few hits at the very least. The most important thing was still the vanishing ability. Invisibility for 25s. As long as it was used wisely, it could be called a divine skill of evasion. After putting it on, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to go in. There was still one last hand. Ding! Consume Spirit Stones X 1050, Blazing Dragon level up LV1 LV 100500 inch. Good lord, it was really a big gold swallower. It was only after swallowing these 1000 pieces that he managed to raise to level 10. The next level up would require a full 500 Spirit Stones. The blazing dragon erupted in a burst of fiery light and raised its head to the sky as it circled around Lin Yi frantically. It took a while to digest it. The figure had also grown a circle larger. It was good that the gains were also very good. Pet, Blazing Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV 100500 Spirit Stones. Qualification, Legendary First Order. Life value, 27,400. Attack power, 2300. Talent, Origin of Fire SSS grade, contains the flames of the Supreme True Flame that will ignore any defenses and shields. Once tainted with the target, it cannot be extinguished and will continuously deal 50% attack power burning damage. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS level, the dominance of the Supreme Race is invincible, any creature encountered by the dragon will be suppressed from the ancient bloodline, damage plus 30%, damage 30%. Skill 1, Dragon's Breath of Fire Grade S, spray true fire of origin over a wide area of 2020, inflicting 300% of the attack power 6,900 points and ignoring evasion. Skill 2, Dragon's Bloodline SS Grade all attributes plus 100%, strike plus 30%, evasion plus 30%. Skill 3, Life Burning SS Grade, exclusive passive of the dragon race, restores 150% of its own attack power 750 points after killing an enemy, and grants the player a shield of 50% of its attack power 250 points. Skill 4, Dragon Tsunami SS Grade, Dragon Tsunami is the most penetrating sound in the world, which can stun the target within 50-50 for 3s, and cannot be exempted or eliminated. It also removes abnormal statuses of the friendly troops, with a cooldown of 30s. Upanishad Heavenly Destruction. Passive, immunity to any control, drastically reduces any negative effects. Active, stimulate the bloodline of the blazing dragon and draw the fire of heaven and earth to destroy the enemy. Inflicts huge damage 3000% of attack power on all targets within a range of 1000, and enters a state of fury for 20s, each attack will surely strike, no cooldown or consumption for the whole skill. All friendlies within range apply a layer of flame void, able to evade damage once. Cooldown, 24 on cooldown. Equipment, Red Inferno Dragon Armor Legendary. The blood bar was pushing 30,000, and the attack power had reached 2,000. New skills were also unlocked. It was also considered to have a means of control, and the ability to fight was greatly increased. However, the next battle was going to be even tougher. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped into the nightmare entrance with the blazing dragon. At this moment, in another part of the secret realm, Lu Ming had just finished clearing out the jungle assassins. In simple mode, the jungle assassins wouldn't even set up a sneak attack, they would just come out one by one and charge head-on. As an A-ranked wind swordsman, his high agility made it impossible for the jungle assassins to escape. Basically, they were all cut down by him. The surrounding thigh huggers all came out to pay their compliments. Worthy of being young Lu, this strength is simply amazing. Ha ha ha. This time, the number 1 ranked rank is definitely not young Lu's. With young Lu around, we'll probably be able to break the secret realm clearance record, and then we'll break the hard mode record as well, so I can raise my reputation as Lu Xiao. That Lin Yi really doesn't know a hero from a dog's eye, he dares to go against young Lu. Everyone's ass-kissing made Lu Ming very happy. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Let's hurry up and pass the level. When the time comes, everyone will have a record-breaking reward. When we go out at that time, we should properly humiliate our great genius Lin." Ha ha ha. The remaining 9 all chimed in to let out jeers. Ding. You've entered the Nightmare Mode recommended level LV 20+. Note, Nightmare Mode can't be exited midway. The scene around Lin Yi changed and he came to a weird place. All around were dry trees, and at the end of their branches hung an oozing skeleton. I didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but these skeletons seemed to be staring at Lin Yi all the time. There was no sun or moon in the sky, there were only scarlet vertical telephones that were spread across the sky like stars. The blazing dragon surrounded Lin Yi, alerting the surroundings. Lin Yi walked forward along the road. But strangely enough, he didn't encounter any monsters along the way. After half an hour of searching, Lin Yi was still trapped in this weird forest. Footprints? Looking at the footprints that appeared in front of him, Lin Yi was puzzled. After getting closer, he realized that they were his own footprints. According to this, he was going around in circles and coming back. That is to say, he had been ghosting around? Could it be an illusion? But as soon as this thought appeared, Lin Yi dismissed it. He had the eye of true knowledge. If it was an illusion, he could have easily seen through it. Lin Yi stroked his chin and instantly understood something. According to the discussion inside on Illusion Cracking Method Revised Human Education Edition 7th edition, to crack an illusion you had to realize that this was an illusion and argue your way out of it. Pinching yourself on the thigh is one way to do this. Some of the more low-level illusions don't simulate pain. The top and optimal solution, suicide. That's right. Once one dies, whether it's a nonsensical resurrection or the consciousness still exists after death, one can argue that one is in an illusionary realm. Just then. Suicide. Suicide. This is an illusion, hurry up and kill yourself. Suddenly Lin Yi's own voice frantically appeared in his mind. The voice grew more and more urgent, more and more eager. As if a mad scientist had found something that could argue his point like a madman. Ding. Immune to mind control. Along with the beeping sound, a stream of clarity surged through Lin Yi's mind, eliminating the murmurs as well. Humph. This one completely confirmed what Lin Yi had just guessed. According to the footprints, he had indeed returned, but this wasn't an illusion. That is to say, Lin Yi immediately moved to continue onward, but this time he was extraordinarily slow. He paid extra attention to his surroundings, constantly scanning for any and every detail. Finally, after about 15 minutes, Lin Yi spotted a clue in an inconspicuous bush. Camouflage formation low level. Lin Yi's eyes colored with joy. In front of the eye of true knowledge, camouflage formations had nothing to hide behind. The blazing dragon rushed straight over to slam a mouthful of dragon breath. It destroyed the camouflage formation. Immediately, a several-meter-high stone room appeared. 2 runic formations were engraved on it. Space Teleportation Formation Intermediate, Inlay, Space Stone Silver. Subliminal Hypnosis Formation Low Level, Inlay, Psychedelic Stone Bronze. Sure enough, the reason why he had gone back was precisely because the spatial teleportation array had sent him back without realizing it. And this was all to confuse the player. Let the player mistakenly think that they are in the illusionary realm, and pass the subconscious mind constantly suggesting hypnosis. Players think to escape the illusion to commit suicide. In fact, this is all reality. Ultimately, the player's suicide behind the face is the real death. This trick is extremely sinister. The good thing is that Lin Yi didn't fall for it when the eye of true knowledge took a lot of credit. Lin Yi was able to recognize whether or not he was in an illusion in the first place, so he didn't fall for the trick. Ding! Pick up, Space Stone, X1, Psychedelic Stone, X1. The 2 stones on the formation were picked up. The effects of the formation also disappeared. Lin Yi was also finally able to move on. At this moment, the skeleton on a tree branch not far away twisted violently and looked straight at Lin Yi. It creaked as the upper and lower skeletons collided, and Mashuza's faint voice emitted, "Damn, this guy is just too scary. To think that he could crack my counter set. But today, if you dare to come in, you will not be able to come back." Chapter 8, The Sea of Blood Crisis. Lin Yi's every move was surprisingly under the watchful eye of Mashuz. After successfully cracking the teleportation spell, Lin Yi didn't take more than a few steps before arriving at a boundless sea of blood. Bang! A worm that was nearly 10 meters long and blood red suddenly sprang out of the sea. It came straight towards Lin Yi. Blood Sea Worm Berserk Elite. Buff, when located in the Blood Sea of Watch area, life attribute plus 1000, recovery ability increased by 100%. Level, LV10. Life value, 6200. Attack, 380. Talent Blood Death Recovery. Every time you are killed, it will split into 2 units, and when it splits, it creates an explosion that causes 80% attack power plus 5% lifesteal damage to targets within a range of 8. The split unit inherits 80% of its predecessor's attributes, as well as all of its talents and skills. Skill, Leap Strike, leap up high, causing a charge to the target, dealing 150% damage. And briefly stuns for 0.3s. Skill, Entanglement, surround the target, the higher the degree of entanglement, the higher the crush damage. And continuously inflicts 80% attack power suffocation damage. Introduction, a strange creature of the Blood Sea, extremely bloodthirsty. A new land and a new monster appeared on this level. And although this monster doesn't look strong, it's tough. Once it was allowed to split units more than once. Then it would be a disaster when the time came. According to common sense, this level probably required crossing the river while holding off the assault. Lin Yi looked around and did find the boats used to cross the river. In the face of the worms rushing over, the blazing dragon was extremely intelligent and did not make a move, but instead easily dodged. It directly avoided the worms' attacks. This level was simply a welfare board for Lin Yi. With a flying unit of his own, he could easily cross the river with the killing dragon's blood level. But Lin Yi didn't do that, he already had a way to deal with it in his mind. These were all white-collar experiences, how could Lin Yi let them go? Little Blaze. Kill them all. As Lin Yi gave the order, the blazing dragon immediately moved to dive towards the sea of blood. Heh, looking for death. Another inconspicuous skeleton twisted its head to spy on Lin Yi. I thought this blood sea was blind for nothing, I didn't expect this guy to seek death on his own, so maybe I don't even need to make a move. After all, once they split and became more numerous, the leaping attacks and explosions of multiple worms would be hard for even a blazing dragon to resist. Entering the attack range of the worms, they leapt up towards the blazing dragon to attack. Let's touch and run. Fly back to the shore. Although Lin Yi's words were puzzling to the blazing dragon, it still did as it was told. A mouthful of dragon's breath was spat out, directly drowning the worms. 12,640. 12,640. The damage was directly over 10,000, and the worms couldn't take it at all. They were instantly killed in seconds. Bang bang bang. Although the blazing dragon ran fast, it was still injured by the blast. The blood bar barely moved much though. The group of worms split and surged towards Lin Yi once again. The skeleton once again spoke out, not afraid of being exhausted either. The Dragon Kingdom is such a stupid race. But unfortunately the result was beyond his expectations. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of being consumed if he dared to make a move. By the time the split worms attacked again, the blazing dragons had long since run away. Instead, crimson flames were burning on these worms. 1,690 searing. 1,690 scorch. The post-split worms couldn't carry a few hits before they died, exploded, and split again. But the ending was the same. The body fire press wouldn't go out. This group of worms anxiously swam around in the sea of blood, attempting to use the sea of blood to extinguish the supreme true fire on their bodies. But it was in vain. Not only did the flames on their bodies not go out, they even vaporized the surrounding seawater instantly. With several splits, the number of worms with flames increased. As they continued to flee, they would also unintentionally run into worms that didn't have the supreme true flame on their bodies. This flame was like a plague that could not be escaped, and in a few moments it spread to the worms throughout the sea of fire. As the group of worms struggled in agony, the height of the sea of blood continued to drop. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. The blazing dragon talent was too strong. The supreme true flame wouldn't go out once it was tainted. It was practically the nemesis of monsters like worms. No matter how you split, it would burn you to death anyway. If conditions allowed it, it wasn't impossible to burn a god alive. Now that the sea surface was evaporated because of the large amount of seawater, the group of worms couldn't touch the blazing dragon even if they used leap strike. As the sea surface lowered, the top of a strange building surfaced. Lin Yi's eyes were happy, he didn't expect any unexpected gains. Hidden unique building blood temple. A hidden building? But it was true, no one other than Lin Yi was afraid that they would be able to realize that there was such a thing hidden on the seabed. And it was also a unique building. It also meant that only the first person to discover it would be able to enter it, and anyone who entered the secret realm further down the line wouldn't be able to find this blood god temple even if they reached the bottom of the ocean. Ding! Killed LV10 Blood Sea Worm Elite X 177, experience plus 59,920. Ding! Dropped Blood Building Potion Blue X2. Ding! Infinite Blood Cluster Blue 12. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, LV7 LV9 2980 65,000, and obtaining Golden Egg Legendary X2. Although this group of worms could split, there was an upper limit after all. About 7 or 8 times before they were completely burned to death. Even if there was an upper limit, it was still terrifying. These nearly 200 blood sea worms could reach tens of thousands if they all split. A level 10 elite monster had actually popped out something blue. This is quite rare. Blood Potion Blue, immediately after use, it restores 500 points plus 3% 5% of the maximum life value, and restores 50 points of life value per second for 10s, and then restores 3% 5% of the maximum life value after the effect ends. Description: extremely powerful potion, extremely difficult to make. Maximum life value recovery. Although this thing is only rated as a blue potion, maximum life value recovery can be applied to any level player. Chapter 9, Blood Temple on the Bottom of the Sea. If this thing was put on the market, it would absolutely kill players of any level. Lin Yi wasn't going to sell it, he had to keep this good thing for himself. Damn it! How many more tricks does this guy have, to the point where he's leveled the Sea of Blood? Even if I came in person, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Lin Yi landed on the ground at the bottom of the sea and walked into the blood god temple. He was wary, but didn't find any danger. Inside, there was very little space, with a platform in the center. Behind the platform was a sculpture of a strange creature. Octopus-like head, body with 8 limbs, each limb was from a different creature. But a distant aura made Lin Yi's blood boil. A feeling of submission arose, and his knees uncontrollably wanted to kneel. But Lin Yi's willpower was intervening in the fight at this moment. He, Lin Yi, knelt to heaven and earth and his parents. How could he somehow kneel to a statue he didn't recognize? He was even forced to do so. The half-squatting position was ugly, but it was already Lin Yi's limit. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his body, showing how terrifying the invisible pressure was. Roar! Just then, a dragon roar directly broke the pressure. Instantly Lin Yi's entire body relaxed. The pressure disappeared into thin air. This was none other than the blazing dragon's handiwork. Lin Yi felt in a trance that the sculpture seemed to show an expression of fear. He shook his head to clear it for a few moments. He moved closer to the dais, only to realize that on top of it was a scroll. At the same time a prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! You have entered the blood god's temple, and the blood god is watching you. Ding! Please make a choice, choice 1. Obtain a mysterious scroll, take the blood god to give you incense task, and in 30 days to complete. If the completion of the task will be extremely rich rewards, on the contrary will be cursed, the whole body blood dried up and died. Make blood resurrection. Follow this pattern until your soul dies. Option 2, refuse to take the quest and leave the temple of blood. Blasphemy and disobedience to the blood god will result in the blood god cursing you with a permanent 99% of your maximum life value. Damn it! This whatsoever blood god was definitely not a good god. Although Lin Yi spat in his heart, he had to make a choice. The second rejection was actually nothing short of doom for ordinary players. But it wouldn't be for Lin Yi. It wouldn't matter if he turned on life sharing once he reached level 10. But Lin Yi didn't choose to. Although one was extremely dangerous, the benefits in return were also great. The influence of the word god alone was enough to represent everything. The richness of this reward was self-evident. I choose 1. As Lin Yi's words fell, the blood god temple disappeared into place, and the scroll had fallen into Lin Yi's hands at some point. Ding! Congratulations, you've accepted the blood god's incense quest unique quest. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained the crafting scroll of the blood building potion gold. Blood god's fragrance quest unique quest. Mission difficulty 100000 plus. Quest requirement, sacrifice an item that is no lower than god level with 90% blood attribute. Quest reward, blood god's blessing divine grade. Failure penalty, cursed to die with blood dried up all over your body and resurrected by creating blood. Repeat this until your soul dies. Time limit 29th 23h. Hiss. This quest was a million times more difficult, and the requirements were also extremely hard. A god tier item. This was a quality above that of a legend. At least one had not heard of such a level appearing except for the township items of various countries so far. But since he had accepted it, it was both. The mysterious scroll turned out to be a diagram for the creation of a blood-forming potion. This was a big surprise for Lin Yi. A gold-quality scroll. White, green, blue, purple, orange, and then gold. It was evident that this prop was precious. Lin Yi had made the right choice. Blood creation potion crafting scroll gold. Main material, infinite blood flesh blue x3. Auxiliary material, blood building grass white 10, Tian luo flower white 12, bone bearing leaf green 3. Crafting requirements, requires a pharmacist level of 4 stars or higher. Introduction, a potion that is extremely difficult to create. If it wasn't for the material binding potion quality might be more than that. Lin Yi fell into sadness after seeing the scroll instead. After all, the highest novice secret realm could only be entered by level 10 players. I'm afraid that at the current stage, there were no level 10 players besides Lin Yi who could manage to exterminate this group of worms. The infinite flesh burst rate was too low, and he had killed nearly 200 of them before 2 pieces of infinite flesh burst out. Lin Yi put the scroll into his backpack, he would worry about it later. Right now, the priority was to get rid of Mishu's. The blazing dragon flew to the shore with Lin Yi. But it had just reached the opposite shore. Several sound waves that shook space to the point of rippling attacked Lin Yi unexpectedly. The 5-headed Bat King had appeared nearby at some point. This guy Mishu's was still using the same old strategy, planning to attack and kill Lin Yi. This kind of ranged control was extremely hard to dodge, and Lin Yi was instantly immobilized. Luckily, he was on top of the blazing dragon, which was moving at full speed and dodging with him. But Mishu's had already found a way to deal with it, and the 5 Bat Kings immediately came to intercept the blazing dragon. And those skeletons on the surrounding trees flew up one after another. Skeleton bomb, deals 100 points of explosive damage. They flew towards Lin Yi in unison. Looking at the bombs that covered the sky, the blazing dragon was under Lin Yi's conscious command. The skill, Heavenly Fire Dragon's Wine, was instantly unleashed. The sharp sound of the dragon's whistle made even the Bat King feel his soul shake. The dragon's whistle also cleared the control status from Lin Yi's body. It had to be said that the blazing dragon was truly a superb combatant that combined killing and assisting. Facing the flying skeleton bombs, Lin Yi leapt and disappeared, using the enhanced voiding of the void dharma robe to enter a state of invisibility. These skeleton bombs instantly lost their target. They exploded in place. Those 5 Bat Kings that fell to the ground after being controlled were also attacked by the blazing dragon. However, these Bat Kings were also tenacious. They were attacked by 2 dragon breaths from the blazing dragon. There was still a trace of blood left. At this time, a huge black shadow came from the distance. It was a double-headed Bat King with a blood-red body. On its back was the familiar Mashuz. At this moment, he was no longer a blurry shadow but his true form. And Lin Yi immediately looked at the attributes of the 2-headed Bat Emperor. 2-headed Bat Emperor's Silver Boss Berserk. Chapter 10, The Mithras Body. 2-headed Bat Emperor's Silver Boss Berserk. Level, LV20. Life value, 88,500 88,500. Attack power, 2200. Talent double head effect pop attack and skill 2, skill 3 will deal double damage. Effect 2, will split once upon death, with full attributes inherited. And get a brief 120% attribute boost. Skill 1 Strengthen Poison Claw, inflicts 220% damage to a single target, and inflicts poison damage for 12s. Skill 2, Sharp Whine, inflicts 155% shock damage to targets within a 20 distance radius of itself, and controls the target 3 times for one's 1.5s2s, with an interval of 2s between each control. Skill 3 Venom Spray, spray a mouthful of venom, inflict poisoning damage to the target, and spread the residue to a 3/3 range for 120s. Skill 4, Demon King Kill, split into several phantoms, at the same time on the target instantaneous kill, each phantom causes 220% damage and absorbs the life value into a shield, the phantom remains for 12s after the attack ends. Weakness Insight, if the phantom still exists after the Demon King Kill is activated, it will not be able to activate the talent effect 2. After being berserked, a level 20 silver boss had extremely terrifying values. This was something that even a level 20 elite squad would only be defeated against. The blazing dragon abandoned the 5-headed Bat King at Lin Yi's command and directly met it. In just one shot, it directly suppressed this silver boss. True fire caused the 2-headed Bat Emperor's already small amount of hair to burn to a crisp. But the most terrifying thing about the 2-headed Bat Emperor was that it still had Prometheus on it as an aid. Proxima Mythius Serious Injury. Occupation 3rd Turn Illusionist S-Class. Level, LV20 in Suppression. Life value, 157,800 280,000. Attack power, 3,200 4,800. Occupation Skill 1, Illusion, able to invade the core of the secret realm, consume their own life value to modify the content of the secret realm. The degree of modification can be based on the strength of the invasion and the level of the secret realm. Professional Skill 2, Illusion Capture, consuming mental energy can control the creatures of the secret realm, and inflict berserk weakness on the creatures of the secret realm, and the death of the boss-type creatures under control will inflict damage on themselves. Occupational Skill 3 Master of the Secret Realm, passive, in the secret realm like a fish out of water, attributes will be improved successfully invade the core of the secret realm and the secret realm will be invincible existence. Other skills, Magic Spellball, Ripple Magic, Spiritual Strengthening. Exclusive Weapon, Illusion Magic Staff Broken Invalid, Special Weapon Effect, can store illusion energy to the target within the illusion to cause strange effects. Shield, Skill Enhancement, Single Attribute X510. Other equipment, Curved Wisdom Robe LV50 Dark Gold Suppressed, Black Magic Hat Suppressed. Introduction, being suppressed by the secret realm up to LV20, because of serious injuries all attributes are reduced by 30%. Good guy. This Mashuz is really powerful. Although it was only S rank and favored supporting abilities. But in the secret realm, his profession was far more effective than the average SS rank. But it's good that because there has been a secret level suppression, otherwise this guy all the strength to get to play. I'm afraid that I would have died without a burial place. Now Mashuz was in a bad situation. Suppression, serious injuries, plus a shattered specialized martial. As Lin Yi had predicted before, it was like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without that purple energy, Lin Yi didn't need to try. Blazing Dragon. Let go and do it. Receiving Lin Yi's order, the blazing dragon roared in excitement and headed straight towards killing the Bat Emperor who was in his way. Humph. What a disregard for me. Mashuz snorted coldly. Without his scepter he could only rub his hands together for spells. A wave of magical energy flew out from the depths of the secret realm. Lin Yi, who possessed the Eye of True Knowledge, could instantly see what this energy did. Secret realm origin, energy from any creature, water, soil, etc. in the secret realm, causing a weakness effect that reduces all attributes by 80%. This secret realm origin directly disappeared into the blazing dragon. It was surprising that Mashuz wanted to modify the secret realm again to weaken the blazing dragon. Instantly, black gas emerged from the dragon's body. His figure had shrunk by 1 round. Debuff weakening weakness. Detail, originally caused 80% attribute reduction to the target, but for unknown reasons, the debuff was weakened. Only 20% attribute reduction. Luckily, the passive effect of the Upanishad took effect. However, this changed the situation where Blazing Dragon was completely suppressing the two-headed Bat King. Mashuz also took advantage of the situation and continuously added to the 5 severely injured Bat Kings through a complex seal. At this moment, a monstrous amount of blood water appeared in the surroundings, washing away the dragon breath flames on the Bat King's body. Mashuz spoke triumphantly, "After I recover them, when the time comes, 7 will fight 1. You're going to die today." Lin Yi, who had seen all of this from the shadows, didn't stop when he saw this. Well, it was actually him who couldn't beat. But he knew deep down that it was absolutely impossible for Mashuz to extinguish the dragon breath flame. Even this break was still left to him by Lin Yi on purpose. He wouldn't be so stupid as to suddenly give up on the 5-headed Bat King, who was almost certain to die, and deal with this Bat King instead of going for a filler. After seeing Mashuz's specific attributes and skills, this scheme was born in his mind. Give hope, then let it despair. At this moment, Lin Yi immediately ordered the Blazing Dragon to dodge the fight with the two-headed Bat Emperor in an attempt to turn towards the 5 Bat Kings and stop Mashuz. Seeing this Blazing Dragon reveal a crack, the two-headed Bat Emperor attacked even harder. It even vaguely gained the upper hand. Michael saw that he would soon be able to completely kill Lin Yi and this terrifying Blazing Dragon. No longer hesitating too much, he only saw Mashuz spit out blood violently and chose to sacrifice his life. 50,000. After the bloodstain dropped by 50,000. A green glow appeared in that blood. He unleashed his illusionist profession ability and began to change the effects of the sea of blood. As expected, that blood water unexpectedly gave a recovery effect. However, the state of the 5 Bat King flame scorches continuously dropping blood did not alleviate it in the slightest. With thousands of damage per second from the burns, even recovery wouldn't be able to top it. Mashuz stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. This is impossible. How come this fire still can't be extinguished? Chapter 11, Enable Charge, Kill Silver Boss in Seconds. A mouthful of blood spurted wildly from Mashuz. He had sacrificed a whole 50,000 life points. In the end, he could only watch as the 5 Bat Kings were burned to death. Ding! Kill LV12, Bat King Bronze Boss, X5, experience plus 50,000 inch. 10,000 X5. The backlash of the Bat King's death ensued, and Mashuz once again spat out bloody arrows from his mouth. Damn it! Mashuz cursed in his heart, and he was now somewhat regretting it. This wave had directly dropped 100,000 life points. There was less than 50,000 life points left. In the dark, Lin Yi was overjoyed. This wave had also managed to cheat this guy out of a large portion of his life value. Under true fire, the 5-headed Bat King would surely die, in order to make this guy fall for it. I think it can be remedied. But who knew that in the end, it was hitching more life value. It's fine, as long as we finish off that Blazing Dragon. Lin Yi is just a turtle in a jar. Mashuz cheered himself up. At the same time, he waved his scepter and launched an attack on the Blazing Dragon. Although he was an auxiliary profession, he was still learning quite a few advanced magic skills. A hurricane move swept the Blazing Dragon. But the Blazing Dragon was not affected by the control, easily breaking through the hurricane and knocking out a lot of their blood with a mouthful of fire. But in the face of the situation is ultimately 2-1. Blazing Dragon is in a weak position. Just now there is the Bat King holding down Mashuz, and now the two together. The Blazing Dragon was bound to lose. In the face of this, Lin Yi had a scroll-emitting golden light in his hand. It was time for his own performance. But he wasn't in a hurry. Still waiting. He needed a suitable moment himself. The Blazing Dragon that was still fighting suddenly turned its head and ran. At this moment, it was already bloodied. How could Mashuz let it escape? He hurriedly rode the two-headed Bat Emperor and wanted to chase after it. But at that moment, an aura appeared in his senses. It was clearly Lin Yi, whose stealth time had run out. He had fled in a panic in the opposite direction of the Blazing Dragon. This time, it made Mashuz have a hard time. Who exactly should he go after? In just a split second, Mashuz immediately came to a decision. He vetoed the idea of splitting up and chasing that had appeared in his mind. How could Lin Yi suddenly manifest himself at this time? This must be Lin Yi's plot. It was definitely a ploy to move the tiger away from the mountain. If Lin Yi suddenly appeared at this time, he was definitely trying to lure one of them away. If he was the one chasing after the Blazing Dragon, he was afraid that he'd be in danger. What if he beheaded himself as well? If it was the Bat Emperor who went after the Blazing Dragon? At that time, the Blazing Dragon would definitely lash out again and then kill the two-headed Bat Emperor. And then use the boss revolt to exterminate itself. The failure last time was precisely because of Lin Yi's unexpected thick shield. This time, Lin Yi must be trying to lure the two of them away from each other. Once again, use that thick shield to stall one of them. Humph. I've seen through your trickery. Ha ha ha. I'm definitely not going to fall for that trick again. I will not separate from the two-headed Bat Emperor even if I die. Thinking of this, Michuz had a decision in his mind. Commanding the two-headed Bat Emperor under his body, he turned around and chased after the blazing dragon. Now, as long as he got rid of the blazing dragon, no matter how thick Lin Yi's shield was, he would only be a lamb to be slaughtered. However, he was still uneasy. Before chasing after the blazing dragon, he cast a skill to blast Lin Yi. He was not worried. 10,000 horses raced through Lin Yi's mind. After seeing that stealth was about to disappear, he ordered Blazing Dragon and himself to run separately. I thought that I could fool this Michuz, but I didn't realize that this guy was really paranoid. Before leaving, he also gave himself a shot of skill. He didn't have any shield on him, and it had been too long since he killed the worm. The shield has a duration, after so long it would have dissipated. 8,640. As the skill hit Lin Yi, the blood bar was instantly empty. It took a while for the sandstorm that rolled up to dissipate. Cough cough. Lin Yi climbed out of it, covered in wounds. He had only 100 points left in his bloodstain. If the damage had been a little more, he would have died. He looked at his shadow robe and was infinitely glad that he had evolved his armor. Otherwise, he would have just died. Looking at the faraway Michuz, he was considered to have successfully survived this calamity. Soon the cooldown of stealth will be ready. At that time, he could operate again. Some of the injuries on his body were serious. He took out the only bottle of blood potion on his body, and after thinking about it, he still didn't drink it. This thing was precious, and it would be a waste to drink it now. The injuries on his body also prevented Lin Yi from recovering more than 50% of his blood. It would be a waste to use it. He was still too poor to enter the secret realm for the first time and had nothing. Other players would have at least 10 sets of potions and normal scrolls. On the other side, Blazing Dragon Bloodstripe was also being chased by the two of them and his life was hanging by a thread. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, my decision was correct. Go to hell. Michuz was more than excited, and his hands were constantly full of spells. However, the blazing dragon was extremely fast, and it was hard for his attacks to hit when he was running away with all his might. Moreover, the blazing dragon suddenly stretched out its claws and threw something into its mouth. Plus 5% lifesteal. Plus 500. In an instant, the blazing dragon's life value was pulled back again. Seeing this, Michuz was filled with hard feelings. Do you think you can run away? Delusional. Mythius whirled around and gave an order. A bizarre aura immediately surged through the two-headed Bat Emperor's body. The figure became ethereal, as if the shadows were overlapping. The next second, 8 identical phantoms split apart. This was a locking technique, and all 9 figures, including the main body, instantly flashed behind the blazing dragon. Terrifying energy converged on their claws. Just as Demon King Kill was about to attack, the blazing dragon roared violently. Heavenly Fire Dragon Tsunami. The 9-headed Bat Emperor was instantly controlled. And Lin Yi, who was hiding in the shadows, smiled faintly. It was at this time. Ding! Using the Recharge Scroll Legendary, the cooldown of target Blazing Dragon's arcane skill is cleared, and it's restoring mental power back to its peak. Roar! Upanishad Heavenly Execution Fire Destruction. In an instant, 100 miles in a radius was turned into an inferno. Meteorites, lava, and seas of fire swept in. 89,700. The 89,700. One by one, the 9 phantoms were killed in seconds. Michuz, who saw this scene, trembled. No no no! How is this possible? He had consumed 20,000 life points to briefly instantly move away the moment he sensed the Aeon. That was how he dodged a bullet. How is it possible that your Upanishad cooldown is so short? He tore his heart out and roared. This was really beyond his knowledge, and it wasn't like he hadn't seen Upanishads before. He had even seen the Upanishads of a 100-level mage. However, the cooling of such a great killing move as AoE could easily take several days. How could this but 18-year-old kid in front of him make the AoE time so short? He never expected that he would lose here. No no no. I haven't lost yet, I still have a chance. Unwillingly, he once again used his trembling hands to cast another spell. It's okay, the Bat King can still split, I haven't lost yet. Ha ha ha. Thinking of a chance of survival, he was instantly excited and laughed maniacally. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Right after the Bat King turned into ashes, there was no scene of the so-called splitting. Ding! Successfully killed LV-20, two-headed Bat Emperor Silver Boss, experience plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the player for leveling up, LV-9 LV-10 38,700 none, obtaining Golden Egg X1, existing Golden Egg, 3-inch. Ding! Congratulations, player leveled up to LV-10, please perform the second turn ritual can unlock the level cap. Ding! Congratulations to the player for clearing the Nightmare mode, the passageway is open. Please leave within 300s. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had lost? At this moment, his heart was like ashes, but just then he caught a glimpse of Lin Yi hiding in the shadows. You're surprisingly bloodied, you don't have a shield? Mishiz twisted his head in surprise to look at Lin Yi. It was simply God's favor. He used his origin again. 25,000. Countless skeletons kept spreading from the surrounding trees. Once again, they flew towards Lin Yi. He was going to center on Lin Yi and attack him indiscriminately. Obviously, Mishiz had suffered a loss last time. It had also become cautious. Mishiz stared dead on, the ecstasy in his eyes crying out. Let's see how you can escape this time. But when the skeleton attack fell, the scene that appeared in front of his eyes caused Mishiz to go completely crazy. Chapter 12, Immortal Mishiz? Kill as you wish. Lin Yi's blood bar surprisingly didn't move, so the hint of blood skin was still eye-shattering. Instead, damage numbers inexplicably appeared on top of the blazing dragon's head. Poof! Mishiz spat out blood again. This time, it wasn't because of the backlash from mobilizing the origin force. It was purely from Lin Yi's anger. He hadn't imagined that he'd been running through all the major kingdoms for years, terrorizing countless geniuses. Today, he had fallen into the hands of this kid who had only just awakened. The blazing dragon was also rapidly approaching Mishiz. His bloodstain was almost at the bottom and he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. Under the dragon's breath, his bloodstain was cleared and he was reduced to ashes. That's not right. The stealthy Lin Yi stopped himself as he prepared to voluntarily exit stealth. Because the kill tone surprisingly didn't appear? Ruling out a system error, something was definitely wrong. Ha ha ha. Mishiz's oozing laughter suddenly appeared. In an instant, there was a change in the sky above the secret realm. A tremor appeared in all of the secret realm. Even outside the secret realm was abnormal, as if an earthquake had struck. The crowd didn't care too much. They thought it was just an ordinary accident. But the military realized that something was wrong. An unusual movement has appeared in the novice secret realm Moonlit Night Forest. Hearing the detector's words, someone suddenly interjected that SSS rank seems to be in that secret realm as well. Combined, the perceptive military men looked at each other in disbelief. They coincidentally sensed a problem. Something was wrong. A huge human face that occupied the entire sky appeared. It was none other than Mishiz. Proxima Mythius special status? Life value. Introduction. Because Mishiz has become one with the secret core, he is immortal. At this moment, Lin Yi cursed in his heart. This guy was just too outrageous. It had never occurred to him that Mishiz's original skill of being located in the secret realm was invincible was actually true. It was really too difficult to deal with. It had never been recorded in the history books either. So far no one other than Lin Yi had been able to push him to this point. Lin Yi, however, wasn't panicking. The Bat Emperor was dead anyway, and the passageway had been opened. It was considered safe now. You won't be able to catch me anyway, I'll definitely send this message back to the Eagle Kingdom. Mishiz had a scowl on his face. Ha ha ha. Your Chinese country has long been a broken candle. But with your skills, even ordinary SSS ranked professions don't have this kind of intensity. In case you are allowed to grow up, perhaps the Kingdom of China might actually have the power to fight against us. It's a pity that your trickery has been seen through by me. As long as I go back you'll be waiting to start a national war, you definitely won't be allowed to grow up. At the moment Mishiz was rampant. By the time Lin Yi left he would be able to exit the secret realm and then escape from here. With his ability to travel through the secret realm, it would be hard for anyone to stop him. He had already decided that he had Lin Yi in his sights. He was also sure of China. At this moment, Lin Yi was the one who suddenly realized. Aside from the introduction about it, there was a hint below. Weaknesses. As a magical profession left behind by the ancient profession, the illusionist seems to be a flawless existence in the secret realm, but the energy that the illusionist gets is all injected into the secret realm's origin by his soul, and he gets the ability to borrow the secret realm's origin, so if the secret realm's origin gets damaged, the illusionist, who is one with the secret realm, will also be dealt a devastating blow. Lin Yi's face revealed a joyful expression. A hint of a bad premonition rose in Mishiz's heart at the sight. But he quickly dispelled his inner worries. He himself was immortal. Even a god-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to kill him. Not to mention Lin Yi. He must be forcing a smile. Keep laughing, you won't be able to when I leave. Lin Yi nodded and the rechargeable scroll appeared in his hand. Let's see which one of us can have the last laugh then. Roar! The blazing dragon suddenly spat a mouthful of dragon breath onto the forest. True fire instantly spread. A sea of fire appeared. And over the sky Mishiz instantly revealed a look of panic. When Lin Yi saw this, he also knew that he had guessed correctly. From the weakness inside Lin Yi could tell that as long as he injured the secret origin, he could destroy this immortal state of his. But what was the secret realm origin? And where is it? That was something that almost no one knew for fear. But Lin Yi knew that when Mishu's mobilized the origin energy earlier, his own eye of true knowledge had directly recognized and resolved it. The secret realm origin was precisely the source to any existence in the secret realm. The land, the grass, the trees, the water, the air, and so on. In other words, one only needed to wreak havoc in the secret realm. That would be destroying the origin. Humph. Mishu's was a bit shocked but remained in a mocking stance. You really are the first one to discover how to crack it. Unfortunately, it's all useless. The secret realm pass only has less than 5 minutes to leave. Even if you don't take the initiative to leave, you will be forced to teleport away. Mishu's was full of smugness. He had been put in Lin Yi's way before. This was the time to finally get one back. He was absolutely not going to believe that Lin Yi could cause much damage to the secret realm in 5 minutes. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible to do so to the extent of threatening his own life. Unexpectedly. Rumble. Unexpectedly, he hadn't been complacent for more than a few seconds. The blazing dragon once again looked up to the sky and roared. Familiar. Too familiar. An impossible thought was born in the bottom of his heart. Ding. Using Recharge Scroll Legendary, target Blazing Dragon's arcane skill cooldown is cleared and restores mental power back to its peak. Boom! The Blazing Dragon bloodline was stimulated, and a huge adult-bodied Blazing Dragon silhouette appeared behind him. A sea of fire came, meteorites fell, and lava tumbled within a radius of 1,000 meters. This Upanishad was the strongest one, as the Blazing Dragon had not yet exited from the last Upanishad rage mode. This attack was a sure hit. The secret realm simply couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. In just an instant, the entire secret realm was turned into an inferno. You even have an Upanishad? Mishu's let out a hiss of pain. The destruction of the secret realm had shaken his soul, and his breath was gradually dropping. He looked at Lin Yi angrily. Villain. All of you in China are villains. How dare you deviously set me up like this? One day we Eagles will make sure that you and your entire country of China will be buried for me. The virtual shadow about him in the sky also gradually dissipated. Ding. You have killed Prometheus LV50. Ding. The countdown is over, forcing you to exit the secret realm. Phew. Lin Yi put down the scroll in his hand, originally planning to use it again if it wasn't enough. But 2 AoEs had been enough to damage the secret realm. This battle was also finally over. The people watching outside at the moment were still discussing it. It's been in for almost half an hour, why isn't it over yet? Right. Brother Ming should be coming out soon, but what's up with that Lin Yi not coming out yet? How could he have stayed in there for so long? Either he's dead. Either that or he's stalling inside, not daring to fight or come out. Ha ha ha. Even Su Bingbing was a little worried. The thought of whether Lin Yi had really died in the secret realm came to her mind. She immediately shook her head like a rattledrum at the thought. Impossible, how could he be so stupid? He would have fled even if he couldn't fight. Although she said this on her lips, her tiptoeing movement to keep looking into the secret realm exposed her true heart. Just then, 2 portals appeared in the secret realm. The first to walk out was Lu Ming. And his group of 10. Hoo. A few of them had suffered considerable injuries, but they all had happy smiles on their faces. Lu Ming came out with a smug look on his face. Immediately afterward, a notification rang out. Ding. Area notification newbie secret moonlit night forest. Ding. Congratulations to players, Lu Ming grade A blast swordsman, Zhang Pei Chang grade B green shield soldier, Wu Bing grade C warrior. And others for refreshing the record for the lowest clearance time in simple mode, 34 minutes and 32 seconds, 30 minutes and 1 second, rewarded with experience plus 1000, and refreshing record treasure chest silver 1. Chapter 13, 3 broadcasts in a row, shocking the whole stadium. A silver treasure chest, at the very least, could open out silver equipment. No wonder they were so happy. Young Lu is too strong. The others were also thrilled to witness the record being refreshed, and some had even rushed up to hug Lu Ming's thigh. Lu Ming's reputation was instantly unrivaled. If they wanted to curry favor with Lu Ming, the best place to start was with Lin Yi. Why hasn't Lin Yi come out yet? Is he dead inside? Do you want us to wait here for him to come out? Hurry up and come out. I want to see the SSS-ranked professional genius call out to his father in public. Haha. Make sure to record a video fat to shake fast. Everyone else was stepping over Lin Yi to be attentive to Lu Ming. Suddenly the second portal also walked out with a figure. It was clearly Lin Yi. You actually didn't die? That would be quitting midway. Lu Ming instantly walked up to Lin Yi and provoked him, and even opened his level display. LV4. Looking at the envious gazes of the people around him, Lu Ming was incredibly pleased. You're not dragging your feet here for half an hour and then escaping to tell everyone that you cleared the level, are you? This kind of little trick won't work. He stroked his chin as if he looked as if he had seen through Lin Yi. But you didn't expect it, did you? I directly set a new record for clearing the level. Your deception is useless, surprised or not. Lu Ming tried to reach out and tap Lin Yi on the shoulder under false pretenses, but he was sidestepped by Lin Yi. What are you pretending to be? Do you really think you're a character? Fulfill the bet. Call me father 3 times, and then as for the money you owe, you can't afford to pay it back. If you can get past my crotch, and then admit in public that you're a loser and will always be my Lu Ming's dog. To the point where you can be relieved for some time. Alas, SSS level professional yo. Is just a dog of mine, thinking about it is exciting. With that said, he even opened his double span and looked at Lin Yi with a teasing face. At the same time, he also looked at Su Bingbing with a smug look. It seemed to be manifesting something. And most of the people around him were also sneering and looking at Lin Yi, all taking out their cell phones ready to record this historical scene. Seeing this, Su Bingbing was instantly dissatisfied and was about to step in to stop him. Ding! Regional Bulletin Novice Secret Moonlight Night Forest. Ding! Congratulations to player, Lin Yi SSS Grade Imperial Dragon Master, for refreshing the record for the lowest clearance time in difficult mode, 120 minutes and 42 seconds 9 minutes and 12 seconds, rewarding him with experience plus 10,000, and refreshing the record treasure chest gold 1. Ding! Regional Bulletin Newbie Secret Moonlit Night Forest. Ding! Congratulations to player, Lin Yi SSS Grade Dragon Master, first time through Nightmare mode, rewarded experience plus 50,000, first time through treasure chest dark gold 1. Ding! Regional Briefing Novice Secret Moonlight Night Forest. Ding! Congratulations to player, Lin Yi SSS Grade Dragon Master, refreshing the record for the lowest clearance time in Nightmare mode, 17 minutes and 52 seconds, rewarding experience plus 50,000, refreshing record treasure chest dark gold 1. Ding! What's that? These sudden 3 notifications made everyone dumbfounded. Heads were completely down. No, is this right? It wasn't until one person screamed that this broke the silence. Everyone looked at Lin Yi incredulously, seeing him in such a breezy manner. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized. It turned out that the Lin Yi from before hadn't been resigned to his fate at all, but had been too lazy to argue with a bunch of ignoramuses like them. Someone swallowed in shock. I remember that the record of difficulty seemed to have been achieved 10 years ago by an S-ranked combat professions senior in conjunction with several A-ranked professionals, right? The others weren't weak either. Come to that, the entire 10-person compilation only managed to beat the limit record by 2 hours. Lin Yi alone, 9 minutes. Nightmare mode? How did he turn it on? This only took over 10 minutes too. Looking at any novice Secret Realms nightmare record is at least 5 or 6 hours. This number is as good as fake. It's just too shocking. No. How is this possible? There must be an error in the system. Lu Ming was even so scared that he backed up. This incident had given him far too much of a shock. Lin Yi had cleared hard mode all by himself. And it was by choosing difficult mode right from the start. Wasn't that proof that Lin Yi had never put him in his eyes? Looking at him as he tried to escape, Lin Yi immediately stopped him. Lin Yi was holding him by the neck, and the suppression of his rank caused Lu Ming to feel an inexplicable pressure. He gripped his longsword behind his back, ready to resist. But Lin Yi fired a general attack. It directly knocked out hundreds of his life value. Immediately, he became bloodied. Instantly extinguishing his hopes, he could feel that if Lin Yi really wanted to kill him. He was so scared that his pants pockets went cold, and everyone around him couldn't help but cover their noses as they smelled the smell of urine at some point. Dad. To say that Lu Ming was also really spineless, so scared that he immediately shouted. The cameras that the others had intended to record Lin Yi making a fool of himself were also aimed at him. However, he couldn't care less and hurriedly pulled out a bag. It contained exactly 10,000 spirit stones. That was the resources his father had bled to give him, at the very least enough for him to use for the first half of the year. Although his heart was dripping blood, he didn't dare to disobey. Lin Yi saw that he had taken the spirit stones out, so he let it go. If he really killed someone, he would really be in trouble. With this spirit stone, the blazing dragon level would be able to move up again. Not bad. That. Lin Xiao, can I follow you? Young Lin, everyone else doesn't think well of you. But I know you're by no means a pool animal. Come on, this level 5 bronze vestment for you, it's the very best of vestments. Lin Xiao. Do you have any secrets to pass the level? I'll share it with you. Brother Lin, can you take me with you to practice leveling? I don't have anyone at home tonight, so I'll leave the door open for you, so if you're willing, you can come to my home tonight and we can discuss how to pass the secret realm. Those who had originally denigrated Lin Yi and complimented Lu Ming now had a 180-degree change in attitude. It was as if the words had never been spoken. Among them, there was even no shortage of people that Lu Ming had brought through. However, Lin Yi didn't want to pay any attention to this group of fawning flatterers. Conversing a single sentence with this group of people was a waste of time. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Ming, who had originally thought he had run away, suddenly returned. Behind him was a man dressed in black security bureau clothing. Uncle! He's the one who robbed me. You must do right by my nephew. Chapter 14, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. The sudden situation caused everyone to be a bit surprised. but someone in the crowd recognized the person Lu Ming had brought. Hiss. This person is the Linhai City Security Bureau Deputy Director, Lu Yuntao. The moment these words came out, the crowd sighed. This could be said to be the top person in Linhai City. I didn't expect such a big shot to be Uncle Lu Ming, the vice principal's own brother. No wonder there were all rumors that after the principal retired, the vice principal was the next principal. With this relationship, it seemed that it wasn't just a rumor. Kid. Stand still. Lu Yuntao's aura was so strong that it made everyone around him gasp a little. Lin Yi, however, wasn't the least bit intimidated and met him eye to eye. What? Seeing Lin Yi's attitude that didn't take him seriously, Lu Yuntao was enraged. You robbed tens of thousands of spirit stones, and you also intentionally injured, or even attempted murder. Do you recognize these crimes? Ha! Lin Yi wasn't going to be intimidated. He immediately retorted 10,000 spirit stones was just a bet. Lu Ming lost. He compensated me. Talk about robbery? Every pair of ears here have heard the bet at the time. As for the last two charges, I was merely stopping Lu Ming from committing a crime. After all, escaping a gambling debt of tens of thousands. That's not a small charge, is it? Counting up, he still has to thank me, right? How can he still falsely accuse me? Humph. Lu Yuntao was unforgiving, and even came forward with the intention of capturing Lin Yi. Empty words, you think you can fool me? Lu Ming also threatened the people around him at this time. You guys, tell me. Is it true that Lin Yi robbed me of my spirit stones and injured me when I didn't give them to him? There's no such thing as a bet. What's my status? You're not even qualified to talk to me. How can there be a bet with you? The group of people around them who were still sucking up to Lin Yi all lowered their heads. Here were all the students of the first middle school. If they offended Lu Ming, then they would have a hard time in the future. Seeing this, Lu Yuntao wanted to make a move to apprehend Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi was escorted away, these charges would almost kill him by then. Slow down. Su Bingbing stepped forward. At the sight of the visitor, Lu Yuntao, who was still unscrupulous, instantly became serious. Miss Su, what are you doing here? The Su family is a powerful family, and in Linhai City, it is even a side branch of the Wrong Knot, and there are people from the Su family in every department. Although he can't say that he is afraid, but cannot offend or don't offend as well. Su Bingbing helped Lin Yi by saying, I can testify that it was indeed a bet between the two of them. What Lin Yi said is all true. Lu Yuntao also didn't expect Su Bingbing to come forward. But right at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly came over to Lu Yuntao's side and whispered something. After listening, Lu Yuntao immediately changed his attitude. Miss Su. It's not enough for only you to testify. You mean I'm giving false testimony? Su Bingbing was nonchalant and questioned in a cold voice. The bodyguards under her command also took a step forward. But Lu Yuntao was at the very least a third-turn expert, and although they were not opponents, it was they who were loyal to the Su family and were not afraid in the slightest. Lu Yuntao faced this her dissatisfaction but smile face response no. If there's nothing else, I'd better escort the criminal Lin Yi away first. Directly ignoring Su Bingbing. Seeing that Lin Yi was going to take away, Su Bingbing's pink fists clenched tightly, even ready to order his men to stop. Even if he put up a fight, he wouldn't let Lin Yi be taken away unjustly. But Lin Yi was suddenly holding her hand. It's fine, don't be impulsive. Lin Yi advised softly. Su Bingbing was instantly touched by Lin Yi like an electric touch, and the anger in her heart instantly vanished. She nodded with a worried look on her face, then be careful. Don't worry. Lin Yi was confident, then he turned his head to look at Lu Taoyun. You're afraid you're biased if you arrest me now for lack of evidence. There should be quite a few videos in the cell phones of the people around us that record what happened. As soon as these words came out, Su Bingbing's bodyguards immediately collected the surrounding people's cell phones up. One by one, the videos played out, and the content from Lin Yi coming out to Lu Ming provoking to the reversal leapt out. This time Lu Yuntao's face was hard to see, and he glared at Lu Ming, who lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. But at the moment he is still strong humph. Inside also clearly recorded the video of you hurting people. Today you will definitely be arrested by me into the security bureau. Said his body chi erupted. Lu Yuntao LV 55 3rd turn Black Knight. Class B combat profession. This terrifying strength scared the surrounding people into trembling. This was a strong person capable of defending a city. However, Lin Yi wasn't the least bit afraid of him. His tone grew colder and colder. I won't go with you today, said Lin Yi, his right hand seal appearing. Ready to summon the blazing dragon at any time. I didn't expect the old man to see a good show. A voice broke the atmosphere of saber rattling. Only to see an old man whose temples had turned white riding a large reddish-bodied bird appearing in the sky at an unknown time. Everyone else was puzzled as to why the old man was involved in this matter. But Su Bingbing and Lu Yuntao were both shocked. And Lin Yi was also shocked when he saw its aftermath through the eye of true knowledge. Zhang Liuhai LV 85 4th turn Imperial Beastmaster. 4th turn Powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse was a true powerhouse that could stop 10,000 people with one. Even this person could overthrow some small countries. Senior. Lin Yi and Su Bingbing both hurriedly bowed. This turned out to be the duelist who had read that Imperial Beast Point tome he had read earlier. President Zhang. I don't know what you're driving here for? A bad feeling rose in Lu Yuntao's heart. This person wouldn't be coming for Lin Yi, would he? Me. I'm here to save this kid. Zhang Liuhe stroked his beard and pointed at Lin Yi with a smile. Hiss. Su Bingbing looked at Lin Yi in surprise, the meaning under her eyes as if to say good, hiding deep enough. Lu Yuntao was also shocked. These two have different surnames too. What exactly is the relationship between the two? Zhang Liuhe even came in person to save the day. At this moment some of the onlookers also recognized the old man. This old man seems to be the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association and a senior guest secretary of the military. Hiss. I didn't think that Lin Yi had such a relationship. I should have known that I would have come out to testify just now. This president is known for his violent temper. This is a disaster. But Lin Yi's face was full of questions. He didn't even know this person. President Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. Actually just. Lu Yuntao hurriedly explained. But Zhang Liuhe directly interrupted him. You thought wrong. Ah? Lu Yuntao was also dazed by the whole thing. Zhang Liuhe's expression turned serious. It's actually a sighting of Mashus inside the Nava's secret realm. It should be heading towards Lin Yi. I've been ordered by the military to come over to check out the situation and to protect Lin Yi's safety. I don't care what you were just doing, Deputy Lu. I need to take Lin Yi away now to investigate the situation and blockade the entire secret realm. Chapter 15, President of the Beastmaster Association, counting the loot. Yes. Lu Yuntao's head was filled with cold sweat. 1. He was glad that Zhang Liuhe wasn't here to find trouble for himself, and 2. He was scared afterward. Mashus? This was a guy who made people scared, sneaking in and coming into Linhai City. He didn't even know about it. This was a major dereliction of duty. Mashus? The others around felt numb with shock today. Mashus was a character enshrined in textbooks, his terrifying methods widely known. But Lin Yi had survived intact. It was important to realize that there were very few geniuses who had survived Mashus's hands. Many S-class geniuses had been buried in his hands. And Lin Yi, a wasted professional, had managed to survive. Wait a minute. If it wasn't for Mashus, Lin Yi's clearance speed would have been. Suddenly, someone uttered these words. Once again, it gave the crowd a heavy blow in their hearts. Elder. Where are you taking me? Lin Yi politely inquired of Zhang Liuhe, who was standing on the back of the red bird together. Zhang Liuhe stroked his beard and cursed with a laugh. Of course I'm taking you to escape. You don't think I'm really taking you to investigate, do you? Lin Yi didn't expect that to be the answer, before he could even ask a question. Zhang Liuhe continued, if I don't find an excuse to take you away, I'm afraid that guy won't let you go. Even if I wanted to help you, it would be difficult. Lin Yi subconsciously opened his mouth, but stopped in mid-sentence. Zhang Liuhe guessed what Lin Yi was trying to say. You're trying to say that I'm so much higher in rank than him, but you don't think this guy's really afraid of me. If he was truly afraid of my strength, he would have addressed me as senior like you two dolls instead of chairman in one breath. He's only afraid of my background. Lin Yi was enlightened. He hadn't thought that the Imperial Beastmaster was weak to such an extent, but Zhang Liuhe had said so. Then it seemed that the status of Imperial Beastmasters was indeed very low. If it wasn't for Zhang Liuhe's association president and military background, this Zhang Yuntao guy wouldn't even need to be so polite. Thank you, senior, for your advice. Lin Yi cupped his fists in gratitude. There's no need to thank me, count your life as lucky. Zhang Liuhe opened his wine gourd and violently poured a large mouthful into his mouth. Originally, I came to collect your corpse and banish that Mashus, but I never thought you'd survive. I cherish my talent and must not let you suffer. Where is your home? I will send you back, then you go back and cat for a period of time. I will then give you a Royal Beastmaster Association identity. You must add in, as a way of repaying the old man's favor. With this identity, those who don't deal with you won't quite dare to act rashly. Lin Yi's nose turned sour and he couldn't help but be a little touched. This old man was completely helping him. Yet on his lips, he still insisted that he was the one who had suffered a loss in general. Hurry up and point a direction. I'm still in a hurry to go back and get rid of that Mashus. In case he hurts someone by then, it'll be troublesome. Zhang Liuhe urged. Lin Yi saw this and had to be honest that. You don't have to go back. Ha! Zhang Liuhe was about to snap. But Lin Yi's next words thundered him to death. He's already dead. How can that be? You're saying that Mashus is dead? Zhang Liuhe grabbed Lin Yi by the shoulders and confirmed incredulously. It wasn't until Lin Yi pulled up the records. Only then did Zhang Liuhe truly believe it. Hisses. That's horrible, this is Mashus, to die just like that. Zhang Liuhe was astonished, as he was naturally exposed to more things than normal as a high-ranking person. Several years ago, Mashus was also invading China to come, but was targeted by a 100-level powerhouse. But guess what? Surprisingly, it was given back to Mashus to slip away. And now that Mashus had actually died, or at the hands of a high school student, it made him sigh. He stared at Lin Yi's kill record, looking left and right, and then grabbed Lin Yi a moment later. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, simply the future light of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. In his heart, he was more and more glad that he had just helped Lin Yi. He couldn't help but feel smug inside. Those few associations are still pushing it off. They're all a bunch of guys with no eyes. It's still the old man who has the foresight. That's not right. What went wrong? Are you really a Beastmaster? Say it. Are you an advanced profession posing as our great and weak Imperial Beastmaster? He was so surprised that he even forgot his wine gourd and fell straight down into deep space without a firm grip. Ah. My wine. Zhang Liuha looked at the distant wine gourd in pain. But I think you still need to go back. Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. Zhang Liuha was a bit puzzled. Lin Yi followed up with an explanation. I'm afraid I'll be in some trouble if it's revealed that I killed him. You're trying to attribute Monsieur's death to me? Then you're not afraid that I'll take all the credit? Zhang Liuha was also a human savant. In an instant, he guessed what Lin Yi was thinking. In the face of his inquiry, Lin Yi merely smiled. Just take it if you want, senior. It's also my way of repaying the favor. Zhang Liuha burst out laughing at his words. You're really a slippery kid. But you were right to be cautious. Zhang Liuha inquired to Lin Yi as he turned his head. Do you know why I kept saying that I was expelling instead of killing Monsieur's? Lin Yi didn't expect him to ask this all of a sudden. Is there something difficult to tell? Zhang Liuha skimmed his mouth in triumph. It's true that being too smart isn't a good thing. You're overthinking it. There's no such thing as a hidden secret. He's so rampant and abuses our geniuses. Which one of our Chinese people doesn't want to beat him to death? It's actually that he's too hard to chase, and the situation is bad both inside and outside of China right now. The abyssal riots in other countries are on the move, so I can't deploy any manpower at all. I have a decent chance of winning a head-to-head fight, but if he insists on running, I won't be able to catch him, so I can only banish him. Lin Yi keenly noticed the words inside and outside. That's right, there's also constant worry within China. Zhang Liuha's face showed concern. This group of undercover agents has become large. Their roots are so deep that even the higher-ups have their minions, and they've also organized an effective riot organization. So that's why I can't call out that Lu Yuntao for help once he leaves for too long. It's likely that there will be a riot in Linhai City. Hiss. Now Lin Yi had seen a corner of this world. It hadn't occurred to him that the situation in China had gotten this bad. So now this battle record of yours can't be known by anyone else but me, or else you'll attract death. Alright. You go home first, I'll take care of these things. Saying that, he touched out a golden token from his body. This is my token. Come over to me tomorrow evening at the Imperial Beastmaster Association headquarters. Back at home, Lin Yi took a deep breath. He hadn't expected the seemingly safe country of China to be in crisis everywhere. The peace and quiet in front of him was all because his predecessors were carrying their weight. This also strengthened his resolve to become stronger. Only when he was strong enough could he decide his own fate. He opened the panel. A whole bunch of messages popped up. Started counting the loot. Chapter 16. The harvest is full. Request for bookshelf. Ding. Level up. LV9 LV10 requires a turn to unlock higher levels. Existing golden eggs X3. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the novice secret realm Moonlit Night Forest difficult and nightmare modes. Gained experience X 20,000. Reached the equal cap. Please transfer as soon as possible. Ding. Kill LV12 Bat King Bronze Boss 5. Obtain items. Spirit Stone 500. Black Knight Vestment LV12 Silver 1. Ding. Kill LV22 Headed Bat Emperor Silver Boss. Obtain items. Spirit Stone 1000. Drop Black Knight Dharma Hat LV15 Gold 1. Skill Book. Blood Sacrifice Purple 1. Ding. Kill Prometheus LV50 Illusionist. Obtain 1-2 items from the target. Special item. Secret Realm Universal Key. X 1 inch. Black Knight Phalanx Hat Gold. Grade LV15. Attribute Attack Power plus 500. Darkness Damage plus 20%. Special Effect 1. Darkness. Enhances one's darkness attribute skills. Special Effect 2, Corrosion, damage dealt can continuously corrode the target. Lin Yi directly put it on, and the stealth effect was suddenly 2 seconds longer. This staff was considered to have good attributes. The most important thing was that he could strengthen the darkness attribute effect, which was equivalent to his stealth skill being strengthened again. There was also a skill book. Surprisingly, it was a purple level skill. Blood Sacrifice Purple, Skill Book. Effect, after using it, one can learn the A-rank darkness skill, Blood Sacrifice. Skill effect, consume life value to cause friendly units to increase resistance and damage. Learning requirements, level LV15, Spirit Stone X 10,000. This skill caught Lin Yi's eye. This skill was definitely not low enough to be rated as an A-rank increase. However, some of the chicken ribs is, consume the life value to enhance the friendly forces. This skill front row combatants cannot be used. Can only give the back row auxiliary use? But the auxiliary is most afraid of losing blood. But Lin Yi can have life sharing, completely do not need to drop their own blood. Just imagine. The blazing dragon was boosting damage while killing people to recover blood. This stacked up horribly. Lin Yi felt excited just thinking about it. Unfortunately, it was the level that hadn't been reached yet, so it seemed that he could only learn it after the first turn. What he cared about the most was that Mashuz had popped out props like that. Secret Realm Universal Key Special Prop. After carrying it, you will be able to ignore the level restrictions of the Secret Realm. This could be too useful for Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's combat power right now, it was normal for him to cross levels. He wouldn't have to worry about level restrictions after the advanced Secret Realms. The next step was to open the chest and open the egg. Ding! Consume Golden Egg Legendary X3, Synthesize Super Golden Egg Mythical X1. Lin Yi simply opened them all together directly. Ding! You opened the Refresh Record Treasure Chest Gold and obtained Boots of Darkness LV20 Gold, Primary Strengthening Stone X10. Ding! You opened the Refresh Record Treasure Chest Dark Gold and obtained Pet Equipment, Radiant Nuclear Energy LV30 Dark Gold, X1. Ding! You opened the First Pass Treasure Chest Dark Gold, Spirit Stone X1000 and obtained Pandora's Stone Purple X1. Ding! You opened the Super Golden Egg Mythic and gained the Mythic Word, Congratulations and Fortune, X1. The Boots of Darkness had similar special effects to the Staff of Darkness. Lin Yi directly put them on. But to Lin Yi's surprise, these two were a set with the predecessor of the Shadow Robe on himself. Even though they had evolved now, these three pieces together could still trigger a set effect. Ding! Activate set effect, Darkness of Night. When causing being attacked, stealth will not be removed. Not bad at all. Lin Yi directly put them all on, and he looked mysterious in his black Shinla robe. Radiant Nuclear Energy Dark Gold. Grade, LV30. Attributes, life value plus 15,000, attack power plus 800. Special effect 1 laser light, cause lightning damage greatly increased, and can cause chain damage effect, the highest chain of 7 times, each chain damage is 35% of the previous damage. Special effect 2 nuclear energy, recovers 0.1% of your maximum life value per second during battle, and can be increased by 2 times after you leave the battle. Pandora's Stone Dark Gold can be used on LV30 or below Dark Gold level and below equipment, with a small probability of raising the quality by 1 level, a very small probability of raising the quality by 2 levels, and a large probability of causing the quality to be lowered by 1 level. Congratulations for good fortune myth auxiliary class words. Contents, fortune rolls in, good luck. That pet equipment was very good, but currently the Blazing Dragon already had the equipment. It could only wait for the next pet. The second prop was a bit of a cocktail, and it completely spelled luck. A phrase? That was something unheard of. Auxiliary class? Did it mean there was a combat class? Lin Yi tried attaching the phrase to the Blazing Dragon. Degree of fit below 10%, yes no to attach? Note, below 10% will prompt, and vice versa will not. Lin Yi shivered in fear. It was a good thing there was a prompt, or else what he had just added was a complete waste. He also probably understood the effect of this phrase. It was all about how well the phrase fit with the creature or item being attached. It required a very strong eye and insight. Lin Yi thought for a moment and attached it again. Ding! Congratulations in Fortune Mythical, plus, Dragon Beast Necklace Legendary, equals, Brave Necklace Mythical. Beautiful. Lin Yi was ecstatic when he saw the prompt. Sure enough, the Congratulations in Fortune phrase was suitable for use on jewelry and such things. It directly raised the necklace by 1 quality. Pixie Necklace Mythic. Grade, LV1. Special effect 1 superpower, pet level cap plus 10 after wearing it, spirit stone required for pet upgrade 30%. Special effect 2, treasure bowl, plus 50% treasure drop rate. Special effect 3 good luck plus 1. Introduction gathering wealth good helper. Lin Yi jumped up in excitement. The houses that live in the slums are all dilapidated buildings. Below immediately came a shout of cursing. In the middle of the night, you demolished the house ah? Although this trinket didn't come with attributes, the 2 extra special effects that appeared after attaching the words were amazing. This one is enough to make the entire country of China. It was enough to make the entire country of China. No! The entire world was stirred up. It was important to know that the Secret Realm explosion rate had always been very touching. Generally in 1% or so. It's also a bit better on the boss. But the boss also has a mechanism, the first kill is okay. Afterwards, it is also almost the explosion rate. And this equipment is equivalent to directly doubled the explosion rate of 50 times. Special effects 1 more a spirit stone to reduce consumption, is also good. In the later stages of upgrading often hundreds of millions of spirit stone consumption, can definitely save Lin Yi a lot of money. Special effect 3 added the luck attribute. This was a hidden attribute. So far, no one had worked out how these 2 attributes could be boosted. But it was recognized that these were the 2 most important attributes alongside charisma that could be related to NPC goodwill. Luck could raise the probability of probabilistic events, and there was some good luck accompanying it. In short, it was marvelous. Lin Yi had a sudden thought. Taking out the Pandora's stone that had just exploded. His own luck didn't seem too bad, and now with this luck plus 1 effect, Shouldn't be that bad to draw a downgrade, right? Forget it. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ding. You used Pandora's Stone Purple on Radiant Nuclear Energy Dark Gold, triggering a very small probability. The quality has risen 2 levels in a row. Chapter 17, Opening a Mythic Word. Radiant Nuclear Energy Legend. Grade, LV 30. Attributes, life value plus 35,000, attack power plus 4,000. Special effect 1 laser, cause lightning damage greatly increased, and can cause chain damage effect, the highest chain of 7 times, each chain damage is 85% of the last damage. Special effect 2 nuclear energy, recovers 0.11% of one's maximum life value per second during battle, and can be increased by 5 times after leaving battle. Special effect 3, energy storage, can make a skill that is not an AoE, store 1 additional time. The attributes and skill values had been increased tremendously. There was also an extra skill. Special effect 3 was equivalent to an additional permanent recharge scroll. This trip was truly rewarding. Now there was one last thing left to do. Upgrade. Ding. Consume 12,300 spirit stones 30%, Blazing Dragon, leveled up, LV10 LV20 upper limit, please raise the host's level. There were also those 3 reinforcement scrolls. Reinforcement scrolls were a rare commodity, and one was sold outside for at least $100,000. Elementary Strengthening Scroll, can strengthen equipment below LV10, probability of each strengthening reduced by 10%. Strengthening up to +9, initial strengthening success rate is 90%. Normally speaking, there must be at least hundreds of scrolls before it is possible to strengthen all of them, and it must also be a case of good luck. Ding. Use Primary Strengthening Scroll, X10 on Red Inferno Dragon Armor, strengthened successfully to +9. I don't know if it was due to luck +1, but it only failed once in the middle of the process. In the end, the Blazing Dragon's attributes were also raised by a large margin. Pet, Blazing Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV20 10,000 Spirit Stones. Qualification, Legendary First Order. Life value, 62,200. Attack power, 6,800. Talent 1, Origin of Fire SSS grade. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS grade. Skill 1, Dragon's Breath of Fire S grade. Skill 2, Dragon Bloodline SSS grade. Skill 3, Life Incineration SS grade. Skill 4, Fire Dragon's Whistle SS grade. Upanishad Heavenly Fire Destruction. Equipment, LV5 Red Inferno Dragon Armor +9 Legendary. The attributes had about tripled compared to the last time. Now that the Blazing Dragon was facing that bad Emperor again, 2 mouthfuls of dragon breath would be enough to spray him to death. Strength has greatly increased by a wave. It is now imperative to grasp the first turn. Dragon Master First Turn Quest, obtain the transfer material Dragon Soul Stone Gold X1. Good guy. A golden material. This was killing Lin Yi. A counterpart to a legendary level item. The difficulty of obtaining it could be imagined. Lin Yi opened his computer and searched. However, he found that this material was actually the core material for building equipment. It could be said to be a very scarce resource, although it wasn't sold in the mall. But sometimes auctions would appear. As for the price. Hiss. Individual, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Lin Yi almost fainted, the last sale price was a full 10,000. And it was 1 million spirit stones. You should know that the ratio of spirit stones to money was 1 to 1,000. Equivalent to 1 billion Chinese coins. Tick. At this time, the class teacher sent a message, a private message. Remember to come to school tomorrow morning to collect the resources issued by the military. Seeing this message, Lin Yi was like a spring breeze. For professionals whose occupations had just awakened at level A and above, depending on the level, the country would decentralize corresponding resources to support them. This was also considered a form of help for students from ordinary families. He himself was SSS rank. SSS grade resource package. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly. Grabbing it, he checked again. A grade resource pack was 1,000 spirit stones, a set of silver equipment, a blue skill book, a number of reinforcement scrolls, a number of potions, etc., totaling around 3,000 spirit stones worth of stuff. And for every level up of the resource pack, that was 10 times the amount of resources. Lin Yi's SSS level resource pack was worth a minimum of 3 million spirit stones worth of resources. Ha ha ha. The heavens have no mercy. It's really God's favor. Lin Yi was ecstatic and fell asleep. He got up early in the morning. He rushed to school. When he saw Lin Yi, the homeroom teacher looked a little unnatural. He said, "There's only one guaranteed place in the school this time, so logically it should be yours." But the vice school said, "After all, you're a professional. If you can reach the top 10 in the school tomorrow, he will return the spot to you." Bailed out? Lin Yi didn't really care. It didn't matter if there was or wasn't, even if there was a bailout he would still go to the college entrance exam to experience it. I heard that the college entrance examination center was an interdimensional space, different from the normal secret realm. There are real NPCs and new systems there, so there are a lot of opportunities. Moreover, the Jiangnan Academy was at the bottom of the top 10 academies. If it was the Green Dragon and White Tiger, the two highest academies, then he could still care about it for a little while. Let's not talk about this first. Old Ben, just hurry up and give me my resource pack. Lin Yi urged. Good. You must make good use of this resource and try to bail out. After all, you're afraid that it'll be hard to get into a specialty if you're in this Imperial Beastmaster's profession. College entrance exam, said the homeroom teacher, and out came a box. But Lin Yi opened it and was dumbfounded. 10,000 spirit stones, silver sets. Wasn't this a greater resource pack? While Lin Yi was puzzled in his mind, he also saw the O on the labeling. Old Ben, you've got the wrong one here. Lin Yi smiled and handed the item back. But who knew that the homeroom teacher didn't even look at it? He just said with an embarrassed look on his face, "This is indeed your resource pack." Lin Yi also realized something was wrong and changed his tone. Old class teacher, look at this, it's an A-grade resource pack, are you sure? The homeroom teacher also sensed his mood and hurriedly explained, "This is indeed." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi directly interrupted him. Is this another one of Vice School Lu's tricks? At this moment, he already had anger in his eyes. It was obvious that this matter must have something to do with Lu Ming. After all, there were no A-grade resource packs in the entire school besides him. Just as stupid, Lin Yi understood what had happened. This is a decision made by the leaders after discussing the rational allocation of resources. This A-grade resource pack is still what I fought for you. Ha! Reasonable resource deployment. The so-called reasonable is to sacrifice our ordinary students' interests, led to these relations? Fought for. It turns out that not even an A-rank resource package is going to be given to me. That's really too reasonable a deployment. Lin Yi applauded and applauded, his heart infinitely angry. He really hadn't expected them to be so excessive. Surprisingly, they had directly misappropriated their resource packs. But he knew deep down that he didn't have the ability to fight the vice principal. He was in a high position of power and had such a figure as Lu Yuntao behind him. Fighting by himself now was tantamount to blocking a car with his praying mantis. He now only hated himself for being too weak. It's not enough that he can't protect himself. Now even his own interests are being taken away. I must become stronger. Make anyone scorn me. Lin Yi didn't take that A-grade resource pack and directly turned around to leave. Contempt was not something to be disdained. He would personally take back what was his. You must work hard to upgrade. The guaranteed places are important. You're finished if you can't get into the university. Remember to come tomorrow when you study to announce your rankings. The vice principal is asking to talk to you in the morning. The class teacher shouted from behind. Thanks, old class. Lin Yi knew that there was nothing the homeroom teacher could do about this, and he was indeed touched to see him giving so much for himself. After leaving the school, Lin Yi felt a pang of melancholy in his heart. He had thought that his steady transfer had just blown up. It seems that you have to rely on yourself, but from where to get money? His own full pants pockets added up to a dozen or so spirit stones left. The poor man. First go to the Chamber of Commerce to see it. By the way, I harvested this time some things that cannot be used to sell. Chamber of Commerce Union Building. As soon as I walked in, I saw many stalls with the names of different chambers of commerce. Chapter 18, Black and Red is also read. Greetings, sir. Someone soon greeted them warmly. These were all the pimps pulling people from various stalls. Under the pull of a pretty good-looking beauty, Lin Yi arrived at a stall with a plaque that was just over a dozen meters long. Far North Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a woman with heavy makeup immediately walked up. But when he got a good look at Lin Yi's student appearance, without hiding it, he revealed a look of disgust. The woman even complained directly to the pimp who brought Lin Yi here. What's wrong with you lately? What kind of cats and dogs do you bring here? We're at least one of the 3 major chambers of commerce. Can't you keep an eye on the people you bring here? After saying that, he walked away and sat in the distance, not receiving Lin Yi at all. The pimp could only scratch his head awkwardly. I have these things to sell, does anyone have an estimate? Lin Yi didn't care about this kind of dog-eyed guy and directly opened his mouth to ask aloud. But these few shopkeepers all acted as if they hadn't heard him. Nail clippers clipped their nails, cell phone players played with their cell phones, and each of them went about their own business without paying the slightest bit of attention to Lin Yi. It was only then that Lin Yi realized that this wasn't a personal behavior. It was the entire Far North Chamber of Commerce that was acting like this. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't bother to chat about it, and directly turned around and left, walking into the next Chamber of Commerce stall. Sir! Welcome to the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Several enthusiastic young ladies immediately greeted him. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? It hadn't occurred to me that I had mistakenly come to the only force that had recruited me from the school before. Without any nonsense, Lin Yi directly took out several skill books, those equipment and materials that he couldn't use. Ha! The young lady at the reception subconsciously exclaimed. Lin Yi was all student-like, and at a glance, he knew that he was a high school student who had just awakened yesterday. There was no other equipment on his body besides an armor. It looked like a child from a poor family. But what Lin Yi took out was shocking. There were 5 or 6 copies of the Bat King's skill books and equipment. You had to know that a normal brush would only explode a copy 10 times or so. And Lin Yi had so many in his hands. The skill book is roughly 200,000 for one copy and 150,000 for one piece of equipment, plus other materials. Total 3 million, cash or spirit stones? The voice of the girl quoting the price was not small. This shocked the shopkeeper of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce next door. Their single-month performance of the pinnacle was only $1 million. A look of remorse appeared on all of their faces. Hurriedly, they stood at the door and waited for Lin Yi to come out in bulk. $3 million. It was equivalent to 3,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi was also surprised by the price. But on second thought it was normal, after all, the equipment explosion rate was so low. And this wasn't a game. Injuries and deaths were real. To say it was a tongue lashing was about right. In this way, it seems that professionals are really not something that the average person can afford to cultivate. Where the average person can afford to buy these equipments. Relying on oneself to fight. That would be fighting with their lives. Give me another 100 red blood pills and primary spirit recovery potions, and 10 each of acceleration charms, defense charms, and blood burning charms. Lin Yi bought some auxiliary supplies. However, after hearing his words, the clerk outside the door who had previously looked down on Lin Yi from the far North Chamber of Commerce interjected, "Little brother, come and buy from us. We have everything, and the red blood pills are only half their price." Lin Yi didn't pay any attention, but he was a bit surprised. The red blood pill was an elixir that could instantly restore 200 life points, compared to potions that took a long time to recover. It was significantly more popular, and it was very popular amongst low-level professionals. Most importantly, its price was at least 30% cheaper when compared to green-level potions of the same price. This had always been the exclusive treasure of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. It was also the key to the rise of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. But now how come the extreme North Chamber of Commerce also had it, and it looked as if it was halfway to malicious competition? Lin Yi picked up his things and was about to leave when suddenly the shopkeepers in front of him all bent over and bowed in unison. No need to not. Lin Yi was so frightened that he hurriedly tried to pick them up, and only halfway through his action did he realize that they weren't to himself. "Miss." Lin Yi withdrew his hand and scratched his head awkwardly, looking in the direction of the clerk. "It's you. You're here?" The girl in front of her was about Lin Yi's age, and her appearance could be described as stunning. A fair and light goose-egg face, serene and gentle, her hair rolled into a double ponytail draped behind her, and the fragmented bangs on her forehead falling on both sides. Simply every boy's dream girl. This person is the only one who solicited their Lingnan Chamber of Commerce president's sister. At the time, the Lingnan president's name for her at the school gate seemed to be Meow Meow. Meow Meow was also a little surprised to see Lin Yi. "Come with me then. Although I don't understand why my sister has her eye on you, and I don't think you're up to it, but my sister has ordered it. I'll take you to him." River beamed as she finished those words. After saying this, her head raised like a white swan and she left straight away. Lin Yi hurriedly followed with the intention of explaining. But this girl looked short, but she walked with crunching speed. Lin Yi couldn't even open his mouth in time to explain that he just happened to come across it. Ka-ching! She led Lin Yi to the 7th floor, which was the headquarters of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. "Sister!" She opened the door to an office and jumped straight onto the woman at the desk. The woman didn't notice Lin Yi, who followed her in. Laughing, she smacked her ass. "You're getting really skinny. Sis." This gave River a whole shy cry. Hurriedly standing up, her cheeks reddened to her neck. Lowering her head, she didn't dare to look at Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi also covered his face. "I didn't see it, I didn't see anything." Only then did the woman notice Lin Yi. "You're here? Please have a seat." As expected of someone who could be the president, she kicked River out to pour water as if nothing had just happened. "I really appreciate you coming, but we won't let you down." She said something polite. Lin Yi was just about to explain when she followed up with, "Right. My name is Lu Ching, you can call me President Lu, or Sister Lu as well." "No. You don't even let people talk to you? It's really worthy of being born from the same mother's womb." Lin Yi spat in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles as he kept nodding. "I'll get right to the point as well. I want to ask you to be our spokesperson," Lu Ching said bluntly. Hearing this, Lin Yi became interested. "With my current reputation, you're hiring me?" It was obvious from the old class teacher's reaction earlier. The news should have been blocked. Lin Yi was still the same recognized wasted job, the idiot who refused the SS-ranked undead heavenly tribulation mage. It could be said to be infamous. "Ahem. Black and red is also red," said Lu Ching, slightly embarrassed. This was what thundered Lin Yi. "Oh, man. The traffic code is in your hands." Chapter 19, The effects of the blood creation potion shocked the Lu sisters. How about it, you think about it? I can give you up to $10 million in endorsement fees in this aspect of treatment. Lu Qing directly opened his price. In fact, it was already exceptionally much. There was no need for any return down the line, and it wasn't a buy, there were no restrictions. She was also just looking at the fact that Lin Yi was the only traffic point in the world with an SSS-ranked wasted job. It was very good to be able to give this price based on that alone. But it wasn't enough. It was only 10,000 spirit stones, which was only enough for 1% of the transfer materials. Click. Just then the door to the room was suddenly opened. Lu Ming walked in, and she droned, "Sister. How could you give this guy so much endorsement money? Now we have less than a few tens of millions left in our funds." When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately felt something was wrong. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce run by the Lu family was one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in the Jiangnan province. How could it be possible that their entire fortune only amounted to a few tens of millions of dollars? This was completely unreasonable. After all, they weren't an ordinary chamber of commerce, but a chamber of commerce that did business with professionals. The entire chamber of commerce only had a few tens of thousands of spirit stones left. This was simply too unbelievable. Yo! It's really lively. Suddenly a man in mink walked in, and as soon as he came in, he stared at Lu Ming with those lustful eyes. "Yang Ming, show some respect." Seeing the visitor, President Lu immediately rose up in a rage. The man who was called Yang Ming was not the least bit restrained. Instead, he said with a smirk, "Why is President Lu so agitated at the sight of me? Could it be that he likes me?" Said he threw a contract directly onto the table. "I advise you not to struggle. Well, either sign this acquisition, or let meow from me. Otherwise you guys will wait for bankruptcy." After saying that, he directly turned around and left the place. The office was plunged into silence. Meow stood for a while before saying those words with a tangled face. "Sister, it's really not possible." But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Qing. "Shut up. You know how that is a beast, the girl who died in his hands, not 100 or 80, I cannot push you into the tiger's mouth. But we at most hold out for another month. Father died and left the foundation. Is really going to be destroyed in our hands." Meow said, tears are falling down, "Look is so pathetic. You rest assured, sister will definitely protect you." Although Lu Qing was also despondent in her heart, she pretended to be indifferent in order to put her sister at ease. "You believe in sister, I will definitely be able to salvage our foundation." Although she didn't even have confidence in herself when she said this. "I've made you laugh." Lu Qing squeezed out a smile at Lin Yi. "We're working together, how are you considering it?" Lin Yi also roughly understood what had happened. He had heard of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, a myth created by a non-professional who started from nothing. Unfortunately, he had no children at his knees, and he loved his daughter very much. Without letting his daughter suffer a bit, she didn't learn about the chamber's management affairs. This founding father died unexpectedly, and the burden fell on the 2 sisters. Before they had time to grieve, they threw themselves into the fight against their uncle and nephew, the chamber's patriarch. It could almost be said that a large portion of the family's wealth had been melted away. Today, Lin Yi was able to understand something deeper, that there was also the secret targeting of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. This, I'm afraid, is the main factor why the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has almost collapsed. Facing Lu Qing's inquiry, Lin Yi shook his head. "You don't know any better." Lu Ming was furious when she saw his refusal. Now both sides could be said to be at the end of the world, and for Lu Qing, the only hand extended to help, it was unthinkable that Lin Yi would even fall on his sword. "Alas! You go then." Lu Qing was open-minded, regretting but not seething. Lin Yi didn't move, instead he smiled. "You guys misunderstood me." The 2 sisters looked at Lin Yi in surprise, not knowing what kind of drug he was selling. "You want to rely on my endorsement now, to hype up some renewal, right?" Facing Lin Yi's question, Lu Qing nodded without avoiding it. But Lin Yi sighed. "You really don't know how to do business. I can only tell you that the end result of this is definitely a waste of money, and it might even be counterproductive." It seemed that Lu Qing was really desperate and was desperate for help. Hearing his words, the 2 sisters' interest instantly rose. They wanted to see how much insight this kid, who was nothing more than a high school student, could have. Lin Yi didn't sell the idea, he directly explained, "First of all, I'm helping you. If I'm heartless, I'll just take the endorsement fee and pat my ass and leave. First of all, black and red is also red, I don't deny that. But you seem to be forgetting a problem, that is, the so-called red is actually essentially the behavior of eyeballs. People are attracted, but whether to generate revenue, that still depends on the product itself. If we don't have products with core competitiveness, but what we have other chambers of commerce also have, then why should people come here to buy? Other people have too much attitude towards me or looking at the joke. You ask me to endorse, it's like letting fresh meat to endorse fitness protein powder." By this point Lu Qing's face was unsightly, Lin Yi's word for word. But it did leave her with no way to refute it. It seemed that the road of asking Lin Yi to endorse would not work at all. "Yeah. The core competitiveness of the product, we also have no. Lu Qing mouth red we Lingnan Chamber of Commerce too big technology medical red blood Dan father deceased to sell out to the extreme north Chamber of Commerce, equipment Xian turtle armor drawings also because of the separation of the family was divided away. This extreme north Chamber of Commerce every store is open in our next door, also malicious bidding intends to crush us, once we fell red blood Dan was monopolized by them. The more Lu Qing spoke, the more desperate he became. Poof! A mouthful of blood was spat out. This gave Lu Ming a frightening worry sister, are you alright? Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly took out a bottle of potion and handed it over. Drink this, it'll ease it a bit. No. Lu Qing waved her hand in rejection, but she suddenly noticed that the potion in Lin Yi's hand appeared to be something she had never seen before. After seeing the effects of the potion, she instantly spewed out even expletives. She took the blood-forming potion and said with amazement, this potion can simply be divine, it can take care of the lower market as well as the middle and upper market. It can be said that this potion can almost take down the entire potions market. Lin Yi smiled in his heart when he saw her. Luckily, he had saved a potion earlier and it became a success. This is from the Secret Realm explosion, right? Lin Yi nodded. Getting the expected answer, Lu Qing was a bit disappointed. Ugh, it's a pity. She still had some experience. Secret Realm items were basically linked to difficulty, and the cost of acquiring this thing was feared to be far more than its own value. However, she did have some curiosity about Lin Yi. The fact that Lin Yi could have this thing meant that he had come up with it, but Lin Yi was a wasted job. If only I had a crafting scroll, Lu Qing so casually lamented. But Lin Yi answered. If there really is one, what price are you willing to pay for it? Chapter 20, Pulling Each Other's Backs, Overwatch Lin Yi? The moment these words came out, Lu Qing instantly became agitated. What did you say? She looked at Lin Yi in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. She naturally understood what it would mean if she could make this blood creation potion in bulk. In the face of such an agitated Lu Qing, Lin Yi replied calmly, I'm only talking about what if. Lu Qing was no fool. How could this teenager look like he didn't have it? He was testing himself. At this moment, Lu Qing's heart was a bit shocked, and by now he finally understood. The teenager in front of him definitely made this plan from the beginning, otherwise he wouldn't have analyzed and emphasized the importance of competing products to himself. Now but still is only two kinds of possibility. One is to guard themselves, after all, the value of this thing, once exposed by the murder of the goods is not impossible. The second possibility is that they want to raise the price. Lu Qing unbelievably looked at the young man in front of only 18 out of his head, so the city really just this age should have? Lin Yi saw Lu Qing did not say anything, the surface is very calm, drink a mouth of tea. In his heart, he was panicked. Now is in the bet. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it, he said. He will not because in front of the two beauties will be taken lightly. After all, at this moment, people have been forced to the desperate situation. Even if it is the usual for the big good people of the guy, to the desperate will do what kind of things may also say. If he dared to go to other chambers of commerce to sell this scroll, it is not impossible to end up killing people. However, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was good for Lin Yi at the moment, because the more people lost, the more they would throw their weight around. It would also be safer for himself and easier to raise the price. Things were also developing as he expected, and Lu Qing was even beginning to speculate if Lin Yi had something up his sleeve. It was likely that the thing wasn't even on his person. If there really is this thing, I'm willing to pay $1 billion for it, Lu Qing said on the spot. Sure enough. Lin Yi was a bit surprised to hear this. It seemed that Lu Qing still had hidden funds. This price is also too low. I feel like the value of this thing has to be doubled tenfold at the very least. Lin Yi knew that Lu Qing definitely couldn't put the price in place at once. She definitely had more funds, so she simply opened the price directly herself. As expected, Lu Qing surprisingly wasn't the first to retort. Instead, she hesitated. It seemed like there really was. Sis. Don't believe him, the value of this scroll is so precious, at least it has to be a gold-level scroll or above. This kind of thing can belong to the treasure of the town. Lu Miao is at this moment to interject. Yes. Lu Qing was also alerted by such a reminder. Could it be that this guy in front of him was really assuming with himself? Lin Yi also felt that he was in trouble, although these two chicks both looked quite dull. But it was a bit tricky to work with them. There was no way he would take out the scroll without receiving a price. One had to be on guard against anything, it was basic to surviving in the chaotic world. But how to prove oneself? Snap! Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and threw a token onto the table. The back of the golden token was carved with flying birds and beasts, trees and flowers, none of which were very spiritual. There were also 5 large, powerful words engraved in the center: Imperial Beast Master Association. Lu Qing was a little puzzled as to why Lin Yi had taken out this token. But when she picked it up, she subconsciously opened her mouth wide. Surprise filled her face. It was because of the word president that was boldly engraved on the front. That was a fourth rotation powerhouse, one of the few in the entire Jiangnan province. And since Lin Yi had this strongman's token in his hand, didn't that mean? It also confirmed that Lin Yi was definitely not bragging. But the most I can squeeze out of my hand is $10 billion. Lu Qing, however, was still frowning. Even if there were a few more billions, there would definitely be a chamber of commerce that would buy it, and their own chamber would be completely uncompetitive. No harm done. $10 billion to sell you is fine. Lin Yi's words immediately gave her hope. Lu Qing was surprised. Lu Qing hadn't expected Lin Yi to choose their Lingnan Chamber of Commerce either. Lu Qing didn't hesitate to take out a small brocade box. It was pushed directly in front of Lin Yi. We don't have any cash on hand, this is worth $10 billion. Lin Yi didn't directly put the thing away, he whirled around and took out the scroll and threw it over. He also followed it up with, but I want 50% of the net profit of this potion. Lu Qing's face fell. In her heart, she was surprised that Lin Yi dared to bring the scroll with him, even with a background like the Imperial Beast Association. Other chambers of commerce might not be unable to get their hands on it in front of money. And the way Lin Yi looked just now, he didn't look like he was scared at all, making it impossible to think that the scroll was on him. Could it be that Zhang Liuha was hiding in the shadows for protection? Right. It had to be so. This is too much. This belonged to Lin Yi's lion's share. Lu Qing would never agree to it. However, Lin Yi was very calm and just said, "You'll know if you open the scroll and take a look." As soon as he opened the scroll, Lu Qing was shocked. The bone-breeding grass and blood-creating flower are surprisingly all low-level materials, except for this infinite flesh and blood. The cost of construction is too low. Lu Qing hadn't expected this potion's cost of construction to be so low at all. It was completely out of her expectations. This infinite blood flesh is? She inquired doubtfully. Lin Yi also told her truthfully, it's something from the nightmare mode of the Moonlit Night Forest Novice Mysteries. The lower the cost meant the greater the profit. The price of 10 billion could be considered a buyout price, yet Lin Yi asked for 50% of the profit in one sentence. Of course she wouldn't agree, but after thinking about it she was taking some advantage. It could almost be said that she had saved herself from a life of fire, and she knew how to be grateful. 15%. Lin Yi shook his head no and was just about to open his mouth. Lu Miaomia interjected again, "You're so annoying, I thought you were a good person. Didn't think you were as hateful as that Yang Ming. You're both bad." With that, she ran out with tears in her eyes. Lu Qing also hurried after her to comfort her. Just like that, Lin Yi was left alone. Were these two sisters acting? Lin Yi couldn't help but doubt it in his mind, but he dared to take the stuff out first. There was no worry about the other party running away. He didn't wait, instead he left first. After a while, the two sisters finally arrived at the office. However, Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen. "Shadow!" Lu Qing called out. A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and if Lin Yi was here, he would be able to see that it was actually a third-turn powerhouse. "Miss. He's gone far away, want to?" said the guy who called himself Shadow, making a neck-wiping motion. "No way. Behind him is Zhang Liuha. Maybe at this moment, Zhang Liuha is nearby protecting him, otherwise why would someone as smart as him carry something on his body?" Lu Qing immediately overruled him. "And we can't do such nasty things, otherwise what's the difference between us and the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce?" Shadow's voice was still cold. "Master explained to me before he died, my only task is to protect Mrs. Safety. I will eliminate any possibility of accidents. Who knows if he was sent by the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce or if the follow-up will leak outwards. Kill him. Taking away the scroll is an absolutely surefire deal. If I wasn't afraid that this kid would hurt you guys, I probably would have done it a long time ago. Lin Yi would be glad he had a defensive stance all along if he were here." "Heard us?" Lu Qing was a bit puzzled. Both herself and her sister were professionals. The level wasn't high, but they were facing a freshly awakened high school student. This worry seemed superfluous. "Humph. This kid doesn't look as simple as he seems, he's already leveled up to 10. Shadow directly nailed Lin Yi's level. The moment this was said, both sisters had shocked looks on their faces. One had to realize that the high school student had only awakened yesterday. To reach level 10 today, this efficiency was simply unique. And you can see that he seems to be relaxed, but he's negative behind his back. His hand has been choking, ready to release his pet at any time. The most important thing is that I've already surveyed the surroundings and didn't find Zhang Liuha figure. This is all his psychological warfare." Shadow's words were like dropping a bomb into the water. No one had expected such a high school student to have such a terrifying city. Carrying such an expensive item, yet he was able to calmly deceive everyone. Trick them all. Even that token is largely fake. Kill him, permanent aftermath, any conspiracy will dissipate, and we can still get back our $10 billion. The Dark Shadow's words seemed to be emotionless, but they set a person's life and death in a trance. That's just it. The scroll has been given to us after all, we can't gamble and we can't harm people's lives. Lu Qing sighed. Although this guy is a bit greedy, he is definitely a talent. Let's see if we can recruit him in the future. The profit is still left 15% for him as well. Lin Yi left the building and directly disappeared in stealth. Ha! The person was still here just now. This guy actually knows the assassin's stealth technique? Dark Shadow, who had been quietly following behind him, said incredulously. But assassin stealth level 1 is only 3 seconds, I'd like to see where you can run to? Chapter 21, the super elite small club arrives at the moonlit night forest. The Shadow inspected the surrounding area for a long time. Yet there was still no sign of Lin Yi. How was this possible? He was in an uproar in his mind. A 10th grade high school student had just slipped away from his eyes. Back home, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so cautious all this way, so let's hope it wasn't redundant. He also had a direction in mind for what to do next. He had to hurry to the Imperial Beastmaster Association and grab an identity to use as a talisman. This chairman's token wouldn't last long before it would be recognized. He opened the brocade box. Dragon Soul Stone Gold, material with a very strong chakra effect, a necessary material for making legendary equipment. Lin Yi had never expected it to be the Dragon Soul Stone. This would save himself the time of having to wait for the auction to auction this thing off. Ding! Consuming the transfer material, Dragon Soul Stone Gold. Congratulations on completing the first turn quest. The level cap is raised to LV30. Materials required for the second turn. Click for details. Ding! Raised to LV20 to unlock skill sharing, LV30 to unlock Dragon Bond. Ding! Level up LV10 LV13 4500 125000. Obtain Golden Egg Legendary X3. Ding! Consume Golden Egg Legend X3 and synthesize Super Golden Egg Myth X1. After the first turn, one's attributes were also improved. The effect of the new career skill was also simple, that the more dragons one contracted, the stronger the dragons would be. A very simple effect. At the same time, he directly rose 3 levels in a row. After synthesizing the Super Golden Egg, Lin Yi directly opened it. Ding! Open the Super Golden Egg Mythic and obtain Mechanical Dragon Legendary X1. Lin Yi directly jumped onto the bed. This was too cool. Surprisingly, he had directly opened a mythic quality dragon. Mechanical dragons, as the name suggests, are like dragons of future technology. Lin Yi opened its panel. He was shocked like the first time he saw a fiery dragon. Pet, Mechanical Dragon Initial Form. Level, LV1070 Spirit Stones. Attribute, Dragon Mechanical. Qualification, Legendary 7th Order. Life value, 8800. Attack power, 750. Talent 1, Mechanical Core SSS Grade, a mechanical creature with the strongest technological energy for billions of years in the future, possessing an inexhaustible energy source, can transform into any form to arm the host, and completely inherits its own attributes. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS Level, the dominance of the supreme race is invincible, any creature encountered by the dragon will be suppressed from the ancient bloodline, damage plus 30%, damage 30%. Skill 1 Laser Cannon Laser Gun S Grade LV7, inflicts penetrating damage on 5 100 straight lines, inflicting 480,220% damage. 2 laser guns rise from the shoulder, firing at 71 rounds per second, inflicting 35% of the attack power of the target within a radius of 100 free to switch. Skill 2, Mechanical Dragon Bloodline SS Grade Not Upgradable, full attributes plus 100%, toughness plus 30%, dodge plus 30%, reduce magic physical damage received by 50%. Skill 3 Energy Stealing SS Grade LV7 Each kill a target not lower than its own level, can be stacked 1 point of energy, each point of energy gained, can enhance its own life value of 20 points attack power 1 point energy points 0 1000, each enhancement of 10 levels, the energy point ceiling to enhance the 700 100 points. Skill 4 Energy Lightsaber SS Grade L to be unlocked LV10, can control 10 energy swords, each energy sword has 120% speed and 50% attack damage, can be merged and fused. Each hit the target additional 10% armor breaking effect, can be stacked full into the damage deepening, can still be stacked. Skill 5 Forbidden Demon SS Grade to be unlocked LV30 Pulling energy to stimulate the magnetic field. Causes the target within a range of 50-50 to fall into a forbidden state, lasting 12s, unable to use any skills. Cannot be exempted or eliminated. To be unlocked. Introduction Mechanical Dragon, one of the supreme dragon gods, flesh and blood affliction, mechanical ascension. Hiss. Very strong. Even the base attributes were higher than the previous level of Blazing Dragon. This was the benefit that came from leveling up. It was a pity that it had only reached the 7th rank. It was still a long way from awakening the Upanishads. What Lin Yi liked most was the armed effect of that talent. When he opened his next skill, skill sharing, he could become a warrior. He had all the skills of the dragons under his command, as well as the attributes of a mechanical dragon. One's own problem of always being a fighter had also finally been solved. But this upgrade cost 7 times. A full 7 times. Meaning that if Lin Yi wanted to upgrade his mechanical dragon to level 10, at the very least, he'd still need a full 10,000 spirit stones. That's $10 million. That was a surprisingly large amount to spend. This was why Lin Yi was asking for a 50% profit. He had the strength to get this money, and he also needed it at the same time. Otherwise, without spirit stones, one's path to cultivating pets would be greatly hindered. Lin Yi didn't rest too much. He had already wasted a lot of time today with so many things going on. It was getting late. He had to hurry and go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association's headquarters. The headquarters was next door to Jiangnan Base City, and it wasn't too far to take the high-speed train there and back. At the same time, Lin Yi set off. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had also gathered a LV-10 man elite squad. These squads were all wearing silver equipment, and their weapons were even gold equipment. Their occupation level was basically D or above, and they were really strong teams. It could almost be said that they could do a sweep of the major novice Secret Realms Nightmare mode. Nightmare level Secret Realm output materials are generally very few. After all, there are very few players who can pass the Nightmare difficulty Secret Realm. Generally, teams were formed by the Chamber of Commerce, or specialized in this kind of mercenaries who collected materials. Under Shadow's covert protection, the two sisters arrived at the Moonlit Night Forest Novice Secret Realm. Sorry, this place is blocked. But soon some military men were stopping them. Chapter 22, The Grey Mansions. How could there be people from the military here? The three were puzzled. This place has been blocked. Forward movement is prohibited. The military directly stopped them. Is it convenient to ask why this place is blocked off? Lu Qing directly flashed his family's token. Right now, the outside world did not know that the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of collapse. Naturally, there was still some reverence. Although the blockade had been in place since yesterday. The content that was about to be announced wasn't a secret, and the soldier told the original story. Mashus sneaked into the Chinese territory yesterday and came to this novice secret realm to intercept and kill the geniuses. Hiss. The name of Mashus was a frightening sight to any low-level professional. After all, no one wanted to meet such a monster while isolated in the secret realm. Lin Yi. The two sisters looked at each other. People were definitely coming for him, but yesterday Lin Yi was standing in front of them in perfect condition. It was amazing that he had survived. Could it be luck? The two of them guessed at the same time in surprise. But it's rumored that Mashuz was already beheaded by Elder Zhang just a short while ago. The soldier said this. His face couldn't help but overflow with pride. I guess it will be unsealed soon. Speaking of this, both sisters were a bit curious. Who was that senior surnamed Zhang? It's simply a role model for us. Is it the god-level powerhouse senior Zhang Tianjian, or is it that white tiger war god from the legend of the Zhenjiang border? It's senior Zhang Liuha. The soldier was asked this by the two of them, and in turn, he scratched his head in some embarrassment. Once this answer came out, in turn, several people were dumbfounded. Although Zhang Liuha wasn't weak, the gap between him and the person they had imagined could be huge. They also only thought that only these few bigwigs were capable of taking down Mashuz, and they completely never imagined that it was Zhang Liuha. Hiss. Zhang Liuha's status definitely needs to be raised upwards after this battle. Lu Qing muttered on his lips. Apply for it, we do have something important. Lu Qing also had his own channels, and after contacting them, he was finally able to enter early. Sister. You quickly, look. Lu Miao suddenly grabbed Lu Qing's arm and shouted excitedly. Lu Qing was a bit speechless, but when he followed his gaze and looked over, he also opened his mouth in the same surprise. On the Secret Realm Pass rankings, Lin Yi had a proud record. 10 minutes to clear the difficult Abyss Secret Realm. This strength was simply terrifying. They looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting Lin Yi to be so powerful. Could it be that there was a real reason why Lin Yi was asking for 50% profit? Let's go into the secret realm first. Seeming to sense that the atmosphere wasn't right, Shadow broke the deadlock. You can rest assured. If he can pass so quickly, it's okay for us to specify. Maybe this secret realm is just faster. That team confidently packed their bags. But it took a long time to get in. A full 7 hours. There wasn't a single movement, and the two sisters even wondered if they had died inside. Every extra bit of time they spent inside made them a little more surprised at Lin Yi. Was this the speed at which a person could clear a level? For those 7 hours, they had even negotiated a price. The price for hiring 10 people for each brush of the secret realm was 10 spirit stones, plus other materials, labor, and transportation. The cost was roughly 15 spirit stones, and the final pricing was at 20 spirit stones. This was considered a relatively reasonable price. Thump! A sudden sound appeared, and the opening of the secret realm exit instantly made all three of them come to life. Groups of 10 people walked out one after another. But none of them all had haggard, gray faces. The 10 people just touched the real world and directly collapsed on the ground at once. Too tired. It was really too tiring. Lu Qing sensed something was wrong, but still harbored hope and inquired, "How's it going? Ms. Lu, you'd better hire someone else for this job. We really won't sell our lives for 10 spirit stones." But who knew that the leader of the people even directly said the words to resign? The words were filled with exhaustion. The equipment and potions are all from our Chamber of Commerce, and it's given back to the 10 spirit stone price. Could it be that this you guys can't take a secret realm? Lu Ming said with dissatisfaction. If you guys are like this, we'll go hire a mercenary group to brush materials. However, that person didn't have a trace of fear when he heard this. Instead he scoffed, I'm a mercenary group, or the #1 material mercenary group in Lin Yi City. I'm just out to make extra money, I'll be honest with you. Even if the material mercenary corps came, they would still be at their wits' end. We just entered the secret realm was an illusion to be trapped for a few hours, crossing that blood river we are more fumbling for 3 or 4 hours, it is not easy to get to the back, finally can be frontal fights, we are not allowed to kill the monsters on the difference between the boss. This is to realize that there is no infinite flesh and blood that you want, this is to return to go to the blood sea brush. But that sea of blood monster but will split, I visually estimate that to clear the entire sea of blood need to kill at least 10,000 bloodworms, and even do not know it's split in the end or not. This worm will also self-detonate, 10,000 worms. Oh, even if it's a level 31st turn elite squad, I'm afraid that they can only leave in disgrace. That's why wanting to obtain the infinite blood and flesh of this secret realm is simply impossible. This is the mechanism blood sea is just can only cross over, break the mechanism no one can do it. After saying this person took off his equipment and directly led the team away. As for the medicine, early used up and even backed up a little. They also left a sentence the difficulty of this secret realm can be said to be the strongest I've ever seen in the secret realm of novices, this first place can reach this speed, I admire him. You guys might have a glimmer of hope if you look for him. These words were like a heavy blow to their hearts. The strongest thing about the blood creation potion was that it was applicable to strong people of any strength level. This was also the reason why Lu Qing did not hesitate to take the scroll. No matter how high the construction cost was, it could be sold for a price. Even if the cost was 10,000 spirit stones, there would be very powerful people who would buy it if they sold it for $15,000. 10% instant life value recovery was the key to locking down the battle for these powerful people. But right now, they couldn't even collect a single material, so how could they even talk about selling it? It couldn't be built at all. It was only at this moment that Lu Qing realized that this guy Lin Yi wanted 50% of the net profit, most likely because he knew the key to collecting infinite flesh and blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for a cut. After all, asking for a cut meant that he knew how to create revenue. But how in the world could you sell me drawings and then jam me on the production materials? This was simply extortion. She couldn't afford to get angry at being put on the spot by Lin Yi, and it was imperative that she knew Lin Yi to ask how exactly to collect the infinite blood and flesh. Go! Investigate Lin Yi's address and go to his house immediately. Lu Qing immediately gave her decision. Chapter 23, Gangnam Base City. Wow! Worthy of being Jiangnan Base City. Lin Yi sighed at the big city scenery. He took a taxi and went straight to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. But just as he tried to walk inside, he was stopped. Hey! Idle people are not allowed to enter. No reservation to catch. Yo! Lin Yi hadn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Look! Lin Yi directly took out his token. The man's mouth was still saying a high school student doesn't go back to prepare for the college entrance exams, what's the point of wandering around here, it's not a place where you can come. But before he could finish his sentence, his knees went weak and he almost knelt down for Lin Yi. President order. Big brother, it's me who has no eyes, but don't tell on me. He was in tears. It's the little one who doesn't know him to tie. It's the little one's fault. Said he slapped himself on the side. It looked like he really didn't want to lose this job. Lin Yi saw this and waved his hand. Alright. That's it, no looking at people with colored eyes in the future. We're serving the people, no distinction between noble and lowly. After saying that, Lin Yi walked inside the association. Lin Yi hung the token at the most conspicuous position on his waist. The journey was unhindered and he met the president amidst the respectful shouts of the crowd. You're here? Zhang Liuha saw Lin Yi in front of him. Lin Yi took out his treasured tea and brewed some. Good tea. Lin Yi took a sip and only felt as if his attributes had gone up. Ding! Attributes up, life value plus 1000, attack power plus 100. It was only then that he realized it wasn't an illusion on his part. Without thinking that this tea had this kind of effect, he hurriedly drank a few more mouthfuls. It was a pity that there was no more boosting of attributes next. Zhang Liuha opened his mouth and inquired, where's my token? When Lin Yi returned the token to him, he also received another identical token. However, the word president had changed to senior member. Yo! A member is a member, but they even added the word senior. The Imperial Beasts Association looked like a dish, but its style was not small. Thank you. Lin Yi looked at it and put it away. You aren't excited? Zhang Liuha couldn't help but be a little surprised to see that Lin Yi didn't react at all. The association's newest edition was supposed to require the best of the best amongst the Imperial Beastmasters, not just anyone could join the association. This was a senior member status, and one had to be at least a second turn to obtain it. Ordinary members had almost no rights and benefits, at most they could load up on coins. But a senior member was very different. If something happened to Lin Yi, the members, who were also third-turn powerhouses, would be able to step in and help. This was a backdoor that he himself had opened for him. Why get excited? Lin Yi, however, was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this just a broken token? Is there any distinction? This son has a heart of gold. Zhang Liuha sighed in his heart. Right. I've taken care of the matter of the Mashus you killed. Now this time period should be spreading the news that I killed Mashus. There's also the fact that killing a character like Mythos will be rewarded by the military. But it will have to wait until they confirm it, about 2 or 3 days before it will be handed out. At that time I will give you this trophy that belongs to you. Zhang Liuha finished speaking and continued brewing up the tea. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to have an extra harvest. At the same time, he asked Zhang Liuha a question. Do you know how to cultivate the level of a favored beast? As the fabricator of the Imperial Beast textbook, it was of course most appropriate for Lin Yi to ask him. You've asked the right person for this. Zhang Liuha was very happy. It was like an old professor with an unasked-for specialty finally welcoming his favored disciple. This pet beast's level cultivation is actually very diverse, such as medicinal baths, feeding materials, living environment, and even battles and so on. But the cultivation of pet beasts is difficult. Thought it's almost impossible to find a pattern. One can only make trial and error one by one and feel their way around, and there are even people who can't find their pet beasts evolving for the rest of their lives. Said this can't help but sigh, shook his head and continued. Low level a little pet beast is okay, the higher the quality of the trial and error cost is higher, can't afford it. Alas! This is also a common problem for beast masters. The resources required for a beast are at least 10 or 100 times that of cultivating a human powerhouse of the same level. Taming a favored beast also requires the creature to be beaten to the point of serious injury. The success rate of the contract is also related to the professional level of the Imperial Beast Master, and there is no reward for the death of a tamed creature. And the Imperial Beast Master has almost no combat power before the pet is molded. It requires multiple strong people to support the Imperial Beast Master rank together, seriously injuring high-level demonic beasts, but also a large amount of resources to cultivate the Imperial Beast rank, the manpower and material resources consumed, more than 100 times off. Hearing this, Lin Yi could sort of understand why the Imperial Beastmaster this had been and was so despondent. But old me still cultivated a favored beast that awakened the Aeon after the 9th rank. Zhang Liuha had a smug look on his face. Once again, he released the flaming bird. Fiery Flame Sparrow LV80 Dark Gold 9th Order. How about it? Envious, aren't you? I'm telling you, there's definitely a world of difference with or without an AoE pet. If I go down with this one AoE, even a strong person of the same level will have to retreat for 3 points. Do you want me to unleash my Upanishad to give you a feel of the difference? It's also a way to give you, the youngster, a little psychological shadow, so that you can quit being arrogant and try to catch up with the old man. Lin Yi shook his hand. Forget it, your AoE is too powerful. In case of accidental injury that would be bad. Alright, I was going to let you have a long look, so let's wait for the next time we have the chance. While you still have a long way to go before this awakening Upanishad, I can help you with counseling if needed. Said Zhang Liuha. Also took out a ledger. This is my awakening Upanishad road in various ways, probably spent nearly 10 billion, also considered lucky, successfully cultivated out of this firebird. Put. Lin Yi directly spat out a mouthful of tea. It took so much money to raise a dark gold level to the 9th rank. Not to mention the luck of the draw. This legendary level of his own. I just don't dare to think about it. Lin Yi would not dare to let him give himself advice now. I don't have the money to try and be wrong. I don't know what to do. Lin Yi was now at a loss as to what he should do in order to raise his dragon bloodline level. Knock knock. I'm coming in. The door to the room was knocked on, and an old man whose age was comparable to Zhang Liuha's walked in. You're just in time, I'll introduce you to him. Zhang Liuha hurriedly stood up when he saw the visitor and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. This old man is also the principal of your Linhai city. It seems to be the 13th middle school, right? Zhang Liuha recalled. Anyway, it's that worst middle school. That 13th middle school principal was instantly displeased. I say, old Zhang, your 13th middle school is just 13th middle school. What's the point of talking about the worst school? He then looked at Lin Yi. You're the genius that old Zhang has been bragging about in my ear for the past 2 days, right? To be able to kill Mashus and pass the secret realm in a short period of time, you're an absolute genius. Tight roll. What? Didn't we agree to keep it a secret? Lin Yi's face was filled with doubt. Why was this Liuha still such a loudmouth? Seeing Lin Yi's doubts, Zhang Liuha gave him a peace of mind and said, we grew up together when we were wearing diapers, don't worry. Chapter 24 Level Ranking, Recognized Floor Tiles. Lin Yi. So it turns out. If you have any trouble, look for him. After all, in Linhai City I can't be there all the time. Speaking of this, Lu Hua even paused for a moment. It was as if he had remembered something. Your municipal league is about to start, so make sure you get the top 10. Zhang Liuha revealed to Lin Yi in previous years, the rewards for the top 10 of the major municipal leagues were all materials, and as the situation became more and more tense, the country began to vigorously cultivate newborn combatants. It just so happens that this year, an ancient relic has appeared at the junction of Jiangnan Base City and Linhai City. This year, it will be chosen to open it up as a reward for the municipal league, which is both a danger and a heavenly opportunity. Ancient relic. That's equivalent to a similar secret realm, but at a higher level copy. The only difference was that the ancient ruins weren't copies that would constantly reset. The traces in the ruins will not be refreshed and reset. The sooner you enter, the better your chances. The earlier you enter, the better your chances. Inside, there are abundant materials, ancient relics, exotic treasures, etc., and there may even be the inheritance of some ancient great powers. Only you cannot think of. I didn't expect this opportunity to hit the Linhai students this year. Lin Yi would definitely capitalize on it. Back on the high-speed train. Before Lin Yi left the association, he took the initiative to ask President Zhang to block off the secret realm for a little while longer. At this point, the two sisters should have finished looking at the secret realm. He was guessing. With their intelligence, these two would never have guessed that their opponents were staring at their movements. As expected, there was soon an extreme North Chamber of Commerce eyewitness who went back to report. Humph. These two chicks are still struggling, there's no need to know what kind of moves they're going to make, spend money to buy that secret realm first. Any tricks are useless. But when they went back they were told that the blockade had been tightened again. They couldn't even get in anymore. This was the power of the military, and even their Chamber of Commerce would have a hard time interfering. Lin Yi had also determined his next goal. Rapidly increase his strength. Now that he himself had turned one. The level cap was raised to LV30. With the necklace, the two big dragons can even be raised to LV40. So even if you're going to face a third-turn powerhouse head-on, it's not like you don't have a chance of winning. That is not without a chance to win. In the time it took for him to return, the two sisters also came to Lin Yi. The two sisters also came to Lin Yi residence, after learning from the neighbors that Lin Yi left early. The shadow also gave an account of his unauthorized act of going forward to assassinate. You ah. How can you take matters into your own hands? He must have found out that you were scared away. Lu Qing was annoyed at the moment, but there was nothing he could do about this father leaving his men. It seems like he's really a fake, otherwise Zhang Liuha would be nearby. He wouldn't have escaped. Shadow clenched his hands. An ordinary man has fooled us, why don't I go and arrest him? If he doesn't tell us how to obtain the infinite flesh and blood, I'll kill him. Enough. People were talking to us nicely from the start, and we were the ones who slacked off. We even threatened people's lives, with this person being so terrifyingly minded. If he really wants to run we won't be able to catch him. Lu Ming finally realized her mistake. She pinched the corner of her coat and blamed herself with remorse. If it wasn't for my own capriciousness, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened. Lu Qing didn't say anything. In fact, she was the one who was most responsible here. She indeed didn't want to get entangled with Lin Yi, which was why she took advantage of the situation to leave. Not long after they left in frustration, Lin Yi returned to Linhai. He didn't realize that he had happened to miss them, but he was a bit puzzled that this Lu family sister was still really composed. LOL. The chickens raised on the neighbor's aunt's balcony chirped early in the morning. Lin Yi for so many years' pressure did not have to set an alarm clock, all rely on its song to get up. Lin Yi didn't want to go to the school ranking ceremony. But ever since Zhang Liuha handed himself over yesterday, Lin Yi had put the matter of the league on his mind. The ancient ruins were not something to miss out on. The municipal league appeared to be where the top 10 from each school participated, and then the champions were decided after the battle matches. Just after arriving at school, many of his classmates gathered on Lin Yi. Among them were those who had witnessed Lin Yi's passage through the secret realm that day. Joyful news! Yesterday, our Imperial Beastmaster Association's Lord President Zhang chased down the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's Meshus and successfully killed him. This broadcast was once every hour from yesterday until now. It could be seen how important Meshus was. Hiss! 100-level powerhouse failed to decapitate Meshus. President Zhang is really powerful. Also both Imperial Beastmasters, how can the gap be so big? This Lin Yi has a smirk on his face. I'm afraid he's not starting to fantasize that he'll become such a character in the future. Ha! Luckily found some bug to pass a newbie secret nightmare mode. Look at his smug face. I'll tell you guys a little news, if there's no top 10 without his rank, the guaranteed spot is gone. Ha ha ha. That's the best, really God is still sensible. This kind of trash is also worthy of guaranteed transportation, joke. How is it possible to reach the top 10 haha? The secret realm is blocked these days, God won't let you get stuck in a bug the level is estimated to be not even as high as mine. In the face of these taunts, Lin Yi didn't seem to hear them. Suddenly, a fresh scent hit Lin Yi's nose, and Su Bingbing had come to Lin Yi's side at some point. She asked worriedly, what are you going to do next? If I don't think of a way for you, the college entrance exams won't give you an advantage. Although the words were said euphemistically, Lin Yi understood what she meant. It's fine, maybe I'll be lucky and press through the top 10? Although he said it in a relaxed manner, Su Bingbing was still worried. But she didn't dare to continue for fear of hurting Lin Yi's heart. The teacher who had awakened the students earlier walked onto the stage. He cleared his microphone and spoke, ahem. Next, the senior realm rankings will be announced. The top 3 on the rankings will be able to receive a school subsidy of $3 to $1 million. And they will also be able to represent the school to participate in the municipal martial arts tournament. When these words came out, the crowd was all excited. If one could go home with a trophy from the municipal league, one could basically call it honoring one's ancestors. It was also easy to be recruited by the major powers. It was the most authoritative tournament for screening high-potential high school students other than the college entrance exam. It was also the stage that many people had dreamed of for a long time. As a strange instrument swept through the crowd. Thump! A huge screen emerged. Over 400 students, one by one, were arranged from the bottom. Kai Qiankuan, life profession, singer, rank LV 250%, rank number 424. Xiao Tai, life profession, farmer, rank LV 321%, ranking number 423. The rankings kept going up. Damn! I'm even lower than this punk Lin Yi. The first of the 2 powerful news yesterday was of course Zhang Liuha, who had decapitated Mishu's. Chapter 25, Lu Ming first? The remaining article was that Lin Yi had speed past the Nightmare Novice Mystic Realm in 10 minutes and had dodged Mishu's interception. Countless people were shocked by this. Public opinion was polarized, with one side saying that Lin Yi was worthy of his SSS rank, reviving the glory of the Imperial Beastmaster and so on. The other side said that Lin Yi must have been lucky, and that he couldn't even contract a dragon, so how could he possibly pass the level? I guess it was because of the bug in the secret realm, which was how he escaped the interception of Mishu's. Otherwise, so many players who were stronger than him as a wasted job hadn't survived before, and Lin Yi was intact. Such a voice was simply a raging storm compared to the front, pressing down so hard that the words in front of him were almost invisible. There were also many Netflix anchors and professional secret explorers ready to go forward to the secret realm to look for bugs. Now Lin Yi's name didn't appear. The ranking was from low to high, which naturally meant that they were lower ranked than Lin Yi. They gritted their teeth as if they couldn't accept it at all. Don't worry, don't worry. This guy's stuck in a bug to pass the secret realm, surely he didn't kill the monsters much, and he doesn't get much experience from passing it alone. The secret realm was also blocked these days, he must not be much higher in level. Many people spoke up and speculated. Hearing this, those who had been outclassed by Lin Yi finally found comfort in their hearts. Right. So what if the one who relied on luck beat me? It's only temporary. At the moment, Lin Yi didn't even want to go into administration. But as the ranking reached the top 100, they were basically all above level 7 or 8 by the time they got here. And yet, Lin Yi's name still didn't appear. Their faces began to look ugly. Maybe it's a bug that allows you to swipe monsters, they reassured in their hearts once again. Bam! The rankings came to the top 10. They were basically all rank 9 at the moment. Lin Yi's name still hadn't appeared yet. This meant that Lin Yi's guaranteed qualification was secure. This caused those who were jealous to ache more than a dead parent. Oomph. So what if it's a bit of a chance? At the moment, Lu Ming wasn't inwardly the same as them. That day, Lu Yuntao had told him about Lin Yi's level, which had reached level 10. His secret message in Lu Yuntao's ear was that Lin Yi was an SSS-ranked professional. The situation was a hot one, and in order to completely eliminate any possible future threats, Lu Yuntao had planned to kill Lin Yi. Lu Yuntao then planned to get Lin Yi killed. Unfortunately, it was finally ruined by Zhang Liuha. He had a full set of gold equipment on him, which included jewelry, and his weapons were even epic level. This was exactly the kind of material that Lin Yi had in his SSS-ranked resource pack. In the past few days, with this set of equipment, he had been working day and night to level up in another secret area of the school. There too, he hadn't been able to see Lin Yi. This reinforced the fact that he, Lin Yi, was just lucky to have found the Moonlit Night Forest bug. It was normal to have nowhere to go after being blocked. Just in case, he had also completely cut off Lin Yi's last path. The more advanced a profession was, the more valuable the transfer materials were, and the SSS class required transfer materials worth basically 1,000,000 spirit stones. His own dad was a vice school. The matter of snatching Lin Yi's SSS rank resource pack was simply simple. Without the 1,000,000 spirit stones inside, right now Lin Yi was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to turn one. And he had already turned one this morning, crushing Lin Yi with ease. He was going to get back what belonged to him. Soon to the third place. N0.3, Su Bingbing, auxiliary profession, Holy Shantis S rank LV 10-0%. Hiss. At this moment, the entire playground fell into silence. Everyone was holding their breath. Lin Yi had actually managed to make it into the top 2. This equipment of Lu Ming's was too good to be true, and he had even surpassed Su Bingbing, who had the backing of the Su family. It made them envious. And 0.1, Lu Ming, combat profession, Gale swordsman class A, rank LV 11 32%. And 0.2, Fatty Dong, combat profession, battle rhinoceros shield warrior S class, rank LV 11 12%. Seeing that the first place winner was Lu Ming, the crowd cheered. This Lin Yi is really trash, holding SSS ranked resources, and he still can't compare to Lu. Lu is simply the glory of our ordinary professionals. Right. Why should senior professionals have resource support? Now it's a slap in the face. I suggest cancelling the resource pack support for all senior resource persons. Who knows if there's any watery trash like Lin Yi in there? Right. It's simply oppressing ordinary people like us and Big Brother Lu Ming. It's so unfair. That's not right. The second place isn't even Lin Yi. At this moment, someone finally realized the blind spot. Lightly excited that Lu Ming was first. They all thought that second was Lin Yi. But now it was a name they'd never heard of before. Some gossipy students said what they had learned, and only then did they solve the confusion. This Dong Chubby seems to have taken a break from school, as if he was seriously injured in an accident on the eve of the college entrance exams last year, and is repeating his studies this year. So it is. This time the crowd only know the original story. But were even more puzzled as to why Lin Yi's rank didn't appear. Could it be that the rankings were wrong? It was only then that the crowd realized that Lin Yi's name had appeared next to the bottom of the leaderboard. Lin Yi, huh? So there was an error. I told you, how could I still be lower than this trash Lin Yi when I'm level 8? Ha ha. I'm even happier. Lin Yi said the level out himself, so if you're at the bottom, you're at the bottom. You're considered the most vegetable SSS ranked professional in history anyway. At this moment, the teacher also came directly in front of Lin Yi and inquired seriously, what's going on here? Lin Yi was also dumbfounded by the question. He hadn't done anything himself. How many levels can this leaderboard only detect? He suddenly thought of something and spoke out to inquire. Saying that, he took off his black knight suit. The next second, Lin Yi's data on the leaderboard finally updated. It directly scurried madly upwards from the bottom. It directly hung steadily at number 1. Everyone's rankings suddenly dropped a level. And 0.1, Lin Yi, auxiliary profession, Dragon Master SSS class, rank LV 1345%. Breaking the highest all-time record since the founding of the school. There was also a golden text following below. Just one secret kung fu, 20 to 30 minutes for Lin Yi. It broke the 3-day efforts of many seniors over the years. Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Strong. This word involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Hiss. No, it's impossible. It's definitely an error in the system. How can you, a stinking poor student, have a first turn? Lu Ming shouted unacceptably. Teacher Qin Hai also placed his gaze on Lin Yi. After all, something did go wrong just now. Lin Yi spread his hands and explained, my equipment can shield probes, so it wasn't detected. Teacher Qin Hai nodded, his eyes filled with shock. This also meant that Lin Yi's results were real. This was too powerful. But with the SSS Grade Resource Package support, it was reasonable. Right. Lin Yi suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Ming after he finished speaking. I won't deny it when you say I'm a poor student. But if you want to add the word stink in front of it, don't blame me for taking action against you. Said Lin Yi as his gaze became stern. Teacher Qin Hai, who had originally wanted to scold him, was also too intimidated to open his mouth. After all, he was only at the peak of his first turn, and there wasn't much of a gap between the two in terms of strength. Also, the country is really good. They introduced the resource package just to support us. Don't let us kneel down to the powerful because of the resource issue. But how do you dare to assert that I won't be able to turn one? Do you think the support can't reach me, or is taken away from you? TSK. It seems like this outfit of yours came from my resource bag, otherwise your father couldn't get this luxurious even if he embezzled for 8 lifetimes, right? Chapter 26. Mechanical Dragon First Battle. The moment these words came out, they immediately caused an uproar. The gazes of all the students on the playground gathered on Lu Ming. Yup. The way Lu Ming had just lost his temper just now was so sudden that everyone had an answer in their psyche. What Lin Yi had said was true. Lu Ming had used his father's power to take away Lin Yi's resource pack. This is reasonable deployment, what do you guys know? Lu Ming was a little flustered before he reacted to his slip of the tongue. Not only did his far-fetched sophistry not work. Instead, more people grew angrier and angrier. Ha! Reasonable resource allocation, that should also be given to Lin Yi if we're looking at the rankings now. A somewhat old-looking man with a slightly plump figure stood out and unceremoniously lashed out. This man was none other than the second-ranked Fatty Dong. These words were exactly what everyone had in mind. At this moment, the group of people who had previously slammed Lin Yi and thought that Lu Ming was the paragon of their ordinary people group were all groundless. And a ranked resource paired with an SSS ranked resource was even better than Lin Yi, who had nothing. This was already proof of strength. We were wrong about you, we thought you were the light of our ordinary group. But we never thought that you would be using your power for personal gain and oppressing the poor. Get out! Get out! Dog relations. In an instant, the entire playground was turned into a vocal denunciation. Even those who still wanted to flatter Lu Ming didn't dare to come forward at this moment. After all, Lu Ming's identity was there and would definitely be fine. But if they, the lapdogs, stood out, then the consequences. It seemed that the campus public opinion was too large, and even the vice principal, who was annoyed that Lin Yi hadn't even come to him, had finally noticed. What are all doing? The vice principal was a second-turned professional, and his battle prowess wasn't weak. His voice was so loud that everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. There were also people who wanted to speak, but suddenly realized that their throats unexpectedly felt like they were blocked. Not a single sound could be emitted. This was the vice principal's D-rank occupation, demon warlock, skill, sound prohibition. Humph. Follow me. The vice principal waved his hand violently, and Lin Yi disappeared into thin air. The two of them appeared in his office. Before Lin Yi's immediate vision cleared, a book smashed towards his face. Arrogant. Are you not putting the school's rules and regulations in your eyes? The vice principal sat in his office chair, looking at his legs, pointing at Lin Yi's nose and cursing angrily. Who stipulates that you make a fuss like this in public? If you have a problem, find a teacher for feedback. If the teacher can't solve it, find the director. If the director can't solve it, find me. Lin Yi's hand was quick and grabbed the flying book. With a forceful fling, it smashed straight back. The vice principal, who was still educating him, was a bit off guard. But after all, he was a second-turn powerhouse, and his perception and speed were much stronger than Lin Yi's. The book didn't hit him in the face. The book didn't hit him in the face, but the sharp pages cut through his face. Blood seeped out. The vice principal was instantly enraged. He had been teaching for so many years. Which student saw himself not obedient? Now even someone dared to challenge his majesty. Truly worthy of being a wild child without parents, not a bit of upbringing. He stood up and angrily looked at Lin Yi as he took a step closer. Let me educate you properly on behalf of your dead parents on what it means to honor your teacher. Respect the way. With that, he threw a punch at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was prepared for this and stealthily dodged the attack at the same time. Armored warrior, hop. Hop hop. Sorry for stringing the stage. Mechanical dragon, armored. The mechanical dragon transformed into an incredibly cool silver mecha. Attached itself to Lin Yi. Laser cannon. Lin Yi wasn't going to be polite with this stupid bird. The direct skill blasted out. Bang! Thousands of damage surfaced. Although the vice principal blocked the penetration, the powerful energy directly sent him flying. He hit several walls before stopping. With the powerful suit effect of not exiting stealth when attacked or inflicted when entering stealth. The vice principal stood up and spat out the blood in his mouth. Looking at the dusty gravelly battlefield, there was no sign of Lin Yi. How is it possible? The offense didn't exit stealth? More than that, he was inwardly shocked by Lin Yi's combat prowess. Surprisingly, he had knocked out 10% of his life value in one go. Looking at it like that, it could indeed threaten his own life. But he wasn't going to wimp out. He had to beat this insouciant guy Lin Yi into submission. But before he could do so, a fist smashed into his face out of thin air. Ta-da-day. Countless energy bullets appeared out of nowhere, shooting towards his eyes. He had to block his eyes with both hands, directly falling into the wind. The battle here also caught the attention of the school crowd. They only saw the vice principal getting beaten out of thin air, but they didn't know who the attacker was. Who is this, so strong? It can't be Lin Yi, can it? How can it be? Where did he get the stealth from an Imperial Beast Master? The Security Bureau must have noticed this battle scene. It could be said that the battlefield was suppressed from the moment it started. In just one look, the vice principal was bloodied. However, Lin Yi didn't strike a death blow. After all, blatantly killing a professional within the city was a felony that killed the head. It would be good to teach him a lesson. At the moment, the vice principal was incredibly shocked, knowing that he was a second-turn professional. Surprisingly, he was just suppressed by Lin Yi. He was getting more and more irritated at the thought. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Yi had stopped to take a break, the vice principal identified Lin Yi's position by the sounds he heard. He swung out a fist violently. Sure enough, he felt the force of the impact. At this moment, evil thoughts arose in his mind. Lin Yi was only a level 10 brittle profession. Now that he had touched him, he could easily kill him in seconds with just a set of skills. If the Security Bureau pursued. Chapter 27, Expulsion. Leaving number 1 high school. Oh. His brother's a deputy director, so he can just make up a reason to think it's an assassin's attack. There are so many witnesses around. This way, not only can we kill Lin Yi, but we can also get the guaranteed place and the SSS level resource kit in our pockets. Just say it and do it. There was even more excitement in the bottom of his eyes. He directly used his life's work. A giant demonic shadow emerged, a career-exclusive move after the second turn. Bang! This demon directly lunged at Lin Yi's position, instantly exploding into a cloud of black mist. 6,912. 1,000. 1,000. Damage numbers surfaced. Normal players around level 10 were 5 or 600 life values, and meteor professions might be in the thousands. But no matter what, they couldn't stop this tens of thousands of damage. Security Bureau clearing the field. Irrelevant people and others retreat, martial arts fighters surrender themselves. Several bellowing voices arrived. The vice principal stopped, a smug smile on his face. Lin Yi was definitely dead. Everything was just right. But just when he was so confident, Lin Yi's figure was revealed. Now he was dumbfounded. Unbelievably looking at the almost unharmed Lin Yi. He wondered if he was blind. Just as unbelievable as him were the students on the playground who had witnessed it all. It's really Lin Yi, he's actually pressing the vice principal. Humph. It must have been the vice principal who tried to threaten Lin Yi, and that's when the conflict broke out. Seeing this self-serving, misappropriating national resources old Bai and the like get beaten up is a real treat. Hiss. Is Lin Yi this strong? Lu Yuntao arrived at the center of the two in a flash. He saw the wretched vice principal and the relaxed and cozy Lin Yi. He was immediately appalled. Immediately, he summoned a cloud of pitch black mist and directly suppressed it towards Lin Yi. Maliciously attacking a professional, or inside a school. The repercussions are extremely bad. I now suspect that you're an undercover agent of an enemy country. Seeing such a large mouthful of pot on his head, Lin Yi sneered in his heart. So damn worthy of being a brother. At this moment, the students down below were suddenly showing regret. Although Lin Yi was able to fight with the vice principal. But there was a world of difference every time he changed professions, not to mention that Lu Yuntao was an A-class professional powerhouse. Ugh. This is the end of Lin Yi. So many sins add up to a death sentence. Is Lin Yi about to die? Ha! Serves him right. While they were talking, Lin Yi didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he pulled out a golden token. Imperial Beast Master Association. Senior member. Originally, he was still about to make a move. Lu Yuntao was so frightened that he immediately stopped his hand. This was a member of a national association. There was a rule that senior members of an association needed to be placed at the disposal of their association itself. Other departments are not allowed to deal with them without authorization. Proof that he couldn't move Lin Yi today. Damn it. I'll complain to the top about your crimes, don't you dare run away. Lu Yuntao gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to take action without authorization. Lin Yi hadn't expected Lu Yuntao to stop straight away. It seemed that this token given by President Zhang did have a miraculous effect. Retreat. Without being able to withhold his hat, Lu Yuntao couldn't possibly catch the real culprit, which was his own brother. He could only leave in disgrace. Phew. I don't know who took the lead. The entire playground resounded with the sound of pouring drinks. Anyone with clear eyes knew that the vice principal was the culprit. And yet, they were now at peace with each other. The students spat on Lu Yuntao. Lin Yi also knew that really wanting to move the vice principal was futile. Although things didn't work out. But the vice principal didn't want to let Lin Yi off the hook. He cast his skill again, and a black mist enveloped the whole place. All the students couldn't see what was going on inside. Humph. Don't think you'll be fine just because you're protected by your identity. I can still use your attack on a school teacher to expel you from the school. At that time, your guaranteed places, competition places, and school subsidies worth 3 million resources, as well as the qualifications for the college entrance examination will all have to be lost. Lin Yi sneered, if this old thing could retaliate against himself like this. He still needed to talk to himself? As expected, the vice principal suddenly had a change to a preachy demeanor. If you're willing to give up the guaranteed place and admit in public that you made up the rumor about all these being SSS level resources, I can consider giving you the chance to stay in school for observation. Saying that, he pulled out an agreement. On it was exactly what he had voluntarily transferred. Lin Yi glanced at it and realized that originally it was supposed to be just a guaranteed transfer to the bottom of the top 10 academies. But because of his career level, he was promoted to the strongest white tiger and Xuanwu academies. No wonder it was so crazy to try and take it away from himself. The entire Jiangnan province can get into these two schools every year, but only 10 people. Oh. The original is here waiting for themselves. Still want to let yourself eat the loss of the resource package. Really give him a whole laugh. Lin Yi never believed in a doctrine. That was that unless something that belonged to him was given by his resources, and if someone dared to rob it by force, he would rather destroy it than give it away. Lin Yi smiled and took the agreement. Seeing this, the vice school was instantly delighted. Not bad, not bad. You must know how to dedicate yourself to the school's decision. Don't lose the best choice for a small reason. Otherwise, when the time comes, everything is lost. This life can't even go to university, only to be a waste. Hiss. Lin Yi directly tore up the agreement. What do you mean by that? The vice principal was instantly furious. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to dare to do this. Lin Yi responded with a faint smile. Sorry about that, old thing. I just don't want these things, and I'm not giving them to you. With that, he simply turned around and dissipated away, only leaving the vice principal behind with an impotent roar of rage. I'm going to fire you. Fire you, social scum. Phew. Lin Yi let out a long breath as he walked out of the school. He hadn't expected things to go this way. But he really didn't want to be bullied by evil people like this. He had also thought of a way back if he dared to do this. He opened his cell phone and dialed a number. At this moment, in the office of the 13th middle school, Principal Guoxing was in a meeting with all the teachers. Principal, this year, the highest grade for our students is grade 7. There isn't even 20% over grade 5. It seems like the promotion rate is going to hit another record low again this year. The higher-ups have already said that if we can't advance this year, we'll have to abolish our school. Hearing the words of the people below, Guoxing sighed helplessly. How is the cafeteria doing? Has the average price been lowered to $5? And how about procuring that batch of blue and red recovery potions and the amulet paper? Hearing his words, the teachers below all revealed a helpless expression. Some even couldn't help themselves. Principal, let me say something unpleasant. Every year, the government allocates only so much money to our school. But you make us do these useless things every time, and there's no money to buy a new secret realm or incentive money to stimulate enrollment. The school is going to be finished if we go on like this. The words were rough, and everyone nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, someone else picked up. If it was before, I would say that we should spend all the funds on recruiting foreign students from the Black State, so that we can increase our advancement rate. In the face of everyone's verbal abuse. Chapter 28, Going to the Weakest Middle School. In the face of everyone's verbal attacks. Guoxing, however, is still forcefully arguing. I'm here to teach and educate people, not to brush up my grades. Putting students first is absolute. Our school students are generally naughty and poor. If there is no school red and blue pill funding, how many students can't afford to buy red and blue pills before venturing down to the secret realm? How dangerous it must be. If the students were your children, would you bear to see your children risk their lives? The amulet paper can counteract one deadly attack, and how many students' lives can be saved? I may not be able to be the school with the best advancement rate, but I will definitely not be the school with the highest death rate. With these words, the crowd fell silent. Beep beep beep. Suddenly at this time, his phone rang. He picked it up for a few moments and then stood up excitedly. Okay, I'll handle it for you right now. Seeing him so excited, the teachers were dumbfounded. What in the world was going on? To know that Guoxing often ran around and worked for school funds. It was rare to have a smile. Principal Gua, thank you for your help. Otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do this time. Lin Yi looked at the student ID of the 13th middle school in his hand, inwardly very grateful. This Guoxing, after learning about his situation, not only didn't have a hint of disdain. Instead, he immediately stepped in to help himself. It's fine. You can come to our school. Everyone is very welcome. With your strength, when our school grade number 1 to participate in the competition is absolutely no problem. Guoxing smiled. But letting you top the 3rd place will be squeezed out. I'm afraid to cause an emotional backlash. I'll try to help you negotiate to see who's willing to let you have it. I'll make it up to him properly out of my own pocket. Hearing this, Lin Yi was instantly grateful and immediately said, I'll pay the compensation, don't worry. Did you forget that I still have that kill reward? Even if Lin Yi said so, he couldn't afford to postpone it. Good, then you hurry up and level up in preparation for the competition. It's a pity that our school only has the secret realm of the novice secret realm besides the buried bone land, so you'll have to be entrusted to find a wild secret realm if you don't level up. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately inquired, can't I enter this land of buried bones? Hearing this, Guoxing smiled bitterly. Other schools are basically equipped with a number of novice secret realms as well as a beginner's secret realm, but our school's promotion rate is too poor. All the good ones were snatched away by other schools when they were assigned. This beginner's secret realm we're left with isn't something LV10 LV30 first turn professionals enter anymore, and it's a special secret realm that requires reaching LV20+. Although he was getting frustrated, Lin Yi was overjoyed. This was simply tailor-made for himself. Now that his blazing dragon had reached level 20, it was really hard for an ordinary primary secret realm to meet Lin Yi's needs. With this special secret realm, it was just right to supply it. Principal Gua, I want to enter this buried bone land. Lin Yi spoke out the request with certainty. However, it was immediately opposed by Lin Yi. No way. That special secret realm can't be exited midway once you've entered. It's true that no students have been able to enter over the years, but there are quite a few second-turn teachers who have gone in to challenge. More than a dozen teachers with more than 2 revolutions have all been buried in this special secret realm, and there was even an admirer who went in with 3 revolutions at the time, but likewise never came out again. Because of this, it was known as the Land of Buried Bones. Now that the secret realm has been blocked by my order to be included in the taboo, you absolutely cannot risk your life, said he, attempting to dissuade Lin Yi with his next words, and you're not ranked enough, so it's better not to take any chances. He treasured Lin Yi for being such a great talent. Of course, he didn't want him to get killed for nothing. But instead, this didn't use the opportunity to make Lin Yi budge. Instead, Lin Yi demanded even more strongly, Principal Gua, I can ignore the secret realm rank to enter. I hope you'll give me this chance. If I take away everyone's position in the competition as soon as I arrive, everyone will be dissatisfied even if they don't say it on their lips, and will even say that you, Principal, emphasize the outside over the inside. But if I can pass the secret realm, then I can let everyone see my strength. Seeing this, Principal Gua also knew that he couldn't be persuaded. He could only agree and nodded, handing Lin Yi 3 amulets in the process. It could inspire a shield of 1,000. Although it wasn't much use to Lin Yi, he was afraid that Principal Gua wouldn't feel comfortable if he didn't receive them. The next day, Lin Yi came to school early. Deep in the mountains behind the school by the mass grave stood a secret realm entrance emitting black light. Special secret realm, land of the buried bones, entry requirements LV20 LV49, number of people limit, 1, difficult locked, nightmare locked, abyss locked. This was really rare, even the difficulty couldn't be chosen by oneself. Lin Yi stepped into the secret realm, and space shifted for a moment, coming to an endless desert. At this moment, a limited edition sports car from the Lingnan group was directly speeding towards 13 High School. Ding! Issuing the main quest, escape from the desert level A. Ding! Issuing the side quest, kill 100 sandworms level C. Ding! Award the side quest, rescue a desert village grade B. This was surprisingly still a questline secret realm. Lin Yi directly summoned the blazing dragon, flying high into the air to patrol the surroundings. This kind of endless situation. There was an absolute advantage in the air. The blazing dragon galloped through the air, and soon Lin Yi spotted a building-like place. It looked like it appeared to be a village. I didn't expect to run into a branch quest so soon. But before they could get close, the building actually moved. Roar! Draconic Guardian LV 25 Silver Elite. Life value, 20,000 20,000. Attack power, 1200. Skill 1, Stone Throwing. Skill 2, Grip of Giant Hand. Skill 3, Air Ban. Skill 4, Magicalization. Weakness Insight, the chest mark is the energy center. Its huge size can easily attack the air Lin Yi. Only to see it use a dig-out boulder directly toward Lin Yi threw over. It was good that Blazing Dragon dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have been hit immediately. But the original flying out stone suddenly flashed a black special mark on it. It turned around and smashed back. Roar! The Blazing Dragon took a mouthful of dragon breath and directly burned the stone into ashes. At the same time, it came close to the Draconic Guard at extreme speed. Dragon Tsunami! Controlling it while frantically outputting. Roar! Suddenly 2 giant hands came out from the ground and directly grabbed the Blazing Dragon. The other 2 Draconic Guards rose up from the ground. This group of monsters even knew how to ambush. No wonder so many experts had died before. Lin Yi made an immediate decision. He took the Blazing Dragon back into space and summoned the Mechanical Dragon. The laser cannon directly pierced through the chest of one of the ancient guards. There was a strange rune shining brightly. Thump! The bright light in the eyes of the dystopian guard disappeared, and its movements froze and stopped. Energy drive damaged, repair in progress 20s, 19s. 20 seconds was enough time. The Blazing Dragon was summoned once again, in conjunction with the Mechanical Dragon Precision Laser Cannon, easily destroying its 3 Draconic Guard energy drives, killing them in turn. Chapter 29, Village? Weird. Ding. Kill LV25, Draconic Guard Silver Elite, X3, experience plus 36,000. Ding. Leveled up, LV13 LV14 045,000, gain Golden Egg X1. Ding. Dropped, Polluted Earth Runestone Silver, X3. Ding. Dropped, Unknown Road Map, X1 inch. Surprisingly, only 3 stones were dropped. This was an elite monster. However, after seeing the items, Lin Yi was overjoyed. This runestone was the same as the psychedelic stone and space stone seized earlier. They were all special effect stones. Most importantly, Lin Yi's Eye of True Knowledge even showed a hint at this point. 5 elements runestone earth gold. Effect function 1, used for forging to enhance the strength of earth-based equipment. Effect 2, used in gravity spell formations and meteorite formations to enhance the strength of formations. Effect 3, with ground cracking grass 3, stone meteoriting 200 milliliters, earth demon beast bones 4. Can enhance the rank of earth imperial beasts. I didn't expect that my Eye of True Knowledge would not only also be able to discern hidden information. It directly listed out the method of raising the rank of the earth-type imperial beasts. This was just too shocking. Wouldn't this mean that if one found other attribute runestones, one would also be able to match them to act on other attribute runestones? With the same legendary qualification level 1, the Mechanical Dragon attribute was almost double that of the Blazing Dragon. This is exactly the difference in rank. Even on the skill level there is a big gap. Mechanical Dragon and ordinary 1 skill damage value is extremely high. If the Imperial Beast Masters have an Eye of True Knowledge in their hands, why worry about the Imperial Beast Masters not being able to prosper? Why worry about the Imperial Beast Masters not prospering? If you let others know about your ability, you will be afraid that your eyes will be gouged out by berserkers. There was one drawing left. It was very concise on it. The starting place was exactly where one's feet were, and one could reach the marked spot by bending over a mountain. Lin Yi rode the mechanical dragon and set off straight away. He soon arrived at the location on the map. From afar, there was another group of buildings. Lin Yi was about to summon the mechanical dragon. Boom! Endless flames rose up into the sky, forming an encircling circle that enveloped Lin Yi. It was rapidly shrinking towards the group of buildings. Lin Yi didn't dare risk breaking out, so he could only fly directly towards the building. But luckily, this was a real village, and no draconic guards appeared. And the encirclement contracted to halfway and appeared to stop. Looking at this stance, Lin Yi probably understood that he wouldn't be able to leave without clearing this village. Wow wow wow! With a few strange cries, several humanoid creatures appeared in front of him. Demon LV 20. Life value 12,000. Attack power 850. Skill 1 Invasive Bite. Skill 2 Magic Fire Cannon. Skill 3 Assault Claw. Introduction, incarnated by the erosion of some unknown ability. The blazing dragon roared in excitement and prepared to strike. However, Lin Yi stopped him, summoning the mechanical dragon to let it on. The mechanical dragon excitedly set up its energy cannon. Bang! 5,200. With just one cannon, it knocked out almost 1/3 of its life value. You should know that the mechanical dragon was only level 1 now. 3 cannons for a small Karami. Ding! Killed LV20 demon, experience plus 3,000, energy points plus 1. Ding! Dropped polluted fire rune, x 1 inch. Just like the earth rune from before, a combination of materials to strengthen fire-type imperial beasts had also appeared. Lin Yi was ecstatic. He had to know that the blazing dragon was fire-type. Now that the blazing dragon was already strong, he didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be after pulling up its level. Lin Yi switched his energy points to attack power, and not surprisingly it instantly raised his attack power by 1 point. This group of devils were just dirt in front of the mechanical dragon, and were purged in a matter of moments. As we continued to go deeper and deeper, more and more demons appeared. However, apart from the demons, there were no other creatures. Soon, the energy points stacked up to 100. Lin Yi had finally reached level 15. It was time to learn skill books. Ding! Learning skill book, Blood Sacrifice Purple. Blood Sacrifice Grade A. Level, LV1. Effect, consumes 10 100 life points per s, gradually increasing, strengthens targets other than self by 110 attack points, gradually increasing, and stackable, cooldown 1h. Very good skill. Even if it only boosts attack power by 1 point, it can boost attack power by 60 points in a minute. 1 hour is 3,600 points. What a terrifying value. Of course, at least 30,000 points of life value were deducted, which was already the base life value of some brittle third-turn professions. No wonder this skill is evaluated by others as a chicken rib. To the third turn after the auxiliary profession, casually a little enchantment are top of these values. Suddenly there was a change. Rumble. Suddenly all of a sudden the sky flashed with electricity and thunder. The body of the slain demon even rose up in the air. They flew straight out, fused together into a demonic mass. In a matter of moments, a giant devil was formed. Giant Demon Silver Boss LV30. Life value, 86,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skill 1 Devil Fire Wash. Skill 2 Devil Aura Field. Skill 3 Magic Abyss Fist. Skill 4 Demon Roar. Introduction constantly fusing and evolving, this is the strongest ability of the devils. At the same time hundreds of devils poured out. They came straight at us. The best tactic at the moment is of course the blazing dragon to deal with the giant devils. The mechanical dragons swept away the stragglers. Lin Yi did implement this, but the results were unsatisfactory. Those ordinary devils that were killed would turn into demonic sources and integrate into the giant devils. In one fell swoop, they could go up by thousands of life value and hundreds of attack points. In this situation, Lin Yi didn't choose to continue the stalemate. Instead, he immediately chose to counterbalance, directly letting the blazing dragon deal with the ordinary devils. He and the mechanical dragon dealt with the giant devils. At the moment, the giant demon's life value was over 100,000, and its attacks were over 5,000. This was only when 1/10 of the normal demons on the field had been cleared out. If it continued, it was hard to imagine what kind of growth the giant demon would achieve. This special realm is really tricky. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle this kind of scene. Ha! The giant demon let out a disdainful questioning sound when he saw that his opponents had suddenly been replaced by 2 incredibly frail creatures. Just now, the blazing dragon might have been able to give him a bit of a threat, but if he replaced them with these 2 ants, he could stomp them to death with a single kick. Lin Yi directly merged with the mechanical dragon and charged forward with his basic staff in hand. At the same time, the mechanical dragon armor was plated with a layer of blood. This was the effect of blood sacrifice being cast. Ding! Attributes temporarily increased, life value plus 8,800, attack power plus 950. Ding! Blood sacrifice makes your life value 1, target, mechanical dragon, attack power plus 1. Chapter 30, Mechanical Dragon vs. Boss, Blazing Dragon clears the edge. But at the moment, the mechanical dragon and Lin Yi were in a combined state, and the attack power was still acting on Lin Yi instead. The most important thing was that under the life value sharing effect, it was the blazing dragon that deducted blood. This kind of trollish maneuver was something only Lin Yi could do. Lin Yi smashed out with a shot of energy balls. 1,290. He hadn't learned any skills himself, so he could only attack with his general attacks. 217. 217. But by Lin Yi's shoulder was resisting two just switched laser guns. The terrifying rate of fire coupled with the high damage, the second damage had all reached 3,000. Although it didn't have as much damage as the energy cannon, it could still pose quite a threat to the giant demon. Most importantly, it could harvest. Ordinary devils that were crippled by the blazing dragon, the laser gun could harvest them with precision and ease. That way, it could save up energy points. Roar! The giant demon spat black fire, directly covering the entire battlefield. It looked at the submerged Lin Yi, and a flash of bloodthirsty ecstasy flashed across its eyes. But when Lin Yi's figure emerged from the flames, the giant demon was shocked with the naked eye. Only Lin Yi's blood-streaked silk hadn't moved. Instead, the blazing dragon clattered off. But it wasn't much of a big deal to the blazing dragon. He could burn ordinary devils and restore his own life value. The dual cannons swept over at the giant demon's eyes. It didn't block it, instead it roared. All the bullets all lost their power and generally decayed to the ground. The failure that had just caused the giant demon with low IQ to go berserk, and instead, it smashed at Lin Yi. A dense demonic aura emanated from it. The speed of all the devils surged, and all of them went berserk. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi made a stealthy move. He directly disappeared from the sight of the raging giant demon. Losing this target of Lin Yi's, it was as if it knew it had been tricked. Angrily, it stomped its feet frantically. The bullets that kept coming from all directions caused his blood bar to drop to 50% in a moment. At this time, Lin Yi also exited his stealth state. Enraged, it immediately jumped in front of Lin Yi, and with its giant hand of demonic energy, it tackled Lin Yi right there. Raising its hand, it opened its mouth and tried to send Lin Yi into its mouth. Disintegrate! Lin Yi made a snap decision, directly past the disintegration size to become smaller and slip away. The giant demon chewed a few times after stuffing Lin Yi into his mouth. Again, it suddenly realized that Lin Yi had appeared intact not far away. Roar, roar, roar! The giant demon had never imagined that he would be treated like a monkey, and his anger rushed in once more. All of its skills activated at this moment. Only to kill with one blow and wash away the shame. Bang! A dazzling laser strike directly sent the giant demon man flying halfway through his run. 16,203. It was clearly the laser cannon of the mechanical dragon. The blood light on its body was thick to the extreme, and it was almost half filled within its core energy. At this moment, its attributes had been raised from less than 1,000 originally to 3,000 under the double boost. The laser cannon was a 500% damage, and one hit directly dealt tens of thousands of damage. The threat of death made the giant demon completely calm down. It looked towards the other devils in a hurry, only to find that the ordinary devils had long since died. Its face was filled with disbelief. Ever since its opponent was changed to that frail human, it had not been nourished by demonic energy. It could never have imagined that under the blazing dragon true flame, all those demonic chi had been burned clean. Bang! Another energy blast sent it flying. The blood bar directly bottomed out. The giant demon was finally scared. He turned around and wanted to run. But where was the chance? Another cannon directly ended the battle. Bang! Ding! Kill LV30, Giant Demon Silver Boss, experience plus 50,000. Ding! Dropped, Tainted Fire Runestone, x 100 inch. Ding! Leveled up, LV15 LV16 12 20 92,000, gained Golden Egg x1 existing number, 3 inch. Lin Yi directly synthesized the largest Super Golden Egg. Ding! Open Super Golden Egg Mythic, obtain auxiliary phrase, Fukushila Mythic. Auxiliary phrase, Fortune, Longevity, and Locust. After attaching it, you are blessed with great fortune, and the efficiency of gaining experience is increased by 50%. Lin Yi's excitement overflowed when he saw the effect. His own shortest point right now was his level. With this phrase, it would allow Lin Yi to increase his leveling efficiency by half. Faster to obtain the golden egg. Lin Yi directly attached it to the necklace. Ding! Attachment successful, Pixie Necklace changes, Luck plus 1 Luck plus 2, gaining new attribute, Fortune, Longevity, and Luck. Luck had also increased by a bit. Lin Yi had also discovered a little bit that the luck attribute would also affect the efficiency of the blood ritual's life consumption and attribute boosts. This was undoubtedly another enhancement for Lin Yi. With the addition of the near-certain drop of runestones from killing ordinary magical beasts under the pixie necklace, Lin Yi's fire-type runestones in his hand had reached 500. But there was a problem. That was that all of these runestones were in a contaminated state. The materials for refining the enhancements needed to be uncontaminated. How to purify these runestones became another problem. Roar roar roar. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest, Rescue a Desert Village. Rescue a Desert Village level B spur, utilize the Celestial Altar's purple water to remove the demonic energy from all the villagers' bodies, restoring them to sobriety and allowing the village to return to its former prosperity. Reward, Special Lucky Draw Treasure Chest? 1. Originally, Lin Yi didn't care too much about it, but was dumbfounded when he saw the contents specifically. This wasn't right, was it? Lin Yi looked at the battlefield, and the entire battlefield was almost burned to ashes. It wasn't even remotely related to prosperity. Moreover, he hadn't gotten any of the heavenly altar purple water. How did the quest get completed? After a long time, Lin Yi stroked his chin. He figured it out. The quest requirement was to remove demonic energy. And although the true fire of the blazing dragon had burned the villagers along with it, as a true fire it could get rid of all evil spirits. The demonic chi was naturally burned away as well. That is to say that by mistake, Lin Yi had also completed this branch quest. Otherwise it would need to be even more troublesome. It's just that the villagers have suffered. The reward was also very unique, it was actually a lucky draw treasure chest. Special lucky draw treasure chest? When opened, it will randomly select one of the 9 negative effects and 1 reward. Negative effects 9, blindness, crippling drowsiness, 23h, broken arm. Reward 1, 10,000 spirit stones. Good guy. 10,000 spirit stones cost so much, no one would extract it. However, Lin Yi was confident and directly chose to draw. Ding! Congratulations on opening the neat treasure chest special and obtaining 15,000 spirit stones. It wasn't that he believed how lucky he was. It was just that the eye of true knowledge saw through the falsehood. In fact, this was a neat treasure chest. It was just purely scaring people away from opening it. Ding! Consuming 14,870 30% spirit stones, Mechanical Dragon Legendary 7th Order, leveled up, LV1 LV10 07810. The further back the cultivation was, the more it was a huge sum of money. This was the equivalent of more than $10 million, and surprisingly, it only managed to raise it to level 10. Chapter 31, Sandworms? Deep Sand Palace Final BS. Pet, Mechanical Dragon Initial Form. Level, LV10 07810 Spirit Stones. Attribute, Dragon Mechanical. Qualification, Legendary 7th Order. Life value, 26,400. Attack power, 2400. Talent 1 Mechanical Core SSS Grade, a mechanical creature with the strongest technological energy for billions of years in the future, possessing an inexhaustible energy source, can transform into any form to arm the host, and completely inherits its own attributes. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS Level, the dominance of the supreme race is invincible, any creature encountered by the dragon will be suppressed from the ancient bloodline, damage plus 30%, damage 30%. Skill 1 Laser Cannon Laser Gun S Grade LV7, inflicts penetrating damage on 5 100 straight lines, inflicting 480,220% damage. 2 laser guns rise from the shoulder, firing at 71 rounds per second, inflicting 35% of the attack power of the target within a radius of 100 free to switch. Skill 2, Mechanical Dragon Bloodline SS Grade Not Upgradable, full attributes plus 100%, toughness plus 30%, dodge plus 30%, reduce magic physical damage received by 50%. Skill 3 Energy Stealing SS Grade LV7 each kill a target not lower than its own level, can stack 1 point of energy, each point of energy gained, can enhance its own life value by 20 points, attack power by 1 point, energy points 1,1700, each enhancement of 10 levels, the energy point limit increased by 100 points. Skill 4 Energy Lightsaber SS Grade LV7 can control 10 energy swords, each energy sword has 190% speed and 85% attack damage, can be merged and fused. Each hit the target additional 17% armor breaking effect, can be stacked full into the damage deepening, can still be stacked. Skill 5 Forbidden Demon SS Grade to be unlocked LV30 Pulling Energy, stimulate the magnetic field. Causes the target within a range of 50-50 to fall into a forbidden state, lasting 12s, unable to use any skills. Cannot be exempted or eliminated. To be unlocked. Introduction, one of the supreme dragon gods, Mechanical Dragon, Flesh and Blood Affliction, Mechanical Ascension. Attributes directly increased by a large amount. It also activated new skills. This could be of great use to Lin Yi. It was important to realize that Lin Yi couldn't fly. He could only let his pets stay up in the air by themselves. With the energy sword again, he was able to maneuver himself through the air. Lin Yi had also discovered a problem. The energy points had doubled. On second thought he realized. Demon kills counted as 1 kill, and villager kills counted as 1 kill. No wonder they were doubled. Moving on. After gearing up, Lin Yi picked a direction and continued on. During this time, Lin Yi also tried out this new energy sword skill. But he was surprised to find that not only were each of these energy swords able to be controlled at will, and it seemed to be due to the mechanical dragon's unlimited energy, so it could fly as far as it wanted. The line of sight around the energy swords was also clear. It was simply a map detecting artifact. Lin Yi quickly found a strange place. It was a place that resembled a basin. But the basin land was filled with deep pits. It looked bizarre. Lin Yi quickly flew towards there. With the 190% speed boost, it was almost on par with the speed of a blazing dragon. A normal second-turn professional might not even be able to catch up. He quickly reached his destination. But unexpectedly, he realized that this was the territory of another branch quest. A group of sandworms were happily wriggling around. A hint for the next destination also appeared. A floating seal had a countdown on it. It was also pointing in one direction, Final Challenger. And there was less than an hour left in the countdown. Although Lin Yi didn't understand exactly what it meant. But it definitely wasn't something good. Sandworm LV30. Life value, 23,000. Attack power, 1800. Skill 1, Sandstorm. Skill 2, Earth Sand Bomb. Skill 3, Hidden Sand. Skill 4, Sand Swallowing. Introduction: creatures located in the desert sands will become extremely difficult to deal with once their numbers take shape. Cut. Lin Yi was very disdainful. Tiny sandworms. Blazing Dragon, go. Blazing Dragon spat a mouthful of old fire straight up. 31,200. 31,200. The terrifying damage killed several sandworms at once. But this group of sandworms were intelligent. Surprisingly, they all hid inside the sand, only leaving behind a hole like a carrot pit. Now it was the turn of Blazing Dragon to be in trouble. It couldn't attack at all. This group of sandworms, with the help of the Hidden Sand skill in the ground inside the speed extremely fast. True Flame couldn't touch them at all. This group of sandworms used their sandy ground skills to emerge from time to time like gophers. Sandstorms and sand bombs kept coming. After hitting them, they drilled into the sand. They didn't give a single chance. Even after the sandstorm is released, it doesn't disappear, but keeps circling back and forth around the sand. When new sandstorms are encountered, they merge and grow. The largest sandstorm is 100 meters high, and every time it touches it, it causes tens of thousands of points of damage. Even a blazing dragon would have to be careful to avoid it. You can only use the dragon's whistle to control the sandworms as they emerge, taking the opportunity to kill them in seconds. But the efficiency was too low. Lin Yi looked at the time and realized that he had already consumed 10 minutes. It couldn't be delayed. Otherwise the sandstorm would stack up again. By then this side quest would have to be abandoned. Blazing Dragon, help me clear the way. Lin Yi armed himself with an ensemble of. The Blazing Dragon helped to fend off the storm, and Lin Yi directly stealthily entered the surface of the sand. There was dust everywhere at the moment. Almost visibility of sight was zero. Bang bang bang. A sand cannon smashed directly onto Lin Yi. It directly knocked out a few thousand blood. It seemed to have been detected. But this distance was enough. Lin Yi swung his hand violently. Countless energy forces poured out. It turned into a magnetic force that swept across the entire sandy area. All the sandworms buried in the ground suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Energy swords formed and flew directly into the sand. The 9 energy swords shuttled back and forth in the sand like vipers. The location of the group of sandworms was precisely determined. Bang! As one of the energy swords pierced through the sandworms at the same time. The energy cannon was also fired from Lin Yi's chest. As penetrating damage, it easily hit the sandworms through the sand. 4,200. 18,400. The 2 waves of damage stacked, killing it in just the right amount of seconds. Next was Lin Yi's moment of slaughter. The flying swords were like catching rats, constantly chasing the fleeing sandworms. But the flying swords were too fast. Once they stabbed the sandworms with the energy cannons, it was a second kill. Ding! Killed, Sandworm LV30, experience plus 2000 plus 50%. Ding! Dropped, polluted earth runestone, X1. Ding! Killed, Sandworm LV30, experience plus 2000 plus 50%. Ding! Dropped, polluted earth runestone, X1. The 2 phrases helped. The messages that popped up with each kill were eye-pleasing. Each sandworm had contributed 2000 experience points, which would normally be this much for a near level 40 monster. Ding! Completed the side quest, kill 100 sandworms, rewarded with plus 50,000 experience. Ding! Leveled up, LV16 LV17 919201000500, obtaining Golden Egg Legend X1. Bang! Right after the sandworms that were completely swept away. The surrounding area was a violent earthquake. The naked eye could see the sand around them sinking. Lin Yi immediately stepped on his sword and flew up. The collapse lasted for a moment before stopping. Deep Sand Maze? Chapter 32, The Maze Dilemma. Ding! A flash of surprise flashed across Lin Yi's eyes when he saw the new prompt. It hadn't occurred to me that there were surprises. But the original time was only 40 minutes left. Lin Yi could probably understand what this meant. In other words, either choose to explore the labyrinth or choose to head to the final boss. In this way, Lin Yi also had a rough idea of what to look for. He certainly didn't want to let go of the labyrinth, so it would have to be a speed pass. If he couldn't get it done in 20 minutes, then he'd have to leave for the boss. Shoo! Flying with his sword, Lin Yi flew into the darkness of the ground at breakneck speed. Bang! When he landed, it was almost dark around him. Lin Yi probably flew in for a few minutes before landing. Given the distance, the depth here had to be at least 10,000 meters. The blazing dragon spat out fire, illuminating the surroundings. It was only then that Lin Yi could roughly make out the appearance of the deep hole. Only a towering green stone wall blocked the surrounding area. Only a straight passage remained. In the air, there was almost no exit other than the original hole it came from. It really was just like a maze. Lin Yi led the blazing dragon in a randomly chosen direction. After about 10 minutes, in a dead-end alley, a room door was seen. Lin Yi was wary. This kind usually wouldn't be good. But when they stepped in, they realized it was just an ordinary compartment. Except for a box on a raised platform in the center. There wasn't much else. Lin Yi carefully opened the box. Ding! Open the box and obtain recovery potion White X10. Ha! Other than this, is there nothing else? Lin Yi picked the box up. Surprisingly, he did find a surprise. Only a broken seal fragment was pressed under the box. Sand Emperor's Palace Key Fragment 1, 10 key fragments need to be gathered to open the door to the Sand Emperor's Palace. It seemed that one needed to break into the room to collect all the keys to finally open this door of some sort. Lin Yi also realized that there was another exit door to the opposite side of the room. He walked out and returned to the labyrinth. But within 2 steps. Swoosh! A sparse sound appeared from the ground. Bang! A giant sandworm scurried out. But once it came to the ground to attack, it would only be killed in seconds. Ding! Killed, giant sandworm LV35 Elite, experience plus 3000 plus 50%. Not bad. That's 3000 experience points. Lin Yi continued on, and during this time, he also encountered various organs. Ground spikes, wall fires, poison gas. But to the few people with thick skin and flesh it was simply scratching an itch. A room was soon found once again. This time, Lin Yi stepped inside, but suddenly the ground shook. Lin Yi only felt that the entire underground palace was moving. It took a while for it to stop. There was no box up there this time. There was only the fragmented key. Ha! The light above his head made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. He looked up. Where else could this be if it wasn't his own place he came down from before? Lin Yi was a bit dumbfounded. Soon enough he figured out that he guessed that some of the rooms were punishment. But with all this going back and forth, Lin Yi had already wasted more than 10 minutes. The result was back to square one. At this rate of progress, let's not talk about clearing the maze. It was just hard to find all the keys and find the door to the Imperial Palace. Should I give up? Lin Yi was naturally unwilling to go this far. The difficulty was so high, and the reward was definitely not small. But he couldn't gamble with his life. Wait a minute. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. He seemed to be a bit brain dead. Exploring the maze was of course the more people the better. As long as there were enough people, they could find the right one even with constant trial and error. Swoosh! The flying swords under Lin Yi's feet split into 9. They flew out in every direction. Now there was the question of whether or not one could open the door. He had tried to get the blazing dragon to split up with him before. But once the blazing dragon met the room, it was unable to open the door. It seemed to require the player to be able to open the door. But once the mechanical dragon merged with himself, then does the sword belong to himself or the mechanical dragon? The 9 energy swords were extremely fast. In an instant, all the surrounding terrain in a radius of 100 meters was explored clearly. They even found a road that didn't have a dead end and wouldn't turn around in the same place. According to the game's theory, such a path usually leads to the final destination. A room was also found. Lin Yi's consciousness fell onto his sword, the hilt pressing down on the handle. Click! The door opened. Surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. What this meant naturally went without saying. The energy sword kept weaving in and out next. If there was a god's perspective, it could be seen spreading out rapidly like a plague. This is the monster room, go. Here reward room, go. Here special reinforcement room, go. Lin Yi was able to find the exact room he wanted. Soon enough, he had gathered 10 shard keys. Even more so, because of the synchronization of consciousness, almost the entire map of the labyrinth was imprinted into Lin Yi's mind. Finding the labyrinth's only door to the Imperial Palace. This is it. While exploring, Lin Yi also found something unexpected. It was a corpse that had already decomposed. The white bones looked a bit horrifying. And there was a notebook on the corpse. The first sentence on it when he opened it was, "I'm going to starve to death." Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. After reading on, it was actually a teacher from the previous 13th grade who had entered this place to jot down notes, in order to be able to use them if there was an accident and they were discovered. Throughout, he recounted how thrilling it was for him to be in this secret realm. In the end, he accidentally fell into this labyrinth, and all kinds of organs and punishment rooms trapped him here. Especially the room he called Qian Kuan de Nuai. There was a time when he had already found the door to the Imperial Palace and had collected all 9 keys, because he had mistakenly entered this room. All routes are destroyed, never find the exit again. So much so that he starves to death here alive. This was a second-turn powerhouse who wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat for 3 days and 3 nights. It can be seen how long it was Ben who was trapped here in the first place. And in Ben's case, he also came to another conclusion. That was that even if he went out at that time, he would still be dead. Because once, he had been lucky enough to find the entrance place. The place where he had labored so hard to leave trails of blood on the walls, counting the number of times he had failed before he finally had to climb out of the entrance. At that time, when his hand touched the air outside, in front of him appeared a countdown panel to 0, above the blood-red words extremely oozing. And his hand that touched the air quickly dried up. Like dead trees. Completely wasted. If it wasn't for the fact that he withdrew his hand quickly, he was afraid that the entire person would turn into a dry corpse. Phew! Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief at the sight of this. This was simply too desperate. Going out was death, staying in was also death. It was hard to imagine how that teacher had managed to hold on for so long in such despair. In addition to leaving his family to write out his last words in blood, he also left 2 sentences for those who picked up the book. 1. Please give this book to my parents for me. 2. Get out of here quickly, don't be trapped to death. Must leave. Chapter 33 The Tsar's Mechanism of Terror. Lin Yi put the notebook away. It had come to this, so of course Lin Yi wouldn't back down. But after learning that the end of the countdown was so terrifying, he also knew he had to hurry. Riding at full speed, he flew towards the gates of the Imperial Palace. Along the way, Lin Yi was as if he had a see-through glance on, navigating through the maze unhindered. The shortest distance arrived in front of the Imperial Palace gate. It was a 100-meter tall gate with 10 gaps in it. The combination was a pattern of sandworms. Lin Yi embedded the marks all over it. Ka-ching! Rumble! The gate was also finally opened. Roar! Tsar Gold Boss LV40. Life value 482,000,482,0000. Attack power 5400. Defense 10,850. Talent Sand of Nirvana Grade D. Each loss of life value will boost defense and cause the next recovery of life to be boosted by 30%. Skill 1 Dark Yellow Sand inflicts 180% range damage to a range of 5-5 and continuously inflicts a darkness floating effect. Skill 2 Sand Thorn forms a thorn in the ground within 25 meters of you, hitting to inflict a large slow and 170% penetrating damage, and draws 20% of the damage as lifesteal. Skill 3 Summon Insects, summon sand insects to help you. Skill 4 Devouring passes through devouring to restore blood, improve all attributes, and greatly improve defense. Introduction. For unknown reasons, the Tsar's skin seems to have gone through extremely high-intensity hardening, and his defense is extremely outstanding. The Tsar twisted his huge body and directly killed. Rumble. The door behind him unexpectedly closed on its own. It didn't give Lin Yi any way to retreat. Go! Lin Yi directly flew up high at the same time the energy cannon at his chest blasted the Tsar's head. Bang! 2011. An attack that could normally deal tens of thousands of damage was only about 2,000 at the moment. Although it blocked the Tsar's attack. But that was all. The Tsar's counterattack was very powerful. 7,020. And Lin Yi's bloodline directly dropped by 7,000. Hiss. Lin Yi hurriedly turned on life sharing. If there were a few more hits, even his own life value wouldn't be able to stop it. Luckily, with the Blazing Dragon's nearly 70,000 life points and the Mechanical Dragon's 20,000, the shared blood stripe was 100,000. There wasn't too much danger for the time being. Seeing the Tsar inflicted so much damage on his master, the Blazing Dragon instantly couldn't sit still and directly killed it. Roar! A roar accompanied by dragon breath was spat out. Although he had high defense, he was facing the truly injured Blazing Dragon. It was simply paper thin. 30,110. 30,110. 60,220 strike. 3,000. The terror-damaged Tsar's blood bar clattered down. The Tsar was obviously intelligent, and he was also startled. Hurriedly burrowing into the sand, he dodged the blazing dragon's attack. This battle was completely crushing. A silver boss was no longer enough in front of the blazing dragon. That one hit just now also knocked out nearly 200,000 life points from the Tsar. Close to half. The blazing dragon, who had drunk the blood-building potion, was resting and alert on the side. Just as Lin Yi was about to put down the flying sword looking for the Tsar. Roar! The familiar roar struck again. The Tsar was here again. The blazing dragon immediately surrounded Lin Yi. If the Tsar dared to attack, it would bite off another piece of flesh from the Tsar even if it had to use its life. After all, the Tsar was only bloodied now, and would definitely be very afraid of the blazing dragon. The huge body sprang out of the ground once more. Once again, it attacked towards Lin Yi. Run! Lin Yi's mouth opened wide in surprise, and he quickly cloaked himself. The blazing dragon didn't dare to make a move either, and hurriedly dodged away. This was all because the Tsar was full of blood. It had only been about half a minute. How is this possible? How long did it take to recover 200,000 life points? It was equivalent to all of Blazing Dragon's previous blood changes going down the drain. Right now, the Tsar was still difficult to deal with. Lin Yi scanned through the Tsar's skills once more, and pressed on, not seeing anything that could recover this much life value. After the Tsar had lost Lin Yi as his target, he spat a mouthful of dark yellow sand directly at the blazing dragon. But the blazing dragon wouldn't take him for granted, charging straight up and blasting him. The Tsar was clearly still no match for the blazing dragon. The bloodline once again fell back to the bottom. This time, blazing dragon directly connected with Dragon Tsunami. He controlled him and didn't give him a chance to escape. In the process, he decapitated it. Things went very smoothly. The Tsar was pressed without the slightest ability to resist. Just when the blood bar was about to be emptied. But it was at this time that a sudden prompt sounded. It was as if the entire space was tinted with a blood color. Ding! Difficulty 2, hard, adjusted to, abyss. In an instant, the Tsar's full attributes increased by at least 50%. The blood bar was restored to full. Tsar Gold Boss LV50. Buff, Breath of the Abyss, strengthens the monster, and attacks are accompanied by the power of the abyss that corrupts all things. Life value, 782-0000782-0000. Attack power, 8200. Defense, 22,100. Talent, Sand of Nirvana Grade DC. Each loss of life value will boost defense and cause the next recovery of life to be boosted by 30-50%. Possesses the method of breaking the body to preserve life, although the loss is large. Skill 1, Abyssal Yellow Sand. Skill 2, Abyssal Sand Spike. Skill 3, Summon Abyssal Worm. Skill 4, Abyssal Devouring. Skill 5, Abyssal Counter Armor. Every time you take damage, you will inflict 30% affected by defense damage plus attack power counterattack on the target. Introduction. Because of unknown reasons, the Tsar's skin seems to have undergone extremely high-intensity hardening, with extremely outstanding defense, and because of the infection of the abyss, the combat power rises again by a large level. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. This is screwing with targeting, right? How did it suddenly level up again? Even if the difficulty was locked. It's even possible to adjust the level by yourself? It was upgraded at such a critical juncture. Lin Yi always felt that it wasn't that simple. But this wasn't the time to think about such things. The most important thing was to deal with this guy. The Tsar was instantly arrogant, but he had just been suppressed. Now not only had he regained his peak state, he also had a new skill. How could he not be arrogant? The speed was all a whole lot faster. In the blink of an eye, he dodged in front of the blazing dragon. The blazing dragon spat up a mouthful of dragon breath. Tens of thousands of true injury numbers kept floating up. 30,110. 30,110. 60,220 strike. 3,000. But the blazing dragon wasn't doing well either. The same numbers lit up above his head. 22,000 counter wound. 22,000 counter wound. 36,440 counter wound. 9,000. In an instant, blazing dragon directly fell into the wind. Just by relying on the counter injury can give blazing dragon consumed to death. At this moment, the Tsar was arrogant beyond measure, and that twisted and incomparable face even made a teasing and provocative smile. Chapter 34, Purifying Spring Water. This enraged the blazing dragon. Immediately, it was ready to open its AoE and die with this guy. Lin Yi hurriedly stopped it. Blazing dragon wasn't very old, but his temper was really explosive. Lin Yi was also shocked. This was the first time he'd seen a gold boss. How many times did this attribute throw off a silver boss? Normally a gold boss would require a squad of 10 fully equipped second-turn professionals, and it had to be highly equipped and skilled. Otherwise, it was extremely difficult to kill. When it comes to gold bosses, they will no longer be fixed in one place. It is even possible to escape. The Tsar in front of him was even stronger, and without a third-turn professional leading the team, he was afraid that no one would dare to covet this piece of meat. Roar! Even a third-turn professional was afraid to have the power to fight. The most important thing was that it was the extra skill, Abyssal Anti-Armor. It directly sublimated the Tsar's combat power. Moreover, because of the True Flame Undying, the Tsar's defense was growing. It meant that the next counter damage would be increasingly terrifying. If it couldn't be dealt with in time, this stack would have no upper limit. Eventually, the counter damage might even exceed 100%. Right now, however, 30% won't even hold up. Not to mention stacking further up. The Tsar kept attacking the Blazing Dragon, seemingly thinking that he was bound to win. Just as the Blazing Dragon was in danger, Lin Yi made his move. Da-da-day. The laser gun fired directly towards the Tsar, and the Tsar sensed something was wrong. Inside, he chose to summon sandworms to fend it off. The bullets were all blocked by the sandworms. But Lin Yi had anticipated this Blazing Dragon. It's ready to go. It was all in his plan. Swoosh swoosh. The flying swords flew out as 9 streams of light, directly attacking the Tsar. Defense reduced 17%. Defense reduced 17%. Each attack of the flying swords caused the Tsar's defense to drop. It was important to know that the strongest part of the sandworm was in its defense and counter damage. The Sand Emperor also sensed that his greatest dependence was threatened. Hurriedly, he wanted Sand Rush to come over to help. But the sandworms had already been stopped by the Blazing Dragon. The sandworms were continuously being strangled, and the Blazing Dragon's life value was continuously recovering. Roar! The Blazing Dragon recovered and roared, killing the Sand Emperor once again. Roar! The dragon roared. The Tsar was instantly unable to move. Since he was able to let the flying sword and the Blazing Dragon attack. This time, it countered the injury. Because the counter injury percentage was affected by the defense attribute. The defense attribute was directly cut to 0 because of the flying sword's constant attacks. Therefore, the anti-injury multiplier directly changed to 0%. It can be said that the Tsar's skill is considered a waste. A new prompt appeared after the defense cuts were stacked. Damage deepening plus 17%. The damage deepening plus 17%. It's too strong. This energy sword is simply a divine skill for assisting in fighting. It can fly, explore the map, cut defense, and increase damage. The combat power is not weak at all. Once 9 in 1. The damage caused by the value of 7 or 8 times. How horrible is that? The Blazing Dragon's mouthful of Blast Dragon's breath. 103,812 strike. Damage deepens. 100,000 damage was dealt directly. This time, the Tsar was completely flustered. Pressing on, he didn't dare to stay too long and drilled into the sandy bottom once again. The Tsar was extremely fast. Especially after entering the sand, it couldn't even keep up with the flying swords. He soon lost his target in the sand. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned. The Tsar was running too fast. It would be dangerous if the stalemate continued for too long. It didn't take long. The familiar vibration came again, and the Tsar scurried out once more. Full blood again. Lin Yi grimaced when he saw its blood bar. Moreover, the damage deepening and defense weakening effects had all disappeared from its body. The Tsar that had returned to its peak killed the Blazing Dragon once more, swearing to take revenge. Faced with a situation like this, an ordinary person would have been helpless. Even if Lin Yi had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, the Tsar's terrifying recovery was just too much to handle. Once the Tsar's blood bar dropped below 30%, he would immediately flee. Very cautious. It was hard to catch an instant second. Fight! Lin Yi was ruthless and simply stopped recalling his energy sword. Ha! The Blazing Dragon was chased to the point of running on fumes. Only then did it realize that Lin Yi hadn't come to support it all this time. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi was his own master, it really wanted to take a bite out of Lin Yi's head. Now the Blazing Dragon was in a sorry state, but it had also bought Lin Yi a lot of time. Lin Yi controlled the 9 flying swords and kept scurrying away. The Tsar's habitat was almost turned over. Could it be that I'm wrong? But there was still nothing to be found, which made Lin Yi unconsciously wonder if he had misjudged. But just then, a flying sword that had reached the extreme depths transmitted back an uplifting image. It was a prismatic crystalline body that was separated by the sand and soil around it. The remaining space was filled with a light blue liquid. Lin Yi realized that the sandy soil around it was very loose. This meant that the sandy soil had been loosened many times. That's what caused it to be like this. It seemed like the Tsar hadn't been here much. Lin Yi had a strong intuition that the Tsar's ability to have such a horrific defense and restore his life value in a short period of time was definitely related to the crystal in front of him. Swoosh! Flying swords sprang out of the ground. Once again, they killed the Tsar. With the help of the energy swords. The situation was instantly reversed, but the Tsar was vigilant. The blood level had just reached 30% and immediately drilled the ground and ran away. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and controlled the 8 energy swords to also drill into the sand to chase after him. The Tsar looked at the flying swords behind him, disdainful in his heart. Humph. In this king's territory, let's see how this king gets rid of you. The Tsar king violently changed direction and accelerated. But suddenly a flying sword appeared in the air and stopped it. 3012. It also slashed it a bit. In just this little bit of blocking time, the other flying swords once again chased after it. The Tsar's blood bar clanked down. The entire sand map was now imprinted into Lin Yi's mind. Of course, it couldn't get out of Lin Yi's hands. Next, the Tsar made several deliberate detours to get rid of the flying sword, but he couldn't get rid of it. Instead, the bloodline was lowered again. The Tsar was completely cornered. It knew that if it dragged on like this, it would surely die. It could only use a move of the golden silkworm to get rid of its shell. He broke his body into 2 halves and escaped. Ha! It's surprising that it still has this kind of ability. Although Lin Yi was surprised, he didn't care too much. This ploy also made the flying sword lose its target instantly. Damn human, causing me to actually have to break my own body. When I get out, I'll make sure to get him killed first. The real Tsar hated and celebrated at the same time. It was good that it managed to escape. It looked towards the pool of water in front of it. As long as it drank it itself, it would immediately return to its peak. Even its body would be repaired. He had been tempering his body for so many years by constantly refining it in this divine water. Only then did he develop an invincible body. Just as it was about to open its mouth to drink the water. Swoosh! An energy sword that had been in ambush for a long time came out of the pool water. It stabbed into its throat. It directly interrupted his movements. You actually found this place. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, roar! A terrifying dragon roar sounded. It had been hit earlier and of course knew that this was a blazing dragon move control skill. It just didn't expect the effect to be so far away. The Tsar was instantly unable to move. At this moment, it was terrified. Because he sensed that the 9 flying swords had appeared again. This was an ambush. Lin Yi had counted on this. He was waiting until the Sand Emperor let its guard down. To kill him. The Tsar had relied on this mysterious pool of water for so long, so of course he was the most relaxed at the moment. Swoosh! 9 flying swords appeared. The energy swords entangled together once, erupting a powerful energy. In an instant, an energy holy sword 7 feet long and 3 feet wide appeared. Its emitted energy caused the surrounding space to distort. Merging together, the speed was greatly reduced. But the damage could not be as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. 8 by 85% equals 680% in the case of 9 merged together. Chapter 35 Mutation. This terrifying damage rate. And it had also increased because of the merge. It reached 800%. Rumble. The holy sword was like a slow-moving giant ship in the air. It slowly stabbed towards the controlled Tsar. Hiss, roar, roar, roar. The Tsar roared madly but was unable to move. It could only watch as the holy sword obliterated its body. 102,180 strike. Damage deepens. 100,000 damage directly cleared the bottom of the Tsar's blood bar. Ding! Killed LV40, Tsar Gold Boss, experience plus 135,000. Ding! Leveled up LV17 LV19 2500 250,000, gained Golden Egg X2 existing, 3-inch. Ding! Dropped Tsar's Scepter Gold. Ding! Obtained Purification Key. Very good. Surprisingly, it dropped a piece of gold equipment, and it was also a weapon. As equipment, weapons were several times more valuable than other equipment. Tsar's Scepter. Quality, Gold. Level, LV40. Attribute, attack power plus 1,600, 20% increase in damage to spells. Emperor of Sand, increase movement speed by 20%, additional 30% when located in sand-type terrain. Sand Shield, forms a shield of 1,000 plus 10% of your own life value, cooldown 25s. Introduction, Scepter of Sand. Very good equipment. Unfortunately, the level is too high. Lin Yi couldn't hold it at all. But it wasn't without a solution. The mechanical dragon could carry this equipment once it was leveled up enough to merge with Lin Yi. But it was a bit long in the tooth. Lin Yi looked at the rest of the stuff. Purification Key, after investing in it, you will be able to use the Purification Holy Water. Rumble. With the death of the Tsar, the sand disappeared. Only the strange pool of water remained. Lin Yi touched it but was directly bounced off. It seemed to have some kind of restriction. Seeing this key, Lin Yi understood. It turned out to be so. After touching the key to the prismatic crystal, the invisible barrier was instantly lifted. Purification Holy Water condensed from the heart of purification naturally formed in heaven and earth, possessing a variety of miraculous effects that can instantly restore life as well as remove negative effects, and most importantly, can remove demonic chi from the body of any living creature or object. The moment he saw this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He was still worried about how to restore those polluted rune stones. It turned out that he needed to come here to do it. If he had actually left at that time, wouldn't he have missed out? The rune stones had all been collected for nothing. Lin Yi was extremely grateful as he threw the stones into the purification pool. Ding! Successfully purified, obtaining Fire Runestone Gold, X200. Ding! Successfully purified, obtaining Earth Runestone Gold, X100. After successfully purifying, Lin Yi thought of something. That was that he had encountered demonized villagers before. I'm afraid that he would need this water of purification to purify them as well. The purification holy water happened to run out after purifying these rune stones. It seems that the normal storyline is to let the purification holy water choose between the villagers and the rune stones. Unexpectedly, both harvests were pocketed by Lin Yi by mistake. By the way, he had also synthesized the golden egg. Ding! Consumed golden egg legendary X3, synthesized super golden egg mythical X1 inch. Ding! Open super golden egg mythic, gain evolution points X1000 inch. While Lin Yi was tending to the battlefield, the school outside was noisy. Ha! Just one student that first middle school doesn't want, do we have to pick it up and treat it like a treasure? As the principal suggested that a competition position needed to be taken out. Immediately, some teachers came out to refute it. In their opinion, Principal Gua had lived a life of integrity, and they were very dissatisfied with the way he did things on weekdays. Yet there was no qualification to interject. But he had actually done such a stupid thing now. It was too bad not to seize this opportunity to vent his emotions. Right. This will chill the hearts of our academic students. Facing their opposition, Principal Gua argued even if our students go, it's not worth it for a bunch of level 7 and 8 people to go against someone else who is at least a level 10 professional, risking injuries but not getting any rankings. And originally the competition quota is arranged based on rank, it's reasonable for his rank to have a quota. However, someone quickly seized on this point and retorted, does it mean that letting this guy go will be useful? Oh. Although I've heard that his rank isn't low, but I'm afraid that his strength is not as good as our students. Headmaster, don't let others' aspirations get the best of you. Principal Gua coldly slapped the table. He is now a student of our school, why the word others? He has already entered the buried bone land, he will prove himself. At this point in time, Principal Gua could only choose to believe Lin Yi. What, the land of buried bones? All the teachers stood up in shock at the moment. It hadn't occurred to them that Lin Yi would dare to take such a risk. Ha ha! If this kid sent himself to his death, then there's no need to argue about this at all. He doesn't think he can pass, does he? The other teachers immediately mocked upon hearing this. Someone even chimed in, if he can pass, we'll agree to him getting a competition slot, and the compensation as teachers will help him bear. Right. That's right, me too. But what if he doesn't pass? Principal, can you agree with our proposal to bring in students from the Black State? Hearing this, the principal pondered for a long time. When it came down to it, he could only agree fine. Lin Yi's matter had risen directly to a fight between two factions in the school. It could even be said to be decisively oriented. The principal could only pray that Lin Yi would really pass. The teacher who had been proposing to bring in the students from the Black State was even more smug as he announced to the other teachers, I actually know a bit about that secret place. These words came out. Everyone else couldn't help but be curious, what, quick. Humph. If you can't come out within an hour after entering that secret realm, you are declared a failure. Hiss. The moment these words came out, the teachers looked at the time and realized with such a glance. Surprisingly, there was less than 15 minutes left. All it was left to do was wait for those 10 minutes to pass, and then they would receive news of Lin Yi's death. Some people were even starting to celebrate in advance. Faced with this sad scene, the principal shook his head helplessly. Could it be that the path he had insisted on was really wrong? Chapter 36 Mechanical Dragon Awakening Upanishad. Lin Yi didn't know that the situation outside had gotten so intense. He was studying the evolution points. After seeing the evolution points, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. This evolution point could strengthen anything. It even included dragon ranks. Looking at the Blazing Dragon, Legendary First Order plus 010, and the Mechanical Dragon, Legendary 7th Order plus 0400, Lin Yi hesitated. Who should he choose to give it to? After only a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi chose the Mechanical Dragon. Right now, according to combat power, it was definitely the Mechanical Dragon that was more adaptable. After all, he was only a little bit away from being able to awaken the arcane at the 9th level. The Blazing Dragon had the fire rune stones that Lin Yi had prepared. It just so happened that the evolution points made up for the shortcomings of the runestone only having 5 elemental attributes, giving the Mechanical Dragon a chance to improve. Ding! Consumed 980 evolution points, successfully upgraded the Mechanical Dragon's level, 7th Order 9th Order. Awakening, Upanishad Superpower Magnetic Field. AOE. Lin Yi finally ushered in the second AOE. Upanishad Super Energy Magnetic Field. Passive, Immortal Mechanism. Each time you die you will enter the immortal form, gaining 50% of your maximum life value and being unable to act. During this period, it will recover 1% of its maximum life value every second, and will be resurrected when it reaches 100%. Active, unfolds a supermagnetic field. Creatures within a range of 500 will be sealed, unable to deal any damage, unable to recover life value, unable to leave the space, lasts 300s. 24H cooldown. This skill was equivalent to directly turning people into beaten puppets. The most important thing was that his was the range. If this was on the battlefield, don't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. The coverage of a skill was at least thousands of enemies. Its passive was also how unbelievable. It was equivalent to 2 lives. It could resist in fight. Lin Yi looked at the 2 remaining items. Demon Surrender Ring Jewelry. Grade, LV20. Quality, Legendary. Attribute, Attack Power plus 2000. Special effect, Demon Surrender, additional 20% increase in attack power of one's own equipment. Special effect, Self-Improvement, Wearable Jewelry Level Limit plus 20. Introduction, forged from a meteorite from the sky, extremely rare. Enhancement phrase, 3 flavors of True Fire Legendary. The strongest True Fire in the heavenly realm, can enhance fire skills. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the ring. This was simply a boon for himself. Now it was only a matter of how many levels before Lin Yi was already taking on up to level 40 or 50 monsters. With this ring, he could wear equipment that was higher than level 25. Lin Yi put the ring on, and now he could wear the Tsar's scepter. All of a sudden, Lin Yi's attributes were greatly improved. 4 gold sets on his entire body. Player, Lin Yi. Level, LV19. Talent, Blessing of the Beginning Divine Grade, Eye of True Knowledge SS Grade. Occupation, First Turn Dragon Master SSS Grade. Life Value, 18000, 18000. Attack Power, 4800. Defense, 800. Profession Talent, Dragon Contract, you will be able to tame dragons, only and exclusively. Loyalty is always 100%. Profession Skill 1, Dragon Slot, LV1+, for Dragon Living Space 2-2. Profession Skill 2, Lifelink, LV10 unlocked, Player and Imperial Dragon Life Sharing. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Skill, LV20 unlocked, the player will be able to use the skills of the Imperial Dragon under his command LV20 unlocked. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Bond, LV30 unlocked. Equipment, Shadow Law Robe Legendary LV12, Dark Knight Law Boots Gold LV20, Dark Knight Law Hat LV Gold LV20, Tsar Scepter Gold LV40, Demon Subduing Ring Legendary LV20, Pixie Necklace Mythic LV10. Now Lin Yi's attributes were already terrifying. Even in a solo battle he wasn't inferior to any professional of the same level. The same mechanical dragon attributes had also gotten a considerable boost. The life value had increased to raise to 30,000. The attack power also broke through 3,000. It also reached 5,000 after converting energy points. In armor form, the attack power could reach 10,000 when added together. The one remaining phrase, 3 flavors of True Flame, was undoubtedly given to the Blazing Dragon. Ding! Blazing Dragon Rank 3, Life Incineration SS Grade, plus 3 flavors of True Flame Legendary, equals Scorching Life True Inflammation SSS Grade. Skill 3, Life Incineration SS Grade, restores 150% of one's attack life value after killing an enemy, and grants the player a 50% attack power shield. Scorch of Life SSS Grade, damage dealt will not be counter-damaged, an additional 20% blood absorption effect is gained, and the extra overflow of life value will be converted into a shield that is applied to itself and a friendly. The conversion ratio is affected by the attack power. Not bad. It's kind of the first enhancement to Blazing Dragon. Originally, Blazing Dragon's skill was only useful in group battles. Once you're dealing with bosses, it loses its usefulness. Now it's been upgraded to a hidden attribute, Bloodsucking. It's definitely stronger. The shield has also been improved. The most important thing is that it won't be anti-injury. This way, the Blazing Dragon has no shortcomings. Lin Yi didn't waste too much time. There were only 15 minutes left now. He had to hurry up and finish the next battle. Otherwise one could really be trapped and die here. After the death of the Blazing Dragon, an exit appeared at the top of the cave. When they came out they realized that the entire secret realm had changed. The entire sky was covered in the color of blood. Bold human, seeing this king. Why don't you kneel down and greet me? Suddenly a hoarse voice appeared out of place. Only to see a creature consisting of 3 huge eyeballs quietly appear. Abyss 3-Eyed Demon King. Level, second turn LV50. Life value, 18W 18W. Attack power, 12800. Talent Triple Harmony Grade A, each eyeball has independent life and means of attack, and when there are still eyeballs present, the rest of the eyeballs will not die after the blood is empty, and will only quickly recover life value to full blood resurrection after being endangered. Skill 1 3 Eyes Laser. Skill 2 Death Blast. Skill 3 Mind Control. Skill 4 Status Transfer. Skill 5 Abyssal Anti-Armor. Introduction. It is because of the contamination of the abyssal chi in his body, the strength of the secret realm is much higher than that of the same level. Surprisingly, it's an abyssal creature? Lin Yi took several steps back in shock. It was important to realize that the vast majority of the world was now infested and occupied by the abyss. If it wasn't for the forefathers relying on the secret realm to fight to the death under the abyssal onslaught, humans would have gone extinct by now. No one knows where this group of abyssal creatures came from. But they are powerful, but they make everyone chilled. Attributes were often several times or even a dozen times that of monsters of the same level. There are even some abyssal clans that can be dozens or hundreds of times more powerful. They are roughly graded in the same way as the king and worshippers. The three-eyed monster in front of me had the word king at the end. Then he is at the very least a monster that is close to a dark gold boss at the same level. And this talent is directly equivalent to facing 3 gold bosses. Run! Lin Yi was directly invisible. But the three-eyed demon king was able to see the stealthy Lin Yi. Jia. It just so happens that I need a puppet to help monitor the situation outside. You're perfect. Ah! Lin Yi suddenly had a huge pain in his head. Although his life value hadn't dropped. But his consciousness was gradually fading. Was this the strength of the Abyssal clan? It could take away lives silently. Facing the incandescent dragon and mechanical dragon that killed him with a disdainful face. The 3 eyeballs were extremely fast. It was hard to catch up. The blazing dragon let out a dragon whistle to control it, and the 2 dragons killed it. But the next thrilling scene appeared. Originally unable to move, the three-eyed king even instantly lifted the control. A move of energy laser knocked out tens of thousands of life value of the 2 dragons. This was that move of control transfer, sacrificing 1 eyeball at the cost of the other 2 eyeballs to act normally. Surprisingly, it's still a beast master. These 2 pets are not weak in combat. It's not presumptuous for me to wake up from my slumber. Perhaps it can also start something else. The three-eyed king smiled triumphantly. Although it had the advantage, it had also suffered quite a bit of damage. Looking at Lin Yi, who could barely hold on any longer, he felt that he was winning. Roar! With a roar from the blazing dragon, the entire sky was instantly covered in flames, and the ground cracked open as lava gushed out. Aeon! The knowledgeable three-eyed king was shocked. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to own a by having an AoE pet. The three-eyed king wasn't stupid, so he directly intended to flee the battlefield at full speed. Roar! Another magnetic dragon roar rang out. A huge protective shield quickly rose around them. Chapter 37 King of the Abyss. All 3 eyeballs of the three-eyed king widened a few points. It was completely unanticipated that there was actually an Aeon. Its eyes flashed with a touch of greed. If I can control this human, my combat power would have to be increased by at least several times, even to the level of a battle royal. At this moment, he instead did not intend to escape. It had to take down Lin Yi at all costs. It directly flung out an eyeball that flew towards the 2 dragons. The remaining eyeball blocked itself. Bang! 120,110. 120,110. Terrifying damage numbers appeared instantly. More than 100,000 damage. Directly killed the eyeball that resisted the damage. And the other flying eyeball exploded. Bang! 80,000. 80,000. At this moment, the three-eyed king's main body was complacent. His own eyeball self-detonation caused very high damage, even if he died. It could also recover quickly. Therefore, this self-explosion ability was also his strongest means of attack. It was tried and tested time and time again. However, when the dust cleared, he then realized. The blazing dragon and the mechanical dragon were surprisingly unharmed, and their blood streaks hadn't moved. How is this possible? The three-eyed king shouted in shock. But when he then saw the other 2 eyeball corpses at the moment, he was even more frightened. Forbidden healing? His voice was trembling at this moment. He had never expected the mechanical dragon Upanishad to be so terrifying. It directly made it impossible to deal damage or return blood. Don't kill me. Facing the killing of the 2 dragons, he was powerless to fight back. Finally, he lost his arrogance and begged for mercy and fear. As long as you let me go, I can give you endless glory and riches. It's not even impossible for you to join our Abyssal clan? Lin Yi looked at the three-eyed king in front of him and sneered, letting you go is. It's not impossible? As soon as he said this, the three-eyed king said anxiously, quickly, what do you need to do to spare me? Lin Yi smiled, as long as you say what you came here for. As soon as these words came out, the three-eyed king, who had been so excited, fell silent. This behavior was also seen by Lin Yi. Sure enough, there was a problem. The state of China's defense of its borders, especially the border area with the abyss, could be described as tightly guarded. This demon king had gone to great lengths to sneak in. There was definitely something wrong. Do it! Watching the three-eyed king hesitate, Lin Yi immediately gave the order to Blazing Dragon. Aha! Don't do it! I'll talk. Lin Yi's move worked, and immediately the three-eyed king recanted. In fact, this batch of ours was arranged to sneak in years ago, in order to act as a mole when the abyss marched in. It seems like the time is near? Lin Yi's eyes stared slightly. Earlier, Chairman Zhang could have said something about the recent situation being volatile. It seemed like what this guy said was true. Hand over the list of everyone. Lin Yi demanded once more. If it was during the abyssal march that this three-eyed king came out to cause trouble, then even if it was the entire school, no one would survive. Of course, Lin Yi couldn't just sit back and watch this happen elsewhere. The three-eyed king hadn't expected Lin Yi to continue making demands, so he questioned angrily. I've already said it. Why don't you let me go? Lin Yi didn't bull and directly threatened. When did I say I'd let you go? If you say it this time, then I'll really let you go. The three-eyed king began to hesitate again at the sight, but this time, he didn't even wait for Lin Yi to urge him on. He confessed one by one. He really wanted to live. A dead Taoist friend was not a poor man. No? As he spoke, Lin Yi recorded. Soon there were at least dozens of addresses written down. It seemed like the abyss had been laying out for quite a while. The three-eyed king nodded. Quickly let me go. Although he said so on his lips, he swore inwardly with incomparable venom, when I get the chance, I'll definitely break you into pieces. Lin Yi nodded. Blazing Dragon, send him to the first floor. No need to be polite, I'll just go by myself. The three-eyed king hadn't even come close to being happy. It died under Lin Yi's incineration in horror. Ding! Passed the special secret realm, Land of Buried Bones, gained experience plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations on your first pass through the Abyss mode of Land of Buried Bones, rewarded with a first pass treasure chest x1 gold. Ding! Congratulations on setting a record for passing the special secret realm, Land of Buried Bones, 50 minutes and 32 seconds, rewarded with a first pass treasure chest 1. Ding! Land of Buried Bones is in the process of returning to normal. At this moment, outside the secret land, Principal Gui was pacing back and forth anxiously. There are only a few minutes left, so don't get your hopes up, Principal Gui. That teacher mocked at the sight. But the words just fell. A bright light suddenly appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. The person who came was none other than Lin Yi. As soon as he came out, the same scene as last time reappeared. And this time, the onlookers weren't students, they were all teachers. There was also the principal. You passed? Principal Gui inquired excitedly. No, it's impossible. How is this possible? That teacher shook his head frantically the instant he saw Lin Yi. Did you quit in the middle of the game? How could a trash student like you pass? Ding! Area notification Special Mystery Land of Buried Bones LV20 LV50. Ding! Congratulations to player, Lin Yi SSS Great Imperial Dragon Master, the first to pass the Yi Abyss mode minimum pass time record, rewarded with experience plus 10,000, first pass record treasure chest gold 1. Ding! Area notification Special Secret Land of Buried Bones LV20 LV50. Ding! Congratulations to player, Lin Yi SSS Great Dragon Master, refreshing the record for the lowest clearance time in Abyss mode, 50 minutes and 32 seconds, rewarding experience plus 50,000, refreshing the record treasure chest Dark Gold 1. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to player, Lin Yi SSS Great Dragon Master, successfully corrected the secret realm, rewarded experience plus 50,000, the secret realm next 72H to obtain experience increased by 30%, the player's combat power increased by 30%, and to enter the group with no upper limit, no level restriction. With the sound of the notification, the entire 13th middle school, which was originally still noisy, fell silent. It was as if there were no students in the school at all. Awesome, this Lin Yi is actually that Jiangnan province's first SSS rank in so many years. Why would he come to our school? Is he here to take us flying? Didn't they all say he's a weakling? How is this possible? Wait, is this last one true? Chapter 38, Eagle Sauce Country, Chairman Zhang is too strong. The most insightful is the last bulletin. There is no limit to the number of team members. Experience has been greatly increased. Unlimited openings. It was simply a big welfare bureau. All the students cheered at this moment. The teacher who had been clamoring for the introduction of Black State students was shocked as if he had lost his soul after hearing the broadcast. Well done. Principal Gui excitedly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. He didn't think he'd actually made the right bet. This kind of strength was unparalleled even in the history of the entire city of Linhai. In his heart, he was infinitely grateful to the blind vice principal Zhang of the First Key High School. Otherwise, how could such a genius get his turn? Just at this time, suddenly a fiery figure ran over. Principal, Lingnan Chamber of Commerce President, Lu Qing personally came to our school? These words came out. All the people present, except Lin Yi, looked at each other in disbelief. The president of the Chamber of Commerce of Jiangnan Province had come in person. This now had them all on tenterhooks. Did he say what was going on? Principal Gui hurriedly inquired. It was fine if it was a good thing, but it would be bad if it was looking for a fight. No! The person who came to speak hadn't finished speaking when a fresh scent hit him. A beautiful figure quickly walked over with a breeze. President Lu. That teacher hurriedly greeted attentively. However, it was directly ignored by Lu Qing. Lu Qing had a clear goal. He walked straight towards Principal Gua. Lin Yi in the back. You're actually here? Lu Qing shouted excitedly. This one left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Never in a million years had they expected such a big shot. Surprisingly, he was rushing towards Lin Yi. That teacher observed for a moment. Lu Qing was so excited and out of breath. He even went straight to the school to arrest someone without saying hello. This Lin Yi must have offended President Lu. Where would he have gotten the chance to meet such a big shot in the past, and this was not the time to behave himself. He immediately walked out. Pointing at Lin Yi, he lectured, "Don't think we'll favor you just because you just gave the school credit. You haven't grabbed an apology for offending President Lu. If you don't apologize properly, you'll be disqualified from the competition." He even deliberately raised his pitch a few times as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he proudly looked around at the other teachers and the principal, as if his eyes were saying how smart he was to grab the opportunity to leave a good impression on the big man. Seeing this, Principal Gua silently stepped in front of Lin Yi. "Where's the psycho from?" Lu Qing skimmed at him in disgust, completely unable to understand how the school had mixed in a psychopath. Immediately, she turned her head towards Lin Yi and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Lin Yi. I was wrong. We'll agree to all the demands you've made, just please give us another chance." These words came out. The scene was suddenly silent. Although everyone didn't say anything. But at this moment, they were incomparably shocked inwardly. This was a high school student. How could he make a Chamber of Commerce president grovel so much? Even if this kind of thing was filmed on TV, no one would dare to believe it. Ahem. Lin Yi, you've contributed a lot to the school this time, so feel free to come to school or not. Just remember to come to the competition in a few days. Principal Gua's voice trembled a little as he broke the deadlock. He gave Principal Lu a step down. Now Lin Yi, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up, "Let's go talk in your car." Good. Hearing this, Lu Qing was overjoyed. After hearing the news that Lin Yi had returned to Linhai City, she had rushed here without stopping. All for the sake of retaining Lin Yi. Now they were at the end of their rope. The Extreme North Chamber of Commerce had stepped up their efforts in the past few days, and the blood sunga pill was constantly being mass-produced. At a price lower than the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's price across the sand market. In just 3 days. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's thousands of stores have closed down 7 to 800. Now they could only count on the blood creation potion to hang on for dear life. When she left, she also proposed to Principal Gua, "I think your school has a lot of potential, and it just so happens that our Chamber of Commerce is going to set up a scholarship foundation recently, so I think it should be built in your school." As soon as these words came out, Principal Gua was surprised that he couldn't speak, and his lips trembled slightly as he looked towards Lin Yi. Of course he knew that this was all for Lin Yi's sake. Thank you. Principal Gua thanked Lu Qing on his lips, but his eyes were looking at Lin Yi gratefully. Lin Yi's inner disconnect disappeared when he saw this. Lu Qing was indeed very benevolent this time. This was also considered helping himself to repay his kindness. He accepted this favor. Then the secret realm situation must have been known to you as well. Seeing that he was almost at the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, Lu Qing finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Lin Yi nodded. "It's too difficult to pass, isn't it? The worms can't be killed at all, right?" "Aha!" Lu Qing nodded. She was looking forward to what exactly Lin Yi had up his sleeve. What if the cost was high? "Send me to that secret realm." Lin Yi spoke. "Ha?" Lu Qing immediately understood. "You're alone? That would be too inefficient, I'm afraid." Lin Yi alone would indeed be exceptionally low cost. But even if Lin Yi alone kept brushing day and night, it wouldn't be enough for a store. It didn't occur to her that Lin Yi's method would be this. Now she was disappointed. Did the heavens really want to kill him? But at the moment, there was nothing to do but to beat a dead horse. After sending it to the secret realm, she sat in the car with a depressed look on her face. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. How is one's life so bitter? But her tears hadn't fallen out yet. The forest of moonlit nights floated brightly. Lin Yi came out, and with a big bag of stuff. "Nah!" Lin Yi threw the stuff directly at her. Blood splattered all over the sports car on it. However, when Lu Qing saw the stuff, she nearly jumped up in excitement. "Infinite blood flesh. Wait, this amount?" Lu Qing was shocked beyond belief as she looked at the piles of infinite blood meat. How was this possible? Lin Yi had only cleared the secret realm once. At most, he could only pop 2 or 3 pieces. But here, there were at least hundreds of pieces. This burst rate was too unbelievable, right? How did you do that? She looked like she had never seen the world before. Lin Yi shrugged. "Don't think about it, only I can handle it." Lu Qing was slightly disappointed to hear this, but she was still excited. It was important to realize that Lin Yi was too fast through the levels. It was completely supplying the materials. At this moment, she realized why Lin Yi had insisted on 50% profit. This was really powerful. Right. By this secret realm, I've greeted President Zhang. Lin Yi said one more time. Now Lu Qing looked at Lin Yi with eyes that were no longer shocked, but admiring. She had never expected Lin Yi to have left this in place. Every aspect had been so well thought out. Thank you. Lu Qing solemnly thanked her. Lin Yi didn't reply, just smiled lightly and continued to plunge into the secret realm. It so happened that there was nothing going on lately, so Lin Yi kept brushing monsters in the secret realm. And there were quite a few things happening outside at this time. The most explosive news, of course, was the entire Jiangnan province's Operation Bright Sword. With a thunderous force, it swept through dozens of secret realms. The demons lurking inside were also purged clean. This piece of news coming out could simply be called inspiring. After all, in the face of the abyssal erosion, the human race had always had bad news. This was the first time that it could be called a complete victory. And naturally, the Eagle Jam Nation's side noticed the movement. On a wall in a place where almost no one knew about the base, hundreds of pictures hung. If anyone could see it, they would definitely recognize that this was actually all the brightly strong people in the entire country of China. Neatly arranged on the wall, the higher up the wall the smaller the number of photos became. There was even only one at the top. And among them was Lin Yi's picture. Chapter 39, Lin Yi's danger level? But at the moment, Lin Yi's picture was quite below. Coincidentally, next to him was none other than Zhang Liuhe, Grand President Zhang. One by one, the intelligence officer told the several big shot figures seated there what had been going on in China lately. Even many of them were hidden news. Mishu's died on this fourth turn Imperial Beast Master, Zhang Liuhe. And then there's that genius who awakened the SSS rank talent, not bad, dodging Mishu's siege, passing the Nightmare Novice realm in 10 minutes, and powering through a second turn professional. It doesn't look like the rumored job failure. There's also the fact that China has recently launched an operation to eliminate dozens of hidden abyssals, and it's not yet known where China's intelligence comes from, in case they can also use this method to catch us. As well as recently, the state of China has strengthened its deployment to the abyssal borders. And, after hearing the news, these few bigwigs made adjustments to their rankings. Everyone else's rankings moved slightly in size. This SSS rank's 10-minute passage through the Nightmare Mystery Realm is quite unreal. The fastest record has always been held by our country, that's 7 S-ranked teams plus 2 SS ranked, as well as 1 SSS ranked, and it was only the fastest to reach 20 minutes. It's very likely that his speedy passage is related to Mishu's, or his passage techniques, otherwise I can't figure out how he was able to avoid Mishu's and then speed through. If these two impossible things are stacked together, it's definitely a problem. It wasn't that they hadn't seen SSS-ranked professionals before, and even that kind of combat profession with superb killing power was something they had in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, so they didn't believe in this achievement of Lin Yi's. It's not a rare thing to forcefully suppress a second-turn professional, and it's something that an average or rank can do as well. It seems like this Lin Yi danger level needs to make an adjustment. Lin Yi had also changed from the penultimate row to the penultimate, lowering his grade. Compared to him, we should be more concerned about Zhang Liuhe. To be able to kill Mishu's, he's at least a 4th-turn powerhouse, even approaching 5th-turn strength. This is a true latent bomb, good thing it was discovered in time. Saying that, Zhang Liuhe's position directly went from the penultimate row, directly up 7 or 8 notches, to the proper 3rd row. And the 2nd row above him were all 100-rank war gods, and even next to him were some weaker professions but at least S-rank 100-rank war gods. We have to pay attention to this Zhang Liuhe, we mustn't let him turn 5, once he becomes a new war god. It will definitely become a great threat. Tell the military that when the time comes to fight, at least arrange for 200 ranked war gods to join forces against Zhang Liuhe to ensure that he is killed. Ah Chiu. Zhang Liuhe, who was far away in China, suddenly felt a chill at his back. As for that SSS-ranked professional, there is no need to be probing his identity. Letting him die is enough. Take advantage of the battle between China and the Abyss, this is the time for us to start the war, activate Dark Chess. Let Dark Chess kill him, this time I don't believe he can still escape. It's just right to use this as a way to boost the heart of the army and strike a blow to the hearts of this group of sick people, letting them know that submitting to us is the only righteous path. And Lin Yi's side didn't have anything else to do for the past few days. It was just buried in the secret realm constantly brushing monsters. Lu Qing had been keeping an eye on the entire production line, and the first batch of blood-forming potions was coming out tonight. It'll be on the market tomorrow morning. Finally, we can sit back and wait for the money to come in. And the side of the far north Chamber of Commerce had also sensed something was wrong. Lin Yi was coming out of the secret realm, and at the moment he was drowsy. He was practically clicking an enter-exit, enter-exit. Then it was just a matter of sitting back and waiting for the 2 dragons to take him to lay down and win. Hey! Bang! The moment Lin Yi heard the voice, he directly struck out with a laser cannon move. Although there wasn't much experience in the secret realm right now, it couldn't be helped by Lin Yi's frantic brushing. It was still a level up. Now Lin Yi was at level 20. Able to use the dragon skills under his command. This shot directly killed the incoming person. The sudden move made the few first-turn professionals who had come looking for trouble scared silly. It was clear that Lin Yi was only a first turn in front of him as well. But with a single casual move, he had killed a meat-shielded professional in seconds. At this point, where were they to care about the mission explained by the extreme North Chamber of Commerce? Scared, the others scattered in all directions. Lin Yi fired a few shots in succession, not sparing any of them. After seeing the identity cards of a few people, Lin Yi wasn't too surprised. Sure enough, they were from the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Now that the two sides were enemies in life and death, Lin Yi was currently a member of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, he had to defend the interests of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. He went out and looked around. Sure enough, he found that the surrounding guards had been injured long ago. It was a minor incident, and Lin Yi passed the news to Lu Ming before continuing to brush up. But unexpectedly, Lu Ming had directly sent in his biggest card, the Shadow, to guard Lin Yi's safety. Hey, kid! The Dark Shadow wore a black mask and a black robe. Although he couldn't see his expression, Lin Yi could sense that he was very arrogant right now. What? Lin Yi didn't know why this person was so hostile towards him. You mustn't run around. As long as you stay around the secret realm, this master will keep you safe. Seeing the Shadow's strength, Lin Yi understood that he was arrogant for a reason. With such a big bodyguard by his side, Lin Yi certainly begged to differ. On the other hand, the extreme North Chamber of Commerce instantly exploded when they got the news. After noticing the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's actions, they were uneasy and sent a few loaded punks ready to go in and find out what was going on in that secret realm. But they never expected to be in front of a group of less than 10th level guards. They actually disappeared. Must be dead. Forget it. Tomorrow is the loan minimum deadline, and tomorrow the entire Lingnan Chamber of Commerce will be ours. That male was only slightly stunned for a moment, and then he changed back to that lustful look. At that time, these two sisters abed. Suck it. After saying this, she also instructed her subordinates, right. We'll monopolize the blood-borne pill this time. This group of stinking poor people, the effect of the blood-breeding pill is so good they deserve to use it? Raise the price. If they have a problem with it, ask them if they have worked hard. Is 7,900 blood pills expensive? If they don't buy it, there are plenty of people to buy it. Right. Hire some more people for me to spread the public opinion first. Special report. Special report. The news of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's collapse is leaking out in advance. Chapter 40, A Little Trickery, the Prince of the Far North Chamber of Commerce collapses. This piece of news instantly went to number 1 on the Jiangnan province's hot search list. After all, the blood-borne pill was in charge of the entire Jiangnan province's sinking market for recovery potions. But the extreme North Chamber of Commerce, which also possessed the blood-borne pill, also further expanded its fame. Quite good. You see how cheap the extreme North Chamber of Commerce's pills are now. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce must have deliberately raised the price before, simply not taking us poor people seriously, so black-hearted deserve to die young. Yes, Jiangnan cannot have Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, but cannot have blood pills. Are the two upstairs families cerebellar development to the ass? Isn't that what malicious competition is all about? The extreme North Chamber of Commerce isn't a great benefactor after the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce closes down its monopoly. Oh, let's see if you guys will still have this face. It's a pity that Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's family business is so big, and it's been lost by 2 women. Serves you right. If I say good-looking woman is stupid, honestly married on the end, have to hold these moths. Most our people are supportive. Only a few people are fresh. But the unified still all think that this time will definitely die. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was now at the end of its rope. Both of the town's treasured products have lost their customers. The stores have closed down a large portion. Tomorrow there are still hundreds of millions of loans. These bottomless pits can't be filled. Damn! This must be the work of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. After seeing the news, Lu Ming was furious beyond belief. He immediately called Lin Yi. Did you see the news? Lin Yi answered quite well. What? He said that about us, and you still say it's good? Lu Ming beamed in dissatisfaction. Isn't this equivalent to giving us a free advertisement? Think about a company that was on the verge of collapse yesterday suddenly announcing the next day that it had developed a new product. Do you think you'd want to see what that product looks like? Lin Yi slowly said all this. Lu Ming immediately stood up excitedly. Right. So that's how it is. Great. Right. I bought back those fire materials you asked me to buy and had them sent over to you. That's good. The materials that Lin Yi entrusted to buy were naturally the ones that went with the fire rune stones. Along with it, he instructed you keep an eye out for me on where there's news of the dragon crystal sacred eyes material lately. This thing was Lin Yi's second turn material. Legendary grade material. Again, it was a rare treasure on the market. Lin Yi had learned from his previous experience, so he naturally had to prepare in advance this time. Good. Lu Qing agreed with alacrity. Lin Yi looked at the time. Tomorrow happened to be competition time. He had to rest and relax today. He felt like he was brushing off his mental illness these past few days. But the gains weren't small. The level had reached level 20. At first he could only brush once every 10 minutes, but later it got faster and faster. It was even once every 3 minutes. In these few days, he had directly brushed around 100,000 infinite blood flesh. It was definitely able to supply the product chain. Lin Yi didn't go home, but instead came directly to a park corner. A dying old man on crutches approached at the sight of Lin Yi instantly. "It's me." The old man's voice was very resonant. "President Zhang?" Lin Yi recognized this person. He hadn't thought that Zhang Liuhe would meet with him in disguise. "Why are you shooting like that?" Hearing Lin Yi inquire, he looked helpless. "I've been in danger lately, so I have to keep a low profile." Let's not talk about this last time. The intelligence brought a great deal of help to Jiangnan province. The higher-ups have granted a special approval for one of the most special things. What thing? Lin Yi couldn't help but look forward to hearing this. Merit. First-class merit. These words came out. Hiss. Shadow, who was potentially protecting Lin Yi's safety from behind, opened his mouth wide in surprise. Although he couldn't hear the conversation due to Zhang Liuhe's spell. But he was an assassin, and a professionally trained assassin by the Chamber of Commerce. Counterpoint was just the basics. Merit. First-class merit. You had to know that the last person to receive a first-class merit was a god-level powerhouse who had killed a powerhouse of the same level in battle. And it was surprising that Lin Yi could also receive this honor. His disdain for Lin Yi had all but disappeared. This Lin Yi definitely had great talent and strategy. A man who had made a mark for his country. He deserved respect everywhere. At the same time, the rewards for the last kill were decentralized. It was still first-class merit, as well as a senior officer's internal recommendation letter. Only with this one letter of recommendation, it would be easy for any person to become a senior officer. This was a path that perhaps ordinary people would have to work hard for the rest of their lives. This is the benefit that comes with it. The military. This was the most important organization in China. This letter was naturally given to Lin Yi. It said that one could be given a rank no less than second lieutenant based on a number of factors, such as merit, battle achievements, strength, and contributions. Need to be over 18 years old. Participated in the high school selection? It seemed that right now Lin Yi had no way to serve. He could only wait for the college entrance exam to end. But it was getting close. Lin Yi was in no hurry at all. The two of them didn't have too much conversation. Zhang Liuhe then hurriedly left. Lin Yi, on the other hand, went home and opened up the forums and started following the Chamber of Commerce news. Early in the morning of the second day, the news of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce launching a new product exploded across the forums. Laughing my ass off. At the current level of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, can they still come up with a better product than the bloodborne pill? How long did it take to develop a new drug? You think we netizens are like little cuties? Do you think we netizens are like little cuties? At a glance, wrestle eyeballs to cut a wave of leaks. A little bit of anticipation, but it's just anticipation. Many people were not optimistic about the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Comparing the bloodborne pill had taken the entire Jiangnan province by storm for more than a decade. For a catch-up product to appear all of a sudden, no one would believe it. At noon the major stores began to shelve the product. Assassin and netizen had long ago taken a sniff of the traffic code and waited in front of the store early. There are also many people who want to come to see the fun like him. His live broadcast room was even tens of thousands of people online. Okay brothers, open the door. He grabbed in front of the store the moment it opened. Aiming the camera at a crimson potion. The pop-up screen immediately floated over cut. Returning to the potion genre again? Just this? Just this? Seeing the number of people rising wildly, the netizen smiled in satisfaction. Immediately, he struck the iron while it was hot and clicked the panel out. Once again, he filled the shot. He was already just about to blurt out the lines he had memorized yesterday. As everyone expected, the clamor. But he was halfway through his sentence. Chapter 41, the contest begins. He became dumbfounded. Only one pop-up screen remained in the entire live broadcast room. Recovering percentage life value, and continuously recovering fixed life value, and then recovering percentage life value for the first time. This netizen's voice trembled at the end of his words. Percentage recovery applied to any group of people. And it was still 2 stages of recovery. As a blogger who often gave teachings to professionals, he naturally understood what this meant. Assuming that you drank the potion at 95% of your life value, then you would be in full condition. And after losing your life value after a battle, you recover again. Still in full status. It proved that this potion could be taken firsthand. Instead of having to wait until your blood level is low enough to use it. Drinking the potion action is deadly in combat now. 2 times into the first. Hiss. The most terrifying thing about this is that even a 100-level powerhouse can use this potion just as well. And the price of this potion is only 5 spirit stones, 5,000 pieces. He said with trembling. There was no other potion on the market that could have all the audience groups of professionals. Comparing the potion level high and low regarding the recovery effect. And the blood creation potion. Did it. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Big move. The only all-encompassing audience potion on the market appears. Shocking. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's blood creation potion has attracted the purchase of the hero, Zhan Liuha. Vigorously recommended to the general public. Back from the dead. How should the extreme North Chamber of Commerce take it? The 3 hot searches firmly occupied the top 3 hot searches in the entire Jiangnan province. There was even a national hot search that was on it. Damn! How is this possible? At this moment, the crown prince of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce angrily smashed the cup in his hand. He never expected that Lingnan Chamber of Commerce would really sneak around and research this kind of product that shocked the business world. This immediately made the president of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce, that is, his father, pay attention to it. His father was a businessman. After knowing that he had offended Lingnan Chamber of Commerce stinks. After all, with the potential of the current blood-forming potion, who can work together can definitely make their own his turnover increased by several %. But his father also gave orders. That is since offended. Then we have to offend thoroughly. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow after the spring breeze blows. Report. The sales of our blood creation pill has almost dropped to 0. Today, his men suddenly walked in to report. Upon hearing this news, he was struck by thunder as if by the heavens. How is it possible? Even if the blood building potion was introduced, as a low-end product, the blood breeding pill should not have been taken down. Because after all, blood generating pills were inexpensive. For low-level professionals, blood generating pills were enough. They used the bundled version sales model. The henchman spoke out with trepidation. As long as one purchases the raw blood elixir, plus $1,000 to receive an additional 10 raw blood elixirs. Bang! He immediately sat on the ground when he heard this news. He never thought that it would be such a situation. It's worthy of you. This proposal is too strong, right? All of a sudden, the extreme North Chamber of Commerce's raw blood pill is dry and stagnant. Lu Qing didn't mince words in praising Lin Yi on the other end of the phone. This method was exactly what Lin Yi had given her. $1,000 for 10 blood-forming pills, that was simply wool gathering. The high price was far lower than the previous price. It was even a loss-making deal. Highly ranked professionals couldn't see the blood-forming pills, so naturally they wouldn't raise the price to buy them. This way there was almost no loss. As for low-ranked professionals, the previous price of the blood-borne pill was 500 apiece. Even going to the extreme North Chamber of Commerce to buy even 10 of them would cost 3,000. And now it only takes an extra 1,000. You can get an extra bottle of blood-building potion worth 5,000 spirit stones. Do you think this is wool gathering or not? Many low-level professionals chose to buy in bundles. Although they earned less, they had recruited this group of low-level professionals who only needed to purchase the blood-building potion to spend money. This was the Yang scheme. Even if it was a calculation, everyone felt comfortable in their hearts. Many people even felt that they had earned it. After all, the blood-building potion retained its value. You can use it now at a low level, and you can use it at a high level as well. In the next 3 days, hundreds of thousands of bottles of blood-building potions were swept away. Of course, this was an afterthought. At the moment, Lin Yi wasn't too surprised after hearing Lin Yi's report. This was nothing more than a slight trick. Next we'll introduce the contestants. From the first key high school, Su Bingbing, Lu Ming, Dong Chubby. 13th middle school, Lin Yi, Zheng Kur, Wu Guochang. As the briefing read out. Far away on the other side of the competition stage, Lu Ming's line of sight also moved over. After seeing Lin Yi competing again, he was shocked and delighted. Damn it! How did this guy run off to the 13th middle school? Ha! So what, after so many days? I'm not what I used to be long ago. This poor Lin Yi is afraid that he doesn't know the importance of this competition yet. Hee hee, when I beat him I'll be sure to tell him about the ancient ruins. Ruthlessly kill his awesome style. Start drawing lots. There were a total of 39 students here, in a 2-on-2 situation. Naturally, one person would have a turn. After seeing Lin Yi said in a voice that could be heard by everyone around him, "You better pray that you don't meet me before the finals, otherwise I'll definitely let you know what it means to be crushed." Chapter 42, Advancing to the Top 4. Lin Yi didn't put this kid in his eyes at all. Ignoring him, he directly drew lots. Once Lin Yi looked at the lack of numbers on the sign. It was known that his turn was empty. Hee hee, count yourself lucky. Lu Ming taunted after seeing that Lin Yi's turn was empty. Su Bingbing put his heart down only after seeing Lin Yi appear. Originally, he had already dragged his relations to his family elders. But he hadn't thought that Lin Yi would be able to enter the 13th middle school. And now there was even a turn. She smiled faintly at Lin Yi. This way the rankings would be higher, and he'd have a good performance on his grades resume. The whirlwind battle began. The 19 pairs came onto the stage in turn. "Brother Lin, do you think I'm sure?" a girl inquired to Lin Yi. She was ranked as high as level 13, which had already broken the record of 13th middle school for so many years. The other boy was even higher at level 15, enough to match the first high school's results over the years. Such a situation was naturally something that could only be achieved with the dual assistance of the Foundation and the Secret Realm. They knew deep down that they had been favored by both Lin Yi. They also had great respect for this powerful man. Lin Yi looked at his opponent, who was a level 12 genius from the second high school. "You only need to attack his lower body, he has a knee injury." Saying this, he looked at the boy's opponent again and made another point: "This person is impatient, you continue to have to wear him down for time, he'll naturally reveal his cracks." This? The two looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Although it was very hard to believe, this person was the big brother who had directly brought the level of the entire 13th middle school to a level comparable to the first middle school. They chose to trust Lin Yi. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for pointing it out." The two of them arched their hands and thanked him. One after the other, they went up to the stage. Things were just as Lin Yi had speculated. It was surprising that these two really did have this kind of weakness in them. After reaching the first turn, the upgrade speed slowed down a lot. Even the students who had been ahead of them by many first years before were now about the same level as them, with Lin Yi pointing them out, easily drying out their opponents. Victory was achieved, easily passing into the top 18. "It's worthy of you, Brother Lin." The two of them thanked him, after truly seeing Lin Yi's abilities this time. They were in awe. It was because one of the contestants had withdrawn with an injury in the last match. The numbers were now exactly even. Lin Yi couldn't take another turn. "Ha! You'd better last until you run into me." Lu Ming once again let loose with harsh words. At the moment, he was confident beyond measure. So much money, and the more uses it had after the first turn, he had digested it well in the past few days. Just now, the opposite party was a B-ranked profession. But it was killed by him in one move. Now he was bloated beyond measure. But it was a pity that Lin Yi still hadn't been drawn this round. Lin Yi had picked a genius from the third middle school. This person was a strong contender for the top 3 this year. Known as the strongest person since the founding of third middle school. Grade 17? No wonder. Such a high grade. It's almost the highest grade of the previous year's competition. "Please teach me." She drew out her double whips, her mouth polite, but in her heart, she didn't put Lin Yi in her eyes at all. Her profession was called the strongest B-rank profession. Frenzied whip dancer. Its terrifying attack rate and frequency was the nemesis of any profession. The most important thing was that his whip could be poisoned. It only needed to be dipped to attach various special effects. Although it was only Lin Yi she was facing. But she still had the strongest potion on, the blindness plus slashing potion. One effect for each of the left and right whips. From this, it was clear that this person was indeed aiming for the championship. The blindness potion goes without saying. But the slashing potion is a forbidden drug. It is mainly used to strengthen the cutting of certain ores, magic treasures and other hard objects. Once used in battle, it could easily dismember the opponent. "Let's take you to try the effects of my whip." With that she charged at Lin Yi. In the face of her attack, Lin Yi was unresponsive. "Hiss. To think that you're not putting it in your eyes like that?" She was instantly enraged and her force increased a few more points. As she came to the competition teacher panicked. "If the opposite side of the direct dismantling is not worth it, this is too bloody, will definitely be suspended. This opponent is too good, thing I forgot to consider." But just when the whip was about to touch Lin Yi, his body disappeared into thin air. Lin Yi's figure disappeared into thin air. Bang! Before she could react to where Lin Yi was, her back was violently kicked. The force of it said it was a tiger she trusted. Unable to stabilize her figure, she directly fell off the ring. "This." She stood up dumbfounded, her eyes filled with rage. "You even shaded me. Despicable." Saying that she still wanted to continue on the stage. But the competition teacher was in a hurry to stop her. "You are not his opponent." As a teacher, he naturally had sharper eyes than the others. With one glance, he could tell that Lin Yi's strength was crushing, otherwise he couldn't have won so easily. After hearing the words of the competition teacher, the girl was filled with resignation, but could only resign herself to her fate. After seeing Lin Yi win so easily, Bingbing, who was far away in another battlefield, also secretly sighed in relief. And the two teammates under the stage were thrilled. "So handsome. Worthy of being Brother Lin. I should have known I'd give up my spot. Me coming over was simply an offering." Cut. "I think you're looking at the 50,000 spirit stone compensation." All 3 of them successfully entered the top 8. This had been the entire 13th middle school among the top 8. It was creating the best results since the establishment of the school. Lots were drawn again. Lin Yi's opponent this time, however, had drawn one of his own. The boys knew they couldn't beat Lin Yi and admitted defeat on the spot. The girl was in trouble. He drew Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw his opponent, he revealed an evil smile. Let's take you then. Ah. I recognize. Recognize. The girl hadn't even had time to open her mouth to admit defeat at first. Lu Ming made a direct move. Heavy blows came one after another, making the girl unable to open her mouth at all. The mouth spat out blood continuously. The entire battlefield was splattered with blood. Each attack was directed towards the vitals. The sound of clicks and clacks could be seen as the girl had already suffered many serious fractures. Lu Ming saw or not let go, lifted the hand of the huge sword toward the girl abdomen waist cut and go. Even if the girl could dodge, she was afraid that she would not be able to give birth in this life. Too ruthless. Lin Yi also finally couldn't help himself when he saw this. Stop. Chapter 43, Admit Defeat? Being shouted at by Lin Yi. His movements slowed down. This was what gave the girl the chance to admit defeat. Ha! You're really insidious enough to lay your hands on a girl like that. Lin Yi's heart twisted as he looked at the severely injured girl. Although he hadn't crossed paths with him too much. But if it wasn't because of himself, the girl wouldn't have been targeted in this way. Furthermore, she was at least a classmate of his. In the case of reason, she should be helped to get justice. Don't be afraid. I'll definitely help you get your revenge. Lin Yi comforted the girl. Spinning around, he once again easily solved his opponent, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. This was the first time anyone from the 13th middle school had advanced to the quarterfinals in a municipal high school league. Lots were drawn. Both Lin Yi and Lu Ming couldn't wait to draw their lots first. Su Bingbing? Dong Chubby? The first three were all from Dui Middle School. This was the bottom of the key high schools. But the opponent Lin Yi also drew was Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing was somewhat looking forward to how Lin Yi's combat prowess would be. But before he could do anything, Lin Yi directly raised his hand in the ring. I concede. The crowd hadn't expected this. He had come all this way. Lin Yi hadn't shown much strength at all, but he admitted defeat at this point. Everyone was curious about his fighting strength. Now that they couldn't see it, they were disappointed. But there was also someone who speculated, this guy isn't afraid of running into Lu Ming, is he? As soon as these words came out, everyone agreed that this was the correct answer. After all, the opponent was only a support profession. Lin Yi should have had a chance of winning with his previous performance. But now he was voluntarily admitting defeat, so perhaps that was the reason. Bah! What a man, a classmate getting beaten up like this. Surprisingly being a shrinking violet. I didn't expect to be a wimp, no courage to put up a fight. Rubbish. Greedy to live and shoot. On the other hand, Dong Chubby was indeed no match for Lu Ming, who had a luxurious outfit and advanced skills. As soon as he started to fight, he fell into a disadvantage. After being suppressed for a long time, he was about to lose. Lu Ming spoke coldly, I admit defeat. He noticed Lin Yi's behavior and after he finished speaking, he said loudly, you want to escape? Then I'm going to take on you. Even if I don't want first place. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the ring was ignited. Everyone hadn't expected that Lu Ming would choose to voluntarily admit defeat as well. It was to face Lin Yi. Stealing a chicken doesn't work, ha ha. Now he's probably going to admit defeat again. He could have been in the top 3. Now fourth won't qualify for the Ancient Ruins competition. Serves him right. Goon, spelling to get into the top 2 even if he's seriously injured can go to the Ancient Ruins. In the face of many taunts, Lin Yi was secretly laughing in his heart. This guy had really fallen for it. The competition office also appeared to announce the final battle. The winners group and the losers group will go to the ring to determine the champion, runner-up, and third place. Lu Ming was the first to jump onto the stage. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, you can't get away, finally let me catch you. All the humiliation of the past days came rushing back to his mind. He must take revenge today. Trample Lin Yi under his feet. Scrap him from genius to trash. Lin Yi slowly walked onto the stage as well. The buzz here was even higher than on one side of the winner's platform. The eyes of almost everyone present had gathered. All of them were looking forward to the final victory in this battle. Of course, many people still wanted to see Lin Yi, the goon, defeated. Swoosh! Lu Ming sprang out like a flying sword, directly killing Lin Yi. The huge sword in his hand was actually dark gold. The equipment had been upgraded once again, so it was obvious how much blood had been spilt. A rank skill, Blast Wind Soul Snatching Step. He directly used his rank skill and arrived at Lin Yi's side in an instant. Everyone was holding their breath. Swoosh! A flying sword sprang out, directly blocking Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming was instantly filled with shock. He hadn't thought that there was even this kind of tactic. But there was no time to think about it. A turn of the giant sword shifted its direction, and the momentum of the waist-chopping attack towards Lin Yi once again. Swoosh! Another flying sword flew out. Damn! Gale chopping. His attack was blocked once again, and he was so furious that he directly used his grand finale move. The speed of the giant sword in his hand skyrocketed. Outsiders couldn't even see the giant sword attack and could only see countless residual shadows lagging behind. Hiss! The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. If this Lin Yi couldn't block it, I'm afraid he won't be dismantled? Clang clang clang. But the blood splattering didn't occur. Instead, the sound of clashing iron weapons appeared. When the people around them could see the battlefield clearly, they were instantly shocked into staring. One could only see 9 flying swords ring together, all hanging on Lu Ming's neck. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Yi hadn't made a move all this time. Now the moment he struck. Surprisingly, he had directly killed him in seconds. This can't be. Lu Ming turned unbelievable. He wasn't even a match for Lin Yi's one move. You had to know that he was level 20 now. He'd spent a tremendous amount of extra money to hire someone to take him leveling with him. For the sake of today. Kneel. Lin Yi collected a gentle wave and the 9 flying swords pressed down. The terrifying force directly caused Lu Ming to kneel. No one had expected such a situation. At once, the first middle school competition teacher wanted to stop it. But Lu Ming was feeling humiliated and didn't care by what right. You are just a bottom trash, why can you surpass me? He even directly toppled his sword and was about to kill slashing towards Lin Yi's lower body upwards. He was trying to cut Lin Yi in half. Seeing this, Lin Yi no longer stayed his hand. A laser blast sent him flying. At the same time, 9 flying swords went up. They kept cutting through his skin. It was shallow, but it couldn't hold up to the frequency. In just a few seconds, Lu Ming was oozing blood all over his body. It was very tragic. Seeing this scene, the crowd was also stunned. Lu Ming was also finally afraid at this moment. He was afraid of dying. He knew that he was afraid that he would really die if he went on like this. At this moment, he finally disregarded his face. He hurriedly wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat. But where would Lin Yi let him escape so easily? What you just did, I'll double it back now. Lin Yi's energy sword directly swept over with a slap. It gagged its mouth. The next outrageous scene appeared. Lu Ming was constantly being lynched, and every time he tried to speak he'd receive another slap. Stop it. At this moment, the leading teacher of the first high school couldn't sit still. You're torturing like this, do you have any empathy? She roared angrily at Lin Yi. Chapter 44 The Nosy Fatty Dong. But it ushered in Lin Yi's angry dislike, then you came up to replace her? Now she was directly silenced. She also just turned around. But it was only for the sake of licking the vice principal that she got so worked up. If it really came down to a fight, she really wasn't a match for Lin Yi. Why didn't I see you talking when that girl was injured just now? Double standard dog. Lin Yi continued to curse with a gloomy face. You. She was instantly so angry that she couldn't speak. You were at least in our school before, don't you have any classmate feelings? Wow. Lin Yi couldn't help but applaud at that. Just now when he threatened me so much, how come you didn't say classmate please? Points, how the school treated everyone before, now you still come to talk to me about this. Lin Yi said as he directly drew out a flying sword. In the blink of an eye it directly stabbed that teacher in the throat. Drops of blood seeped out. Who? She gasped in shock and fell straight to the ground as her legs gave out. Luckily, just now it only pierced the skin. Even if it was that much deeper, she would definitely die. Alright. The battle is over. At this moment, because of the pain and blood loss, Lu Ming also directly fainted. The competition team also announced the results. Champion. Su Bingbing. LV17, First Key High School. Runner-up. Dong Chubby. LV18, First Key High School. Third place. Lin Yi, LV20, 13th High School. Chubby Dong knew that he wasn't going to make it into the winner's bracket, and he didn't want this kind of achievement for nothing, so he voluntarily conceded defeat after facing off against Bingbing Su. The competition also came to a close. Ahem. The next announcement of the competition rewards were all raw stuff, roughly all spirit stones. The first one is 30,000 spirit stones, and the second one is 30,000 spirit stones. The first was 30,000 spirit stones, the second 10,000, and the third 5,000. But now that he had an industry, Lin Yi couldn't look at this stuff. There's also the joint exploration qualification for the ancient ruins after 2 days. Fatty Dong was thrilled to hear this. He was so familiar with himself that he actually chatted with Lin Yi like this. You know what? Ancient ruins are filled with treasures that have been passed down from ancient times. It's not impossible to pick up 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Lin Yi was a bit surprised that this person was familiar with himself. But he had helped himself out in the middle of the year before. He smiled and nodded in response. The other team for the joint quest are students from Jiangnan Base City. 7 of them, 3 of us. The competition team continued. At this moment, Dong Chubby was lost in thought. He spat at Lin Yi. We definitely won't get much of anything this time, that's Jiangnan Base City. The other dozen or so cities combined aren't as prosperous as Jiangnan Bay City. Geniuses are everywhere in that place, let's work with people like that. I'm afraid we won't even be able to get any soup. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, he hadn't expected this little fatty to know everything. But it made sense to think that he was so self-centered and gossipy. This had piqued Lin Yi's interest. According to what Fatty Dong had said, the students from Jiangnan Bay City were bound to be very, very strong. He was also curious about how much of a gap there was between himself and these geniuses. The competition team said something else next. That ancient relic was made from a battlefield 1,000 years ago, and it was very dangerous. They were told to listen more to the people over in Jiangnan City and such. Lin Yi, the championship should be yours. After the teacher left, Bingbing walked over to Lin Yi with a smile. Cocking her head, she said. Seeing this, Dong Chubby immediately laughed with his auntie's face and cooed yo yo yo. He also kept poking Lin Yi next door. He seemed to be saying, you can do it. Lin Yi was speechless, this guy was so nosy. Ha ha. Lin Yi laughed and didn't know how to respond. Bingbing saw his rushed appearance and covered her mouth with a light laugh. Then we'll see you the day after tomorrow, you'll have to take care of me then. Lin Yi hadn't said anything yet, but Dong Chubby grabbed the lead, that's for sure. We'll both take good care of you, don't you think so? Lin Yi had no choice but to nod when he asked. Then I'll go first. Bye. Bye. What's the rush to find me here? Lin Yi arrived at the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Right now, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was crowded and extremely lively. Buying something like this was a chain effect. Once they were in the store, even if they bought a blood building potion, they would also buy something else along the way. After all, it was convenient. Thus the entire Lingnan Chamber of Commerce store was overcrowded. Any product sales were exceptionally fast. Seeing this lively scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh, doing business is really good. Now sitting around with a large amount of spirit stones coming in every day. This is your share of the profits for these few days. Lu Ming threw a ring in front of Lin Yi. 200,000 spirit stones lay inside. It had only been 3 days. If this trend kept up, there would be at least 1 million spirit stones in dividends every month. Lin Yi was ecstatic, he could finally upgrade his pet next. He had leveled up. But because he didn't have any money, the pet levels were all arguably stuck. Lu Ming sat down and took a sip of water. I found what you wanted me to find. Dragon Eye Crystal Source? Lin Yi asked happily. Lu Chang nodded and took out an invitation. Invitation to the auction house of the Far North Chamber of Commerce Jiangnan Bay City branch. The Extreme North Chamber of Commerce? Seeing those 4 words, Lin Yi frowned. Lu Ming had anticipated Lin Yi's reaction and sighed helplessly, it can't be helped. This auction house is the only one that has this thing you want in recent times. I think we're just going to buy something, they wouldn't dare do anything about the rules of the industry, Shadow will protect us. If you want to be smart about it, that's fine, you'll just have to keep waiting. I'll be the first to notify you when it's available. Lin Yi didn't hesitate go. Because he had investigated. This thing was rare, it only appeared once in as few as a few months. More often than not, it wouldn't be available for more than a decade. This was an absolute reason not to miss it. Lin Yi looked at the date but realized it was tomorrow? Well, this was going to be bad. There was absolutely no time for Lin Yi to raise money. Humph. Lu Ming suddenly walked up to Lin Yi and hummed frivolously. Lin Yi didn't know what she meant. A bit flustered. If she was robbing people, would he or she be from it? Or would he? Lu Ming suddenly asked, how do you feel about my sister? Lin Yi took a few steps back, step aside, not interested. So decisive in your refusal? I'm just asking. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Alright, no more jokes. Lu Ming smiled, the main thing is that my sister will be taking the college entrance exams by then, so you take care of her more. And she's too embarrassed to come, drag me to apologize to you for the last thing. Lin Yi didn't have much of a reaction after hearing that, just should be good. And Lu Ming toned a meal, a mysterious smile. Taking out a space ring. A string of numbers revealed itself. 10 million spirit stones. You robbed a bank? Lin Yi shivered in fear. With so many spirit stones, if he was considered an accessory, shooting wouldn't escape him. Yeah. No, what are you talking about? Lu Ming had been prepared to accept Lin Yi's admiration, but he hadn't expected this reaction from him. Lu Ming didn't continue to sell out, this is a contract with the other 2 chambers of commerce, as well as some small chambers of commerce, and some of the potions we output are divided amongst them. This is to get a deposit of 10 million spirit stones so that we can help you auction off that mythic material. Chapter 45 Blazing Dragon Ninth Order. Lin Yi was suddenly surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to give up her monopoly for him. Thanks. Lin Yi was grateful. It seemed like he had made the right choice after all. At the same time this time, he also got the materials from before about the fire rune stones, matching them according to the tip ratio. Letting the blazing dragon take it in. Swish. Rushing fires erupted from the sky. It was a good thing that Lin Yi was near the moonlit night forest. If it was in a residential area, the blazing dragon had grown a few points in size, but at the moment, it was very hard to look at. The body was actually starting to dry out. Spirit stones. Master, spirit stones. The blazing dragon opened its mouth to shout as it endured great pain and suffering. Only then did Lin Yi realize what was going on. He hurriedly took out the spirit stone. Ding! Consumption of Fire Rune Stone Material Combo Pack X5, Spirit Stone X 15,000, Blazing Dragon, Level Elevated, Legendary First Stage, Legendary Second Stage. Ding! Consume Fire Rune Stone Material Combination Pack X10, Spirit Stone X 15,000, Blazing Dragon, Rank Increase, Legendary Second Order, Legendary Third Order. Ding! Consuming Fire Rune Stone Material Combination Pack X20, Spirit Stone X 15,000, Blazing Dragon, Rank Increase, Legendary Third Stage, Legendary Fourth Stage. Ding! Consuming Fire Rune Stone Material Combination Pack X100, Spirit Stone X 15,000, Blazing Dragon, Rank Increase, Legendary 8th Order, Legendary 9th Order. Straight away, the rank was pulled up to the 9th rank. The full attributes were greatly improved. And the subsequent LV30 skills were unlocked. The opening of skills after the second turn required both rank and level to reach the standard. Now that it was directly pulled up, there was no need to worry about the follow-up. Hiss! This wave directly ate up most of the spirit stones Lin Yi had just taken. Lin Yi also roughly understood. This was to make up for the deficit. After all, the mechanical dragon's 9th rank required 9 times the consumption to upgrade as well. With the remaining spirit stones, Lin Yi pulled the mechanical dragon level to LV20. Ding! Consuming spirit stones X 60,200, the mechanical dragon leveled up, LV10 LV20. Pet, Blazing Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV20 90,000 spirit stones. Qualification, Legendary 9th Order. Life value, 122,200 122,200. Attack power, 10800. Talent 1, Origin of Fire SSS grade. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS grade. Skill 1, Dragon's Breath of Fire S grade LV9, sprays true fire of origin to a wide range of 20-20-50-50, dealing 300% 500% of attack power and ignoring evasion. Skill 2, Dragon's Bloodline SS grade. Skill 3, Scorching Life True Inflammation SSS grade LV9, damage inflicted will not be countered, gaining an additional 20% 35% blood drawing effect, and the extra overflow of life value will be converted into a real shield, applying to itself and 1-3 friendlies. The conversion ratio is affected by the attack power. Skill 4, Skyfire Dragon's Whistle SS grade LV9, the dragon's whistle is the most penetrating sound in the world, which can cause a mandatory stun to the target within a range of 50-50 for 3-6.5s, which can't be exempted or eliminated. It can also remove abnormal statuses on the friendlies as well as a short overbearing effect, with a cooldown of 30s 19.8s. Upanishad Heavenly Execution Fire Destruction. Equipment, LV5, Red Inferno Dragon Armor plus 9 Legendary. Introduction, one of the 5 Supreme Dragons, the Blazing Dragon. The attributes were doubled. All skill levels were raised to level 9. It was evident how terrifying it was. Now Lin Yi's combat power was also greatly increased. Sitting on 2 legendary 9th rank LV20 Supreme Dragons. Now even if a third turn powerhouse came, Lin Yi also felt that he might not have no chance of winning. Tomorrow morning, Lin Yi walked out of the secret realm. Both of their eyelids were fighting. The dark circles under his eyes were also heavy. He'd been brushing materials all night and was really tired. Now Lin Yi also realized a problem. That it was too tiring to brush by himself alone. But he was the only one who could do it. He still needed to squeeze in time for leveling and whatnot himself. It was completely impossible to keep devoting himself to brushing materials. But the moment he stopped, the blood-building potion production was immediately gone. He shook his head, thinking about the 10 million spirit stone deposit. His heart was full of mixed feelings. How do you cross or cow horse off? Do not dare to stop at all. Soon Lu Qing's sports car appeared and Lin Yi got in. The car headed towards Zhengnan Base City. Their goal was the auction. It wasn't long before they arrived in Zhengnan Base City. Hiss! Is this the depths of Zhengnan Base City? Lin Yi marveled as he looked at the martial arts halls and professional associations all over the streets. He hadn't cared in his haste to get here before, but this time, having the presence of mind to observe it immediately shocked him. The number of professionals in Linhai City was very small. Generally, there were more senior students in schools. But here, there were professionals all over the place, and they could be found everywhere in the first and second turns. There were stores about professionals everywhere. Sir, please show your invitation. Arriving at the extreme north auction house, the courtesy lady at the door politely requested. Lu Qing took it out and entered the auction house smoothly. Basically, all the people who came here were dignitaries. But the most important thing is still the money. The lowly seated are basically clean-cut professionals, the vast majority of whom are second-turners. There were even a few third-turn casual cultivators in the front row. And the gentry and aristocrats, association bigwigs, and Chamber of Commerce sects were all in the second-floor boxes. Lin Yi was no exception. He got a 9th-ranked box. The auction went on as scheduled. The first lot, however, was something that Lu Qing and Lin Yi were both most familiar with. Next up, our first lot is something that everyone has been hearing so much about lately. The blood creation potion. These words came out. The entire room immediately boiled over. The blood creation potion was now in short supply. The scalper prices were all very high. A total of 500 bottles of blood building potion, 100 bottles per group. Starting price, 50,000 spirit stones. Put. Lin Yi almost spat out the tea he just drank into his mouth. So black-hearted? It was directly doubled by 100 times. Yet it was this that could be sold. The final price even went up to 64,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi looked at this scene and thought. There was a limit to the number of bottles that could be purchased at the store, with a maximum of 2 bottles per person in a single transaction. When even that was the case, the promotion was incomparable. He could probably follow suit. And in the face of this blatant scalping behavior by the Far North Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi was unimpressed. Ha! This Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is such an idiot, even out of this potion without a channel it can only make us money. After seeing the auction go for such a high price, the branch president happily slapped the table. But the next second, a message came president. The man shivered and didn't dare to open his mouth. Seeing this, the branch president frowned dissatisfied and drank. What are you doing? If you have something to say it quickly. Seeing the situation that subordinate only to drum up the courage, a breath of all set out. In addition to our guild, other chambers of commerce have got a fixed amount of sales. Now that this thing has been shelved by several chambers of commerce in Jiangnan Bay City, it's not that scarce anymore. This was like a bolt from the blue for the branch president. He drove Lin Yi away. Day Nima. Refund. Ha ha ha. This is too bad, only just bought it. It just took a big dive. This Far North Chamber of Commerce is afraid that it's not going to be easy if it's not dealt with. Oh. Looking at the lively scene below, Lin Yi smiled in his heart. You made the right decision. Lin Yi complimented. That's for sure, who do you think I am? Being praised like that, Lu Qing was satisfied and flew with joy. Chapter 46, Fooled by Yang Ming. But suddenly he realized one thing. How could he be complacent because of a child's compliment? Humph. You're still young, look more. Learn more. Thinking of this, Lu Qing slapped Lin Yi on the head and shouted arrogantly. Lin Yi's heart was in turmoil. This woman was really quick to change her face. Although the incident had caused a lot of commotion, the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce had suppressed it. The auction soon continued. The next lot is a 50-sheet intermediate strengthening scroll, with a starting price of 10,000 spirit stones. There weren't many bidders for this, after all, equipment strengthening consumed too much. However, Lin Yi's eyes were glowing. 11,000 spirit stones. Good. 9 calls for 11,000 spirit stones. 3. 2. 12,000 spirit stones. The first private room followed closely behind. The crowd under the stage immediately raised their eyebrows in anticipation of this battle. One must know that usually the private rooms were numbered according to their strength. It was evident that the character in private room number 1 was definitely far stronger than number 9. Seeing this, Lin Yi called out again. But the number 1 private room still immediately followed suit. The next 2 people pulled each other down. It was obvious targeting, and each time they were a little higher than Lin Yi to jam him. But in the end, it was called away by Lin Yi at a high price of $30,000. Hiss. Which godly man is this 9th character, to call out the price like that? I guess it's the son of which family, where can ordinary people afford to play with equipment enhancement? It burns too much money. TSK. There are so many tycoons. Lu Qing, however, looked at Lin Yi as if he was a loser. So much money for reinforcement scrolls, you're such a loser. As they marveled at Lin Yi's status, the next lot came out. At the moment, inside the number 1 private room, Yang Ming happily looked at what Lin Yi had shouted away for $30,000. He was so happy. This was simply too much fun. This auction was exactly what he had deliberately revealed to Lu Qing. When he had gotten the news that Lu Qing was looking for the Dragon Eye Crystal Source, he then deliberately slipped this thing into this auction. He even let Lu Qing get his hands on it. The reason for this was to get out of the way today. Sure enough, Lu Qing showed up for his appointment, and he was sure to be disgusted today. But just then, the division president stumbled in. After hearing the news, Yang Ming's red face slammed the table. Damn Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. He had just been furious after hearing the news of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce targeting their Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. This directly cut off their path to speculate on scalping. He hadn't even properly cleaned up these 2 people yet, but he was actually turned against them. Alright. Next comes a special lot. Suddenly, the auctioneer on the stage mysteriously sold a secret. This is a treasure unearthed from at least an S-class ancient relic. As soon as these words came out, the entire auction was abuzz. An S-class secret realm. There's a probability of epic equipment being produced inside. S-rank secret realm? The weakest monsters inside are all equivalent to a 4th turn professional. The good stuff in here is actually flowing into our market. I'm going to take it down today no matter what. Quickly, what the hell is this? Don't sell out. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, the auctioneer also finally announced the truth. Starting price, 100,000 spirit stones. A mysterious object from the S-class secret realm. Multiple top masters in the industry have been unable to identify it by its appearance. It's an absolute rarity. Ha! In fact, it's something that you don't know what it is, but you don't want to spend the money. That's why it was put up for auction. Also said to be a rare thing. It's like opening a blind box. Not only Lin Yi, a lot of people were thinking the same thing. But there's still a bidder. $110,000. There were still people who wanted to pick it up. After all, this was an S-class ancient relic. If it was an epic piece of equipment, it would be a fortune. Dozens or hundreds of times more. Looking at that piece of black mass that looked like a stone, the crowd started to call out the price one after another. However, it only reached 200,000 before stopping. 220,000. At this moment, Lu Ming in the number 1 private room opened his mouth to shout the price. At this moment, he muttered, "I guess it's hard for you to be raised by me just now. Now you must want to take revenge." As he said that, an evil smile appeared on his face. As expected, a voice suddenly came out from the 9th private room, 300,000 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. You've been fooled. Lu Ming laughed happily. He was going to make sure Lin Yi got his money's worth this time. As the crown prince, of course he knew about this item. Don't look at the auctioneer's words, meaning that it was unsurveyable on the outside and needed to be destroyed. In reality, even destroying the extreme North Chamber of Commerce had been tried. How could they possibly let someone else have the possibility of picking it up? However, this piece was exceptionally hard and could not be shaken in the slightest by any means attempted. It was only then that it was put up for auction. This thing is now, at best, a fast and hard stone. When the time came, the auctioneer would have no choice but to accept the loss. Seeing that Lin Yi had been fooled, he immediately raised his price to $400,000. However, Lin Yi's price was next, $1 million. In an instant, the whole scene was set ablaze. No one dared to intervene in the Lin Yi revenge battle at this point. I'll go. This 9th private room is trying to avenge the price hike just now. Laugh your ass off. If people don't shoot in a while, then he'll know what it means to be socially dangerous when he pits 9 again. What a careful room 9. Spending so much money to buy a piece of crap, now people's brains are amused? The crowd was in an uproar. None of them were mocking Lin Yi. It seemed to them that Lin Yi was just avenging the hatred of raising the price. And as the number reached 1 million. Sure enough, Lu Ming stopped bidding. 1 million once. 1 million 2 times. 1 million 3 times. Okay, deal. Ha ha ha. Stupid Lu Qing, now you've fallen into my hands. Ha 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 ha. Room 1 really didn't raise the price. I'm laughing my ass off. This 9 directly spends $1 million to buy a piece of back. The number 1 private room is so stupid. When will this kind of wrongdoer be able to pamper me? The crowd all laughed at Lin Yi. Even room Inlan Qing was dumbfounded. She hadn't even come close to stopping Lin Yi. Lin Yi had already clanked and started to call out the price. Aren't you going to auction the Dragon Eye Crystal Source? How can you spend so much money on this garbage just to gamble? She said with hatred. Completely unanticipated that Lin Yi, who was originally very smart, would suddenly be like this. Could it be that he was looking at the wrong person? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was ignoring anyone's voice. He was breathing heavily and his entire body was trembling. His expression was frozen as he stared at the stands. What's wrong with you? Lu Qing inquired worriedly when she saw him like this. She was a bit scared. What if Lin Yi couldn't think straight and got pissed off all of a sudden? But the moment he saw the hammer fall. Thud. Lin Yi's deafening laughter rang out in the room. Ha ha ha. I've been looking for something, but I found it without any effort. Chapter 47, A Shocking Reversal. The moment this thing appeared, his eye of true knowledge managed to parse it. This thing. Meteoric blood, divine stone, divine grade, a material condensed from divine blood from beyond the heavens. At that time, he was completely shaken inside. Fear of being robbed, this is why he frantically chased the price. 1 million spirit stones to take down a divine grade material. Who would believe this when it was said? What's wrong with you? Lu Qing wondered if Lin Yi was crazy. All of a sudden it was like this. Only then did Lin Yi suppress his inner excitement. Now his blessing mission at the Blood God Temple was finally complete. The countdown to death was finally over. A stone had fallen from Lin Yi's heart. Although he hadn't gotten his hands on the treasure yet, Lin Yi was already curious about what the reward would be. And finally, the finale lot of the session. The Dragon Eye Crystal Source. As the auctioneer's words fell. At these words, the scene boiled with fervor. Dragon's Eye Crystal Source Myth. Starting price, 1 million spirit stones. As soon as this material came out, the first ones to boil were the forges. The price rose to 3 million in an instant. There were fewer voices at this time. And Lin Yi opened his mouth to shout 3,100,000. But the moment he opened his mouth, the voice from private room number 1 followed, 3,111,000. Lin Yi furrowed his brows at the sight of the situation, before 2 times in a row. Lin Yi frowned at the sight of this. But how could it be if there was no injustice or enmity? Lin Yi pondered. He called out the price again, 4,200,000. 4,211,000. But the first private room shouted again right after that. Lin Yi was immediately sure. Someone was targeting himself. Ha ha ha. You're not getting this today. At this moment, Yang Ming in the number 1 private room was hilariously laughing. It felt too good to retaliate like this. He had pitched Lu Qing 2 times in a row. Having just spent $1 million on a broken look, it was too much of a relief. Now Lu Qing would definitely continue to follow up. But no matter what price was offered, he would add it later. Definitely will not let it win. You know this is his own chamber of commerce. How much you want to offer can be. Hiss. Why is this fighting again? Ha ha ha. I don't know who's going to be unlucky and suffer this time. I guess it's room 9 again, they're too stupid. The masses below were all eating their melon, curious as to who would win this price war in the end. Lu Qing also furrowed her brows, who the hell is this? Lin Yi, however, smiled blandly. At this moment he already knew who his opponent was. He directly raised the price 10 million spirit stones. These words came out. The entire scene reached a boiling point. This 9th private room is really rich. In the end, where is the tycoon, people's stupid money? This legendary material is fixed at 10 million spirit stones, pulling the top at once? I guess this thing is the 9th private rooms, and then it's over if I let go of it. 30 million. Suddenly the number 1 private room called the price. Is this a showdown between the godly heroes? $30 million? Seriously, this is a clear indication that they won't buy it for booth number 9. First time I've seen such a fierce battle, watched a good show. Room 9 is going to lose again, TSK tisk. Another addition. Lu Qing looked over at Lin Yi, worry filling her eyes. Lin Yi didn't need to speak to understand what she meant. Now we don't have the capital to keep raising the price. Just as Lu Qing was feeling guilty. In the face of this situation, Lin Yi just smiled blandly, don't worry. Suddenly Lin Yi walked to the other wall. The entire second floor of the private rooms was presented in a wraparound type. The first and last are connected to each other in a pattern. Now, to the left and right of the 9th private room were the 8th and 1st private rooms. At the moment, Yang Ming slapped the table in excitement in the first private room. Cool. Let Lu Qing you screw me. Now let you have more difficult to be more difficult. Why does it feel like my hair is on fire? He suddenly felt that his head was hot. Subconsciously his sight shifted upwards. A huge dragon head was currently looking down on him. Monster ah! Yang Ming was instantly scared to the point of pissing his pants. He couldn't imagine that there would be a monster in his private room. Yang Ming was full of escaping at the moment and his head didn't even dare to return and directly opened the door and ran out. Click! He directly jumped down to the 2nd floor. The sudden scene and the word monster that he kept shouting scared the whole auction. People are crazy backward. But the moment they saw the person who jumped down, all of them were dumbfounded. Yang Ming. That's the crown prince of the extreme north chamber of commerce? He just ran out of the number 1 private room, which means he's been the one raising the price? The extreme north chamber of commerce is his family, he can raise the price as much as he wants. Is this still fair to us? Bah! The extreme north chamber of commerce is even capable of doing things like childcare. There was no monster in this situation pulled back the crowd. They were on fire after seeing that the number 1 private room was actually owned by the extreme north chamber of commerce. It was unknown who suddenly shouted from the crowd. Ha! Who knows if the things we just auctioned off have also been torpedoed to raise the price? Grass! I reacted as soon as you said that. No wonder the price was so high when I auctioned it off this time. Yeah. I feel the same way. The blood building potion thing just came out, and now it's exploding that there's a trust. I think the extreme north chamber of commerce doesn't want to open, refund your money. The entire auction was in chaos. At this moment, Yang Ming's head exploded, and he trembled as he looked towards his private room. But there was nothing left in that wide open room door. Could it be that he was just hallucinating? But that was too real. Now he was safe. But a greater disaster has come. Countless people clamored for the far north chamber of commerce to give a statement, and the news was quickly circulated. In the network greatly exposed. In this group of people can be specially invited. Their strength is not high, and their backgrounds are even more intertwined. Even the extreme North Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to get tough and shut them up. In the end, in this branch president of the mediation in a low voice, this matter can only be put to rest. The final result is that all auction prices are adjusted downward by 20%. This time everyone was satisfied. They made such a mess just to fight for benefits. The black hand behind the manipulation of all this was naturally Lin Yi. He was like a chess player, playing with all the pieces. He utilized the pet ability released through the wall to make the blazing dragon scare Yang Ming. Then he deliberately spread the phrase "Heh. Who knows if the things we just auctioned off have also been torpedoed?" It directly provoked the anger of the crowd. Even if the crowd knew that there was nothing wrong with their auction price, they would still follow and make trouble. Because that's the way to get benefits. Who didn't want to fish in troubled waters and take advantage, even if they were blamed? The law is not to blame. So many people here, what are you afraid of? This was human weakness. Lin Yi utilized it perfectly. Sir, this is your lot, totaling 11,500,000 spirit stones. We at the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce apologize for today's terrible situation and hereby give back 20% of your spending. You only need to pay 8,840,000 spirit stones. Chapter 48, Deception. Lin Yi smiled and looked to the side at Lu Qing. At the moment, Lu Qing instantly blackened his face after seeing this scene. It seemed like he was very discouraged. Discussing this would take us back half an hour. The moment he saw that the one who ran out from the first private room was actually the Crown Prince of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. How could it be him? At this moment, she understood even if she was stupid. This was a scam from start to finish. How did you realize it was him? Lu Qing inquired incredulously. Although he couldn't see what was happening in the room. But he also roughly understood that this was definitely Lin Yi's trick. It was too simple. I was just wondering how it was possible to be so lucky to come across this transfer material in such a short period of time, and it also happened to be the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qing nodded, a worried look appearing on his face. Now it's bad, this guy will definitely not give us the stuff. But Lin Yi was of a different opinion. No. He will definitely give us the stuff. Hearing this, Lu Qing looked at Lin Yi incredulously and asked solemnly, are you crazy? He designed us to come just to disgust us, how could he possibly give it to us? Seeing Lu Qing questioning, Lin Yi didn't argue, he just smiled. Then you'll see later. Ha! Just watch, I don't believe it. Lu Qing also competed with Lin Yi, it simply didn't believe it was possible. The result was now obvious. Lu Qing wanted to say something. When Lin Yi saw her look, he directly opened his mouth and explained, just now the auction raised the price of the most hate, but also the biggest evidence is us. I believe that the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce will not be so stupid. I actually guessed that it was him inside a long time ago. The reason why I still use $10 million to shoot, in order to let them feel that even if it is really sold to their own will not lose, in order to calm the situation. Why not? Hiss. Hearing all this, Lu Qing sucked in a breath of cool air. Luckily such a person was his own teammate. If he was an enemy, that would be really terrible. On the other hand, Yang Ming was on a phone call. At this moment, his face was filled with suffocation. Only to hear the angry curses coming from the other end of the phone. You punk. How many scandals have you caused since you went down for training? You still need me to wipe your ass. Dad. I just can't stand it, I must teach Lu Qing a lesson. That thing should never be given to him, I just want to disgust him. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? It's even good enough to stabilize people now, in case they go on a rampage. How much will our Extreme North Chamber of Commerce lose? Speaking of this, the other end of the phone snorted coldly. Humph. But the district is just a second-rate force, even repeatedly disrespect our Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. I do not believe that he can still turn the sky not. You are also really stupid. This kind of tactics can cause any harm to others? Once you do something, you have to do it thoroughly. I'll have Red Devil go over to preside over it and give you the authority to mobilize the entire southern war zone. This is considered a training I'm giving you. If you can't make achievements and come back, don't call me dad. Although he couldn't disgust Lu Qing when he heard the last sentence. Yang Ming was overjoyed. Red Devil, ah! That was one of his father's 3 mysterious helpers. Thinking about it, he walked out of the house, his legs still shaking a little from the shock he had just had. Lu Qing. He was instantly annoyed when he saw Lu Qing. But because of his father's words just now, he didn't dare to act rashly at the auction. Who is that man? He also noticed Lin Yi. The two of them also noticed Yang Ming at the moment. Yang Ming couldn't help but open his mouth first and mocked, ha! What's it like to spend $1 million to buy back a piece of trash? Yo! Lu Qing had the courage this time and directly disliked him. Isn't this our prince of the far north? Yo, why did you pee your pants just now? You! When Lu Qing said that, Yang Ming also recognized Lin Yi in front of him. You're that SSS class from Linhai City. Thinking of this, he suddenly reacted. Were you the one who messed up just now? He was furious. Lin Yi was a beast master. It completely explained where that monster came from. But wasn't it said to be a wasted profession? That monster was too scary. Goodbye. Lu Qing didn't want to wrangle with it either, pulling Lin Yi along and leaving. I won't let you guys off the hook. Looking at the two's distant backs, Lu Ming was furious. This incident also came to an end. Lin Yi had successfully captured 3 treasures. The next most important thing was to level up and sprint for the second turn. Lin Yi looked towards the bloodstone that came from this new purchase. He directly chose to sacrifice it. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest, Blood God's Blessing 100W. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Grade buff, Blood God's Blessing. Blood God's Blessing Divine Grade. You can split a flesh and blood doppelganger that is undoubtedly the same as your main body, which does not possess any attributes, but has the ability to think in the same frequency and act on its own. Characteristic 1, Flesh and blood bilocation can be coalesced again after 30 days after each destruction. Characteristic 2, when your main body dies, this flesh and blood bilocation will regain the ability to fight and have consciousness as if resurrected. Lin Yi saw this phrase for a moment. The entire person had a flaxen freeze. This was simply too heaven-defying. Wasn't this the direct equivalent of an extra life? But equipment and whatnot might not be inheritable. But it was harmless for Lin Yi. He was a beast master. As long as the beast pet was still there, Lin Yi could rise again. Lin Yi couldn't wait to split a doppelganger. Not bad, not bad. It was exactly the same as himself. He looked at his own body, which was the same as his own except for the fact that his skin was a bit blood-colored. Lin Yi was extremely satisfied. Lin Yi could even feel his spirit splitting into 2. He was able to control 2 bodies at the same time without disturbing each other. Wait a minute. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. He doesn't have the ability to fight, but he's the same as himself? But he was a beast master. His own fighting ability doesn't matter at all. Lin Yi tried manipulating his flesh and blood body to open the pet space. Surprisingly, it did magically appear. The most important thing was, the 2 pet spaces were linked. Meaning that the 2 pets, the blazing dragon and the mechanical dragon, could run back and forth through the pet space. This was simply too heaven-defying. In a way, this was also a kind of time travel. But the most important thing wasn't this. The flesh and blood doppelganger just didn't have the ability to fight. But there was no difference between him and himself. Meaning he could enter the secret realm. Lin Yi grew more and more excited at the thought. Hurriedly controlling the doppelganger, he left the house. He dashed towards the secret realm, completely oblivious to the fact that there was a figure behind him. Soon they arrived at the secret realm. Chapter 49, Entering the Ancient Ruins. Ding! Lin Yi, who was staying at home at the moment, was all excited. Because its doppelganger had really managed to enter the secret realm. And even though he couldn't fight himself, the blazing dragon could. Now Lin Yi finally wouldn't be able to split up. With this doppelganger, the yield was almost nothing to worry about. After all, it was just a bilocation, and no matter what, it wouldn't die of exhaustion. It could truly turn 24H. It's kind of like I'm my black slave in a sense. Humph. Since you've entered the secret realm? I don't believe you won't come out. A figure that was watching from afar focused intently on this scene. Time passed little by little. Day after day, the figure's eyelids were simmering until they were fighting. He was afraid that Lin Yi would leave at some point. But he couldn't wait for Lin Yi. When he heard that Lin Yi was at the ancient ruins, he even wondered if Lin Yi knew how to move in space. He just ran out from under his nose. Of course, all of this was an afterthought. The next morning, Lin Yi switched his line of sight over to the bilocation. After waking up from a nap, the doppelganger had swiped tens of thousands of materials again. This life simply smelled too good. He organized his equipment and came to the education bureau to meet up with Fatty Dong and Su Bingbing. Today was the time to explore the ancient ruins. Ahem. This time, I'm going to explain a few things to you guys first. This is also a request from the Jiangnan Bay city side. The lead teacher coughed a few times. Several people were a bit curious. But noting down the words of the lead teacher left them shocked and speechless. The first thing is that the team is a 10-member squad. There are only 3 of us here and 7 of them. You guys need to absolutely follow their orders. Ward sent? The 3 of them glanced at each other, all of them seeing a speechless look on their respective faces. But there was nothing to refute this. And, the teacher continued inside, you obtain things, and they enjoy the right to distribute them. You must have no objections. Dong Chubby was the first to resist. Is this letting them work? Alas! They said that it's the same even without you guys. The teacher reluctantly smiled. He really couldn't understand it either. Lin Yi also had a hard look on his face. He wasn't because of this, he knew that this was something they weren't qualified to object to. He was just surprised at the strength of Jiangnan Base City, an ancient relic located between 2 cities. They took up 3 of the 10 slots. And then there were all these conditions. Such an overbearing behavior shows how confident they are in their strength. Alright. You guys decide for yourselves whether to go or not. There was nothing the teacher could do. Although the 3 of them were furious. But there was no way that they would give up on this opportunity just because of that. After getting into the car, it was about 3 hours. The vehicle made its way out of the city, came to the wilderness, turning to walking for an unknown amount of time. Only then finally arrived at the destination. And there were 4 men and 3 women waiting there long ago. What? Lu Ming. At the sight of one of them, all 3 of them looked at each other incredulously. Surprisingly, Lu Ming's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise upon seeing Lin Yi. Obviously no one had thought that Lu Ming, as the loser, surprisingly, he would still appear here. And it appeared that he had come in with a quota from the Jiangnan Bay City side. Ha! Power can be a really good thing, Fatty Dong said meaningfully. What? Lu Ming, you know these people? Suddenly a person dressed in white, holding a beauty fan that kept swinging lightly in front of his chest stood out and inquired. Lu Ming did not have the arrogance that he used to treat his classmates in school in front of this person. Instead, he was a bit groveling. Yes. These 3 used to be in the same school as me. Is it convenient to introduce and get to know them? Although the white-clothed teenager said this on his lips, his gaze was dead set on Su Bingbing. The hooked-up corners of his mouth and those evil eyes were all telling the crowd that he didn't have a good heart. Obviously everyone else was secondary, his focus was on wanting to recognize Su Bingbing. Lu Ming of course also saw this. But there was nothing he could do about it. It was even if he couldn't rob Lin Yi himself, but now there was even another person who came to rob him. And this guy couldn't afford to offend himself. Forget it. He couldn't rob him anyway, so wouldn't it be better to let him help himself against Lin Yi? At the moment, he hated Lin Yi to the bone. He smiled and explained to the white-clothed teenager. This is the schoolgirl of our school, and the daughter of the Su family. An S-class auxiliary master. Oh. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes instantly lit up. Nice to meet you, I'm Li Quanran from Jiangnan High School. Facing his outstretched hand. Su Bingbing didn't pay any attention to it, only pulling out a reluctant smile without losing his politeness. Li Quanran was immediately embarrassed, but could only awkwardly fan himself. Hiss. The other 5 people in the back all sucked in a breath of cool air. They were aware of Li Quanran's character, don't look at his current lack of emotions. But with him being famously careful and venomous, the hand that Li Quanran had behind his back was clenched tightly in death. Humph. Stinky, what's with pretending to be noble? I will definitely make you submit yourself to me. After the introduction of Su Bingbing, originally Li Quanran didn't even have any interest anymore. But then Lu Ming introduced him, these 2 are brothers. He also introduced Lin Yi specifically, this one is awesome, the man of the hour in Linhai City, an SSS ranked professional. SSS class professional. He's also the suitor of schoolgirl Su. He deliberately emphasized the word suitor. Lin Yi sneered, this guy was really disgusting. He couldn't refute it himself, there was no point in refuting it. SSS grade. All of a sudden, the others were so shocked that they couldn't help but catch their breath for a few moments. But after thinking that this was the profession of that imperial beastmaster from that city of Linhai, they immediately revealed a snickering expression again. Cut. Garbage. There were even people who directly shouted in disdain, not even a hint of hiding their voices. They could all be students from the base city, and already looked down on students from other cities. A so-called genius had appeared in their despised group. Of course it became the capital of their talk and laughter. Ha! Then please take care of you next. Li Quanran's words were tinged with a teasing, condescending attitude. Completely disregarding Lin Yi. He, SSS ranked professional? It's just the right time to take you as a sacrifice later, so that Su Bingbing knows what it means to be a true genius. Li Quanran snorted coldly in his heart. Lin Yi. They're too bullying. Fatty Dong said angrily. Lin Yi shook his head and said it's fine. He didn't care anyway. It was just a bit of wind and frost. Soon the crowd arrived at the ancient ruins. Ding. Yes, no to enter the ancient ruins, Calamity Battlefield S rank, level restriction LV10 LV30. Hiss. This was actually an S rank secret realm. One should know that god-ranked bloodstone of his own also came out of an S-ranked relic. It was evident that this relic was rare. Go! Li Quanran also had a serious look on his face, and at the same time made it a point to instruct Lin Yi and the 3 of them, you have to listen to our orders when you get inside, or else we won't be responsible if you die. Ding! Entering the Calamity Battlefield Grade S, you can't exit within the ancient ruins. With a flash of white light, several people appeared on a desert filled with white bones. Boundless murderous aura came from all around. Ding! You have been affected by the murderous aura and have been inflicted with the Yefir debuff. The people in the squad were all staring at each other, vigilantly looking around. But there wasn't any reaction for a long time. Chapter 50, Dinky Dinks, Cannon Fodder. Aha! The crowd was a bit confused as to what kind of relic this was. There were no quest hints, no guidance. It was reasonable to say that ancient relics were made from real images hundreds or thousands of years ago. There was usually a plot. Pant. Suddenly the sound of horse footsteps came from the distance. Only a few armored warriors quickly rode their horses towards this side. Someone in front? The horse warriors instantly noticed the few people. Stop them and charge them. Before a few people could react, they were immediately surrounded by the horse warriors. These warriors were all at LV30 level. Do it! Li Qianran gave everyone else a wink. He was about to kill his way out. Suddenly, Lin Yi directly put down his weapon and walked over. Oops. My lord, we've finally found you. When he said this, not to mention Li Qianran, even that warrior was dumbfounded. What are you? They were puzzled. Lin Yi didn't look like he was lying at all, and said sincerely, we're here to join the army. We've traveled a long way to come here, and we finally met you. Yo! There are still people who take the initiative to join the army these days. Very good. A few warriors were very taken with Lin Yi's words. They then said, you're lucky, this is the next battlefield for the two legions. If it wasn't for the fact that my brothers were out on patrol, you'd have to be cannon fodder. Get on your horses. Follow us. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this just now. Hiss. Legion. This was a minimum of 3,000 people or more to be called a legion. It was equivalent to a collision of nearly 10,000 people. If these 10 of them had just killed these few patrolling soldiers, they wouldn't have been able to walk out of the battlefield. In the end, getting involved in the battle could only lead to ashes. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads when they thought of this. Just now instantly almost walked towards death. And everyone looked at Lin Yi in unison. Lin Yi had just saved their lives. One couldn't help but wonder how Lin Yi could tell. Could it be a coincidence? TSK. I didn't think he'd be useful after being such a wimp. Shay. How pretentious. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance, Li Qianran looked disdainful. In his opinion, Lin Yi was just coincidental. Awesome brother. Fatty Dong didn't think so, but he had seen Lin Yi's deeds with his own eyes. Lin Yi was definitely not that kind of wimp, meaning that Lin Yi had just seen through everything. That's what saved everyone from a disaster. Soon the crowd arrived at the military camp. It had also completely entered the plotline. The crowd was all assigned to a squad. It was a squad from the Ding regiment. Army groups were divided into A, B, C, and D. They were in precisely the weakest squad. This place was basically cannon fodder. Going into battle always comes first. The team that suffered the heaviest losses as well. Almost every time they came up from the battlefield, more than 80% of their blood was replaced. Maybe one day they hadn't recognized all their teammates, and the next day they would all be strangers. This was the treatment of a Tier D regiment. Damn it! It's all your fault. Had to bring us here. After a few people inquired about the news, Lu Ming was the first to jump out and complain. Brother Li is the captain here, what are you blindly leading? Hearing this, Fatty Dong couldn't sit still. Don't bull me. If not for my brother, you all would have died in the battlefield. Hee. How do you know that I must not be able to leave the battlefield just now? What if there was another way? Lu Ming was being disruptive. Now that he has caused everyone to come to this dragon's den, it's impossible to run away. It's even more dangerous. Now everyone looked at Lin Yi with resentment, as if this was really Lin Yi's fault. Li Qianran stepped forward to be the good guy. Alright. The matter has come to a head, let's all stop making up our own minds and follow my lead. With that he looked coldly at Lin Yi. If certain people still do these things that jeopardize the group, I will definitely kick him out of the team and leave him to fend for himself. Lu Ming immediately stepped forward to concur. Still, Brother Li is magnanimous. I don't want certain people to have no skills and still think about making a name for themselves all day long. Hee. I told you he was blindfolded. Country bumpkins are just disgusting. The others were also humiliating Lin Yi in every way possible. Facing this situation, prepare to go into battle. Your goal is to guard a frontline bunker. Under the order, Lin Yi's group arrived at the battlefield. On the barren desert, a bunker embedded in stone bricks stood in the forefront of the defense line. This was used to disrupt the opponent's attack. Once a large army came pressing forward, if you stop to deal with it, the advance of the army will be delayed for a long time because of these few tiny bunkers. If not dealt with, these bunkers are like a needle. Deep into the enemy, not only can play a role in disrupting the formation, it can also backstab. But this was also the most dangerous place of all. Lin Yi sucked in a breath of cool air as he looked at this place. This seems to be a dead end. Sooner or later, he's going to die. Either you hold out, but it's just a chronic death. Either that or they could only level up the team. If it wasn't a dingbat group, then there's no need to go up to the bunker. But how to level up? Lin Yi took out a few dozen spirit stones and found the warrior he had brought in before and asked, bro, I don't want to stay in the gins and die, is there any way? Yo! You're still a kid, of course there's a way. If you have enough military honors, then there's a way. The man smiled when he saw Lin Yi's handiwork. Cut. Sneaking around. Rats. A few people from the Jiangnan base city were filled with shame upon seeing Lin Yi's behavior. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had long since gotten the news he wanted. What? Fatty Dong inquired expectantly after seeing Lin Yi return. Even Su Bingbing was looking at Lin Yi with expectant eyes. When we get to the front line later, you guys pay attention to me. I have a solution. Lin Yi's words were like a C-pin that instantly put the two of them at ease. After coming to the bunker to stand by, Li Ran took the initiative to walk over to Su Bingbing to come. You're a sacred shantist. When the monsters come, you just pay attention to assisting me. I will protect your safety. Certain people can't even protect themselves, it's dangerous for you to be with him. We at Jiangnan High School have always taken pity on beautiful women and can't bear to let you get hurt yet. His words were still directed at Lin Yi. Faced with such a situation, Lin Yi directly opened his mouth and disliked him. If you really don't want to be convinced, let's have a fight on the spot. It's useless to play with your eyes. It's useless to be so careful. When these words came out, everyone else was dumbfounded. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha. You're the only one who wants to challenge brotherly, you don't know what you're doing. Rumble. Right at this moment, the entire bunker shook like crazy. Like an earthquake. Chapter 51, Desert Monster. Countless roars came from all around. The enemy army was coming to attack. The crowd couldn't care about anything else at this moment. Immediately, they entered the battle state. Arm. Lin Yi's body was plated with a layer of mecha. It's a bit handsome. Where did this thing get organized? I'm going to buy a set too. Dong Chubby shouted excitedly. Lin Yi looked at the raging desert squad. This squad was fronted by dozens of level 30 desert monsters. Desert monster. Level, LV 30. Life value, 21,000. Attack power, 2400. Defense, 820. Skill 1 Desert Roar. Skill 2, Yellow Sand Stabbing Grasp. Skill 3 Dusk Sunset Chop. Skill 4 Desert Energy Cannon. Hiss. It's tricky, quick. Line up. After seeing the attributes, Li Ran immediately gave the order. The 7 of them had obviously trained long ago. They quickly arranged a formation. The 2 meat shield professions were in the front, the left and right flanks were the 2 warrior professions, and in the center, as the output core, was the captain, Li Ran. At the back were 2 assistants. And their level. LV 30 second turn Qingfeng Taoist S-Class. LV 30 turn 2 Tree Spirit Priest Grade A. LV 30 turn 2 Heavy Armor Warrior A rank. Aside from Lu Ming, there was a clean turn 3. And all of them were A-rank professions. This was their underlying strength. After all, Linhai City only had the city's barren enrollment resources. While Jiangnan High School was facing the entire Jiangnan province. The two were not at the same level at all. Li Ran glanced at Lin Yi's trio and deliberately ignored them. He wanted Lin Yi to suffer. Only then would they recognize what segment of players they were. Ha! This bumpkin is afraid he hasn't used to see such a shocking scene? That's right, relying on your strength the second turn is already the unattainable pinnacle, and this is just the starting point for us. Several people also mocked Lin Yi immediately after he deliberately revealed his rank. It's fine. Don't mind them. Lin Yi persuaded Chubby Dong, and then ordered, both of you stand behind me, let me do it. When Chubby heard this, he immediately tried to refuse. Lin Yi was a beastmaster, going forward would be a death sentence. Coming. Block it. Just like this, the 10-man squad was broken into 2 teams. With the desert monsters killing in front of them. Li Ran immediately waved the fan in his hand and a strong wind blew out. It directly pushed the monster back a few meters. At the same time, it dealt damage. 1,255. 2,200 strike. Seeing the damage numbers, everyone on their side screamed. It seemed like this group of desert monsters would fall in less than a few hits. Worthy of being in A-class combat class profession mage, this output ability is just strong. Bang! Just when they were complacent. A beam of light faster than a head shot out of nowhere. It directly pierced through the group of desert monsters. 24,350. 24,350. Dozens of desert monsters were directly annihilated, not even ashes were visible. Which NPC did this? They looked in the direction in shock. But there was nothing but Lin Yi there. There didn't seem to be anyone else. How is this possible? Was the attack just now done by you? They were incredulous, not believing Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi didn't bother and directly summoned his energy sword. It flew out. Desert Giant LV 30 Elite. Level, LV 30. Life value, 34,000. Attack power, 3,200. Defense, 1,420. Skill 1 Desert Roar. Skill 2 One-Eye Laser. Skill 3 Gravity Magnetic Field. Skill 4 Storage Power Heavy Fist. Introduction, the elite of desert monsters, a nightmare in human combat. 3 elite monsters, hurry up and buff me. After seeing the monsters, Li Ran was instantly anxious. It was okay to deal with one head. but 3 heads would be a bit hard to top. At the same time, he didn't forget to say to Su Bingbing, "Miss Su, you can come to our side, we'll protect you." Bang! But on the outside Lin Yi fired another shot. 35,000. 35,000. Seconds. Ding! Kill LV30, Desert Giant Elite, experience plus 4,225 plus 50%. Ding! Kill LV30, Desert Giant Elite, experience plus 4,225 plus 50%. Ding! Dropped material, Desert Giants 1i, x3. Ding! Leveled up, LV20 LV210142, 5000, gained golden eggs x1 2-inch. There were now 2 golden eggs. There was still 1 level left to synthesize. Ha ha ha. Is this brother Lin? Fatty Dong was instantly happy to see this scene. Certain people hit 1,000 damages, you can only hit 1,000 damage. Dong Chubby directly opened his mouth and mocked, our brother Lin hits 30,000, it's the monster that only has 30,000. Put. Su Bingbing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. These words were all about Li Quanran. You. Looking for death. Li Quanran was immediately infuriated and his face turned red. Lin Yi felt the power in his body and was satisfied. Is this the upgraded mechanical dragon? It's too strong. Mechanical dragon initial form. Rank, LV20 70,000 spirit stones. Attribute, dragon mechanical. Qualification, legendary 9th rank. Life value, 62,500 62,500. Attack power, 4,800. Talent mechanical core SSS grade. Talent 2 bloodline suppression SSS grade. Skill 1 laser cannon laser gun S grade LV9. Skill 2 mechanical divine dragon bloodline SSS grade not upgradable. Skill 3, energy stealing SS grade LV9. Every time you kill a target that is not lower than your own level, you can stack 1 point of energy, and every time you gain 1 point of energy, you can raise your life value by 20 points, attack power by 1,000 3,000 energy points, and every time you raise 10 levels, your energy point limit will be raised by 1,100 points. Skill 4 energy lightsaber SS grade LV9. Skill 5 forbidden demon SS grade to be unlocked LV30. Introduction mechanical dragon, one of the supreme dragon gods, flesh and blood affliction, mechanical ascension. Equipment, none. Chapter 52 National Genius Training Camp. Right now, the blazing dragon's own attributes had 5,000 attack power, and with Lin Yi's own attack power it easily broke 10,000. The damage multiplier of the laser cannon was 500%. It wouldn't be a problem to go down 50,000 or 60,000 with this cannon. But Lin Yi was more looking forward to the attributes of the mechanical dragon after it was upgraded to LV25 and put on that legendary equipment. And then fill up the energy points. There was no telling how terrifying the attributes would be by then. Split. You're making money fast. Lin Yi urged in his heart, and the other Lin Yi far away hurriedly accelerated his progress. As this desert squad was decimated. A prompt also appeared in everyone's ears. Ding. Congratulations to Lin Yi for completely annihilating a desert squad. The player scoreboard opens. Player scoreboard countdown 47H59 Miss 58S. First place, Lin Yi, 50 points. None. Refreshed every 12H. The points can be exchanged for permanent items barracks store and limited items points store. Settlement after 48 hours, the top 3 will get 50%, 75%, and 100% of the points in the points pool. Open the history points list, record all players' points. The first place in the historical points list will get the most valuable rewards in the Ancient Ruins 48H settlement after reaching the first place in the points list. Note, if you lose the duel and die, points will be cleared. Hearing the prompt. Everyone also finally knew how this Ancient Ruins game should be played. Hiss. We are the first to enter the Ancient Ruins. That means the first will be born in us? The moment Lu Ming said this, the crowd instantly became excited. This was an S-class Ancient Ruins the number 1 in the history points ranking. This concept could be much more powerful than any secret realm first pass or clearance record. After all, those could be acquired by many people. But this could only have one person. And the reward was still the most valuable thing from an ancient relic. At the very least, it had to be epic level. If one were to talk about it upwards. That's a lot to go up. The crowd's minds came alive. Point store. Hiss. You guys, look. I don't know who shouted, and everyone opened the store that appeared. As soon as it appeared, the things on it shone with golden light. The least of them were gold-level props. Upgrade scrolls? No. You guys, look at that, auxiliary profession upgrade scroll. There are even forging drawings? The crowd stared angrily. There weren't many things inside, probably only a few dozen. But all of them were good things. The quantity was almost always limited. There was only one. These should have been made from the things left over from that battle once. This was something that a normal level 30 or less secret realm couldn't possibly produce. But because this was an ancient relic, there were surprisingly so many. A column of points also appeared below. It depicted various ways to gain points. One was to complete the barracks quest, one was to reach the same achievement that Lin Yi had just thought of, and the rest was to use monster heads and materials in exchange for points. Wait! Hand over the desert one eye. Chubby Dong was about to pick up the loot when he was called back by Lu Ming. Hearing this, Fatty Dong suspected that he had heard wrong. What nonsense are you talking about? He. Coming into the secret realm you must follow Brother Li's orders, and the loot must be distributed by Brother Li. Lu Ming's words came out. Yo! Then tell me, how are you going to divide it up? Fatty Dong inquired teasingly. Ahem. Li Ran also stepped forward at this moment. Then I'll say one thing, haha. It's best for us as a squad to pile up and cultivate the head. When these words came out, Dong Fatty was a bit surprised. Yo, why are you suddenly so sensible? But then Li Ran said. So you guys first give me all the materials and I'll exchange them for points. Whatever you guys need, I'll exchange it for you. Chapter 53 National Genius. At that time, we'll arrange for everyone to take second and third place according to their contributions. We have quite a few supporting professions here, they don't have the ability to kill. It wouldn't be fair to divide the points according to damage and last hit. Don't worry guys. I will definitely be fair and impartial. And I'm not discussing with you guys now, this is an order, understand? Goodness. Why are you punishing me? Fatty Dong was numb. Thanks. I don't need your allocation, I can take the points alone. Lin Yi was almost amused as well. Saying something so grandiose, wanting something when no one else knows? Lin Yi, are you going to disobey my orders? Li Chuanran's face instantly darkened. Your orders? You're worthy of ordering me too? Lin Yi didn't wimp out in the slightest. If I give it to you to distribute, then the first place will be yours. How will the hidden rewards be divided then? He. Of course it'll be divided according to the contributions, again. In any case, it's not your turn to be a pheasant school, why are you worried about this? Li Ran mocked. In fact, before entering the secret realm, he had received a secret order from the school. That was to make sure to take this ancient relic. The school would even start to preach for him so that he would have a chance to enter the genius training camp. That was a genius training camp, a place where even the teachers were current war gods. A supreme hall that the entire nation had poured its efforts into creating. The students that came out of it were at the very least fourth turning, and war gods abounded. Because the TV station is coming for an interview, the 10-year National Genius Training Camp selection will be opened. But the National Genius Training Camp way is very strange, did not use clear selection method. Even after each selection, the former top students of the National College Entrance Examination did not enter a few. However, there are times when it is suddenly taken away from the school a school scum direct selection. So all the schools are showing their muscles. In order to come to the National Genius Training Camp to enroll in their school. So this time, he must take the ancient relics, but also to obtain the first points. And to break ahead. He didn't hope for the school to help him, because he knew there were more students in the school than he could support. He was going to rely on himself. At that time, if the TV station broadcasted it, this was an S-class ancient relic. His own fault leading strength. That could definitely attract attention. If he succeeded in entering the genius training camp, he didn't dare to think further. At this moment, there are really full of pickup trucks gathered outside the secret realm. On top of these were all filming equipment. Ahem. The sweet-voiced host spoke. Next I'll be broadcasting live for all of you from the ancient relic located in the center of Linhai City in Jiangnan Base City's newborn. This is an S-ranked relic, numbered S07, which means that this relic is ranked 7th in terms of danger amongst S-ranked relics. This is considered a very high value. And the staff configurations entering this battle are 7 people from Jiangnan High School respectively. Linhai First Key High School, 2 people. Said the host. All paused for a moment, and a student from Linhai 13th Middle School. Ahem. Okay. According to the investigation, the secret realm is the ancient period of time a human race and the alien race battle and become, is a points ranking type of secret realm. According to speculation, the ranking should be out by now. I'll have to introduce the personnel strength configuration. There are 2 double S ranks and 7 A ranks. One of the S ranks even has an original weapon. These words came out. The live broadcast crowd was in an uproar. The audience instantly soared to 3,000 plus. An original weapon was also known as an occupation-specific weapon. It was the weapon that best suited one's profession, with words, attributes, special effects, profession divine techniques, and so on. It could be said that the difference between professionals who didn't have exclusive weapons and those who did was genius. It was normal for a professional with a profession-specific weapon to beat 3 ordinary professionals of the same level. Now let's get down to the leaderboards. This Li Ran expert is supposed to be number 1. Another, S-ranked professional isn't impossible. It won't be any other A-ranked professional, right? What the hell is Lin Yi? A mouthful of a pheasant school, or should I leave now? And leave you to face the monster wave alone? Lin Yi sneered. Once these words came out, they didn't dare to speak. No one dared to exit their mouths and tell Lin Yi to go. Yo! Why don't you say anything? Lin Yi took advantage of the situation, but even if you guys beg me to stay, I'd still go now. Bingbing and Little Fatty, let's go. Lin Yi directly took the two of them and left. How dare you break away from our squad, you won't even know how you'll die when the time comes. Lu Ming shouted with righteous indignation. Li Ran gripped the fan in his hand, originally thinking that he would dominate this time. However, he had never imagined that there was this prick, Lin Yi. He had stolen his thunder 2 times in a row. It also made him lose face in front of a beautiful woman. Humph. I guess it's normal for someone to disappear in the secret realm. He thought darkly in his mind, already having a hidden murderous intent. We're leaving like this, but we haven't even completed our mission. Although Su Bingbing believed that Lin Yi was going with him, she still voiced her worries. Stand still. Escaping from the front line is a capital offense. At this time, a few cavalrymen stopped Lin Yi and the others. A few people's hearts were immediately in their throats. However, Lin Yi had a calm face. We've acquired enough resources to travel to the Class C regiment, and we've come back specifically to change teams. With these words, the few cavalrymen couldn't stop them. They could only obediently make way. Seeing this scene, Fatty Don's eyes were full of surprise. How did you do that? Lin Yi grinned. I tricked him. Lin Yi answered when he saw their surprise. I already know the whole secret realm situation. The secret realm was the place where the Lanka dynasty dueled with the desert monsters 500 years ago. Do you know what the final outcome of the Lanka dynasty was? The two of them stared incredulously. How do you know the secret realm situation? Quickly tell us how it turned out. This kind of ancient relic, knowing the plot and not knowing it. Completely 2 types of difficulty, a world of difference. When you knew the subsequent plot ahead of time, it was no different from being enlightened. How knowledgeable did Lin Yi have to be? It hadn't been long since he'd just come in, and he was able to recognize the situation. A great defeat. The entire kingdom wiped out. Lin Yi said this. Both of them breathed in sharply for a few moments. Hiss. What's the danger level of this secret realm? 007. Lin Yi answered the question instead. They immediately felt a tremor in their hearts. The ancient relic danger level indeed needed to be detected after entering. It was just that they hadn't expected the difficulty of this ancient relic to be ranked at 007. There was no shortage of S-class ancient ruins that even god-level powerhouses couldn't deal with. The sequence was even below 007. Finished. Lin Yi was also in despair after hearing this news. But it wasn't like there wasn't a way to crack it. He found this history by using his doppelganger to flip through the library's inquiries. It was because of the disorganization of the army within the dynasty and the internal chaos within the dynasty this was the cause. They had directly released Lin Yi without even checking his words. This confirmed the truth of this history. Chapter 54 Upgrading Armor. What made the crowd's hearts sink even further was that the plot wasn't victory. This meant that players were needed to power through. Players could no longer play a minor role in this plot to brush points at ease. It was also necessary to reverse the plot. But this was a 100,000 person scale war. How could it be that easy? At the moment, Lin Yi didn't know of any way to break it. But at least there were ideas. Lin Yi brought the two of them to the barracks store, and the points Lin Yi gained were synchronized with the above. The barracks store was full of potions and common items for repairing equipment. Of course, there were also some special props, such as the soldier horse charm that could summon soldiers and horses, and the wooden rejection formation stuff. But they were basically useless to Lin Yi. That brother Lin, lend me some points to buy some medicine. I haven't prepared enough medicine this time out. Dong Chubby shouted in a pretentious manner. This guy was such a self-possessed acquaintance, making Lin Yi uncomfortable. Not many points, save them. I have medicine here, take it. Lin Yi directly threw 10 bundles of blood-building potions to Fatty Dong. Blood-building potion. These 100 bottles are just given to me? Fatty Dong pinched his face, wondering if he was dreaming. The blood-creating potion factory wouldn't be run by your family, right? I'm going to exchange it to become a Class C regiment and purchase 100 soldier and horse talismans. A total of roughly 2,500 points are needed. Lin Yi had his own plan. He didn't want to continue working as a subordinate for NPCs, it was too dangerous. The best way was still to form a team of his own. At least there was some freedom. The three of them would each need 500 points to redeem themselves as members of a Class C regiment, and then they could form a Class C figure by recruiting some more soldiers and horses. The three giants' eyes were exchanged away. The points had only just reached 110. As it stood now, the three of them needed to go and kill at least 200 or so elite desert giants. Alas! Let's go, let's take a look at the quest bar. Lin Yi arrived at the barracks quest place. Complete kill of a desert squad, 100 points. Completed, will you receive it? Kill the opposite squadron's leader, Reaper Butcher, 1000 points. Busted through the buff game tower, rewarding 100 points for each level up, and x2 points for each additional 3 levels. Lin Yi took a glance at that tower climbing quest. But this quest only had one chance to be claimed per person. It was best not to move now. It was too dangerous to go to the front line now. The news of someone's level 50 boss going down was already coming from the front line of the cannon fodder mission. But Lin Yi wasn't afraid. He let Su Bingbing and Chubby stay behind. He had just come out mainly to take the two away. It didn't matter if he was in the battlefield himself. But it wouldn't be good to involve the two of them. Lin Yi picked up that quest to kill the Godslayer and immediately rejoined the battlefield. Lin Yi, we'd better go with you. Su Bingbing looked at Lin Yi, who questioned asking them to stay behind, and hurriedly opened her mouth to shout. Fatty Dong did the same right. Without me as a meat shield next to you, what if you're in danger? Trust me. Lin Yi smiled, waved his hand and turned towards the battlefield. The battlefield was a mess at the moment. Tens of thousands of demonic creatures had descended on the city, and all of the frontline fortresses had been destroyed. TSK. I wonder if they're still alive. Lin Yi was glad that he had left early. Otherwise, with so many monsters, he would have no problem keeping himself alive. But it would be difficult to keep those two alive. That leader of his own should be dead as well. So no one should be paying attention to their identity right now. Kill. Lin Yi found a corner where no one else could see. He directly summoned the blazing dragon. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as it came out, the blazing dragon was thrilled. It was now sick of seeing fleshy, long things. Every day, it brushes. Now it could finally come out to fight. Go! Lin Yi mounted the blazing dragon and officially set off to dry fight. Roar! A mouthful of dragon breath. Large swathes of monsters fell. Ding! 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 Notifications kept ringing in his ears. Ding! Killed LV30 Desert Monster, experience plus 4,450 plus 50%. Ding! Kill LV30 Desert Monster, experience plus 4,450 plus 50%. Ding! Complete the Kill 100 Desert Monsters achievement, points plus 200. Lin Yi's outstanding battle results on his side immediately drew the attention of the desert giants. But it wasn't an opponent at all. Lin Yi was holding a giant sword, and every fall was accompanied by the giant's head hitting the ground. The experience stacked up like crazy. It directly allowed Lin Yi to break through to level 22. Golden Egg X3. It was time to synthesize super golden eggs again. Right now, Lin Yi's dominance over the battlefield had reached the point where even if he didn't do anything himself and relied on the blazing dragon alone, he'd be safe and sound. Ding! Consume legendary golden egg X3, synthesize super golden egg mythic X1. Ding! Open the super golden egg mythic and obtain the reinforcement phrase, Vulcan Hammering. Vulcan Hammering, enhancement phrase. Effect, can evolve fire equipment. Ding! Red Inferno Dragon Armor Legendary, Inferno Dragon Armor Mythical. Red Inferno Dragon Armor Mythic plus 9, Pet Equipment. Grade, LV20. Attributes, Life Value plus 160,000, Attack Power plus 12,600. Special Effect 1 Red Inferno Fire Skill Power is increased by 50%. Special Effect 2 Dragon Armor when worn by a pet with Dragon Bloodline, it will stimulate the potential of the bloodline in the body, and can awaken one Fire-type Super Arcane skill in advance. Special Effect 3, Purgatory, can make any of the pet's skills and AoE effects increase by 30%. Introduction, tempered by Heavenly Fire and Divine Dragon Blood, it can cause dragon lineage pets to awaken early. This was upgraded and directly evolved into a myth. The level had also reached level 20. The Blazing Dragon also received a super reinforcement. Pet, Blazing Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV20 90,000 Spirit Stones. Qualification, Legendary 9th rank. Life value, 262,200 262, 2200. Attack power, 20800. Talent 1, Origin of Fire SSS grade. Talent 2 Bloodline Suppression SSS grade. Skill 1, Dragon's Breath of Fire S grade LV9, sprays true fire of origin at a large range of 20-20-50-50, dealing 300% 500% of attack power and ignoring evasion. Skill 2 Dragon's Bloodline SS grade. Skill 3 Scorching Life True Inflammation SSS grade LV9 damage dealt will not be counter-damaged, gaining an additional 20% 35% blood drawing effect, and the extra overflow of life value will be converted into a real shield, applying to itself and 1-3 friendlies. The conversion ratio is affected by the attack power. Skill tie-in with Dragon's Whistle SS grade LV9. The Dragon's Whistle is the most penetrating sound in the world, which can stun targets within a range of 50-50 for 6.5s, and can't be exempted or eliminated. It can also remove abnormal statuses as well as the effective short-term body hegemony of the friendly troops, with a cooldown of 30s 19.8s. Upanishad, Super Upanishad Fire Destroyer. Equipment, LV20, Inferno Dragon Armor plus 9 Mythic. Introduction, one of the 5 Supreme Dragons, the Blazing Dragon. Too strong. The Blazing Dragon's attributes now reached a full 260,000 life points. Its attack power has also reached 20,000. Now, the Blazing Dragon's casual dragon breath can easily cause 100,000 deaths. It can easily deal 100,000 plus damage. The Upanishad has also been upgraded. It has been upgraded to a Super Upanishad. This knowledge he had learned from the ancient books. It seemed that mythic-level pet Upanishads could evolve again. The effect was even stronger. If the Upanishad was the deepest excavation of the bloodline, then Super Upanishad was the power of tracing back to the original origin. It's even more terrifying. Ultra Upanishad, Fire Destroyer. Passive, immune to any negative effects on itself. Active, inflicts a punishing strike on all targets in a 10,000 x 10,000 radius, with 5,000% damage inflicted by the ancient god of fire with a sword, which cannot be dodged or immunized. It causes all friendly targets within range to be shielded 3 times by the god of fire, which avoids 3 times and deals 500% damage strike to the target. Chapter 55 Gold Level Boss Water Jiao. Blazing Dragon battles grew exponentially. Right now, he was afraid that even if he were to single-handedly fight a level 50 boss, he would still have the possibility of defeating it. Soon Lin Yi had raised enough to get 2,000 points. But it was far from enough. This was just the starting goal, and Lin Yi also had his eye on a lot of things in the point store. For example, there was a drawing of a golden equipment called the Holy Flame Armor. This armor had an attribute that could generate a legal resistance shield. It was excellent equipment for dealing with mages. Currently on the market, according to Lin Yi's understanding, there was no such thing on the market for the time being. So this would be a good money sucker. Surprisingly, it required 10,000 points, which was far from enough for Lin Yi right now. For Lin Yi, who was short of money right now, that was a good thing. Facing a fully fallen battlefield. Not only did Lin Yi not retreat, but he killed his way out. Roar, roar, roar. The blazing dragon took a mouthful of dragon's breath and fell the desert monsters in a big way. It seemed to be sensing that it was crushingly outmatched. Many of the monsters actually began to avoid Lin Yi. At this moment, the desert butcher also finally stepped forward. It was a level 30 gold boss. A full 4 of them killed it together. And that wasn't all. In the monster camp, a strong player had finally appeared to check Lin Yi. Water Jiao LV 50 Dark Gold Boss. Life value 450-0000450-0000. Attack power 54,000. Defense 12,500. Skill 1, Water Elemental Bomb. Skill 2, Water Breath. Skill 3, True Water Divine Domain. Skill 4, Dragon Blood Body. Upanishad, Water Dragon. AoE. This was the first time Lin Yi had encountered a monster with an AoE. As soon as he saw the appearance of the Water Jiao, the monster camp immediately cheered. It seemed to think that victory was just around the corner. Go! Lin Yi didn't say anything, he just directly released the Blazing Dragon as well. The moment he saw the Blazing Dragon, the Water Jiao dragon only felt his body tremble. It was like the feeling of sneaking off to an internet cafe and coming home after playing a game and opening the door to see a parent holding a stick. Fear from the depths of the bloodline. The entire augur fighting strength dropped drastically. The Blazing Dragon directly met it. The engagement was between lightning and fire. Bang! The water augur was simply no match for the Blazing Dragon. It was directly slapped and sent flying. 32,100. A slap dealt 30,000 points of damage. A second turn professional's life value was only this much. Roar! Another mouthful of dragon breath directly burned Dumpling's body. Unbelievable, Dumpling hurriedly spat out water bombs to extinguish the flames on his body. But no matter how it is, it can't move the flame in the slightest. The Water Jiao looked at the Blazing Dragon in disbelief. What kind of horror is this guy, even with such a terrible flame? According to reason, the fire element is restrained by itself. But the situation in front of him was completely different. And the situation on Lin Yi's side wasn't good either. Those 4 desert butchers had sought out Lin Yi. Desert Butcher LV 30 Gold Boss? Life value 1202-000-1202-000. Attack power 8,500. Defense 4,200. Skill 1, Heavy Axe Strike. Skill 2, Swinging Axe. Skill 3, War Trample. Skill 4, Berserk Force. Skill 5, Thorn Armor. Introduction: wielding a giant axe desert monsters, combat strength is extremely strong. Gold Boss. Lin Yi didn't dare to take this lightly. After all, he had 4 opponents. Shoo! Lin Yi flew up on the hilt of his sword. Swoosh! Lin Yi maneuvered his flying sword and stabbed at these desert butchers. 12,010. 12,010. The damage was still very high. Bang! The desert butcher became anxious when he saw his blood bar dropping so fast. He directly threw out the giant axe in his hand. Lin Yi was still hit after dodging 3 giant axes. 16,500. The desert butcher's damage was still high. But it was useless. Lin Yi directly used the skill, Heavenly Fire Dragon Whistle. Now he was able to use the pet skills under his command. It directly controlled a few desert butchers. Laser cannon. A wave of penetrating damage. Tens of thousands of life values fell downwards. The desert butcher was directly bloodied. The desert butcher was unbelievable. He hadn't expected 4 hits on a weak human at all. Surprisingly, they would still be seriously injured. They touched the barbed armor hanging from their bodies. Why couldn't Lin Yi suffer a single point of reverse injury? Phew. Plus 32,000. A wave of bloodsucking directly restored the life value to full. This was of course thanks to the Blazing Dragon's new skill, Scorching Life True Inferno. Blood absorption plus ignore counter damage. Extremely powerful. Ding. Killed LV30, Desert Butcher Gold Boss, experience plus 34,500 plus 50%. Ding. Kill LV30, Desert Butcher Gold Boss, experience plus 34,000 plus 50%. Ding. Kill LV30, Desert Butcher Gold Boss, experience plus 34,000 plus 50%. Not only was Lin Yi's side a big advantage, the Blazing Dragon's side was also directly suppressing the Water Jiao. The Water Jiao knew that he was no match for the Blazing Dragon and hurriedly tried to escape. The Blazing Dragon wouldn't let him do as he pleased. It directly chased after him. And at this moment on the battlefield, Lin Yi's fame had hit the fan. The entire human race on the battlefield was cheering Iron War God. Iron War God. 4 desert butchers in a row. Such a performance was undoubtedly inspiring. It could be said to be the most outstanding performance on the current battlefield. At this moment in a certain corner, a tornado blew in. As the tornado quickly dissipated, 7 wretched figures appeared. It was none other than Li Qianran and these few people. Surprisingly, they didn't die in the wave of monsters. This was all thanks to Li Qianran's divine ability to specialize in martial arts. At that time, the monster tide had instantly breached the bunker. Under the desert butcher attack, they couldn't stop it at all. They almost died a horrible death on the battlefield. It was only because Li Qianran had the profession exclusive weapon, a divine ability used to escape, that he survived. This Lin Yi might as well stay. By now, he'd probably have all been decapitated by the governor. Lu Ming couldn't help but compliment again. Li Qianran was satisfied, that's for sure. I dare to stay and naturally have the means to go. Country bumpkin, arrogance is really a bad route. He's afraid he doesn't even know that this is a specialized weapon in my hand. He's so self-righteous, he's taking others with him to his death. What a pity for Miss Su. Chapter 56 Points Table. Lu Ming enviously looked at Li Qianran's fan and swallowed his saliva. The equipment on his own body was in no way inferior to Li Qianran's, but it was not Li Qianran's opponent in the slightest. The exclusive weapon was one that could be cultivated on its own, equivalent to having a divine weapon of any stage accompanying it all the time. He himself had lost in less than 3 seconds of sparring with him. His occupational specialized weapon was available on the market, but he couldn't afford it at all. He couldn't afford it even with the 3 million spirit stones from the SSS grade resource pack. The price of that exclusive weapon had been nearly $100 million. It was the cultivation weapon of a swordsman who had once reached the 3rd turn of the Gale swordsman. He couldn't afford it at all. That was why he had exhausted his connections and spent all his money, and even used some unseemly means to enter this ancient relic. It was because he had a small piece of information. This secret realm produces exclusive profession weapons. As long as he could get his hands on the exclusive profession weapon, he would soar to the heavens. Admission to the Green Dragon White Tiger 2 big famous schools are the beginning. Even the top student of Jiangnan province is not impossible. You guys, look. That person seems to be Lin Yi. At this moment, someone within the group noticed that the figure turned out to be Lin Yi. Hiss. Their eyes widened at once. They hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so strong in combat at all. Now that they were looking at Lin Yi's prestige, they were even more dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of generals were chanting Lin Yi's name. Because the leader had collapsed, the top combatants had been decimated. The wave of monsters began to retreat. The battle could be said to have been turned around because of Lin Yi alone. Ha! If I had known, I would have run away with someone else. I wouldn't have needed to be in such a mess. Suddenly someone in Li Qianran's team said something. Not only was Lin Yi able to take the other 2 away peacefully, but he was now killing people on the battlefield. They, on the other hand, were in a sorry state. Anyone would be disgruntled in their hearts. If I hadn't been there just now, you would have died long ago. You can leave now if you are dissatisfied. Li Qianran, where could he stand others provoking his majesty? He immediately said in a cold voice. That person, however, did not say anything. What kind of special prop is this armor? It has such a strong effect. Li Qianran said grudgingly as he looked at Lin Yi. He was a genius of Jiangnan High School, and he had a career-exclusive weapon at a young age. Surprisingly, he couldn't compare to Lin Yi. This was what he couldn't accept. You want it? Lu Ming could see Li Qianran's emotions. I have a way. Oh? Speak. Lu Ming made a neck-wiping gesture at the sight. This is in the ruins, no one will know. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Although they were all professionals. But all in all, they were still high school students who hadn't been awakened for long. Such a thing as killing someone was something that almost no one had ever touched. Li Qianran didn't have much of an expression, he just looked at Lu Ming. Good guy. This guy is really crazy about killing, just killed one this and wants to do it again? But it seems like it's not feasible. There's a divine ability in his own hands that can make Lin Yi become a direct invalid when the time comes. Although he thought so in his heart, his mouth was not supportive. Cough cough. It's too extreme, things aren't there yet, but if one day he threatens us, I'll consider doing the people a favor. You guys look at those two figures. But he was suddenly pointing to the distance in the sky. Those two red and blue figures. It was none other than as the blazing dragon and the water jiao being chased. This looks like Lin Yi let it escape. Lu Ming comprehended Li Qianran's meaning. Ha! Deliberately letting the monster get away just to get us killed, right? Li Qianran nodded. That's not impossible, if Lin Yi is really like that. That would indeed be endangering everyone's lives. I won't allow such a thing to happen. At the moment, Lin Yi didn't know. He had somehow been labeled. He was filled with embarrassment as he listened to those people shouting Iron War God. It might as well have been shouting Iron Man. Lin Yi flew into the sky, disappearing from sight before slipping back into the barracks. He went straight to the mission desk to exchange points. Ding. Completed, kill the Desert Butcher, mission X4, points plus 4,000 inch. Ding. Complete the kill completed Desert Squad, X7, points plus 700. Unfortunately, it was hard to tell which desert squads were just one at the front of the battlefield. Lin Yi felt that he had definitely killed a lot of desert monsters. There were also a dozen giant one-eyes. The redemption arrived at exactly 6,000 points on the points list. Lin Yi directly formed a level C regiment. The recruited soldiers only had level 10 combat power and only had the most ordinary white equipment on them. But Lin Yi didn't expect them to have any combat power. It was just for making up the numbers. Ha! Suddenly Lin Yi questioned, and that was when the blazing dragon returned. He had a scale in his mouth. It was the scale of the water jiao. But Lin Yi hadn't received any news of the water jiao's death. It was reasonable to say that the water jiao wouldn't be able to escape from the blazing dragon. I see. After hearing blazing dragon's description, only then did Lin Yi realize what had happened. The water jiao had been released by the blazing dragon. The reason for this was that Shui Jiao had sworn with his inner guts to do whatever he wanted as long as he was released. Blazing Dragon had told himself that this kind of oath had to be obeyed in the Jiao clan. But Blazing Dragon had left a real fire on the water jiao. As long as Lin Yi didn't agree, he'd kill back now. Lin Yi, however, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, well done. He wouldn't blame Blazing Dragon. It was sort of leaving himself a way out. After all, right now, according to the historical plot, the camp he was in was the one that had lost. Multiple friends had multiple paths. Moreover, this scale could be exchanged for points. 5,000 points. Surprisingly, there were a full 5,000 points. Now Lin Yi could buy that equipment scroll. Ding! Yes, no, to purchase the gold grade weapon crafting scroll, 1, consume 10,000 points. Lin Yi's points emptied out straight away. But when Lin Yi purchased it, this scroll also disappeared from the points store. Such was the case with the ancient ruins mechanism. It's not bad. Lin Yi was satisfied. He looked at the other things. There were a lot of equipment and special items. But most of them couldn't be used, or else they wouldn't be seen. The upgrade talisman can be used to upgrade one level. 10,000 points required for redemption. The upper limit is 5. Swiftness ring, level 20 gold level equipment. The words can instantly move a small distance. Redemption requires 5,000 points. God of War bestowed blessing, 1 million points to see, cap at 1. Blessing. Surprisingly, there's still bestowed blessings. What Lin Yi was dismayed about wasn't this. Rather, he clearly hadn't seen this before. How come it was there now? Lin Yi asked the Su Bingbing duo, and they hadn't seen it before either. That meant that it had only just appeared. This must have triggered a hidden plot. As expected, there was a small description underneath the item. You've attracted the attention of war. Lin Yi looked through the history of messages. Sure enough, he found a message. Congratulations on reaching the achievement, 1 against 10,000, in the ancient ruins, War Desert. Trigger the hidden commodity. Equally shocked was Li Qianran. They were from Jiangnan High School, so they naturally knew what bestowal meant. That was the addition of the power of the supreme rule. Something that was unattainable. This kind of thing was the same as a career-exclusive weapon. It was all about opportunity. Once grasped, the future was limitless. We must take this bestowal. At this moment, Li Qianran clenched his fists. He looked at the scoreboard. It happened to be past 12 o'clock at the moment, and Lin Yi had tens of thousands of points. They didn't have a single point yet. They wouldn't be able to catch up if they chased normally. Lin Yi went to a place called the Trial Tower. His points are probably still going up. Oops. Right now, Lin Yi was in the barracks. They couldn't move their hands. Li Quanran looked to the side to post the news that the dynasty great general was looking for Lin Yi. A plan flashed through his mind. I've got it. You guys go and report the news that the god of war is Lin Yi. Ha! Everyone else heard this and suspected they had heard wrong. Li Quanran would be such a nice guy? But have to say that he intentionally let the two augurs go. Chapter 57 Tower of Trials. Do you really want to enter the trial tower? Su Bingbing asked Lin Yi with great concern. That trial tower was indeed a good place to get points, but it was too dangerous. You could only exit the trial tower after every 10 floors. If you didn't choose to quit, you'd have to break through the 10 levels again. Without an accurate grasp of one's strength, it would be difficult to come out alive. Don't worry. I have confidence in my strength. Lin Yi smiled. Otherwise, why don't we go with you? Fatty Dong opened his mouth to inquire. After hearing this, Su Bingbing also looked at Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. Now Lin Yi thought about it and didn't refuse. Good. If he took them to the battlefield, he would only get one share of the points, but if he took both of them into the trial tower together, then there would be 3 shares of points. Good. Lin Yi agreed. However, just as they entered the secret realm on the front foot, Li Quanran's crowd followed them on the back foot. There's even a trial tower here, and there's quite a lot of points. They were pleasantly surprised. Has it been reported? Li Quanran inquired. Lu Ming nodded and responded, reported. That's good. Li Quanran sneered. He wanted to see what Lin Yi would do. He had inquired clearly. There were 2 factions within the barracks now. One faction was the royal family of the Orthodox dynasty, and the other was the faction of the powerful generals. He spread the 2 messages to both sides. When the time came, if someone wanted to draw Lin Yi in, the other side would use this handle to bite him. Lin Yi would end up being cannon fodder in this struggle. Ding! Yes, no to enter the trial tower. Attention! This trial tower cannot have any special props to carry, such as potions, scrolls, etc. Go! Let's enter the trial tower as well. It's time to show our strength. Li Quanran said. Let's compete with him and see who can climb higher. Without using that special armor, I don't think he'll even make it out alive. Saying so, he also entered the trial tower. Ding! First level Desert Monsters X10. Before the system prompt could finish, Lin Yi directly blasted out. Seconds to kill. The 2 people who had just raised their shields and staffs looked at Lin Yi in dismay. No! How can you still use this armor? The 2 of them questioned incredulously. Lin Yi scratched his head. What? Can't this thing be used? It was only at this moment that the 2 realized. They had overthought things. They had thought that after Lin Yi couldn't use this special prop, they would come in so that they could help. Now instead, turned into assholes. Second level, trial target, Desert Monsters X30. In a flash, only less than 1,000 square feet of space, 30 desert monsters appeared. Ka-ching! Lin Yi stretched out 2 Gatlings with both hands. Da. The powerful firepower directly killed them in seconds. Solve down Dong Chubby and Miss Su counted to realize what it means to really lie flat. All the way to the green light. Directly brushed to the 10th level. Ding! 10th level, enter game mode after that level. Although she didn't know what game mode was. But coping with the level at hand was the point. Roar. A sudden scream came out. Countless water elements swept out. A water augur figure swept out. Jiao! The strongest divine beast in the legend. In an instant, Fatty Dong cried out in shock. While hearing this, Lin Yi was full of questions. Ward hair? Jiao? The strongest divine beast in the legend? Wasn't that pure hilarity to say out loud? But seeing the serious and grim look on the duo's faces, Lin Yi was certain. There seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding in this side of the world. You have to be careful. The Jiao is a legendary divine beast that evolved from a snake. There's a sentence describing a person's one step to heaven called a small snake crosses the Jiao gate. Jiao not only has an extremely strong body and terrifying fighting strength. Any part of their body is a treasure that even a god-level powerhouse would be crazy about, and a drop of Jiao blood or Jiao skin would fetch a sky-high price. Moreover, they also possessed the purest elemental power on their bodies, being ancient gods who mastered elemental power, and even once ruled the continent, when Earth was the strongest power. Ward hair? The combat power of a single augur was afraid that it would take 10 of the same level to match it. This was the power of a divine beast. Chubby Dong got more and more excited, and regretfully said to Lin Yi, if only you were a Jiao master. If you could tame a Jiao, you'd really take off. It's a pity that you're taming that trashy dragon, brother really feels sorry for you. Lin Yi was silent for a while. He wanted to retort so badly. The water Jiao was obviously not as strong as the one outside. But it was still enough to give Lin Yi a pot to drink. This time, Lin Yi didn't choose to summon a blazing dragon. He wanted to try out his fighting prowess. Well, It was actually the mechanical dragon and his own fighting strength. He was going to work on his fighting prowess. Shoo! Lin Yi directly summoned a flying sword and stabbed it at the water dumpling's neck. The water jiao was very agile. It easily dodged the flying sword. But unfortunately, the flying sword Lin Yi was able to manipulate at will, killing it with a return shot completely too late to react. 12,020. 12,020. This time was also very painful. After all, the water jiao only had 300,000 life points. The water jiao quickly approached Lin Yi's side, intending to use a move called Death Entanglement. But at this time, Dong Chubby stepped in with a direct shield strike. He sent it flying. At the same time, Su Bingbing also struck Holy Light Chant. A buff was immediately added to Lin Yi's body. He entered a short period of dominance. These two were only slightly dimmed by Lin Yi's light and would have been a party of characters if they were released. This also allowed Lin Yi to get away successfully. 9 swords in 1. Directly fired. Stabbing. 62,000. Terrifying damage values popped up. Seeing this, the water jiao directly gave up on Lin Yi as a target. It turned its head towards Fatty Dong and Su Bingbing. It wanted to kill these two first. Thump! But when it attacked, a red-colored shield blocked the blazing dragon's attack. Chapter 58: The Battle of the Trial Tower. The water jiao's combat power wasn't weak. A damage value of up to 50,000 to 60,000 was no joke. Bang! 0 shield cancel. 0 shield cancel. But Blazing Dragon's upgraded passive was able to apply a shield to friendly troops. That's what blocked the blow. At the same time, the water auger with its back exposed gave Lin Yi an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second and made a move to unite the 9 swords. One more sword. The hilt of the sword also spewed out real fire. 102,900. One sword for 100,000. This was a combination technique that Lin Yi had worked out. A combination of the Blazing Dragon's dragon breath and an energy sword. Because true fire itself was true damage that ignored defense. This made it so that the energy sword didn't need to break armor. All it did was deepen the damage. Therefore it was able to deal higher damage. With this sword, the water jiao, which was already in poor condition, was directly decapitated. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first level of the first weight. Welcome to the second weight. At this moment, outside the trial tower, it was also filled with people. The original pitch-black 9-tiered trial tower. The first level erupted with light. This meant that someone had cleared the first level. The first weight. After so many years, this Kong is still the 10th person to pass the first weight, right? Yeah. The last person was none other than our current protector General and he seems to have gone to the 4th weight. Breaking the history of the ancestors. It takes at least a third turn to have a chance to pass the first level. The characters inside are not weak. At this moment, a general dressed in golden armor and riding a warhorse arrived. The moment he saw the trial tower light up, he was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the character who had killed the 4 desert butchers that people had said earlier was really in the trial tower. He must pull this person into his command. The current kind of character was exactly what he desperately needed. On the other hand, the royal army horses also arrived, and they were shocked when they saw the Protectorate Great General. Could it be that this Protectorate Great General wants to hard bail this person out? And as the person in question, Lin Yi was overjoyed at the moment. 1,000 points were in hand. And the second weight taken would be 2,000 points. After the second weight, Lin Yi also had an extra option in front of him. 1. Shield. Monster initially gets an 80% maximum life value shield. 2. Resurrection. Monsters are instantly resurrected after death, restoring 50% of their status. 3. Return. When the battle starts, all players' life value is reduced to 1 point. 4. Rage. When the boss blood bar drops by 50%, damage plus 30%, bludgeoning plus 30%. 5. Forbidden healing. 75% healing effect for all players. 6. The Thorns. All damage to monsters will be counter-damaged by 30%. 7. Falling Thunder. Every 60s, randomly inflicts 20% of maximum life value damage on a target and stuns it for 5s. 8. Blood Pool. The battlefield becomes a pool of blood. Players will be subjected to the full attribute 30% effect, bosses vice versa. A full 8 options. Lin Yi also sort of understood how this trial tower played out. Every time you ascended to climb higher up the tower, you had to choose a buff option. The option chosen would remain in effect throughout the subsequent trials. It meant that if Lin Yi ended up climbing to the 9th level, then all the buffs here would take effect. Lin Yi didn't have any problems picking on the water jiao alone. But if he had to bring such a group of buffs with him, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Which one to pick first? Fatty Dawn looked at the densely packed options above and fretted. Su Bingbing saw these trial options and also made a plan. Let's not go on a 2 or 3 and leave, it's too risky back there. Let's choose that, Rage, or Falling Thunder. Thunderbolt, we can fight for luck. There are 3 of us. If we are lucky, it may not have any effect at all. Rage, although it looks scary, but you have high damage, just kill it in seconds after half blood. In the face of Su Bingbing's solemn analysis, Lin Yi chose thorns. Ka-ching! As the doppelganger began, the familiar 10 desert monsters appeared. It seemed that the content of the trial hadn't changed much. It was just that there were extra buffs on it. Ha! Why did you choose thorns, Brother Lin? This thing is the most troublesome anyways. Fatty Dawn was very puzzled. But when Lin Yi's sword wasn't counter-wounded, only then did they realize it. You can actually not be counter-wounded? It didn't occur to them that Lin Yi even had this magical ability. There was naturally no suspense in what amounted to an invalidating buff. Less than half an hour. The 9 heavy tower. The second one lit up. Woohoo! There was an uproar outside at this moment. All the generals were cheering. A new powerhouse had appeared, and this was undoubtedly a big boost to morale. Not bad, not bad. It's all the way to the 2nd level. The great general's heart was even more appreciative. And the royal side was already determined to eradicate Lin Yi. Lin Yi must not be allowed to fall into the great general's hands. Originally, I had to come this time to check if the reports were true. Now it didn't seem necessary. Now even if it was fake, it had to be true. And at this moment in another part of the trial tower, Li Quanran had to clench his teeth and used his divine ability, Wind Law 10,000. In an instant, countless wind blades attacked, which managed to knock off 20,000 life values. In the face of hundreds of thousands of life value of the water auger. It was simply an itch to scratch. The 7 of them were not weak, and they were still holding the water jiao in check. But the chances of winning were almost non-existent. Lu Ming, you go out and seduce the water jiao, otherwise we don't have the slightest chance of winning. Me? Lu Ming instantly wanted to refuse. Being touched in this situation could be a death sentence. But before he could open his mouth, he met Li Chuanran's cold gaze. Don't forget how you came in. Even if you die here, go out outside and no one will suspect. Pressure simply did not give him the slightest chance to refuse. Lu Ming swallowed his saliva. A man under the roof had to bow his head. Damn it, Lin Yi, it's all because you caused me to fall so low. I will definitely make sure to get you killed. Lu Ming used his life to come out and seduce Water Jiao. It also had an effect. Seeing Lu Ming break away from the group, the Water Jiao immediately killed him. Although Lu Ming was prepared, he was only level 20 at the moment. Where is the opponent of the Water Jiao? You have to know that the Water Jiao is a level 50 boss. It was too late to dodge. He was directly knocked away by the Water Jiao's tail. Lu Ming immediately felt like his bones were about to break. A large amount of blood was spat out of his mouth. The pendant on his chest also suddenly exploded. This was an extremely rare protective necklace, the most precious treasure of Lin Yi's resource bag. It was able to withstand 1 fatal injury. Second turn technique. Hurricane Wind Kill. Second turn skill. Scorching Inferno Meteor. Second turn skill. Apocalypse Judgment. The remaining 6 also seized the opening at that moment and made use of the skills they had awakened after their second turn. They were usually collectively referred to as so and so turn skills. Such skills were usually extremely strong. After all, they needed to be awakened after ascending a turn. 6 second turn skills poured out, and only then did the Water Jiao become half-blooded. On Lin Yi's side, he had already speed passed to the 4th level. For the 3rd level, he chose Rage, and for the 4th level, he chose Resurrection. The resurrected Water Jiao in front of him directly entered a berserk state. It killed Lin Yi again. But it didn't have a single effect. Lin Yi had gone through so many levels of breaking through. Even the energy points had accumulated to full capacity. The increase came down to a full 2,000 attack points. At 9 times the damage rate. It was enough for nearly 20,000 more damage. A few swords in a row, easily killed. Bam! 2 heavy towers lit up one after another. Almost half of the military camp came to watch all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. The strongest great general had only gotten this far. And at this moment, an equally strong person had actually appeared. Ka-ching! It was also at this moment that the tower door slowly rose. Countless vapors accompanied by a few silhouettes appeared. It's coming, it's coming! The strongest person who passed the 4th level has come out. Chapter 59, the 7-man squad is touted to the heavens. Everyone held their breath, incomparably shocked and amazed. Swish! Suddenly the great general disappeared in a flash. You! A few people didn't have time to speak. They were grabbed tightly by the great general. Not bad, not bad. The 7 of you were able to combine your efforts to get this far. The battles are all very strong. Do you have the will to join my command? Not only can you enjoy the treatment of a great regiment, you can all also sit in the position of a great regiment commander. These words came out. All the generals were in an uproar. Class A regiment. Inside, they were all second-turn professionals, with a minimum talent of C rank and equipped with royal suits. As for their leaders, As for their leaders, they were all at least third-turn professionals who had made excellent achievements. The great general himself is close to turning 4. He was just one step away. These 7 people were able to directly ascend to this position. But even so, all of them did not dare to complain. They all knew how difficult that trial tower was. It wasn't surprising that these 7 people were able to pass through the 4 heavens and receive such heavy use. Li Chuanran's 7 people were also overjoyed. It was so hard for them to behead the water Jiao and come out, but they were surprised to receive such good news as soon as they came out all of a sudden. Worthy of you, brotherly, they all came to pull together because we cleared the entire 9 heavy tower. Brotherly is too strong. If it wasn't for you, where would we have gotten through? Is this what it feels like for a strong person to enjoy admiration? It's so cool. Now we're taking off straight away. We're not just swiping points in the Grade A core. Brotherly is awesome. The crowd all blew up for a while. The ecstasy was incomparable. I guess that Lin Yi has been arrested now, right? Hearing this, Li Quanran, but his face changed. Now everyone was shocked into death. They didn't understand what was going on. Li Quanran said with a serious look on his face, originally, we were trying to make Lin Yi fall into the cannon fodder of the 2 parties fight, but we accidentally made such a good achievement. The NPC's 2 parties sites are definitely coming back to us. Now that we're caught up in this political situation, what should we choose? Choose which side to stand off. At this moment Li Quanran face worried, really well in thinking about this matter. As expected this time, the captain of the royal guard holding the arrest warrant, directly welcomed up. He did not have a trace of politeness. Directly ignoring the great general of the protectorate. To Li Quanran's 7 people opened his mouth, because you are suspected of letting go of the desert monsters in the water auger and fire auger in the desert, 2 important enemy forces, suspected of war financing the enemy crime, look at the crime of rebellion, undercover crime, and so on, as many as 17 criminal charges. Now you will be arrested and detained. Waiting for the highest military court trial. The moment these words came out, immediately to Lu Ming scared waved his hand, blurted out, that person you have not already arrested? The moment these words came out, everyone stopped. All of them had blank expressions. The other 6 were puzzled. Lin Yi would logically have been unable to come out on top long ago. A guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Could it be that Lin Yi is dead? In an instant Lu Ming's eyes were overwhelmed with ecstasy. Li Quanran tugged at the corner of his mouth. Count yourself lucky. It's just a pity about that armor. That's what happens when you don't think you can handle yourself. They all decided that this was the end. They could only get through with difficulty. How could Lin Yi get through? Serves him right. Let him pretend to be a bully every day, not knowing how powerful he thought he was. Now he's suffered a direct loss of life. I don't know how someone from a poor countryside can be so confident. He probably thinks that he's invincible after becoming an SSS-ranked professional. He's really a frog in the well. He hasn't seen the bigger sky at all, but he's inflated like this with just a single wasted position. If he doesn't die now, he'll have to die sooner or later. Mocking sounds were endless. Lu Ming even shouted, good, good, good. Great. Good death. Damn Lin Yi. I let you ruin everything for me. It's good that you're dead now. If you fall into my hands, I'll make your life worse than death. Ha ha ha. And at this moment, the 2 of them, the great general and the royal captain, were facing each other in all directions. Although they were pinpointing each other. But they also saw doubts in each other's eyes. They both coincidentally thought that the Iron God of War on the battlefield before, and this was the same group of people. But they didn't think it wasn't. But right now that person didn't matter. The main thing was to please these 7 people. The royal guards have no handle, can only turn to throw out the conditions to draw in as long as you come to our royal guards, to ensure that you a person under 10,000 people. Our royal escort guard acts, first to kill, first to kill. Royal power licensed. Even I can give you a one-time fund of 1 million spirit stones. When these words came out, the crowd clamored. And this side saw the protectorate general also raise the stakes, not only promising to give Li Quanran the position of deputy. It would also gift an epic level equipment. Seeing both sides of the crowd, the 7 people's heads were raised to the sky. It was too comfortable. Ahem. Allow me to think about who to choose. If you guys still want to raise the stakes, you can talk to my subordinates. They'll tell me what to do. Arrange a room for us to rest. Li Quanran hugged his chest and said condescendingly. The 2 men saw Li Chuanran's attitude and were furious. But they didn't dare to have an attack for fear of giving the other party an opportunity to take advantage of. Can only smile and respond, okay, I will. Now. The words were not finished. Thump. The familiar sound of the bell rang again. Click 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 click. 5 sounds in a row. A sound appeared in the 9 heavy tower. It had been gradually lighting up from the bottom floor. It only stopped when it reached the 5th layer in the middle. In an instant, the entire field was silent. Originally stood tens of thousands of people square. At this moment, it was the sound of even a pin dropping that was heard. The 5th level. Mom. I've come out on top. I've witnessed history. Hiss. This is even more powerful than the Great General. The entire field was abuzz. The fifth weight was already higher than the Protectorate Great General. All the People's Clan prestige was reaching a climax at this moment. What, there's someone else inside? The Protectorate Great General also reacted at this moment. He immediately grabbed Li Chuanran's neck and angrily questioned, you weren't the ones who passed the four heavens? There are still people inside? How dare you do this to me? Aren't you afraid that I will go to the Royal Guard? Li Chuanran was furious. What fourth level? The one we passed through is the 9th floor. Lu Ming replied smugly. Scram, the Protectorate General angrily. Li Chuanran fell to the ground and kicked up. Tramp, the 9 Heavens Tower is 9 heavens and 9 floors, totaling 81 floors. You guys just cleared the first level, how dare you act like this? Hearing these words, Li Chuanran immediately showed horror on his face. It turned out that they were so excited because someone had cleared the 4th heavy sky. Only Lin Yi was left inside now. Surprisingly, he didn't die? And is even more powerful than the Great General? How was this possible? The line of sight turned back to the tower. Chapter 60, The Ultimate Golden Egg. After Lin Yi had cleared the 5 heavens one after the other. Now there were only 4 options left: Shield, Return to Origin, Falling Thunder, Forbidden Healing. But none of them were very difficult options. There was no need to mention the shield, it was equivalent to 80% more life value directly. Returning to the source is also tricky. Start of each battle life value reduced to 1. Presumably every tier. This way if you start with only a little bit of blood when facing a boss. Quite dangerous. Falling Thunder is needless to say, if you're unlucky. 5 thunderbolts in a row will directly blast you into slag. Forbidden Healing is okay, but how to match it with Return to the Source? That would be especially hard to top. It was also quite hard to bear. Tis. Looking at the 4 remaining options in front of her, Su Bingbing had a worried face. Why don't we just call it a day and call it a day? It's getting more and more dangerous back there. Even Dong Chubby, who has always loved to join in the fun, nodded in favor. Yes, the next danger, the probability of passing a whole heavy day is too low. This dead man's trial tower can't quit in the middle, why don't we just take what we can get? Let's go now. Anyway, there are more than 20,000 points, it's not worth it to walk in and put our lives on the line again. Lin Yi shook his head, it's too little. If we pass the 6th heaven, we'll have 28,000 points for this one alone. It'll add up to 60,000. After not much stacking. Each layer of the 6 heavens now had 3,200 points. Compared to the 100 points of the first heaven. It was a full 32 times more. It would continue to double for each heavy heaven. One didn't dare to imagine how many points there would be if one walked through the entire 9 heavy towers. You guys trust me? Lin Yi took the lead and continued to choose Return to Origin. Entering the 6th heaven. Then you shouldn't choose Return to Origin either, it's too dangerous. Su Bingbing said in surprise. How to look at it? This, Return to Origin, should have been the last choice. The familiar 10 desert monsters appeared. At the same time, the trio TE realized that their blood bars were all black. There was only 1 drop left. Luckily, Lin Yi's attacks were terrifying, killing them in 1 move. And the blood-sucking also returned the last wave of life value. But after reaching the 2nd level, it immediately poured cold water on them again. The blood bar went black again. It reset on every level. The previous levels Lin Yi had killed in seconds. But if he met a boss. As expected, they soon reached the 9th level. The 2 hearts were in their throats. They looked at Lin Yi, only to find that Lin Yi had a breezy face. Did Lin Yi have any more tricks up his sleeve? Bang! But then they didn't see any new tactics from Lin Yi. The water jiao killed him. Lin Yi did a lot of damage, but it was useless. The water jiao was extremely fast. It was perfectly fast enough to touch Lin Yi before being killed. And right now, Lin Yi was touching and dying. Bang! Careful, they couldn't help but shout as they watched Lin Yi about to be knocked away. Even Fatty Dong rushed up with the intention of toppling Lin Yi away with his life. But alas, it was already too late. Lin Yi flew straight out. But a shocking scene appeared. Lin Yi's blood bar hadn't moved at all. It was a stark contrast to the tens of thousands of damage numbers. Far away in another secret realm, Blazing Dragon felt a wave of pain. Frightened, it hurriedly jumped up to see who had attacked it. Life-sharing once again exerted its power. It successfully took down the 6th heaven. Ding! Killed LV50 Water Jiao Dark Gold Boss, experience plus 1550000 plus 50%. Ding! Kill LV50 Water Jiao Dark Gold Boss, experience plus 1550000 plus 50%. Ding! Passed the 6th heaven, gained 28,800 points. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up, LV23 LV26 4575W, gain Golden Egg X3 Golden Egg. Not bad, not bad. Breaking through the 6 heavens. So much accumulated experience. It had also allowed Lin Yi to reach level 26. It was possible to synthesize another mythic level golden egg. Ding! Consuming golden egg x3, synthesizing super golden egg mythic, yes no to open? Ding! Open, super golden egg mythic, gain the number of times to synthesize the ultimate golden egg 1. 10,000 horses galloped past in Lin Yi's heart. Ultimate golden egg mythic can open up dragons, equipment, words, etc. that are no less than godly. Synthesis scheme, super golden egg x3 plus ultimate golden egg synthesis x1 equals ultimate golden egg god. This is different from the previous super golden egg. You also need to rely on opening super golden eggs to have a probability of obtaining them, and that probability doesn't seem very big. And a full 3 super golden eggs were needed. The equivalent of needing to raise 9 levels. Only then would there be a probability of synthesizing such a single one. Lin Yi's heart was incredibly excited, and he was now set to start saving up his golden eggs. He was looking forward to what this first ultimate golden egg would open up for him. How is this move, invincible? Teach it to me. Fatty Dawn was so excited. As a meat shield he wanted this move the most. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders, can't teach you. Looking at the remaining 3 heavens, Lin Yi sighed. The hardest level had been passed. The next one wouldn't be any more difficult. Forbidden healing didn't have much of an effect on Lin Yi. The one he used for his life bar was Blazing Dragons. Blazing Dragon was brushing the secret realm. It was equivalent to supplying himself with unlimited blood. Unless there was a damage that could exceed the Blazing Dragon's blood bar, he couldn't die. Falling Thunder was a little tricky, but it was also good. Every time it was almost time for lightning to fall, Lin Yi disarmed his form. If the Falling Thunder reached the mechanical dragon, he would use the dragon's dragon whistle to disarm him. The mechanical dragon had self-repair, so it couldn't die. It was Su Bingbing and Dong Chubby who were in trouble. It was a bit dangerous for the lightning to fall on them. After all, you can't use any props here. Once the lightning falls on them, only a tiny bit of blood left is definitely a second death. Therefore, we can only let the 2 people leave the trial tower. The remaining shield wasn't that difficult. Lin Yi wanted to summon the Blazing Dragon to solve it. But if there were falling mines, the Blazing Dragon would be too dangerous. He could only do it the hard way. Lin Yi chose the Forbidden Healing, Shield, and Falling Thunder in that order. Watching Lin Yi clear 2 waves one after the other, he came to the 9th level. Each time it doubled. It also meant that the 7th level got 50,000 points. The 8th level was a full 100,000 points. If he got through the 9th wave, he'd get 200,000 points. Su Bingbing was shocked. You're too good. She really hadn't anticipated that Lin Yi would be this good. To be honest, it wasn't like she hadn't seen SSS ranked professionals with her own eyes. Even these ranked SSS ranked professionals were courteous in front of her. But these SSS ranked professionals hadn't displayed such terrifying strength at all. If other people heard Su Bingbing's inner words, I was afraid that they would be shocked. Wasn't the Lin Haisu family just a slightly famous powerful family? At most, it has a good reputation in Jiangnan province. How difficult is it to have this kind of strength? There's no way out, you guys have to quit. Lin Yi is full of apologies, Falling Thunder, plus, return to Yuan, pairing. It was indeed too deadly. However, when the 2 heard Lin Yi's words, they were incredibly grateful. Instead, no. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have this many points in our hands, a full 200,000. They all had 200,000 in their hands now. And it could almost be said that they were lying flat along the way. It couldn't be said that they hadn't made any effort. They could only say that they hadn't put in any effort. Lin Yi's leveling all the way was too strong. It's fine, you guys leave first. Then wait for me. Lin Yi instructed before turning around and opening up the 9th heavens. The 9th heavens that possessed a full 9 buffs. It was about to come. The first 8 levels were barely difficult. Coming to the boss level, the intensity instantly came up. Ka-ching. 8 heavens. Chapter 61, Passing the Trial Tower, 500,000 points in hand. Ka-ching. 8. The person inside came out, passing the 8 heavens, just 1 step away from passing the entire 9 heavens tower. Too strong. This is simply too strong. Quickly let us see who it is? The duo of Dong Chubby and Su Bingbing, who had just walked out against the bright light, were dumbfounded when they looked at the sea of people around them. This time, the first one to come out was the royal captain. His face was grave. You 2 passed the 8th level? That's right. Fatty Dong responded proudly. Because you let go of the 2 great hostile monsters, the Water Jiao and the Fire Jiao, on the battlefield, you are now charged with 13 counts of the crime of being suspected of being an undercover agent. And other crimes. He directly opened the door and spoke out the same words as before. Arrest the 2 of them for me. The Protector General was also coldly watching this scene. Originally, he was trying to recruit people, but now he was unmoved. There was no other reason. It was a great taboo to have a high meritocracy. If it was a battle force that he could control, then he himself would have to take it under his command to deal with the imperial dynasty. And a character that could completely rival him, he absolutely had to make a move to get rid of it. Never let it jeopardize his position. The same was true on the imperial dynasty's side. It was fine for them to struggle. A powerful third party must never appear, otherwise they would absolutely join forces against it. That was the charge they were going to use now. Kill. Nip it in the bud. Hearing this, Fatty Dong realized that he had pretended to be a scourge. He hurriedly waved his hand to explain no. We don't have that ability to pass, are being brought. At this moment, Chubby Dong also knew that he was definitely aiming for Lin Yi. It wasn't that he was trying to save his own ass. Because if Lin Yi was able to pass the 9th level, he would still be discovered. What he had to do now was to first take the two of them out. Then find a way to save Lin Yi. We've been acting as dragons the entire time, and now there's another person inside the secret realm, none other than the Iron God of War you're talking about. Hearing this, not only were the great general and the royal captain shocked. Even the 7 people who were squatting on the side like labor prisoners, Li Quanran, were stunned. Lin Yi has taken them both through the 8 heavens all by himself. Li Quanran felt phobic when he heard Lin Yi's name and immediately disliked him. Che. It's just that we didn't notice that there's a 9th heaven, otherwise we'd be able to pass it too. Don't put yourself down, okay? Yes. You mean he's still challenging the 9th heaven? The great general inquired incredulously. With Fatty Dong nodding his head. The great general threw it aside in exasperation. When he comes out, he must be brought under control. Other generals are also excitedly discussing. I heard that passing the 9 heavens will result in a reversal of the heavenly Tao. Really? It's all legend, how would I know? But the first time you pass the 9 heavens, there will definitely be treasures left over from the past. This matter is definitely true. No wonder the great general is so excited. Taking advantage of the crowd's attention being diverted from them. The two of them, Dong Chubby, glanced at each other and left the place silently. Although their whereabouts were not seen by the NPCs. But it was all caught in Lin Yi's eyes. Bang! At the moment, Lin Yi wasn't doing well within the secret area. Just as soon as he went in. Ka-ching! A thunder struck down first. Instantly, he entered a stunned state. And the water Jiao seized the opportunity. It directly knocked out half of Lin Yi's life value. But when Lin Yi slowed down, water Jiao was suppressed again. Swoosh swoosh. The flying swords were like vipers, leaving thousands of wounds on the water Jiao's body. The water Jiao, on the other hand, had been enduring, waiting for the next lightning fall. Soon he held out until the next thunder fall. The water Jiao excitedly rushed out. A fierce color flashed in its eyes. It had to get Lin Yi killed this time, and directed all of its skills at him. Ka-ching! Suddenly Lin Yi's armor disappeared. In its place was an incomparably huge mechanical dragon. Instantly, the water Jiao felt the cells deep in its bloodline trembling and fearful. Every part of his body whispered the word submission. The falling thunder directly reached the mechanical dragon. Ka-ching! The mechanical dragon's life value instantly cleared. The light disappeared. But the energy core in its chest was running wildly at the moment. Death repair in progress. A white blood bar appeared on top of the mechanical dragon's head, although it was only 50%. But because of the equipment, it quickly began to rise upwards. 10s, 9s, 8s. The 10-second countdown began. If the mechanical dragon's blood bar could not be emptied again within 10 seconds, then the mechanical dragon would be resurrected successfully. This was the mechanical dragon's arcane passive. Death repair. Whenever it dies, the mechanical dragon enters the death repair state, which is unable to act, has 50% of its maximum life value, and will be successfully resurrected after 10 seconds if the repair is successful. Very strong passive. The repair was completed in a flash, and the familiar mechanical dragon returned. As for the control, it was cleared by Long Shao long ago. Ding! Killed LV50 Water Jiao Dark Gold Boss, experience plus 1550000 plus 50%. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 9th level, gaining 230,400 points. Ding! This trial tower is over, and you have earned a total of 421,272 points. 400,000 points were directly obtained. This wave was truly a win. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 9 buff trial tower. You will be able to choose 3 buffs for full effect. 1. The entire army's attributes are increased by 30% and will have their speed increased by 50%, injury recovery increased by 200%, and equipment reinforcement plus 3. 2. The NPC's entire army's occupation level has an 80% probability of being raised by 1 level, 20% by 2 levels, and 1% by 3 levels. 3. Enemy troops gain a weakness effect, accompanied by random, blinding, confusion, suffocation, and the speed of wound healing decreases by 500%. It hadn't occurred to me that 3 options had appeared. Lin Yi took a look. Found a line underneath. Selection time countdown 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It didn't seem like it had to be chosen now, so Lin Yi then planned to wait a bit longer. Suddenly the prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player to clear the special building buff trial tower in the Calamity Battlefield S-rank ruins. You've gained the gaze of the god of buffs. Chapter 62, Buff Selection. Not realizing that there was a reward for the first pass, Lin Yi hurriedly glanced at it. Ding! You randomly receive one of the following 3 blessings. Ding! Speed increase by 30%, permanently. Ding! Mental energy recovery increased by 200%, permanently. Ding! Pet equipment slot +1. Hiss! Lin Yi glanced at the rewards, and a light sprang out from the bottom of his eyes. There was a silent prayer in his heart. Straight away, he clicked on the roulette wheel. Click, click, click. In an instant, the bravery necklace on Lin Yi's chest slightly emitted a flash of light. Ding! You've obtained the blessing of the god of buffs, pet equipment slot +1. Ka-ching! In an instant Lin Yi jumped in excitement. Congratulations, you've gained the buff, pet slot enhancement permanent. Not bad, not bad. And this buff works on all pets. This was especially comfortable. Ka-ching! As the entire 9 heavens lit up, a thunderous bell rang out. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant everyone felt physically and mentally irritated. But an image clearly appeared on the tower, Lin Yi. 9 layers and 9 levels, beyond the heavens. The first to break into the tower is here. Such phrases also appeared on the left and right sides. Almost everyone from the shock barracks was here at the moment. All of them sucked in a breath of cool air. It had never occurred to them that someone had actually broken the record, passing the 9 heavens. At this moment, the royal escort captain was nervous. He was afraid that what came out was someone he couldn't even deal with. Click! As the tower door slowly rose, a figure slowly walked out. Everyone was holding their breath. This is surprisingly just a professional who hasn't even turned 2. How is this possible? Fake, right? But this person looks exactly like the one on the projection. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. A third-turn professional could barely reach the 4th heaven. And a mere first-turn professional could even pass through directly. This was too unbelievable. Originally also scorned, the incomparable royal escort captain suddenly smiled and laughed. He came directly in front of him. You are under arrest. Not even a single word of nonsense was needed. And this word came out. What is this? The people in the front row just told us that it appears to be this person who was suspected of the great crime of letting go of the water augur and the fire augur. Hiss! The legendary god of war like Jiao. Surprisingly, he's no match for him? Yeah. That water dumpling last time was difficult for even the great general to deal with. This person. 9 heavens, ah. That's the strength of the passing 9 heavens, and it turns out that it's only a first-turn professional. It's too unbelievable. Could it be that he really colluded with the water Jiao? How else could it be? This person's occupation is Imperial Dragon Master. Is an SSS-ranked profession as powerful as a Royal Jiao Master? What kind of occupation is this? It's so strong. Crowds said the wind in clouds. Ka-ching! Lin Yi didn't even have time to react before his hands were directly cuffed with shackles. Escort them to the dungeon, pending trial. With a single word from the royal escort captain, Lin Yi, who had originally been brilliant and incomparable, instantly fell. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. At the sight of that cold-faced royal escort general, Lin Yi also understood something. According to history, he and the royal escort weren't dealing with each other. He didn't even make a move to stop it now. At a glance, he was afraid of himself and wanted to be put to death. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't say much. He turned his head to look around. But he didn't find the 2 figures. It seems that this fatty and Su Bingbing were also captured. Thinking of this, Lin Yi gave up the resistance. He intended to go and rescue the 2. The only way to conveniently save them was to enter the prison himself. No one had expected it. It was such a miss that directly triggered the tragedy. At the same time as Lin Yi was jailed and put into a one-man prison, the situation outside was also reversed. Ha! I don't think that Lin Yi is going to survive. I never thought that there'd be a change in our plan. It's still a good turn of events. Lin Yi is now being targeted by 2 forces. He'll definitely die. Lu Ming complimented, it's still you, brotherly. At the moment the 2 of them were roaming the streets. The other 5 had already been sent to kill monsters to save points for him. Li Quanran smiled, you're telling me to follow them, aren't you? At the moment they were not far away from each other, precisely unaware that they were being followed, and were discussing how to rescue Lin Yi. Ahem. Li brother, don't you want to? Lu Ming evil smile, sight wandering in the distance Su Bingbing body. When these words came out, evil thoughts rose in Li Chuanran's heart. When he thought of Su Bingbing's coldness towards himself, he was on fire. From childhood to adulthood, no matter where he went, he was the existence of countless girls chasing after him. But even so, he put on a serious face. What do you mean by that? Lu Ming could see that he was pretending. Haha. Brotherly, we are now on the same boat. Although that classmate died by accident, we both know if things are that simple. Brother Li was appalled when he heard this. His face instantly went cold. Huh? What are you talking about? I know that classmate will disappear and die in the secret realm, I don't know anything else. Seemingly seeing Li Chuanran's emotions, Lu Ming immediately smiled and said, Brother Li, don't misunderstand me. I'm just telling you that we are all friends. If you want to, then do it. I definitely won't say anything. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with malice, and he said viciously in his heart, Su Bingbing, all of this is your own fault. If you had taken it from me a long time ago, perhaps I wouldn't have done so. Anyone who has anything to do with Lin Yi's must die. Li Quanran just looked at Lu Ming coldly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Ming even continued seductively, and we can arrest these two and use them to threaten Lin Yi. I think he's definitely gotten a lot of points from the secret realm. Extort a wave before he dies. Then, he said as he made a motion to wipe his neck. Li Quanran remained motionless. The two of them just stood there for a while, but it was Lu Ming who broke the stalemate once again. Look at the leaderboards. This moment happened to be the time of the update. With Lu Ming's words, Li Quanran instantly opened the leaderboards. Close to 500,000 points. Could he not be greedy? At that moment, Li Quanran was moved dry. But only the two of us can know about this matter. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see him. Agreed, don't worry, we are the only two here now. When the time comes, the others will prove that we are innocent and that they acted without authorization and did not listen to the command. 3 wastes in the district, it's normal to die. Bang! Lu Ming directly sneak attacked with a kick on Fatty Dong's back. Fatty Dong reacted quickly and directly pulled out his shield and warhammer. Shocked, he questioned Lu Ming, what are you doing? Lu Ming did have a cold smile on his face. Hee. Aren't you quite arrogant? A punk who repeats a grade and still dares to stand up to Lin Yi. Today I'll let you see blood and teach you a lesson, said Lu Ming as he directly raised his giant sword and slashed at Fatty Dong head on. Dong Chubby's level was only 20, while Lu Ming was already as high as level 25. Levels and equipment were not on the same level. He was directly suppressed. Fatty Dong frantically raised his shield to resist the attack, but Lu Ming's offense was becoming more and more ferocious. A rage sword. Lu Ming was filled with blood as he raised his sword high and slashed down. Bang! Fatty Dong was directly sent flying. A rank skill. Chubby Dong was spitting blood from his mouth from the powerful force, but he was still not able to do a single thing about it. Nowadays, the market usually had FD rank skills. A low-level professional with a C rank skill was considered particularly powerful. This move of a rank skills really hit Chubby Dong without any power to fight back. Lu Ming saw that Dong Chubby's blood was almost at the bottom and licked his lips as he slowly approached the past. Yo. You're still quite good at struggling. Don't worry, I'll slowly torture you, cutting off meat piece by piece, instead of letting you die so easily. Seeing this situation, Su Bingbing's eyes turned cold. Looks like it can't be hidden. Only to see her hands stroking the necklace on her chest, closing her eyes and opening her mouth reverently. Holy heavenly Phoenix Lady! In an instant, a huge holy maiden silhouette appeared. It was enveloped underneath. In an instant, Dong Chubby's life value was restored to full. Chapter 63, Jiangnan Su Family? Fatty Dong was shocked this time. Not only that, his own attributes increased by at least 30%. The halo under his feet can even significantly reduce the cooldown. Such a horrible skill. Completely unlike a first turn S rank auxiliary can do. It was more like something that could only be done by a divine SSS ranked assist. The situation was instantly reversed. Let you bully little master me. Fatty Dong slammed hammer after hammer into Lu Ming's crotch. Although Lu Ming was able to dodge, the hammers would land on other parts of his body in the process. The blood bar clanked down. You get out of here now. Fatty Dong warned viciously. Although just now Lu Ming wanted to be put to death. But he had never killed anyone in blood, and now he didn't want to drive him to death. But Lu Ming did not make a single move to leave. Seeing this, Dong Fatty instantly raised his hammer. If you don't leave, I will really have to do it. Ha! You are also too much to put me in your eyes. I don't know when suddenly a figure appeared. Li Quanran flicked the fan in his hand. Rumble! A huge tornado swept out, directly rolling up the duo of Fatty Dong and Su Bingbing. 2012. 2302. Right now, the two of them were only over 10,000 in blood, and even as a meat shield, Fatty Dong was only close to 20,000 in blood. Just this one move will two people directly take down. As the tornado stopped, the two people fell to the ground. They were in a sorry state. The blood level was at the bottom. You! Engaged in a sneak attack. Fatty Dong shouted angrily. While Su Bingbing was calm. We are all on the same team. What do you mean by sneak attacking us? Yo! You're still pretending to be that noble at the end of your life? Li Quanran responded with a grim smile. Of course I'll let you die. As soon as these words came out, Dong Chubby cursed. Your uncle. We didn't invite you to mess with you, but to kill your own compatriots. Are you still not a human being? Oh. You count for something. Li Quanran spoke directly. Wait for your Lin Yi to redeem you with points. In this world, weakness is the original sin. Kill us. The security bureau won't let you go. Su Bingbing also realized at this moment that something wasn't right. But in the face of such a threat, Li Quanran was unconcerned. Now this is a relic. If you guys die, there is no evidence against you. How you die is still not up to me. Ha ha ha. When these words came out, Su Bingbing was horrified. And at this moment, Li Quanran pointed a fan in his hand. The surrounding wind surged up. It directly wrapped Su Bingbing. Because of the wind blades, at this moment, Su Bingbing's clothes were all scratched. The exposed red skin made people salivate. But before killing you, I will let you experience the feeling of being a woman. When these words came out, Su Bingbing's eyes widened. You're despicable. She never expected that Li Quanran would not only kidnap. He also wanted to rape first and kill later. Maz Li Quanran, it's a man rushing at me. What kind of skill is it to lay hands on a woman? At this moment, Fatty Dong also panicked and cursed. But what greeted him was a kick from Lu Ming. Directly stomped his head into the ground. Here, nothing you do, later I slowly play with you. After saying this, Lu Ming took out a knife and ground it on Dong Chubby's face. Let me see which piece of your meat is good to cut first. Li Quanran looked at the angry Su Bingbing in front of him and marveled. What a special thing on earth. Even if you are in such a sorry state, you are still so tempting. Unable to move, Su Bingbing stared viciously at him. But there is nothing that can be done. Just as Li Quanran with an evil smile touched Su Bingbing's clothes and was about to pull it down, Su Bingbing suddenly opened her mouth. You guys dare to move me to try? I am the only daughter of the head of the Su family in Kyoto. Ah! In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. With just this one sentence, Li Quanran shivered in fear. His animalistic desire instantly vanished. It was replaced by fear. What? You are the daughter of the Su family in Kyoto? Li Quanran was incredulous, turning his head to look at Lu Ming to the side. Lu Ming was also at a loss for words, facing Li Quanran's eyes that seemed to want to eat him up. Li Quanran explained with fear and trembling, she's lying, right? He's just a girl from the Jiangnan Su family. The Jiangnan Su family and the Kyoto Su family are completely different levels. Linhai City is only the most backward of the dozen or so cities in Jiangnan province. Above Jiangnan province was the Xuanwu war zone, which encompassed 7 or 8 provinces. The Xuanwu war zone is the weakest of the 4 war zones. There was a small place in the center surrounded and protected by the 4 war zones of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu. It was such a small place, but it encompassed all the top pyramid powerhouses of the 4 war zones, that is, the whole country. This place was the capital of China, Kyoto. And the Kyoto Su family was a famous force in Kyoto. For the Jiangnan Su family, which originated from the city of Linhai and then had a bit of fame in Jiangnan province, it was no longer on the same level. Completely no longer on the same level. Su Bingbing saw their appearance, once again opened his mouth to say, oh. Father and mother, in order to my safety, this is when I go to school, I will be entrusted to a distant relative Jiangnan province side. The words came out. It has proved everything. Because the outside world had rumored that the Su family in Kyoto did have a princess who was well protected. And this person is a profession that appears to be an SSS class, Holy Favor Spirit Healer. This is the strongest auxiliary SSS ranked profession ever recorded in history. In the million-level war, once this profession comes out, the most shocking record is. The most shocking record is. The most shocking record is. Millions of living beings. Resurrection. And this profession has never come from the Su family alone. This is also the heritage of the Su family. A proper war god family. And just now, Su Bingbing's move was practically identical to this profession's first turn skill. It proved that Su Bingbing wasn't lying. At this moment, the two people were completely flustered. Chapter 64 The Threat of 2. This time it was a real kick to the steel plate. This was completely a behemoth that they couldn't afford to mess with. Once the Su family learned about this. Once the Su family learns about this, it will be too easy for them to die without a burial place. At this moment, the two of them glanced at each other, both seeing deep fear on each other's faces. At this time Lu Ming's eyes flashed a trace of madness. He said with a fierce face, Li Quanran, you said we've done everything. Could it be that if we stop now they will let us go? With these words, Li Quanran couldn't care less about Lu Ming's disrespectful question. He nodded his head woodenly, yes, yes, yes. Seeing this, Su Bingbing instantly became anxious. She hurriedly opened her mouth and assured, as long as you guys let me go, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Li Quanran nodded again. Really? That's right, that's right. All of this was Lu Ming's idea for me, it was my impulse. Seeing that he was already a bit shaken, Lu Ming instantly shouted angrily, Lan, don't believe his bull, she's definitely lying to you. Seeing that Li Quanran was still in that state, Lu Ming simply went straight for the jugular and shouted, if you kill them now, we'll all be safe. If you dare to let them go, I'll go out and I'll tell everything, even the fact that you collected money to let me enter the team. When these words came out, Li Quanran was instantly annoyed. Are you threatening me? I am not threatening you. I am guaranteeing the safety of both of us. Lu Ming responded through gritted teeth. Just like this, the scene was silent for a long time before Li Quanran finally made his decision kill. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming was instantly overjoyed. Who knows if you are cheating? Even if I let you go, I won't feel better. Only if you die, no one will remember this matter. Li Quanran's eyes were red. Hands on Su Bingbing's clothes. The only daughter of the Su family in Kyoto. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly falling into my hands. I wouldn't even dare to think about it before. Let me have a good time before I send you to your death. Taste the flavor of this super family's daughter-in-law. Knock knock knock. The door to Lin Yi's room, who was being held in a cage, was suddenly knocked on. Lin Yi looked up and realized that the visitors were none other than the Protectorate General and the Royal Escort Leader. Is there anything you wish to say? The Royal Escort Leader was the first to ask. Lin Yi didn't answer, but instead asked in return, so what do you have to ask? Yo! The two of them hadn't expected this reply from Lin Yi. The Protectorate General teased, tell me honestly, did you let that water Jiao and fire Jiao go? So what if they did? So what if they weren't? Lin Yi had a breezy face, not putting the two individuals in his eyes at all. The Royal Escort Leader took out a red-hot iron brand and said viciously, I advise you to be more honest. Then what evidence do you have? Lin Yi didn't have an ounce of cowardice and straightened up and inquired. What evidence do you need? Someone reported it. The Royal Escort Leader said so. Lin Yi almost laughed in exasperation. Does the fact that someone reported it necessarily mean it's true? Don't you need evidence for everything? Ha! You're just a mere first-turn professional, yet you managed to pass the 9 towers, so I'm sure there's some sort of collusion, right? Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. What collusion is needed to pass the 9 heavy towers? Ha! Arrogant! The two of them were instantly disgruntled. They had only just reached the 4th heaven. How could Lin Yi have done it? It must be because you got some information from those two Jiao, that's why you were able to target the weaknesses to pass, right? The two of them analyzed with reason. This made Lin Yi laugh, some unfounded guesses and reports with no evidence, and then you can be convicted. What a great tactic. Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't on board at all. He. Even if it's fake, if you enter here today, fake is real. The two of them stopped pretending and said directly. The two of them had been laying the groundwork for so long, and finally said what they were asking for. If you hand over the special rewards for clearing the 9 heavy towers to us, and sign a spiritual contract to become a slave of the imperial dynasty, we can consider letting you live. At these words, Lin Yi sneered, what if I don't do it? Then you'll have to die. The two of them had a very tough attitude. Lin Yi nodded, can I ask you guys a question first? They were a bit curious as to what Lin Yi was going to say at the end of his life speak. Where did you take those 2 friends of mine? At these words, the two furrowed their brows. We didn't capture your friends. Oh. Lin Yi was surprised when he heard this. It seemed like he had misunderstood. But thinking about how shrewd that kid Dong Chubby was, it was only normal that he would be able to slip away early. Lin Yi finally stood up. He was so out of place in this dilapidated prison. Patting the gray of his delicate golden robe, Lin Yi smiled and said, luckily, the water Jiao was really released by me, otherwise I'd still have to take the blame. You really let it go? The two of them didn't expect it to be true. After all, it was just an anonymous report. They never cared if it was true or not, it was just enough to have an excuse to use it as a pretext. What about the Fire Jiao? They suddenly realized that Lin Yi had only said one name. Fire Jiao. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth hooked into a smile. I'll show you guys now. Roar. With a dragon roar. A blazing dragon nearly 10 meters long appeared around Lin Yi. Bang. The fire augur directly spat a mouthful of dragon breath onto the two of them. You actually managed to tame a fire augur? The two of them were shocked and hastily took up combat stances. Augur? Not even worthy of mentioning the shoes of a blazing dragon? Lin Yi's cold eyes flashed. Blazing dragon, kill them both. Damn it. You think a mere fire augur can deal with both of us at the same time? The two of them, one of them offered up their armor and long sword, while the other one had a golden armor and lance. The two of them were up to LV-50C ranked professionals. They had both fought against the water Jiao, and although they were undefeated, but at least they were able to run, and now with their combined efforts they were sure to take down the water Jiao. Bang! But just when they had just touched the blazing dragon for a split second. 120,110. 120,110. With up to 100,000 genuine injuries, the two of them were instantly emptied of their bloodstains. Chapter 65, Help! They struggled in agony, their eyes filled with disbelief and horror at death. No. How is this possible? Is the Dragon Master really this strong? They endlessly regretted that they shouldn't have messed with Lin Yi. But it was too late now. It was too late for regrets. From this moment on, Lin Yi had made his plans. The commotion here instantly caught the attention of the entire army. Countless people surged here. Lin Yi had planned to leave, but at this moment, his gaze was fixed. It landed directly on a wall. Come out. Immediately a figure emerged from that wall. This person was shaking all over, trying to speak but shivering just couldn't. It's you? Lin Yi hadn't expected the person who had come to be from Jiangnan Middle School at all. This person was an assassin who had sneaked in here stealthily. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had just been frightened by Lin Yi's tactics. Say what you have to say immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Yi always felt that it wasn't something good and spoke coldly. The assassin slowed down for a while before he spoke with trepidation. Big brother. I came this time to tell you something. Fatty Dong and Su Bingbing are in danger. He said it in one breath, gasping for air like he was relieved. What? Lin Yi stood in front of him at once. What have you done with them? Hearing this, Lin Yi hadn't expected anything to happen to Fatty Dong and the others at all. The assassin was in a hurry to explain. No. I didn't do it, it has nothing to do with me. It was me who happened to see them laying hands on the two of them, and I thought I'd hurry over and tell you. They also want to use this to blackmail you for points. This person was none other than the teenager who complained earlier and was angrily disliked by Li Quanran. I thought I'd tell you to never fall into his trap, and I also overheard that Lu Ming was the one who covered for him, and the one who really came to participate in the ancient ruins is already dead. Lin Yi's face turned cold. He hadn't expected the situation to be this complicated at all. Quickly take me there. Lin Yi shouted, grasping at straws. He had to save Su Bingbing and Dong Chubby. Did. Suddenly dense footsteps came, only to see that the entire dungeon passage was packed with soldiers. Lin Yi directly broke the prison ceiling when he saw this, but when he came out he realized that almost over 100,000 soldiers had surrounded him. And not far away there was a dragon whiskey, on which sat an old man without a shred of strength. This person was none other than the emperor of the imperial dynasty. According to the records, this person was a complete puppet. The entire courtroom was filled with the royal escort chief and the protectorate general's people. The only reason he hadn't stepped down was because the two hadn't yet split the victory. Seeing this, Lin Yi arched his hand and said anxiously, these two evil thieves who are attempting to destabilize the dynasty and take over the power of the king have already been killed by me. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll trouble you, Emperor, to make way for them. However, when he saw Lin Yi's request, the emperor smiled coldly. A voice that Lin Yi could hear came into his ears. Snipe and muscle, fishers win. Although you helped me kill these two disorganized thieves. But you also have to die. Your strength is your fault, I will not allow you to exist. Next, the emperor used everyone can hear the voice shouted, this traitor killed our court two great generals on A. Avenge their deaths. Immediately the soldiers' energy rose and more than 100,000 soldiers killed Lin Yi. Humph. Even if you're strong, so many people. You'll die even if you're piled on top of each other. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's face was so gloomy it could drip water. This is what you guys forced me to do. Blazing dragon. Roar. Terrifying dragon might roared out. Everyone trembled with fear. Hurry up. The emperor was also in a cold sweat, sighing in his heart, this dragon master is also too strong, a mere first turn is so terrifying. But next, he was about to see the most shocking scene in his life. It was also the last scene. A huge silhouette appeared behind the blazing dragon, and the hundreds of meters long five-clawed blazing dragon silhouette coldly scanned the surroundings. Super Aeon Ashes extermination. The sky cracked open and meteorites fell. Mountains crumbled and volcanoes erupted. Many soldiers looked at this world-destroying scene so frightened that their weapons came off. The moment they touched the flames, the soldiers directly turned into ashes. In just a moment, a 5-kilometer radius. The people were in ruins. Even the emperor himself stared at this shocking scene with wide eyes as it approached step by step to consume him. No! Let me go, please. Before he could finish his sentence, he directly turned into flying ash. No one could stop Lin Yi anymore. Lin Yi couldn't care less at the moment and directly grabbed the assassin who had been stunned out of his mind and rushed towards where Su Bingbing was. Looking at Li Quanran, who was about to make his move. At the moment, Su Bingbing was desperate. She did not expect that she would die tragically like this. Her tongue against her teeth, she would rather commit suicide than die like this. Thinking of this, her mind unconsciously floated to the Lin Yi figure, if only you could come. Just then, Lin Yi's figure suddenly rang in her ears, I'm coming. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Su Bingbing shook her head. Let go of the two of them, something's wrong, come at me. Lin Yi's voice was familiar to her, she opened her eyes in surprise. She only saw that at this moment, Lin Yi was appearing with a murderous look on his face. When he met her gaze and roared, he immediately replaced it with a gentle, don't worry, there's me. I'll definitely save you today. Lin Yi's words always had a magical power. It seemed like he couldn't do things, but as long as he said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Li Quanran and Lu Ming were shocked. You actually escaped? Looking at Lin Yi's mount at his feet, they said incredulously, is that a dragon? I wonder how it compares to the real divine beasts Jiao and Earth Dragon. Lin Yi had actually contracted this unknown pet. A mere first-turn wasted profession and you still want to save them? Li Qianran said with a sneer. Li Qianran didn't put Lin Yi in his eyes at all. The difference in rank. And the extremely poor strength of the Imperial Beastmaster himself. It gave him immense confidence. And he had an exclusive weapon. 10 of them like Lin Yi wouldn't be enough to beat him. Try it then? Lin Yi didn't say anything and directly jumped off the blazing dragon. The blazing dragon charged straight out like a wild horse out of control. And Li Qianran was still mouthing off, "You sent yourself to the door, it saves you trouble. You will obediently hand over that special armor and points later, I can consider giving you a quick death." Li Qianran looked at the but level 20 blazing dragon Che. Bluffing. Lu Ming. Come together and settle the battle quickly. He said. He directly utilized his strongest divine ability. It was also the reason why he remained unafraid even after seeing Lin Yi's battle armor. Hurricane Divine Control. Hurricane Divine Control S-Class Profession Wind Master Advanced Divine Ability can inflict a single 25's long control on a 10-10 target within range, which cannot be removed. And the damage received during this period is boosted by 300%. Such a long control, and it can't be removed. This was his arrogant capital. At once, Lin Yi was under control. He couldn't move at all. Even Long Xiao couldn't clear the situation now. Ha ha ha. Throwing yourself into the net, you finally landed in my hands, haven't you, Lin Yi? Lu Ming was instantly smug at the sight. He directly killed towards Lin Yi. But the speed of the blazing dragon on the other side was not affected in the slightest. How is that possible? Li Qianran was shocked and panicked. But quickly adjusted. Even if he was immune to controlling this magical ability, so what? It was just a level 20 pet. Bang! He hurriedly exerted all his strength as countless wind blades attacked the blazing dragon. An even more shocking scene appeared next. The blazing dragon's blood stripes did not move. And it rapidly approached in front of Li Qianran. Bang! Just one move. Ka-ching! With a crisp sound, Li Qianran's protective necklace shattered. Chapter 66, Letting You Go? This. Li Qianran was shocked. He never thought that in front of him, but the district level 20 pet fighting strength was so horrible. Even the legendary augur is not possible to kill in seconds over the level, right? This dragon master? Could it be that it is really horrible? Li Qianran retreated rapidly. He did not want to die. He still wanted to live. He shouted at Lu Ming, "Hurry up. Kill Lin Yi, I'll hold it off." As long as the Imperial Beast Master died, the Imperial Beasts under his command would suffer as well. This was their only hope for victory. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded, and his eyes became a bit more vicious. A Royal Beast Master who has lost his pet is incredibly vulnerable. I'll see how you can escape from my hands. Facing the raging Lin Yi, he smiled blandly and spoke slowly. "Who told you I only have one pet?" Click, 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 click. A mechanical sound rang out and a huge mechanical dragon appeared. Just one tail swing. It crippled its bloodline. What kind of creature is this? How can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming fell to the ground and looked at the mechanical dragon in front of him in horror. How could he not have imagined that he was not an enemy of this monster in a single move? Fear of death surged to his heart. On the other side, Lin Yi finally came out of his control state, and he quickly arrived in front of Su Bingbing. At the moment, Su Bingbing was in a sorry state. Her clothes were torn and tattered. Her spring light had dipped quite a bit. Lin Yi lowered his gaze. Taking off his jacket and draping it over Su Bingbing, "It's safe." Bang! Lin Yi suddenly felt a warmth in his arms. Su Bingbing hugged him. Su Bingbing cried bitterly, "I thought you wouldn't come." Her body was trembling from crying. She had just truly walked through the gates of hell. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, she was now. Looking at Su Bingbing's appearance, Lin Yi was too heartbroken to speak. He just silently patted her back. "It's okay, I'm coming." "Hey! You two can't stop smooching, see color and forget about righteousness." Old Lin Dong Chubby's voice appeared out of place. It was only then that the two of them reacted to the fact that Fatty Dong was still lying there covered in injuries at the moment. The assassin who had brought Lin Yi was very sensible. Immediately went to the side of Fatty Dong to help him up. He took out a recovery potion and was about to give it to Fatty Dong. But Lin Yi called out to him, "Use this." The assassin boy's eyes widened as he looked at the blood-forming potion that was thrown at him. Blood-building potions were usually used for critical times in battle. It was indeed a bit of a waste to recover from injuries now. But it was not the key to the assassin teen's shock. His family was poor, and in order to become a professional, he often went to pick up empty potion bottles to sell. He was more than familiar with the specifications of potion bottles. Not only did Lin Yi's batch of potions not have labels, they also didn't have any commercial hidden symbols. It meant that Lin Yi hadn't purchased this blood-forming potion. There could only be one possibility: Lin Yi had a relationship with the manufacturer. His breathing tightened at the thought. If he flattered Lin Yi, he might be able to get a batch of the potion on the cheap. That way the pressure on the family wouldn't be so great. He endured the pain and poured the blood-building potion into Fatty Dong. This percentage recovery potion had a remarkable recovery effect, and Fatty Dong immediately got better. And Su Bingbing also finally slowed down. She quietly gave Dong Chubby a wink. Fatty Dong also understood the meaning of this look. Is to let him not to disclose the news of its identity. Thinking of Su Bingbing, that amazing identity, Dong Fatty scalp numb. At the same time, he was envious. How did this kind of opportunity come to Lin Yi? Hate it. Don't kill me. I was just confused for a moment. I won't dare in the future. Li Ran and Lu Ming were caught in front of Lin Yi, and Lu Ming was the first to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. A sniffle and a tear, the hands that closed together were shaking out residual shadows. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Fatty Dong wondered if he had traveled. The contrast between this and Lu Ming just now was just too great. Compared to him, Li Ran was terrified, but his face was all alone. It was as if he was certain that Lin Yi wouldn't kill him. Lin Yi ignored him and instead looked directly at Lu Ming. I'll say the next sentence and you answer it. Fine. As long as you can spare me, I'll know everything. Lu Ming shouted excitedly. Lin Yi frowned in disgust. It was amazing how this guy had no backbone. But he also understood that this was a venomous snake, and if he really let him go today, there would be endless consequences. How did you manage to blend into this ancient relic? This was what Lin Yi wanted to ask the most. He was curious as to how Lu Ming did it. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking. It was my father who found him. Saying this, he pointed to Li Ran to the side, bribed him with 500,000 spirit stones and told him to let me fill in when he was short of people at that time. Then my father assassinated one of the people in the team. When these words came out, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. What in the world was it for? Surprisingly, he directly killed someone. Seeing the eyes of the crowd, Lu Ming was a little weak, but still continued. When the time comes to leave the ruins, the 9 of them will go first. I'll be slower and just have Li Ran announce to everyone that that person died in the secret realm so that we can escape perfectly. TSK. Lin Yi marveled repeatedly. He couldn't even imagine that this Lu family's father and son were so cruel in their methods. You're right. Paying such a price was definitely because of something. Asking about this, Lu Ming fell silent. And Lin Yi's face immediately clouded over. Lu Ming instantly recanted in fear because there's news of an exclusive weapon here. When these words came out, the crowd all stared in shock. Exclusive weapons? No wonder this Lu family paid such a big price to come here. Alright. I've said everything I need to say, can you spare me now? Lu Ming cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Lin Yi reached out and the ability sword flew into his hand. Spare you, huh? The corner of his mouth hooked up. That's impossible. Chapter 67 Kill. What you despicable. Lu Ming angry eyes round hole. Swoosh. The ability sword slashed through Lin Yi's hand. Thud. In the silent scene, the sound of a human head hitting the ground seemed extraordinarily loud. Lu Ming died without resting in peace, his wide-open mouth and furious eyes all but explaining his impotent rage before his death. Vomit. The 3 people in Lin Yi's entourage couldn't help but vomit at once. Even Li Ran was shocked. His body couldn't stop trembling. You dare to kill someone? Lin Yi seemed to be completely unfazed because he had just gone on a killing spree or some other influence. Aren't you afraid that someone from the security bureau will arrest you? At this moment, Li Ran was completely flustered. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to actually dare to kill someone. His original confidence faded away. Do I need to be afraid? Lin Yi had a subdued smile on his face. It seemed like the person he had just killed wasn't a person, but a head. Lin Yi spoke as he wiped away the blood on his sword. Didn't he disappear and die for no reason? I was in the ancient ruins at the time he disappeared. How can I not be suspected? These words came out. Li Chuanlan's lips were shivering. You are too sinister. He heard and understood. The matter of Lu Ming substituting to sneak into the relics was not known to many people at all. Who could have thought of this layer? At most, it would be decided according to a disappearance, and Lin Yi wouldn't be half suspected because he was in the ancient ruins. I'm going to turn you in. Don't you dare try to run away. Li Ran roared indignantly. But upon hearing this, Lin Yi laughed out. You're welcome to denounce me. Being so complete. Li Ran instantly froze in shock. He didn't expect Lin Yi to reply like that. Could it be that you're going to kill someone to silence them? Li Ran instantly took a few steps back in fear. He felt that Lin Yi was definitely going to do this. Xiao Zhua. He was here. Li Ran was so scared that he hurriedly looked at the man who had helped Lin Yi's assassin. When the security bureau comes to investigate, will he dare to lie? I'm still the squad leader and a genius student at Jiangnan Middle School. If you kill me, the security bureau will never let you escape the net of justice. Li Ran hurriedly plucked out all his cards. In the face of all this, Lin Yi was unresponsive. Don't worry. I definitely won't kill you. With these words, not only was Li Ran shocked. Even the other 3 looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Just now, Lin Yi's killing decisiveness was beyond their expectations. Now he would even let Li Ran off the hook? Old Lin. Dong Chubby poked and cooed at his arm, saying quietly one way or the other. Do things absolutely, make sure you do them clean. Dong Chubby thinks that since he did it, it must be eliminated. Absolutely remove all hidden dangers. Not to mention that just now he almost bullied schoolgirl Sue. Even less so, and even almost took the lives of 2 people. So no matter what, it was best to kill and exterminate. Lin Yi ignored Fatty Dong and spoke to himself, I definitely won't kill you, and I welcome you to go out and report me. You go. Li Ran was overjoyed, he wondered if Lin Yi's brain was on the fritz. Standing up, he took a few steps back. Realizing that Lin Yi pressed on, he turned around and ran. He didn't even dare to look back and ran as fast as he could in his life, fearing that Lin Yi would back out of the deal. Fatty Dong really intended to chase out, but he was pulled back by Lin Yi. Old Lin! He instantly shouted with hatred. After being stopped by Lin Yi like this, Li Ran had already lost sight of him. Su Bingbing persuaded, trust Lin Yi, he must have his reasons for doing this. Don't worry. Lin Yi laughed, I'm not a kind person, just now Lu Ming, even if I let him go now, I still have 100 ways to get him killed in the future. It's just that this guy is too hateful to kill handily. Yes. And Li Ran, the same. And Li Ran, don't worry, he definitely won't reveal the slightest bit of what happened today. Lin Yi said confidently. And? Said Lin Yi and stopped, leaving the others with a full sense of mystery. Lin Yi looked at the teenage assassin right. You know what to say and what not to say, right? The man lowered his head in fear at Lin Yi's gaze. His mouth hurriedly agreed, I know. Lin Yi nodded. He wasn't afraid that this guy would say anything nonsense. Because it was Lu Ming who had just died, not Li Ran. This teenager could completely say that he didn't know. Lu Ming's death had been covered up with Li Chuanran's help. This was also one of the reasons why Li Ran was kept. After running for an unknown amount of time, Li Ran, who had run out of strength, fell on his butt on the ground. He looked behind him. Only after realizing that there was no Lin Yi figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking about what just happened, he was still full of fear. Lin Yi, I'll be sure to denounce it when I get out, you won't want to settle down. At this point, he suddenly reacted no. What should he say? Is he going to directly say that he took a bribe to kill one of the team members and let Lu Ming come in as a replacement? Lu Ming moved to kill the heart was killed back? As long as one revealed the matter of Lu Ming's death, one's dirty deeds could not be hidden at all. At the moment, his face was red. He finally realized why Lin Yi had let himself go. It turned out that he was certain that he didn't dare to tell anyone. He even had to help hide it. If the people from the security bureau found out what was going on, they'd find out what was going on. I'd be finished. The name of the genius of a second-turn S-ranked professional, and the name of the man of God in the limelight would all vanish into thin air. Instead, he would be a prisoner. At this moment, he only felt humiliated. This feeling was like the feeling of being sold and still helping to count the money. It's alright, there will be a long time to come. He could only cheer himself up. Lin Yi, we'll meet again. Lin Yi was in an awkward situation at the moment. That is, his own imperial army had already been slaughtered by a single aeon of the blazing dragon. Now it seemed like getting through the ancient ruins was a problem. Facing an army of hundreds of thousands of monsters, they simply had no chance of winning alone. Lin Yi looked at the rechargeable scroll in his hand. He was calculating whether he had a chance of overcoming this battle by himself. But after thinking about it, he didn't choose to take the risk. He still remembered a water augur saying that he owed himself a favor. It would certainly be best if he could utilize it a bit. What do we do next? Dong Chubby was filled with anxiety. He felt like he was on the verge of being finished. It was so hard to escape. Now it was even more dangerous instead. The teenage assassin on the side was also filled with worry. Roar! Suddenly a hissing roar rang out as a figure quickly rushed over. Water Jiao! Seeing that the incoming figure was actually a boss, all but Lin Yi were on alert. Frightened, they set up a formation and prepared to strike. This is a level 50 big boss. Unlike them who were terrified, Lin Yi was bland and incomparable. Relax. No! Old Lin, you can't think you're so powerful that you'll let us be like you? Fatty Dong cursed in anger. Now he was talking about old Lin. He was just like treating Lin Yi as a life and death brother. Just then the water augur stopped. He even bent down in front of Lin Yi, with a respectful look on his face. What are your orders? The water Jiao could spit out human words. When these words came out, the crowd was instantly stunned. Such a terrifying monster was completely groveling in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also didn't bull and spoke directly. You owed me a favor before. I want you to pay it back now, is that okay? Of course. The water Jiao couldn't wait to hurry up and pay back a debt, otherwise he was on edge every day. The feeling of being in debt doesn't make this Jiao feel good. Withdraw the army? No way. The water Jiao replied decisively. Unless they die out, it's impossible for us to withdraw our troops. Yo, how do you know? Chapter 68 Withdrawal. Ha! The water Jiao's two huge eyes were filled with doubt. Lin Yi's answer was unexpected. Seeing his doubt, Lin Yi smiled. They've already been killed by me. Ha! Hearing that, Water Jiao was dumbfounded. You've done all my business? What else am I doing then? Awesome. The Water Jiao only spat out these 2 words after a long time. With so many soldiers, it didn't even have a chance of winning if it was allowed to have 10 more. And Lin Yi had solved it all by himself. If it hadn't seen Lin Yi's battle prowess, it would have definitely thought that this one was drunk. In that case, let's go. The Water Jiao nodded. Getting an affirmative reply, Lin Yi was also satisfied. Ding! You've reached the achievement, Retreat Without Fighting SSS level, rewarding you with points x50W. And at this moment, the outside of the ancient ruins was exceptionally lively. Because of Lin Yi's appearance, the leaderboard was far ahead with over 30,000 points from Lin Yi. It was still stuck at Lin Yi's points for clearing the 9 towers, and hadn't been updated. The rest of the people were basically a few thousand points. The second place, Li Quanran, had over 10,000 points under the combined efforts of so many people. This broken level crushed. Let the reporter immediately smelled the flavor of explosive news. Even directly invited a big name. Ahem. Viewers in front of the TV, you are able to see that after the second update on this scoreboard, a student from Linhai City's 13th high school is ahead of a number of geniuses from Jiangnan High School, breaking level to become number 1. This live broadcast was broadcast live on the TV news, as well as the major short video platforms. Many statements clattered on the live broadcast pop-up screen. Tens of thousands of viewers clicked into the live broadcast because of this stunt. Seeing this traffic, the host's heart was delighted. Any random student from Jiangnanqi High School, carried out as an existence that hangs on to other city schoolmasters, this ranking is fake, right? There's definitely something inside. This time the team is led by our current school's top 10, Li Quanran, who is also one of the strongest high school students in Jiangnan province, with an S-rank career, second turn, plus he has an exclusive weapon. I just don't believe he'll be crushed. That's right, what exactly is this Lin Yi? How could he be even more powerful than Li Quanran? Seeing the pop-ups flying across the room, the host was overjoyed inwardly. This was the effect she wanted. She immediately took the next step. Cough cough. This Lin Yi doesn't come from a small place, he's an SSS ranked professional. As soon as these words came out, the entire live chat room was suddenly silent. If it wasn't for the number of people online skyrocketing on the side, he all wondered if he was stuck. Suddenly a message popped up on the pop-up screen. Lin Yi? It can't be that Imperial Dragon Master? The host seized the opportunity to read out this pop-up. Just the time it took to say such a paragraph. The number of people in the live broadcast room surpassed 100,000. At this moment, the host was overwhelmed with excitement. He was just a newbie reporter. Originally, the arrangements were all chores. The real kind of high degree of heat, show more things have been grabbed by the seniors. But now she had actually encountered such a good thing. Her hand that raised the microphone was slightly trembling. Yes, it's hard to imagine that as a recognized SSS-ranked wasted profession, one could have this kind of battle record. Therefore, she said and slightly prolonged her tone, this time we have invited the most recognized authority in the Imperial Beast world, the president of the National Imperial Beast Master Association, who has put up amazing battle records in the recent past and is also the strongest Imperial Beast Master, Zhang Liuhe. As her voice fell, the camera turned aside to Zhang Liuhe. To be able to invite this big shot was unexpected even by the reporter himself. It was simply the right time and place. Greetings, President Zhang. She couldn't wait to ask her first question. First of all, let's ask, why did you come here today? Didn't you invite me here? Zhang Liuhe's words instantly chilled the scene for a few moments. The reporter touched his nose, not expecting such an answer at all. However, he quickly came back to save the day. Then what made you have the will to participate in this interview? Hearing this question, Zhang Liuhe did not think twice because of Lin Yi. Seeing that the topic was back on track, the reporter immediately took advantage of the situation and started to get to the point. What do you think about this ranking? Are you very surprised? Did Lin Yi take the lead for a short while for trickery's sake? Not surprised. Zhang Liuhe answered particularly quickly. Ha! The reporter's mouth opened wide when he heard this reply. His words were all deliberately leading Zhang Liuhe to belittle Lin Yi. This was the only way to get a gimmick. Even the live broadcast room exploded. What? President Zhang is the one who knows the profession of Imperial Beast Master the best, and he's not even surprised? For a wasted profession to reach this point, President Zhang actually feels that it's deserved. It's more or less a bit of a pretense. He said before that it was because Lin Yi came here, and now he's contradicting each other by not saying that he's not surprised by this achievement. Everyone's wind rating wasn't too good. The reporter looked at the number of viewers that was still continuing to rise, and immediately asked the question that he had caught the audience wanting to ask the most. Then you didn't come here because of Lin Yi's surprising achievement, so what was it because of? I've known him for a long time, and this achievement of his can only be said to be expected. He has this strength in himself. Zhang Liuhe spoke without thinking. The reason for my visit this time is purely because of him personally. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Yi had actually known Zhang Liuha for a long time, and Zhang Liuha had even affirmed Lin Yi's battle prowess. It meant that it wasn't at all some secret realm skill, chance coincidence, or anything like that to reach number 1. Rather, he had decided that Lin Yi was just that strong. Zhang Liuha looked at the number of people who had soared to 200,000 and sighed in his heart. Lin Yi, little old brother, do you know what it's like to fly 300 kilometers in half an hour? Come out and don't thank me properly, I'm not done with you. Originally, he wouldn't even glance at this kind of small reporter invitation. He did see that there was something about Lin Yi above the content. At this dangerous time, he still chose to throw his weight around, precisely to expand Lin Yi's influence. To gain a spot into the genius training camp. As long as he entered the genius training camp, Lin Yi's future would definitely be brighter. Lives would also be safe and secure. Hiss. The reporter only felt his face burning hot at this moment. Not only was Zhang Liuha not giving him the slightest bit of face, but he had also gotten the interview all off track. It was supposed to be all sorts of analyses and then stating that Lin Yi didn't possess that strength. Only then would it be hot. Ahem. What makes you think that Lin Yi crushed many geniuses to become number 1 by virtue of being a recognized invalid? The reporter asked the sharp question. Saying that, she also gave the viewers in front of the TV a little bit of knowledge. As we all know, the resources to cultivate an Imperial Beastmaster are at least 10 times more consumable than other professionals of the same level. Therefore, the relatively low professional level Imperial Beastmaster profession instead in the Imperial Beast series is more popular, although the combat power is still low, but at least there is some combat power. On the contrary, higher level Beastmasters are called useless professions, and it's clear that Lin Yi belongs to this category. Not to mention whether the great consumption is affordable or not. As far as unheard of creatures like dragons are concerned, how did he get the contract? An Imperial Beastmaster without an Imperial Beast is not even as good as an ordinary person. So here I'm giving out of President Zhang a completely different idea. Lin Yi is definitely briefly ahead of the game, coming by trickery. Chapter 69. The female reporter breaks down. Zhang Liuha was immediately infuriated and blew his beard and eyes out, if not for the fact that it was not good to have a seizure in front of the camera. He would have punched this blind reporter in the face. Lin Yi was what he considered the future light of the Imperial Beasts. How could he tolerate being talked about like that by her? The reporter said this in public. The number of people in the live broadcast room came to 250,000 people. Pop-ups were flying across the top. Right. As long as one has 9 years of compulsory education, one can understand this. That's right. Support the beautiful reporter sister. Right. This hexagon can't be crazy, can he? Not understanding such simple reasoning, it feels like his identity as president is open to question. Seeing these messages, the corner of the female reporter's mouth suddenly hooked into a smile. And Zhang Liuha didn't know how to retort. He just said faintly, Lin Yi's strength will prove everything. Hearing this, the female reporter seemed to have caught the gist of it and immediately shouted, since President Zhang said so, it just so happens that the leaderboards will be refreshed in a little while. President Zhang, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on whether or not Lin Yi will still be able to sit at the top of the leaderboard. Hearing that he wanted to bet against himself, Zhang Liuha snorted. Steadily winning, he said, yes, I'll take it. Place as many bets as you want. I'll answer them all. Hiss. Such a bold bet made the live broadcast audience dumbfounded. Hurry up. The chance to get rich is here. Betting a few $1 million is like giving away money to an old boy. Can you bet with me? I'll sell my car and house, my wife and child all mortgage to bet with you. How come this kind of heavenly good deed didn't fall into my head? President Zhang must not regret it. Seeing that Zhang Liuha actually answered the bet, the reporter was overjoyed. She just wanted the hotspot. She looked at the number of people online. But it was fine if she didn't look. Taking a look like this instantly stunned her. The number of people online, 500,000 plus. It wasn't a peak time for foot traffic. Normal working hours. What does it mean to be able to reach this amount of traffic need to be said? I didn't think I would be so lucky to reach the sky in one step. Thinking of this, she immediately said the bet $1 is enough. The moment this bet came out, countless voices praising her for her beauty and kindness resounded in the live broadcast room. In fact, she had already thought about it in her mind. A dollar bet can properly humiliate Zhang Liuha, and then pinch a news story to publicize it at that time. And then create a persona for yourself. You can live with goods. It's only a few dollars to bet with Zhang Liuha. Bringing goods to pit the family is the real money. Worthy of being in the news business, every step was very well thought out. Just at the moment when the atmosphere reached its peak, the words on top of the leaderboard began to blur. All the viewers knew. This was the outside leaderboard starting to refresh. All the viewers were watching this scene with bated breath. Although they had already known the outcome, they still couldn't help but have some anticipation. The reporter even proudly glanced at Zhang Liuha. It was as if he was saying that he was sure to win. Click. The leaderboard refreshed. Ancient Ruins points leaderboard 24H leaderboard at this moment. First place, Lin Yi, points 505-3500. Second place, Bingbing, points 182-7522. Third place, Fatty Dong, points 182-4360. Fourth place, Li Ran, points 72,300. Fifth place, Lu Ming, points 0. Sixth place, Zhuoxiana, points 0. From the fifth place onwards, all of them were 0. It was almost not hard to guess that this definitely lumped the points together to one person. Hiss. All the spectators in front of them at this moment sucked in a breath of cool air. Completely unpredicted. After seeing this result, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. This result was unexpected. The reporters were even more dumbfounded. Even forgot to manage their expressions, emotionally out of control with a grimace roared, "How is this possible?" This not only meant being slapped in the face. It also means that her fame and money-making plans are all gone. The entire live broadcast pop-up screen is almost crazy rolling. Almost all of them were the two words. The entire live broadcast room was dominated by these two words, and the screen could barely be seen. The number of people continued to soar and soar. And it wasn't over yet. Suddenly the space in front of them began to distort. The ground around them seemed to be shaking. The team of reporters was instantly startled and panicked. And the knowledgeable Zhang Liuha immediately understood what was going on. Oh no, the relics ended early. Hearing this, the reporters were instantly overjoyed. What, the relics ended early? This was not a good sign. Because generally, except for special circumstances, relics end early because people die out. The reporter, however, was overjoyed. The previous one was screwed up by her. Now there was another big news. Such a strong SSS class professional died in the relics. She must grasp it to attract eyeballs. No! Zhang Liuha but suddenly shouted. Ka-ching! The leaderboards unexpectedly refreshed once again. At this moment, the live broadcast audience had already surpassed 1 million. They were all worried because of this frightening scene. Under the focus of the camera, they were the ones who clearly saw it. Lin Yi, who was at the top of the leaderboards, appeared to change. Relic points ranking settlement ranking. First place, Lin Yi, points 1 million plus. This leaderboard revealed two pieces of news. The relics had ended early. And not only did Lin Yi not die, his points had jumped by 500,000. Ending the ancient ruins early, what a terrifying strength. What? Look at the skyrocketing points. The ancient ruins were ended early by Lin Yi. Passing the S-class ancient ruins early, Lin Yi is the first person in so many years, right? Awesome. It's really true that we looked away. Lin Yi is so powerful. As the passageway opened, several figures walked out. The first to do so was the arrogant Lin Yi. A deep black vestment looked high and heavy. There's even a camera? Lin Yi suddenly walked in front of the camera. The audience came up to Lin Yi, suddenly curious about what he would say. Lin Yi suddenly revealed a smile. Taking out a bottle of red potion. The blood building potion is top notch. I'm endorsing the blood building potion. When choosing a potion, choose the blood building potion. Chapter 70, Leaving the Secret Realm. When these words came out, they thundered over all the spectators. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't imagine it. Lin Yi's first words out were actually advertisements. Ha. These two words were typed out in unison on the millions of live streams. Everyone was amused by Lin Yi's contrast. And the reporters over here looked at Lin Yi with some grudges. It was all because this high school student was too powerful, causing her to lose 2 breaking news stories. In order to get back at Lin Yi, she simply stopped interviewing him. Instead, she aimed her camera at Li Ran. Li Ran hadn't even recovered from the sudden end of the ancient ruins. Suddenly, he was focused on by millions of viewers. She was instantly flustered. At this moment, the sharp-eyed woman also realized that the team was lacking members. At that moment, she became interested, and the microphone was about to dislike Li Chuanran's nose. May I ask you, as the captain, do you know why the team was reduced in number in this battle? Being asked this question, Li Ran immediately panicked in his heart. He hadn't even tried to say anything yet. He had just been scared less by Lin Yi, and now his head was a mess. He could only stammer, murdered. He was in a tangle of emotions at the moment. Looking at the relaxed Lin Yi, he gritted his teeth. The culprit was Lin Yi, but he had to let himself take the blame. Yet he didn't dare to confess to Lin Yi. He didn't even dare to mention Lin Yi in his next confession. There was a feeling of being sold and having to help count the money. Oh? May I ask how he was killed? Why did you, as captain, fail to safeguard the lives of your team members? These words were sharp and incomparable. They stabbed Li Chuanran's brain. At this moment, in a corner where the crowd could not see, an expert eyed all of this. After seeing Li Chuanran's reaction, that person immediately frowned and said, "Didn't you already hand him how to deal with it? Is the mental quality of all the geniuses in Jiangnan High School so poor?" At this moment, Li Quanran seemed to have thought of something, and spoke with a surprised face. He left the team without authorization, and unfortunately met the boss, and eventually died under the boss tide. He said it in one breath, and his heart was instantly relieved. This was exactly the details he had discussed with the Lu family earlier. Just now, he was too flustered and almost didn't think of it. The expert in hiding once again muttered in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you ask him to relate the death to Lin Yi? How come he didn't even mention it?" Seeing Lin Yi, who had come out in one piece, Zhang Liuha happily patted his shoulder. "You kid, I knew you could do it." With that, Zhang Liuha told Lin Yi all about what had just happened. He also told him about the genius training camp. "If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't even bother coming here." Beep beep beep. Suddenly the reporter's phone rang. She subconsciously picked it up, only to make a huge fool of herself in front of millions of viewers, only to see a voice coming from the other end of the phone. "All of a sudden, what's wrong with you? How dare you not go and interview Lin Yi?" The voice was so loud that all the viewers could hear it clearly. The reporter could hear that it was the voice of his top boss. The reporter didn't dare have a single retort, so she could only respond with "Fine, fine, fine." Only then did she come to Lin Yi, and was about to pass the microphone to him. But she was rejected by Lin Yi in public. "Sorry, I won't accept your interview." These words came out. The entire broadcasting room suddenly erupted into a chorus of yes. This reporter is just taking revenge for the bet he just lost. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a reporter. Support Lin Yi. That's right, he's been deliberately steering public opinion. There's no doubt about Lin Yi's strength. The reporter was filled with embarrassment. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so disrespectful. Zhang Liuha, however, looked at Lin Yi with a grudge, as if to say that he shouldn't be so intentional. But everything was in Lin Yi's hands after all. But don't forget, there was still a gossipy guy by his side. Let me tell you guys. At that time, Lin Yi alone collapsed and broke through the 9 heavy pagoda. And that level 50, third turn general only. And then there's the fact that he retreated the enemy army in a big way without any effort. But just as the reporter finished the interview, an email was sent to her mailbox. The dismissal agreement. The reporter immediately sat on her butt. And on one side, the Security Bureau also came to investigate. But the Security Bureau investigators, who had always been incredibly tight-lipped about this kind of incident, just asked a couple of cursory questions and skimmed right over it. One look and they knew that someone had greeted them in advance. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi smiled faintly. His guess was right, letting Li Quanran go was the only way he could get away. Soon after the interview ended, Lin Yi's fame soared. On the national forums, Lin Yi's name appeared in the character logs. The likes reached tens of thousands in just half an hour. The enthusiasm of the netizens was evident. "If there's nothing else, I'll send you home?" Zhang Liuha spoke up. Lin Yi, however, shook his head and dismissed him. "No need, I'll just go back by myself." "Alright then, keep yourself safe." Zhang Liuha didn't think much about it and left the place directly. While Lin Yi's face was solemn. In a voice only he could hear, he said, "Didn't follow President Zhang? Looks like it's coming for me." Having gotten this news, he however didn't panic. Instead, he silently left the place. Right after the crowd had all left, the figure arrived in front of the ancient ruins. Looking at the time, he said, "It should be almost time, right?" But then he waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was no movement at all. Not right. This person was instantly furious, playing tricks on me? Shoo! Directly rushed over in the direction Li Quanran left. Chapter 71, Lu Yuntao's attack? Following up. Lin Yi's eyes stared. He was actually really being watched. Who could this person be? Lin Yi, however, didn't have a hint of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth hooked into a slight smile. With the help of the eye of true knowledge, he was able to see the person following him very clearly. Unfortunately, he was very cautious with his head down. Lin Yi couldn't see his face. "Stop." Suddenly the voice came. Lin Yi had already known about it, so of course there wasn't a hint of panic. As instead turned around. Clapping his hands, "Lu Yuntao, Deputy Director Lu. Farewell." The words came out. Lu Yuntao's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to be able to recognize his disguise. Even not running after realizing it was him. That was what surprised him the most. "Good, you kid has guts. Do you have any last words at the end of your life?" Lu Yuntao sneered. Walked straight out. In his hands he was actually holding a person. It was clearly Li Quanran. "Yo! You're here for Lu Ming's business?" Lin Yi said. Immediately after, Li Quanran shouted, "It's all him, he's the one who killed Lu Ming." Cut off Lu Ming's head with a single slash. He frantically explained to Lu Yuntao, "It's really him who killed him, it has nothing to do with me at all." Obviously just now it was because of the matter that Lu Ming didn't come out of the ancient relics that Lu Yuntao had arrested Li Quanran. Li Quanran was stunned at that time. Although he was powerful. But facing Lu Yuntao, who was a whole turn older, he was completely powerless to fight back. He immediately gave up Lin Yi. At the moment, Lu Yuntao was already red-eyed. "Did you kill him?" His questioning of Lin Yi was not taken seriously by Lin Yi. Lin Yi said calmly, "Let me think about it. It seems like I didn't kill him." "You'd even kill me, right?" "You're right, an undercover agent from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. If it's not unexpected, the purpose of your infiltration this time is to kill me, right?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yuntao was shocked. "How did you know?" "It's unlikely that you personally came to pick up Lu Ming press. It's not a big deal at all. But what could make you, a third-turn professional, lurk there? It must be an assassination operation. You didn't chase after Zhang Liuhe, so that only proves that you're rushing towards me, and I reckon that you wouldn't be so adventurous as to come over to kill me just because of these personal grudges. Then it's only possible that there's a reason why you had to come. Combined with the fact that you suddenly appeared just after I cleared the novice secret realm last time, and with your position suddenly appearing in a place like that, well, it's not really hard to guess." These words were like a mallet that hit Lu Yuntao hard on the head. It was also Zhang Liuhe's reminder that made Lin Yi notice them. Luckily, Lin Yi hadn't chosen to be too out of the limelight at the time. Otherwise the danger would have been great. As for now, even if you guessed right, so what? Lu Yuntao laughed coldly. "I'm just going to come to you and kill you. But I'm a bit curious, how on earth did you suddenly appear here from that novice secret realm, causing me to wait for a long time?" Lin Yi didn't answer. "Take this doubt of yours and go to hell." Seeing how confident Lin Yi was, Lu Yuntao was instantly annoyed. "I've never been so disregarded before. I'll take the 1 million spirit stone bounty for your head today. If you can say whether my nephew was killed by you or not, perhaps I can still let die a painful death." "Does it matter who killed him now? He knows your secret. Will you let him go?" Lin Yi's words were light. But it made Li Quanran panic. Don't kill me. I will definitely not tell. I didn't hear anything just now." At this moment Lu Yuntao was incomparably angry. "Whatever, you both have to die anyway. It doesn't matter who said it." With that he directly snapped Li Quanran's neck. Lin Yi was instantly happy to see this. He knew from early on that even if he let Li Quanran go, the Lu family wouldn't let him go. "I just didn't expect retribution to come so quickly." The goal had been achieved. The next step could be to open the door. Die. Lu Yuntao tossed Li Quanran's corpse aside. He directly killed Lin Yi. With a burst of black mist spreading out, instantly a black warhorse and a pitch-black armor appeared on Lu Yuntao around him. Riding the warhorse, Lu Yuntao was extremely fast. "Dare to provoke me at a mere first turn, let alone you being a waste. Even a true SSS-ranked professional is afraid to be less confident than this." Lu Yuntao taunted. However, in the face of Lu Yuntao, Lin Yi didn't react at all. Just faintly raised his hand. Mechanical armament. Energy cannon. Bang. Just one shot. It directly blew Lu Yuntao, who was simply too late to react, away. Tens of thousands of damage values popped up. Lu Yuntao rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? He instantly didn't dare to look down on Lin Yi anymore and once again flipped onto his warhorse. "It's me who underestimated you, but you're destined to die in my hands today." "Is that so?" Lin Yi raised his hand. "Blazing dragon." With Lin Yi's words, roar. A mighty roar that shook the wilderness appeared. The blazing dragon rushed out with incomparably blazing flames. "A level 20 pet? You don't think too highly of me." Lu Yuntao burst into laughter. He had never expected such a big battle. Surprisingly, all that came out was a level 20 pet. Wasn't this hilarious? The blazing dragon sensed Lu Yuntao's contempt and roared as it directly charged up. Lu Yuntao raised the lance in his hand. "Let me see how much you weigh." But the moment the lance touched the blazing dragon, it only felt that the original heavy lance suddenly became much lighter. Fixed his eyes. He saw the most terrifying scene in his life. A dark gold level 50 level weapon. It just melted. Lu Yuntao opened his mouth wide and was dumbfounded on the spot. There was no time to react as the blazing dragon attack met him. Dragon breath. A mouthful of terrifying dragon breath instantly covered Lu Yuntao. Lu Yuntao instantly used the skill Black Mist to try to resist. However, it was the sound of vaporization that emerged in unison. Barely. The group of Black Mist couldn't even spread the slightest bit. It was directly annihilated. And the blazing true flame kept annihilating all of his flesh and skin. Lu Yuntao's eyes widened. How is this possible? Aren't you only a level dangerous? Thinking of the orders from above, he was instantly furious. This Lin Yi was completely different from the fighting strength on the petition. It was simply a world of difference. "Ah! Damn intelligence, how dare you harm me? I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost." Lu Yuntao didn't even have time to give a few last words. He was directly burned into black ash. Just like that. A generation of third-turn powerhouses. A regional powerhouse and deputy director of the Security Bureau. Just like that, he died at the hands of Lin Yi. The blazing dragon had just made quite a commotion with its dragon roar, instantly drawing the attention of the Security Bureau, which had only left a short distance away. Lin Yi didn't choose to leave either. He knew absolutely not to underestimate the country's capabilities. It would be hard to run away even if he ran now. In the face of the Security Bureau's inquiries, he had long since thought of a response. You're saying that you stepped in to help when you saw Li Quanren get killed, right? Who is that person on the opposite side? Have you ever had an impression? At this moment, inside the Security Bureau, the opposite Security Bureau investigator inquired to Lin Yi. Yes, that person is Deputy Director Lu Yuntao. Lin Yi said this. It instantly drew the investigators into a state of shock. You're deceiving us? Don't think we're easy to fool. You're just a first-turn professional. The deputy director is AB rank third-turn powerhouse. How can you possibly be his opponent? Making things up, I think you just have a dishonest mouth. Someone apply chili water. The investigator was about to get on the means. The door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened. A person dressed in a white robe walked in. He looked at Lin Yi shocked and said after testing, the ashes are Lu Yuntao's. How can it be the deputy director? Same name, right? The investigator heard this and stood up in shock. It is the deputy director, and according to the Li Quanren injury detection, is indeed for Lu Yuntao killed. When the investigator heard this, he was shocked and at the same time said to Lin Yi with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, it's us who misunderstood you. Lin Yi waved his hand, no matter, can I go then? Of course, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Yi immediately got up and left. Looking at his back, several people at the scene marveled in unison, what a hero. Jiangnan Province Hot Search Number 2, Dark Horse. Lin Yi is the first in the fault line, 1,000,000 points to pass the ancient ruins in advance, many capable and righteous people heard about it, can it break its record? Hot Search Number 3, Countdown to 12H, S-Class Ancient Ruins Super Reward finalized. Hot Search Number 4, Shocked. Super Undercover Agent, but died in the hands of a Turn 1 professional, this person is. Chapter 72, Hot Search 4 takes 3. The first 4 hot searches Lin Yi alone occupied 3. Looking at his own hotness, Lin Yi thought to himself that this wave should be stable. If this couldn't even attract the attention of the genius training camp, then it seemed that they could only rely on the college entrance exam. Lin Yi's fame was now all the rage in Jiangnan Province. The only thing that could suppress his 3 hot searches and dominate the top spot was the college entrance exam. The only thing left was the college entrance exam. And the number 1 hot search was a partial spoiler about this year's college entrance exam. This is the classic item every year. Every time on the eve of the college entrance exam, part of the news would be revealed to the candidates. And Lin Yi took a look at it. There wasn't much content on it. A few important things mentioned were the 4 major races: elves, dwarves, demons, and humans, as well as the hostile blood race, demon race, and so on. There were also various contents of the novice village and the main city. But what shocked Lin Yi the most was that the reward for this year's high school students. Surprisingly, it was an experience pool. It was a very magical holy pool. Very few experience pools existed in the world. It was a national strategic level resource. Because once you step into the experience pool, you can absorb experience based on willpower, qualifications, potential, and many other aspects. Some people rose 3 levels in a row, some rose 10 levels in a row. This kind of rocketing upgrade speed, as well as the irreversible loss of 1 experience pool when used once. It also made the experience pool precious. Lin Yi glanced at the number of times he had synthesized his inquisitive golden egg. It needed to be upgraded 9 times to reach it. Lin Yi was going to take this secret realm. There were only 2 days left in the countdown to the college entrance exam. Lin Yi had a lot of things to do in these 2 days. The first thing he had to do was to make sure that he was sitting at the top of the ancient ruins. Reaching number 1 needed to last 12H before the only hidden reward would be issued. The second thing was himself being honored early. That's right. Lin Yi had made first-class merit 2 times before. Now that Lu Yuntao was also dead, for the sake of the genius training camp, Zhang Liuha no longer hid Lin Yi. He's reported those 2 merits to the original owner, Lin Yi. Plus this credit. He would be the first person in the history of China to earn a military rank as a mere high school student. Welcome. Lin Yi stepped out of the state guest car and couldn't help but look at the solemn army in front of him with awe in his heart. Hundreds of heavily armed soldiers around him also escorted Lin Yi to the front gate, informed Commander Jia that the person has arrived. With the gate guard's announcement, the gate was opened. A middle-aged man dressed in a military coat with slightly white hair, walking with a tiger's grip and carrying a gold star on his shoulder, walked out. Seeing the visitor, at once, all the soldiers around the whole place stood up straight. They saluted respectfully Commander. Lin Yi also sucked in a breath of cool air. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, the rank of Major General was enough to prove everything. Such a character had personally come out to greet himself. Hello, little brother. This Commander Jia didn't have the slightest bit of bravado, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder and opening his mouth to greet him. Good day, Commander. Lin Yi was flattered. Looking at Lin Yi's appearance, Commander Jia smiled. You're really young and promising. When I was your age I still played video games every day. With that he put his arm around Lin Yi and walked into the military headquarters. All along the way there were soldiers walking to his office. Have a seat. Commander Jia sat down and took out a cigar. Do you smoke? He suddenly asked Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could answer, Commander Jia suddenly shook his head. No way. Kids can't smoke. Lin Yi had a black line on his face. Weren't you the one who asked first? And where is Lousy a child? 18. 18 this year. 3 first-class honors, that's a lot of accomplishments for such a young age. Have you considered coming to the army to develop? As long as you say a word, I can immediately transfer you in. Commander Jia inquired in awe. Well, Lin Yi hesitated. Commander Jia immediately waved his hand and said, all right. I'm teasing you. Can't talents such as you come to the army to fight early, you still need to train. Said Commander Jia with a serious face. I recommended you to my friends at the Genius Training Camp, if you're lucky enough to get in. After graduation, you must come to our Jiangnan army. Thanks. Lin Yi was moved to thank him. Genius Training Camp. More than 1 billion people in China chose less than 100 people to participate. How fierce was the competition? Commander Jia had even directly recommended himself. It meant that Lin Yi had a few more chances. Small matter, said Commander Jia, suddenly muttering, there's one more thing I have to ask you for. Commander Jia's pleading tone. It caught Lin Yi a little off guard. What else can I do to help, Commander? Lin Yi couldn't think of anything he could do to help such a big shot at all. Ahem. Commander Jia's face suddenly changed into a smug smile. My daughter is the same age as you, and she's also taking the Jiangnan province entrance exam this year. I hope you can take care of her a bit, of course. There's no need to take care of her too much. It's just that I hope you can help out when she's in danger. Righteous. Lin Yi had no reason to refuse, people were helping themselves so much. Of course he couldn't be bad either. Lin Yi also raised a question. It's that I also don't know what your Qian Jin looks like? Right, oh, said Commander Jia as he directly opened a drawer and took out a photo. He handed it to Lin Yi. The moment he saw the girl in the picture, Lin Yi froze. He saw that the girl in the picture had a high ponytail, her feet were wearing boots, and she was holding a red tasseled lance. Dressed in a martial arts outfit, her physique was perfect. Valiant and valiant. Chapter 73. Commander Jia. I'm telling you, my daughter is very good looking. Commander Jia seems to be happy when he mentions his daughter. You're taking advantage of it. Lin Yi put away the photo. Yeah. If your daughter needs help, I'll be obliged. Commander Jia looked at his watch. Alright. Let's end our conversation here. On to the honoring ceremony. Next, Lin Yi also finally realized the identity of the commander in front of him. On the stage, there were large numbers of soldiers sitting below. In the front row even Lin Yi saw many 2-barred and 3-starred figures. And this ceremony was being broadcast live. How is it that there are a ton of majors here by the handful? You don't even see where this place is? It's so awesome, a high school student has made a first-class merit once. Lin Yi could even call himself the strongest high school student if he could take the top spot in the college entrance exam. Mistakenly entering the live broadcast. Is that guy on stage actually Lin Yi who single-handedly killed a third-turn professional? What on earth is the credit for? It's such a big battle. It's not just killing a third-turn professional, why make it so grandiose? The number of live streamers quickly surpassed 1 million. The host spoke in a broadcasting accent. Next, the honoree will come on stage to present the award to the honoree Lin Yi, the award. As Commander Jia, who was sitting at the front, stood up. All the officers and soldiers followed in unison and stood up. Ali. The host's words continued as well. Honoree Commander Jia. Major General. Commander-in-Chief of Armaments of Jiangnan Province. Deputy Commander of the Xuanwu War Zone. The moment these words came out, the entire live broadcast room instantly boiled. This. Jiangnan Province Armament Commander-in-Chief. This is too gripping. TSK. The highest governor of Jiangnan Province giving Lin Yi an award, that's just too terrifying too. What right does Lin Yi have? It's just a grade crossing kill. This commander-in-chief, he has a record of slaying a 4th rotation powerhouse. With the crowd's shock at the identity of the awardee, the host also announced said Lin Yi deeds. Lin Yi, 18 years old. At the novice secret realm, at a level less than 10. Decapitated Mishus. Awarded the Medal of First-Class Merit for avenging his predecessor's soul and defending the country's security. Provided information that led to the capture of hundreds of demon race professionals who were about to start a riot in various secret realms in Jiangnan province, successfully preventing an incident that endangered the lives of millions of people, and is hereby awarded the Medal of First-Class Merit. Upon coming out of the S-Class ancient ruins, he met the former deputy director of the Linhai City Security Bureau Lu Yuntao. As a huge tumor lurking in the judicial system of Jiangnan province, Lin Yi successfully eradicated it. According to deeper digging, Lu Yuntao had secretly stolen his country's secrets at least 20 times, posing a great danger to national security. Lin Yi has beheaded him, and is hereby awarded the Medal of First-Class Merit. The host said it in one breath. His hands were shaking. This. It was simply too terrifying. One of these battle achievements alone would be the existence of a single genealogy. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had a full 3. One was more terrifying than the other. The live broadcast room was silent at the moment. Everyone was terrified. It was too terrifying. This simply didn't look like a human made it. Award Lin Yi the rank, Major. Award Lin Yi as a special envoy of the Linhai City Security Bureau. An 18-year-old major. At this moment, the crowd's jaws were about to drop in surprise. Even sleeping with 3 pillows wouldn't dare to dream like this. Special envoy. This was a profession even higher than the director of the Security Bureau. It is a higher level of place to send down people. Lin Yi wore 3 golden first-class medals on his chest. A 2-bar, 1-star military uniform was also handed over to Lin Yi along with it. There was also a letter of appointment on the uniform. Lin Yi was simply a step up. And while Lin Yi was being honored on this side, on the other side a plan against him had begun. Chapter 74 Red Devil, out of the way. At this moment, Yang Ming looked at the tall, powerful, reddish strong man in front of him and said respectfully, "Father can still be well?" Red Devil did not seem to have much respect for this first son of the far north Chamber of Commerce. It only nodded lightly. Seeing his appearance, Yang Ming did not dare to say anything more. Red Devil could not only be his father's right-hand man, but also an extremely strong martial artist. Placed in any place, whether it was prestige or strength, it was an unrivaled existence. Even he himself did not have the qualifications to order people around. About the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce I understand almost everything on my way, but there is very little information about that Lin Yi. He just broadcasted live and also advertised for the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, and then through the last time Lu Qing spent so much to give him something to shoot at the auction house. It should not be the so-called raising a little white boy, the two definitely have interests in the dealings. Please also tell me about this Lin Yi, young master. Although Red Devil was polite with his mouth, his face was expressionless. Yang Ming immediately recounted, "This person is against me at every turn. If it wasn't for him helping the Lu clan, he would have long been annexed and monopolized the entire market of the bloodborne pill. There was also the last auction, which even caused me to lose." Red Devil impatiently waved his hand to interrupt him. "Young master, what I want is his situation." Yang Ming was interrupted, although there was a slight fire in his heart, but he didn't dare to attack. He could only respond. According to the investigation, Lin Yi's own level should be around level 20, and the Imperial beasts are roughly non-existent. Just this level of strength? Red Devil was a little surprised. But don't underestimate him, he's also the 3rd runner-up in this year's Municipal High School League. I suspect he still has a bit of an undercurrent. The most important thing is that according to insider information, the blood-creating potion drawings were provided by none other than Lin Yi, and he even had his hand in many of the strategies. He has a high stake in the blood-creating potion. Getting this information, Red Devil nodded. "It's just a grasshopper that's jumping around a bit. It's just right to start with him." Red Devil pulled out his phone. Somehow dialed someone's phone. What? Hearing the news over there, Red Devil frowned in displeasure. The military picked the person up directly? Not knowing what news he heard, he suddenly stood up in shock and shouted, "There's this kind of battle? Well, I don't care what method you use, when the time comes for him to come out, we must find a way to cure him of his crime. Must let him have no way to participate in the college entrance examination," said Red Devil and directly hung up the phone. The best thing to do if you want to suppress him is to directly cut off his upward pathway. Red Devil gave Yang Ming an education. If we let him successfully take the college entrance exam, it will inevitably attract more attention, and it will be more difficult for us to deal with him. What was that just now? Yang Ming inquired with some curiosity. Red Devil answered with a smile on his face, "A friend of mine from the Security Bureau. I originally wanted to use his possible suspicion of murder to convict him, and if I had the chance to simply get him killed. But I never thought that the military would send someone directly to pick him up. And it seems that your information is not quite accurate." Red Devil said teasingly. He actually beheaded a 3rd-turn powerhouse, and this person is also the deputy director of the Security Bureau. He picked up a glass of red wine and shook it. "Such a grasshopper is interesting. It's impossible to get him killed, we can only find a way to make him not take the entrance exam. But he has the military behind him. This ploy is relatively unprotected. Perhaps there is an organization that can help us." The Gangnam Gaoshua League. Chapter 75, The Director Framed. The moment these words came out, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with joy. Worthy of being a Red Devil. Surprisingly, he even thought of this. On the other hand, Lin Yi declined Commander Jia's request to bring someone to escort him away. He whirled around and took a taxi home by himself. He got out of the car from downtown. He was about to head straight for home. Lin Yi looked behind him sideways. He spotted a few tattooed hooligans with colorful hair following him. Looking at the clubs held in the hands of several people, Lin Yi didn't care one bit. This kind of gangster was just an ordinary person in the end. It was a world of difference compared to a professional. Although Lin Yi was puzzled by the position that these few people were walking in, it appeared that they were coming at him. But these punks shouldn't be so stupid to provoke a professional. Thinking about this, Lin Yi didn't continue to think about it. He stepped to the side and made way for the gangsters. However, he didn't expect the punks to slow down as well. Now Lin Yi could be sure that this group of punks were coming for him. Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. This sort of thing was definitely not a coincidence. But to send a few punks to get themselves, it was a bit too much to look down on himself. Hey! As expected, the green-haired punk in the lead suddenly called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked around. Sure enough, there was no surveillance on this section of the road. Lin Yi turned around and asked directly, "Who sent you?" Hearing this, a few of the gangsters were obviously startled. But they soon recovered and shouted angrily with a fierce look on their faces, "What are you talking about? Do you have any money on you? Hand it over." Yes. Lin Yi felt his pockets. Seeing him act as if he was actually going to pull out money, the few gangsters glanced at each other, all seeing incredulity in each other's eyes. Why didn't this lad follow the plot? Are you still a professional? Just go from there. Bang! Suddenly the several punks only felt a trance before their eyes. A sandbag-sized fist then blasted directly into their faces. In just an instant, several gangsters all fell to the ground. This was the difference between a professional and an ordinary person. It wasn't even on the same level. Even a professional of a few levels was equivalent to the existence of Terra above Tyson to an ordinary person. Lin Yi didn't kill anyone and directly grabbed the neck of the leader, the green hair, and asked, "Tell me, who in the world sent you here?" The green hair wasn't scared of Lin Yi, but rather had a hint of smugness. "Who are you? Who are you to tell me to tell you?" Lin Yi frowned. Just at this time, tick-tock, sirens suddenly sounded around them. A few punks suddenly started wailing. They were tossing and turning on the ground, hissing in pain. Those who didn't know would have thought that they were badly injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi also instantly understood good plan. He had to admire the person who designed it. He himself had been caught in the crossfire. A few heavily armed police officers walked in at the right time. They directly raised their weapons and aimed them at Lin Yi. "Get down." Although the firearms didn't do a single bit of damage to him, Lin Yi didn't choose to resist. He wanted to see who the hell this person was. Just like that, Lin Yi was escorted to the car. In just a day's time, he was put into the security bureau twice. Lin Yi could still hear the laughter of a few punks outside through the narrow doorway of the interrogation room. Very different treatment. What was this if not someone's design? Cough, cough. Suddenly the door of the room was knocked, as it was in the morning. The investigator came up and directly questioned, "Why did you assault those people?" "Ha! I'm still just a suspect now, right? What right do you have to give a conviction right now?" Lin Yi's words were extremely sharp. The investigator instantly slapped the table. "They've already explained that you're the one who got them. And after checking, they all have injuries on their bodies. You're the only one who doesn't." Lin Yi replied coldly, "Wouldn't it be a joke for me, a professional, to be injured by a few ordinary people?" But the investigator was steadily winning. "Do you think a few ordinary people would be stupid enough to rob a professional? Don't think you can act recklessly just because you are a professional. You still have to be punished for breaking the law. I advise you to give an explanation as early as possible. You'll still get a few days less in jail." This time Lin Yi didn't respond. Instead, he looked out the iron door and said in a deliberately loud voice, "Let the one outside your door come talk to me." The two investigators were visibly stunned. Immediately, they shouted again, "What nonsense are you talking about? Honestly, confess." Seeing that there was no reaction outside the iron door, Lin Yi's aura changed this time. In a stern tone, he said word for word, "If you don't come out again, I promise, I'll get you killed even if I have to spell out a felony on my back. No one can stop me." The air froze for a few seconds. Click. The iron door was open. "Get out." The voice of the visitor was a bit thick. The two investigators immediately got up and left. "Yes, Director." Bang. The iron door was brought on. The person sitting on the opposite side was also replaced with a middle-aged man who was obviously slightly older. This person held a water cup and looked at Lin Yi in front of him without anger, saying in a disgruntled tone, "You threatened me?" The man in front of him, it was the director of the security bureau. In the face of his words, Lin Yi only replied coldly, "I'm not threatening you, I'm telling the truth." And so the two stared at each other. The director didn't continue to answer either. I don't know how long the stalemate lasted, but the director was the first to lose his grip. "Humph." He coldly snorted, "There is no surveillance there. No matter what you do, you will be unable to defend yourself. At least you will be imprisoned here for 3 days. 1 second, it was still a cold face. The next second the director's face became somewhat amiable, sighing, "You also do not blame me, I also buy others entrusted. You don't blame me for the wrongdoing. I am also forced to do so. I also advise you not to resist, that level of character is not something we can deal with. I'm also doing this for your own good." The director said and kept observing Lin Yi. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Yi would suddenly rise up. The battle record of killing a third-turn powerhouse was there. The one who killed him was still Lu Yuntao, and he wasn't even stronger than Lu Yuntao in terms of combat prowess. That was why he was afraid of Lin Yi before. The young man was incredibly impulsive. If he really tried to pull his back, he really wasn't a match. How could his words possibly sway Lin Yi? "Just say who the person dealing with me is." Hearing this, the chief immediately shook his head. "No way. 3 days, looks like you want to drag me out of the entrance exams, right?" Lin Yi snorted coldly. This tactic was really insidious. "Can't even take the college entrance exam, I'll definitely pull someone's back if you don't speak up," said Lin Yi with his eyes dead set on the director. The director immediately stood up. "Are you crazy?" Chapter 76, Blazing Dragon LV30. The director immediately stood up. "Are you crazy?" Lin Yi didn't say anything. His eyes didn't waver for a second. Seeing Lin Yi like this, the director immediately wimped out. "Fine. There's no harm in telling you, there's no way I'm going to die for him. Even if you want to take revenge, just find him. I don't know, or rather no one in the Dao knows what his name is, but they all call him Red Devil." Getting the promise he wanted. Lin Yi nodded. Good. He didn't continue to pursue the man's situation. The director was afraid that he wouldn't say anything. After all, he had already taken the decision that he would choose to seek revenge on this Red Devil. "Can I bother you with one more thing, director?" Lin Yi suddenly spoke. The director instantly refused. "No way, I've already told you his name. It's not about the Red Devil." Lin Yi looked to his front chest pocket. "I'm bothering you to take out what's in my pocket." The director was instantly wary at the sight. This couldn't be a plot by Lin Yi. But after thinking about it, he chose to walk over to Lin Yi. With a wary face, he took out something inside. It was a silver badge. The director inexplicably felt a bit familiar with it. Turning it over, he took a look. Bang! The water cup in his hand instantly fell to the ground. A sound erupted, allowing the entire security bureau to hear it. They were instantly alert. "Director!" Dense footsteps came from outside, and dozens of occupier police surrounded them to hastily open the door of the room, but did not see the imagined fight scene. Only the chief looked at a badge in his hand, his lips trembling, as if he had seen something extraordinary. All the police officers were stunned. They could not think of anything that could make this high-powered and super-strong director show this ugly face. Suddenly the chief put his feet together and bowed slightly. "Lord Inspector." At this moment, his heart was incomparably remorseful. How could a person be unlucky like this? Kicking a steel plate and kicking it to one's own top boss? This scene and the words of the director just now made all the police officers present freeze. Their heart sounds thumped. This young man in front of them was actually the inspector. Could the entire country of China find an inspector of this age? Saying it out loud would be considered a joking plot. But the director just admitted it. It proved that all of this was actually true. They slowed down from their shock and in a hurry, they similarly bowed in greeting. "Lord Inspector." "Humph." Lin Yi slowly stood up, looking at the director in front of him, whose body was slightly trembling. "Don't worry, you told me the name of that person." Lin Yi whispered in his ear, "I won't jerk your hat off." The director looked up at Lin Yi incredulously. His heart was overwhelmed with gratitude. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to choose to spare himself. But Lin Yi suddenly turned his words around, instantly causing the director's heart to rise in his throat. "There's one more thing I really need to trouble you with." After hearing Lin Yi finish, the director instantly nodded and hastily expressed his loyalty. "My subordinate will definitely get it done," and said it as Inspector Lin's liver and brain. The director looked to the other police officers. "Everyone listen to the order. Form up. Set off with me towards the first key high school. Who dares to touch Lin Yi?" After they had gone, a female voice suddenly came out. Lin Yi was instantly a bit puzzled. Who was here again? Fixing his eyes, he realized that the one running anxiously was Lu Qing. Lin Yi. After seeing that it was Lin Yi, Lu Qing was instantly overjoyed. "Are you all right?" She looked around Lin Yi, afraid that her god of fortune had gotten hurt. "It's fine." Only after receiving Lin Yi's answer did Lu Qing put her heart down. "I rushed here as soon as I heard you were arrested. Are things done?" Lin Yi nodded. This kind of director-level figure took action. Even Lu Qing would have a hard time helping himself. It was good that he had solved it himself, so there was no need to say anything to make her worry flat out. "Right. I still have a bit of a haul to give you this time." On the way back with Lin Yi, he gave Lu Qing the weapon crafting scroll. Lu Qing's eyes lit up when he saw this weapon scroll. It's actually this gold-level weapon scroll? Previously, another treasure of their Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was equipment. After being taken away by Uncle's wave, Now all that is left to hold up the facade is the blood building potion. Wanting to build a brand. Relying on one product alone is not enough. Otherwise, people will only remember the blood potion. Will not remember Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. The only way to make the name of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. In order to let the name of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce into the public eye. The weapon itself is worth several times more than the equivalent equipment. Rarity is also in short supply. There aren't many companies on the market that hold the drawings for making weapons. Lin Yi had gone so far as to take one out after a trip to the ruins. Is it still 50-50 this time? Lu Qing inquired. Lin Yi shook his head. I won't be able to do much this time, you'll have to do all the manufacturing, I'll take 10%. 10% is too little. Lu Qing immediately shook her head. Seeing this, Lin Yi interrupted her and smiled. Do I look like I'd let myself suffer? And then I want 500,000 more spirit stones. Hearing this, Lu Qing didn't hesitate too much and immediately agreed. Good. Getting her reply, Lin Yi's heart rejoiced. Now the blazing dragon would be able to reach LV30 as well. He was sitting on 2 LV30 legendary 9th order divine dragons. A third turn professional was no longer his opponent. Even if they were stronger at the fourth turn, they wouldn't be able to fight. He had finally achieved the goal he had set out for himself at the beginning, allowing for a certain level of self-preservation. Now he didn't need to deliberately hide himself. If someone really wanted to kill themselves, then one would also have to see if they had the strength. Right. I still have to entrust you with one more thing. Lu Qing suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately asked, what is it? As long as I can help you, I'm obligated. That guy Meow Meow, she's going to take the college entrance exam. I hope if you meet her, help her out. Ward hair? Lin Yi was a bit speechless. How did he run into two identical things today? But he suddenly realized a problem. No? She shouldn't be a senior at her age, right? Lu Meow Meow should be a bit older than himself. Lu Qing suddenly smiled mysteriously. Yes, 3 years older than you. A woman 3 years older holds a golden brick. Oh. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand. Don't make fun of me. Lu Qing laughed out loud when she saw Lin Yi's reaction. What, does our family Meow Meow not deserve you? Thin waist, big boobs, white leg screams are still good. Oh. Lin Yi immediately blushed as he listened to her blunt words. Stop it, you'd better tell me why she's still able to take the college entrance exam. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Lu Qing was overjoyed. Was this the joy of teasing a little virgin? Alright. No more teasing you. Lu Qing finally got serious. Meow Meow's studies were put on hold because her family went bankrupt. After stabilizing this year, I definitely want her to return to school again. I can't bear to let her still wander with me. But this year happens to be the time for the talent training camp selection. It's too dangerous. So I hope you can help her. And this ninny also feels quite guilty towards you because of what happened last time, so this time it's also just the right time to give her a chance to apologize to you. Lin Yi nodded and instantly agreed. No problem. Lu Qing gave Lin Yi his sister's contact information. The same 500,000 spirit stones were also sent to him. Chapter 77. Agreeing. Lu Qing gave Lin Yi his sister's contact information. The same 500,000 spirit stones were also sent to him. The next step was the moment of refreshing upgrades. Before that, Lin Yi added its Lu Meow Meow's WeChat. Ding! The other party has agreed to your friend request. It didn't occur to him that Lin Yi had just sent it over. Immediately, he agreed. It was as if the other party was squatting in front of the phone waiting to agree. And indeed it was. Upon hearing her sister tell her that Lin Yi was going to take the college entrance exam with her, Lu Meow Meow was overjoyed. She had been guarding her cell phone, waiting for Lin Yi to add herself. The other party is in the process of typing. Lin Yi had just tapped into the chat box when he realized that such a prompt had popped up on it. Seeing this, he stopped his intention to send a message. He was about to wait for the other party's message to come over before replying himself. But then the prompt message disappeared. Half a minute passed without a single message coming through. Lin Yi suspected that his network was broken. But after half a day of checking, he found that there was no problem at all. Suddenly the other party is in the process of typing prompt popped up above again. It disappeared again. It appeared again. Like this several times in a row, but never a message over. Why doesn't Lin Yi send me a message? At this moment, Lu Meow Meow was lying on the bed sheets tossing and turning, her feet constantly glaring at the bed. Would it look like I'm being attentive if I, a girl, send him a message first? Her mind was full of random thoughts. Just at this time, a message popped up on her computer. The one who came with the message was someone called Bug Blood. Send it. Just ask him if he's acting high and mighty in an attempt to get your attention. The opposite message was from a netizen she had met online. This netizen had an extraordinarily cheerful personality, but was just a bit eccentric. Like this time when she was given attention. It didn't match at all on the edges. She even wondered if she would be blackmailed by Lin Yi if she sent it. She sent back a message, don't give me any ideas. The opposite party instantly sent back a naughty emoticon with the message, "You're reacting like this, you don't like someone else, do you?" Seeing this message, Lu Miao's face turned red. Completely no, just playful appearance. It seemed to have sensed Lu Miao's behavior on the opposite side. The netizen called Bug Blood sent another message, "By the way, have you entered that alliance yet?" Mentioning this, Lu Miao immediately became a bit more serious. "I'm in." "That's good, the people inside can still take care of each other. Especially if you're this beautiful, I'm afraid there will be a lot of little brothers sticking up to protect you." Seeing the message from the opposite side, Lu Miao beamed. This time Lin Yi also sent a message. She immediately looked at the message in surprise. The message Lin Yi sent in was, naturally, about this college entrance exam. "We'll think of contacting each other when we get inside." Good. Lu Miao censored it several times, this time picking out this one-word reply. After getting this done, Lin Yi directly leveled up the Blazing Dragon to LV30. Ding! Consumed 588,000 Spirit Stones, Blazing Dragon leveled up, LV20 LV30. Ding! Awakened LV30 skill, Dawn Dragon. Attributes were also greatly improved. Pet, Blazing Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV30018W Spirit Stones. Qualification, Legendary 9th rank. Life value, 362,200 2200. Attack power, 30800. Talent 1, Origin of Fire SSS grade. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression SSS grade. Skill 1, Dragon's Breath of Fire S grade LV9. Skill 2, Dragon Bloodline SSS grade. Skill 3, Scorching Life True Inflammation SSS grade LV9. Skill 4, Skyfire Dragon's Whistle SSS grade LV9. Skill 5, Forging Soul Sacred Fire SS grade LV9 to their own radius within 100, can be arbitrarily cast fire columns rushing up to the sky, the damage multiplier of 320%, the column of fire, if used for refining, will greatly improve the quality of refining minerals and the quality of forging equipment. Talent 3, LV50 with Mythic Qualification Awakening New Talent. Aoi, Super Awa Fire Punisher. Equipment, LV20, Purgatory Dragon Armor plus 9 Mythic. Introduction, one of the 5 Supreme Dragons, the Blazing Dragon. Not bad. Attributes got a considerable boost. But the most important thing is awakening that skill. It's not bad. But if you use it for weaponsmithing, that effect is even more unbelievable. It was simply a divine skill. Lin Yi sat up. Looks like he's going to have to ask for 50% of the cut again. During the time he stayed at his home, the first high school was the scene of a major incident. The students were attending their normal classes. Suddenly, there was a loud siren outside. The students were curious about what was happening. They all looked towards the window. But then a strange scene happened. The people from the security bureau actually broke into the school by directly breaking down the door. Could it be that some thugs had broken into the school? Thinking of this, the students rubbed their fists. Just when they were about to become that hero. However, they saw the professionals take out their weapons. They directly killed the principal's office. At this moment, the vice principal was in his office, and his head was about to explode. What the hell is going on? How did Minger die? How come even Yun Tao died at the hands of that Lin Yi? All of this is because of Lin Yi. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, how could my family have been destroyed? He hissed frantically, his eyes red. He stood up violently. "I'm going to kill Lin Yi, even if I have to drag him along for the ride. I'm going to avenge Yun Tao and Minger." He was completely losing his mind at the moment. Even thinking that he would be a match for Lin Yi who could kill Lu Yuntao. Bang! But just at this time, the door to the room was directly broken open. Strong flashlights and guns were aimed over in unison. Seeing the incoming security bureau people, Vice Colonel Lu instantly panicked. "What are you doing?" Unfortunately, the security bureau replied, making him fall into despair once again. "You are suspected of favoritism, misappropriation of state resources, murder, collaboration with the enemy, and many other charges. Please follow me back to the bureau to investigate." Hearing this, Vice Colonel Lu's face was ashen. Without Lu Yuntao's background, he definitely couldn't hide these things he had done. The death penalty couldn't run away. No way. I can't die yet. Vice Colonel Lu shook his head frantically. "I haven't avenged their deaths yet without this bastard Lin Yi. I absolutely cannot die. I want to live." He snapped his head up and looked at the few people in front of him with red eyes. Surprisingly, he directly took a red pill. Bang! In an instant, Vice Colonel Lu's body erupted with a loud bang. A bloody odor filled the air. It caused the police officers on the scene to stifle their nausea. And Vice Principal Lu's rank continued to soar. In the end, he directly shattered and turned into a monster nickname. LV30 Super Demon Silver Boss. Directly raising his level to level 30. It also turned into a boss. This terrifying phenomenon caused all the police officers present to suck in a breath of cold air. If everyone were to hold one of these mysterious pills, Then the world wouldn't know what kind of gray chaos it would become. Roar, roar, roar. Vice Colonel Lu, who had lost his human form at this moment, could no longer speak. He could only let out an unpleasant monster hissing sound. He rushed towards the police officers to kill them. He was preparing to kill his way out. Alas! The director sighed and walked straight out. Looking at Vice Colonel Lu in front of him, his heart swarmed with emotions. Originally, he had thought that this time, he had come to arrest Vice Colonel Lu on Lin Yi's orders. It was just Lin Yi's attempt to lend him a hand. To publicize his personal vendetta. Using some trumped-up charges to put a label on Vice Principal Lu. But now, Vice Principal Lu didn't hesitate to fight to the death. Meaning that those charges were all true. It was hard to imagine a vice principal making it like this. Although he is not a good person, and can even be said to be a bad person. But he couldn't be that ruthless. And Lin Yi was the one who came out from under all the suppression and grew to the point where he even surpassed himself. While sighing, he didn't forget to strike offended. Bang! Although the vice principal couldn't beat Lin Yi. But he was a solid third-turn professional. Against a level 30 boss. It was at least a solid win. Not to mention the help of so many police officers around. There was almost no suspense in this fight. In less than a moment, Vice Colonel Lu collapsed. Before he died, Vice Colonel Lu seemed to have regained a brief moment of clarity. He looked gloomy and said, "Alas! How did I meet such a plague god?" After saying this, he died completely. Even at the last moment. Chapter 78, S-Class Exclusive Auxiliary Weapon Pack. Even at the last minute. All of them still didn't repent, they just thought they were unlucky to have stumbled upon such a demon like Lin Yi. He deserves to die. The director sighed at the sight. He then instructed the police officers behind him to report it, just report it truthfully. Killing a vice principal is not a small matter. It still needs to be investigated by the higher-ups. It was the people from the military who came. After hearing that the crime was accused by Lin Yi, they directly skipped the tedious process and completed the report very smoothly. Even the director was a bit stunned. Usually this kind of thing was tugged on for at least half a month. Even if you didn't have a problem, you wouldn't feel good during this period. And people just heard that the informant was Lin Yi, and they went through the process in just a few hours. Hiss. Looks like he really did pick the right one. He was glad he hadn't continued to follow Red Devil's nonsense. Lin Yi was likewise a character one couldn't afford to mess with on one's own. And of course, this incident had become an eternal story in the first high school. A student who hadn't taken the college entrance exam who had been pressured and forced out by the vice principal. In just a few days, the vice principal was uprooted. Many people even had different versions of the story. Some said Lin Yi had fallen for a rich woman. Others said it was that he was actually a secret agent from above coming down to investigate the. In short, there were all sorts of stories. But Lin Yi's legend was one that would forever remain in the history of the first high school. Ha ha ha. Crushing Jiangnan High School. At this moment, the students of the 13th high school were also overjoyed. It was because Lin Yi had cleared the ancient ruins with millions of netizens watching. This matter had certainly become the pride of 13th middle school. Lin Yi's name was now listed at the top of the honor roll. The tagline below was clearly LV1 speed pass 10 minutes to speed past the Nightmare Novice Secret Realm. LV20 successfully broke the LV20 Special Secret Realm. The battle record of killing a third-turn professional at the first turn. Even more, he passed the S-ranked Ancient Relics with 1,000,000 points, and achieved the first victory of the whole school, and even the whole city, in the competition with Jiangnan High School. High school rankings. Even the college entrance exam rankings were ready. It's just that the numbers haven't been filled in yet. These dazzling achievements, for anyone to see, would all feel that it was heaven-defying. But if they knew that this was just the tip of Lin Yi's iceberg, I'm afraid they would be even more shocked. And the ancient relics were directly broadcast live by the school. Anywhere in the 13th middle school that had a screen. It was even seen on the toilet screens. There were countless admirers of the powerful who came to challenge. There were even more powerful students from Jiangnan High School who wished to break being ridden on the head by a student who came out of the district's Linhai City, the most trashy school. But without exception, they all failed. The highest one had less than 50,000 points. Damn! The points of all 10 of us combined are only 50,000. How the hell did Lin Yi do this 20 times? A few Jiangnan High School students said incredulously. From what that fatty dong said, it seems like he passed some kind of trial tower. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? I've passed all 9 floors. 9 layers? That 9 layers of people. As the countdown fell, the ancient ruins settled down. Ding! Lin Yi's name radiated a golden light. All the other names on the leaderboard disappeared. Lin Yi was number 1. In a league where everyone looked bad. In a league that had been unfair from the start, Lin Yi was charging out as invincible. Crushing Jiangnan High School to become number 1. due to the matter of the two cities neighboring each other. There were no longer a handful of such collaborations. But Linhai City had never won. At this moment, the mayor of Linhai City stood up excitedly. Win win win. We finally won. Ding. Congratulations Lin Yi for obtaining the only hidden reward, S-Class Auxiliary Exclusive Weapon Pack. Upon seeing that it was this thing, everyone was in an uproar. Exclusive weapon. TSK TSK. Surprisingly, it's an exclusive weapon. This reward is too good to be true. Where's Lin Yi? Who has his contact information? I'm willing to offer 1 million spirit stones to acquire it. 1 million spirit stones? Are you dreaming? I'll offer 3 million spirit stones. Poor and crazy. 5 million. Exclusive weapon pack. You can open any S-Class assisted exclusive weapon. In an instant, Lin Yi's phone was busted. And Lin Yi's side received an urgent call from Lu Ming. What the hell is going on over there? The phones here are almost busted. It seemed to be because Lin Yi had endorsed the blood-forming potion for Lu Ming. They couldn't find Lin Yi's contact information. All of them rushed to Lu Ming's side. It's just that I came out with an S-ranked auxiliary exclusive weapon pack, and this group of people went crazy. Lin Yi's words made Lu Ming freeze. Say that again. Lu Ming asked, opening his mouth incredulously. Hearing this, Lin Yi was staggered for a moment. But still, he repeated it. You're rich. Lu Ming was incredibly shocked. Within the three major departments, the exclusive weapons of the auxiliary are the most valuable. You're still a weapon pack. There are less than a dozen S-ranked auxiliaries. You are the meat and potatoes of all S-ranked auxiliaries. Hype it up properly and sell it for 10 million spirit stones, it's not a problem. Even I vaguely remember that there are S-ranked aides amongst the god-level powerhouses. If you can climb into a relationship with them, you won't have to worry about anything in this life. Lu Ming's mouth was scooping as she spoke. She was too excited. It really hadn't occurred to her that Lin Yi could be so lucky. But suddenly Lin Yi replied. It made her jaw drop in shock. I'm not selling. Chapter 79, Assassination. Lu Ming on the other end of the phone heard this. He was visibly dumbfounded. Such a heavenly favor, and Lin Yi wasn't even selling it. Do you have a fever? Lu Ming half whispered before stifling these words. It wasn't like Lin Yi was an auxiliary profession, he couldn't use it at all. This wasn't even for sale. She could only suspect that Lin Yi was suffering from brain burn. No. Lin Yi was a bit serious. I still need to trouble you to help me push off this group of people's demands for it. Lu Ming was also helpless, but had no choice but to respond fine. And that weapon, I still want a 50% share. After Lin Yi said this time, Lu Ming instantly inquired curiously, what's wrong again? Do you have some secret method? Lin Yi let out a hum. When it's time to start production, you let me know. Lu Ming responded in surprise. She now had immense faith in Lin Yi's strength. If Lin Yi dared to ask for this, he definitely had enough skills. After hanging up on Lu Ming, Lin Yi dialed another number. A sweet voice came from the opposite end. Hey. I want to ask you out for a meal. Lin Yi got right to the point. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, Bingbing on the other end was happy as a child. Immediately jumping up. Pacing back and forth on the large living room for a long time. Only then did she suppress the excitement in her heart and reply, yes. On the other hand, an old man who looked like a housekeeper, whispered and reminded, Miss, you are afraid that it is too dangerous to go out by yourself. The master has instructed us to pay attention to your safety. I will arrange for a few bodyguards to follow. Hearing this, Bingbing instantly beamed with dissatisfaction. Why does Dad love to control me and everything? What's the point of bringing bodyguards when I go out to eat with others? Bingbing said this, her hands clenched, her eyes full of admiration. Besides, Lin Yi is very powerful, alright, he can protect me. The butler sighed as he looked away from Bingbing and took out the phone. Arrange for a few people to secretly follow Mississippi. The phone end suddenly also asked, should we tell Miss this matter? Butler heard immediately interrupted the opposite side, do not. Let the master know, this kid will be drawn and quartered. Originally as two worlds of people, sooner or later will be separated. By the evening, Lin Yi arrived at the restaurant early. Ka-ching. The door to the private room was suddenly opened. Lin Yi subconsciously looked over, but that was it. It was like he was frozen in time. The Bingbing in front of him was dressed in a long black dress, her feet were wearing blue crystal-colored pumps, her hair was wavy and falling over her shoulders, and her black netted princess hat was hanging diagonally over her head. The black net princess hat was hanging diagonally on her head. She looked like a princess who came out of a painting. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Bingbing pursed her lips and laughed lightly, playfully and deliberately inquiring, what's wrong? It was only then that Lin Yi slowed down from his disorientation and touched his nose in embarrassment. You're too good looking. Bingbing originally wanted to tease Lin Yi. However, she didn't expect Lin Yi to praise himself so bluntly. Bingbing's face narrowed down and a blush suddenly spread across her face. Sit. Lin Yi greeted her as she sat down and had the waiter serve the food. It was finally time to start the meal. Su Bingbing elegantly took small bites of food into her mouth. Lin Yi, on the other hand, stopped his action of chucking in the food. He looked out the window. This was the 11th floor, and there were people outside the window. And there were several of them. It's not normal at first glance. Lin Yi looked at Su Bingbing in front of him. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Su Bingbing was really a lady of the house, and that she was protected by so many people. Lin Yi didn't think much about it, and felt that it was almost time. He spoke directly, Bingbing. Actually, I do have something I want to give you. Hearing his words, Su Bingbing's eyes lit up with joy. Obviously very happy. Although she did not lack anything. Or it could be said that she had whatever she wanted. But the fact that these words came from Lin Yi, she was just happy from the bottom of her heart. Lin Yi directly took out a box that emanated a blue light. Ha! Seeing this item, Su Bingbing instantly recognized it. S-rank auxiliary exclusive weapon pack. Su Bingbing hadn't expected Lin Yi to take out this item. To Lin Yi, this was definitely the most precious thing he had right now. She immediately shook her head. No, absolutely not. This gift is too valuable, I can't accept it. She couldn't actually use it. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. And Lin Yi thought it was Su Bingbing because it was too precious. It's fine. Lin Yi smiled and spoke up. You're an S-rank auxiliary profession, it's just right for you. There's no one more suitable for this weapon pack than you. It's not like I can use it. Giving it to you is just right. With that, he pushed the item in front of Su Bingbing. Seeing Lin Yi like this, Su Bingbing couldn't afford to postpone it. She really couldn't bear to refute Lin Yi's kindness. But she had already secretly planned it out in her mind. She had already known that Lin Yi was working with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. When the time came, she'd have someone get an order and then default. Send a 10 million spirit stones to Lin Yi. That would be fine. Just as she picked up her weapons bag and was about to thank him. Bang! Suddenly the floor-to-ceiling glass was violently blasted. Lin Yi reacted instantly. Oops. This group of people were surprisingly not Su Bingbing's bodyguards. It was too late to think about what this group of people were up to. The mechanical armament was turned on. Lin Yi directly summoned flying swords and killed the assassins in unison. The assassins paid no attention to Lin Yi, but went straight for Su Bingbing's exclusive weapon bag. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. Forbidden demon. The field opened up. The assassins couldn't utilize their skills. They were immediately forced back by Lin Yi's attacks. Through the eye of true knowledge, Lin Yi could clearly see that all 7 of them were second turners. Such a luxurious configuration. The purpose was surprisingly that S-rank assist pack. Bang! Just then, a few burly men in black coats barged in. Hurry up. Miss, we cover you. It turned out to be the Su family's bodyguards. Only then did Lin Yi drop his guard and without hesitation pulled Su Bingbing and ran straight out of the private room. And the group of assassins still wanted to chase. But they were blocked by the Su family bodyguards. Don't look at the fact that there were only 3 Su family bodyguards. The level is also similar. But they were able to suppress the opposite side in a single shot. Quickly go. I'll send you home. At this moment, Lin Yi was pulling Su Bingbing and running wildly. Su Bingbing was about to agree. Lin Yi, however, stopped violently and eyed the long, empty corridor in front of him. Come out, don't hide. Hearing Lin Yi's words, 10 figures in black appeared. Wait. 2 of them are 3 turns. Lin Yi sighed badly in his heart. It seemed like he had fallen into a trap. That was just an eyewash just now. To lure away those few guards. Confronting the opposite side, Lin Yi remained calm and collected. Seek wealth without harming your life. You guys take it. Let us go. If Lin Yi had fought alone, he would have been perfectly capable of taking the fight. But now he had Su Bingbing with him. There was no way he was going to put Su Bingbing in danger. Looking at Lin Yi, he threw in an exclusive weapon pack. The opposite side was making a surprising move. Ha! You want to buy us off with this stuff? Straight away, he kicked the exclusive weapon pack away. Chapter 80, Farewell Forever. Shoo! The assassins moved at the same time, killing Su Bingbing in unison. At this moment, Lin Yi instantly understood. It turned out that this group of people were rushing towards Su Bingbing. They wanted Su Bingbing's life. The assassins were inwardly thrilled. It didn't occur to them that this order would be so simple to accomplish. Not only was there no guards around this young lady, but she even brought a 1-turn moped with her. This was a heavenly opportunity. Just when they thought it was a sure win. Faced with such a critical situation, Lin Yi also went straight for Broku Panishad. Superpower field. In an instant, an electromagnetic force shrouded 100 miles around. Several assassin attacks landed on Su Bingbing. However, not a single damage was done. How is this possible? The 2 assassins in the lead unbelievably cast their skills again. But there was still not a single damage. This strange sight shocked even Su Bingbing. Originally, she had thought that she was bound to die. Suddenly an energy sword hooked onto her and quickly carried her away from the battlefield. Swoosh! Lin Yi raised his hand and chopped off an assassin's head directly. At the same time, the high amount of damage stunned the two-third turn assassins. This. The top didn't say that this Kyoto Su family's daughter had this kind of expert by her side either. Run! The two of them as third-turn professionals. At this moment, they did not have any backbone. They knew that they were not opponents at all. Turning around, they ran. Just rushed out a few dozen meters. A wave of heat hit them. The path in front was suddenly blocked by a huge object. It was a dragon emitting flames. It was too late to react as the terrifying flames rushed head-on. The two of them immediately dispersed a bottle of potion. This was a fire-extinguishing potion specializing in Kyoto. It could be effective even against a fourth-turn fire profession. However, after they dispensed the potion, they were surprised to find that the flames not only didn't go out. The body burned more and more fiercely. No. They hissed at the top of their lungs and were engulfed in the fire. The situation that was originally a sure win. Surprisingly, it was directly broken by a mere first-turn professional. The battle had just ended. The sound of dense footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Lin Yi was instantly alert. Miss. The arrivals were guards, who had accelerated to settle the battle after hearing that a fight had broken out here and rushed over. At the moment, their hearts were anxious beyond measure. It did not occur to them that they would have fallen for the trick of transferring a tiger away from the mountain. If the young lady was in danger because of this. If the young lady was in danger, they would not be able to lose 10 heads. Suddenly seeing the unharmed Su Bingbing in front of their eyes, they immediately pounced up and surprised Miss. Su Bingbing was so anxious at the moment that she was on the verge of crying. Quickly, go help Lin Yi. One of the guards suddenly spoke up. 2 third-turn professions, 8 second-turn professions whose ranks are all above 40. His profession was a retrospector. It was possible to see the situation at that time. 2 third-turn professionals, 8 second-turn professionals whose ranks were all above 40. With such a terrifying configuration, even they didn't have the slightest chance of winning against them. Facing the lady's order, they looked embarrassed. Miss, I'm sorry. Our mission is to ensure your safety. They were strangers to Lin Yi. Completely guilty of not putting their lives on the line for him. Su Bingbing, who had always been gentle and polite, immediately changed her face after hearing this. Looking furious, she said, I'm ordering you all to go over and help him now. He's trying to save me. How can I abandon her? If you guys don't go, then I'll go myself. Hearing this, the bodyguards were taken by surprise. It hadn't occurred to them that Su Bingbing would go this far for Lin Yi. Just as they were about to take Su Bingbing away by force. Did they? The sound of footsteps came. A person? The bodyguards were instantly on guard. They didn't know if the person coming would be that third-turn professional from across the street. Lin Yi? Su Bingbing, on the other hand, cried out in surprise. She jumped up and hugged Lin Yi despite everything, hammering at his back with a sobbing voice. Yet she didn't dare to push too hard for fear of hurting Lin Yi. Uhu. You're not allowed to do that next time. I don't want anything to happen to you. Ha! Seeing that the person coming was Lin Yi, the bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief. They really couldn't imagine how Lin Yi had survived the siege from so many people. The bodyguards' nerves remained tense. Hurry up, don't let them catch up by then. But Lin Yi didn't react at all. He felt the warmth in his arms and couldn't help but feel a sore nose. It was worth it to pay for himself. In the face of Su Bingbing's complaints, he was also a little overwhelmed, his heart racing. He could only utter a sentence. All right. I'm fine. The several bodyguards were so angry that their teeth itched. Damn lad, don't hold our young lady. Run for your life. Before they could open their mouths to urge them on, Lin Yi was the first to thank a few of them. Thank you to a few big brothers of the bodyguards for protecting Bingbing. I'll treat you guys to dinner sometime. Being told off by Lin Yi, a few people touched their noses in embarrassment. They had just tried to sell Lin Yi out. Lin Yi continued, that group of assassins was taken care of by me, so there should be no problem now. Let's not split up. Wait until you guys send more manpower support before you leave. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards shouted in unison, what? Little brother, now is not the time to talk big. But just then, the retrospector stabbed the 3 companions who were planning to educate Lin Yi and whispered, really, it's true. Hiss. Of course they believed the man's words. Shocked, they looked at Lin Yi, who only looked like a student, in front of them. Immediately, they also remembered who this person was. It wasn't precisely the wasteful SSS rank that had been making the rounds some time ago. SSS rank Imperial Dragon Master? Is it really a waste profession? They all couldn't help but think so in their hearts. This matter was also directly intervened by the Security Bureau. Lord Inspector. After seeing that the person in question was Lin Yi, the police officers all greeted. The Inspector Ambassador? I didn't hear you wrong. Several bodyguards looked at Lin Yi incredulously. A high school student? Inspector? These two identities, they simply couldn't associate them together. See you later. Lin Yi. Being picked up, Su Bingbing smiled and said goodbye to Lin Yi. This time, despite the accident. But her relationship with Lin Yi had skyrocketed. Lin Yi also smiled and waved his hand. It was just that neither of them had expected it. Such a goodbye. Surprisingly, the two of them would really see each other again a long time later. Su Bingbing sat curiously in the car observing the S-Class exclusive weapon pack. She was happy that she was so important in Lin Yi's heart. Yes, no to open the SSS grade exclusive auxiliary weapon pack? Chapter 81, Opening the SSS class exclusive weapon. Su Bingbing sat curiously in the car observing the S-Class exclusive weapon pack. She was happy that she was so important in Lin Yi's heart. Yes, no to open the SSS grade exclusive auxiliary weapon pack? According to the investigation, the front and back waves weren't together. It was just as Lin Yi had guessed. The former was coming for Lin Yi's weapon pack. The wave in the back was after Su Bingbing's life. It was hard to find out who the former was. After all, there were too many people who coveted this thing. But the latter made Lin Yi feel very curious. Because this wave was too powerful. It was a third-turn professional. And there were still two of them. Just to assassinate Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing's family couldn't even squeeze out a third-turn professional, so how could they be targeted by such a behemoth? There is only one explanation. There's only one explanation. There's a secret that Su Bingbing doesn't know. But with her as her best friend, Lin Yi didn't want to probe what that secret was. If she wanted to tell herself, she would naturally let herself know. Hey! The factory over here is open, you can come over now. Lu Ming called to inform. Lin Yi looked at the time. It was still quite rich. He then took a cab towards the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce factory. At this moment, he didn't know that in the next few short hours, the entire Kyoto situation was shaking because of him. The entire Kyoto situation shook because of him. Su Bingbing listened to the prompts that popped up and stared wide-eyed, doubting that she had heard it wrong. What? SSS grade. Does it need to be said what SSS rank means? SSS grade professions were already 1 in a billion. And of these SSS ranked professions, there were very few that possessed exclusive weapons. The word rare was no longer enough to describe it. It can simply be described as a miracle. Even the SSS class professional genes inherited from his own family for generations had lasted for thousands of years, but there had never been a spirit healer who had an exclusive weapon. There has never been a spirit healer who possessed an SSS ranked exclusive weapon. And the other 3 great families. The other 3 great clans all have their corresponding SSS class exclusive weapons as their family treasures. This was why they were still as strong as ever. While the Su family had started to go downhill. It wasn't like the Su family hadn't searched for an exclusive weapon. It had even begun searching for it 1,000 years ago, but it hadn't made the slightest bit of headway for so long. The Su family was already famous in the heavens, and if they possessed an SSS grade exclusive weapon, their Su family might be able to avoid the fate of being at the bottom of the 4 great families. At this moment, Su Bingbing only felt that she had heard wrong. Weapon packs could be much rarer. At least she had never heard of an SSS rank having an exclusive weapon pack. And wasn't the one Lin Yi had obtained before S-ranked? Ding! Completing the hidden plot, first pass through the 9 towers and occupying the top spot on the list, weapon pack level up. S-grade SSS grade. Ding! Yes, no to open SSS grade exclusive weapon pack auxiliary? But the sudden second prompt. It made Su Bingbing instantly freeze. This. Su Bingbing's lips trembled. No one knew the significance of this SSS grade weapon pack better than her. Seeing Su Bingbing's strange appearance, the driver in the front seat worriedly asked, "Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Hearing his words, Su Bingbing instantly refused. "It's fine, no need. Hurry up and drive to your home." At this moment, she was incomparably excited inside, but didn't dare to show it. What did this thing mean? Once it was revealed. Once the Eagle Jam country knew about it. The role of an SSS ranked auxiliary in having an exclusive weapon for large-scale battles was simply unimaginable. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom would absolutely not hesitate to open a national war. Grab this weapon package. She must keep this secret. Soon arriving home, she went straight to the basement. With excitement in her heart. Opened the weapon pack. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the SSS grade exclusive auxiliary weapon pack and obtained the Holy Favor Spiritual Healer SSS grade exclusive weapon, Holy Healing God Staff God grade. Looking at the staff in front of her that was emitting a multicolored light, Su Bingbing's breath was involuntarily shortened. This. The pursuit of his own family for thousands of years and generations. It was right in front of her eyes at this moment. Why wasn't it exciting to talk about it? She took out her cell phone and instantly dialed her father's number. Almost the instant it was called, that end were picked up. A thick male voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Why did our daughter suddenly ring up to give me a call? The voice was tinged with laughter. It was almost predictable that the man on the other side was happy. However, Su Bingbing was serious. Dad, do you have someone with you right now? Hearing this, her father also instantly felt that something was wrong. What's wrong, daughter? There is no one on Dad's side. Are you being bullied? Quickly tell me what's wrong. And Su Bingbing gulped before speaking out. Dad, I got the holy healing staff. Ha! Su's father on the opposite end just froze for a moment. Jerkily, he jumped up from the bed. What? What did you say? Su's father was so shocked that he couldn't control his voice. The bathroom suddenly came from Su's mother's voice. Any more noise today? Roll to the living room to sleep. Frightened, Su's father then reacted. He was incredibly confident that his daughter would not make such a joke. Even if this sounds completely ridiculous. What should I do now? Su Bingbing was also having a hard time suppressing the excitement in her heart. You quickly send someone to pick this up. But hearing this sentence, Su's father was silent. The expression also gradually calmed down from the excitement just now. Only after half a second did he seriously ask, Bingbing, the holy healing staff is our family's first SSS grade exclusive weapon. Are you sure you haven't misread it right? Yes. Receiving Su Bingbing's affirmative reply. Point 1. Father Su immediately replied, contracted it. What? Hearing this, Su Bingbing immediately panicked. No, I can't. Let's just give this thing to Grandpa. But Su's father was still serious. Bingbing, do you remember why I sent you away from the family? Hearing this, Su Bingbing said without thinking, didn't you say that you wished to let me practice a bit? Alas. Su's father immediately sighed. Originally, I wanted to continue to protect you so that you wouldn't be exposed to these things so early. Chapter 82. The changes in the Su family. But I never thought that this happened. I must tell now. Su's father solemnly opened his mouth. What I say next you must remember. Good. Su Bingbing was also tensed up by his entirety. In fact, what experience you are fake? I did this mainly to protect you. Su Bingbing was a bit confused. Protect me? Will I still be in danger at home? Su's father did not answer, but continued. No one in my generation was able to inherit our family's holy favor spirit healer. Instead, it was in your generation. You became our family's only hope for the future. But because of that, your danger also came with it. I'm not talking about the dangers outside. Hearing this, even if Su Bingbing was no longer stupid, she guessed what was going on. Father, you are saying. Su's father immediately affirmed her guess. That's right. Your grandfather is already old, but you have yet to grow up. According to the family practice, every family head is assumed by someone who has awakened a holy favor spirit healer. But your eldest uncle and the others are not willing. They covet the position of family head. And you are their stumbling block. That's why I sent you out here, just for fear that they would lay their hands on you. Hearing this, Su Bingbing suddenly realized, no wonder I encountered an assassination today. However, when these words came out, it instantly made Su's father furious. What? You are saying that someone has attacked you? Father Su's aura exploded out. It made half of Kyoto shudder. He only had an only daughter, and his daughter was his scales. Whoever dared to touch his daughter, he would fight the other party even if he didn't want to lose his life. It's not necessarily the eldest uncle yet. Su Bingbing was afraid that her father would do something impulsive and hurriedly comforted. Su's father gritted his teeth. He knew in his heart that this is definitely not far from the truth. But also can only send the last hope. This is simply I will check. You now grab this exclusive weapon to contract, grab and grow up so that you can protect yourself. Good. This time Su Bingbing also knew the seriousness of the matter. Immediately, she agreed. She reached out to the holy healing god staff. Fingertip blood dripped up. Bang! The originally dark sky. A heaven and earth vision appeared in an instant. A giant goddess phantom appeared. When she raised her hand, everything revived. Alright. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up and bring you back now. You mustn't run around during this period of time. Su's father was far away in Kyoto and all saw this scene. Inwardly, he was thrilled beyond measure. How could he not imagine how this heavenly luck fell on his own daughter? But along with it came a greater crisis. Su's father felt the injuries in his body that had not improved at all and sighed to himself, whether it's a blessing or a curse is yet to be seen. But as long as father is around for a day, no one else will ever think of moving you. If one day father is gone, you must learn to protect yourself. Where did you get this thing? Father Su casually asked. But when he heard Su Bingbing's next answer, he was too surprised to speak. It was given to me by someone else. How is this possible? Su's father was shocked badly. This was simply too unbelievable. But he shouldn't know. Su Bingbing looked at the pendant on her body. This was an SSS grade treasure that was used to hide one's identity. It was also the one that had modified the occupation vision before. Even if there was suspicion, this treasure could be removed subliminally. But the actual Lin Yi. In the car, he saw this vision and immediately sighed. Is this an SSS ranked occupation? When will I get my own exclusive weapon? How could he not know? He was in possession of the eye of true knowledge. He knew that Su Bingbing's occupation was SSS rank after the secret novice realm he left that day. However, he didn't think much about it, completely just thinking that the other party might be the same as himself. He just wanted to hide his identity and not be targeted by foreign forces. However, from today it seemed that it wasn't simple. Those two third-turn professionals were not foreigners. According to the investigation, these people's identities had been erased by a mysterious hand. This is definitely something that the forces of the Dragon Kingdom would do. A force that could take out two third-turn professionals to assassinate, at least Jiangnan province wouldn't possess such a force. Moreover, although the combat power of those bodyguards was only second turn, they were a large class above the same level of professionals. Only a large power could cultivate such a fighting force. And when he was sending Su Bingbing away, he felt an aura that was the same as Zhang Liuhe's. A fourth-turn professional. Su Bingbing was definitely not as simple as she appeared to be. But Lin Yi was still shocked to learn of Su Bingbing's identity later that day. The reason why he gave Su Bingbing the SSS level exclusive weapon package. It was also considered an investment. But a large part of it was still because he had so much affection for Su Bingbing. When he arrived at the factory, Lu Qing was early to greet him at the door. "What do you have in mind this time?" Lu Qing inquired curiously immediately upon seeing it. Although she trusted Lin Yi, she was still curious as to what Lin Yi would do. "Just wait and see." Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. "I can at least double the profits tenfold. You tell them to leave the forge, don't hurt them in a moment." Lu Qing heard this and immediately dismissed the people inside. Lin Yi alone walked into the tens of thousands of flat forging factory. He directly summoned the blazing dragon. The people outside only heard a dragon roar. At the moment, the masters were talking. "Oh, I thought I'd invited a forging master from somewhere, but it turns out he's a little kid whose hair hasn't even grown back yet. Just such a student-looking person, what can he do? I think the president is stupid, and 10 times the profit, cheating is so easy now." Ka-ching. But just as they were discussing, the barn door also opened. So fast? It can't be that someone ran away. Hee, I'd like to see what he's doing, and 10 times the profit. Blowing off steam, I'll expose this kid today. However, when the forges entered the factory, they realized that Lin Yi hadn't left. Instead, he was waiting for them there. Humph. Didn't run, still has some backbone. The forgers looked around the factory. There was no newly forged equipment. The forging equipment hadn't changed either. The ores were also still stacked there. There wasn't a single change in the forging formula either. "You're cheating on us, aren't you?" The forging masters immediately rolled up their sleeves. They only felt that they had been tricked by Lin Yi. After such a short period of time, nothing had been done. Wasn't this a trick? Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly stopped them. It wasn't that Lu Qing was afraid of them fighting Lin Yi. She was afraid that Lin Yi would accidentally kill them. While stopping them, Lu Qing hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and show me." Lin Yi smiled, "Which is your best forger?" At these words, all the forgers were confused. What's wrong? Do you still want to compete? Lin Yi didn't say much. He directly followed the forging process on the drawing and picked up the hammer to start. They were instantly enraged. On other things they might lose. But in terms of smithing, they hadn't been afraid yet. But not to mention that the opponent was a breastfeeding high school student. They immediately launched one of the most powerful 4-star forging masters. A 4-star forger is capable of forging dark gold equipment. Forging a gold drawing was certainly more than enough. Oh, this high school student is going to have a hard time making steel later on. A forger was a very strong life profession. It took a long time to train, and Lin Yi was a high school student at first glance. Lin Yi took out the black rock steel, needed to refine it. This was a purple material. Normally a forger without a second turn wouldn't even be able to melt it down. "What, you're not a forger?" The forging masters at the scene were surprised to see what came next. Normal forging masters controlled their flames to achieve the perfect melting point to melt the steel. Instead, Lin Yi had opened the fire bin. It was for trainee forgers who didn't have enough flame of their own. The temperature of the fire inside was not high and extremely unstable. Not to mention melting black rock steel, even lower grade steel was a problem. The 4-star forging master on the opposite side coldly grunted. He really didn't know where Lin Yi got his confidence from, the layman challenging the insider. He controlled his own flames, hammering away towards the steel. He could finish melting it in 3 minutes. Suddenly there was an exclamation from beside him, "Melting is done." Chapter 83, Why is this fire weird? He really didn't know where Lin Yi got his confidence from, the layman challenging the insider. He controlled his own flame, hammering away towards the steel. He could melt it all by himself in 3 minutes. Suddenly there was an exclamation from beside him, "Melting is done." Hearing this, he instantly looked up incredulously to Lin Yi's side, only to see that the black rock steel in front of Lin Yi had been transformed and quenched into a reddish color. This 4-star forger was too surprised to speak. So fast. Even a 5-star, no. 6-star Forge Master could hardly do it, right? And a student-like child in front of him was so fast. At this moment, the crowd also noticed that something was wrong. Wait, how is that fire a bit strange? Inside the fire bin was the most ordinary flame. But at this moment it was like a swaying purple mandala. You changed this flame? Lu Ming, who had originally been wondering what exactly Lin Yi was trying to rectify, finally understood. Lin Yi ignored their curiosity, continuing the work in his hands. With the help of the true flame, the hardest plasticity was extremely easy. The steel in front of him was like a clay doll, at Lin Yi's mercy. The prototype was fabricated in a matter of moments. A long, slender blade appeared with it. Lin Yi also carried out the final work. Quenching. He pushed the long knife directly into the fire bin. All of a sudden, sparks were bared inside the fire bin. It scared the others around him into backing away. This is too fast, isn't it? The forging masters looked at each other. Could it be that this kid really has some skills? This can greatly improve the quality of the golden longsword. Just as the forging masters were discussing, the fire barn was the one that emitted the sound of a car beeping. The crowd's eyes were drawn over at once. This was the signal that the forging was complete. As Lin Yi pulled the fire chamber open, a long knife that was golden in color with metaphysical black lines appeared. Red Demon Golden Blade Dark Gold. Grade, LV30. Attributes, attack power plus 2200, armor break plus 20%. Attribute 1 Red Devil, each attack has a 8% chance of triggering, inflicting 140% extra damage to the target and restoring 500 points of its own life value. Characteristic 2 Golden Blade, durability is greatly increased, and the drop of spirit stones from killing monsters is slightly increased. Introduction, forged from the finest black rock steel and many other finest purple materials, the forging method is slightly rough, and the attributes and characteristics are slightly reduced. The 4-star forger on the other side directly dropped the hammer in his hand and pounced over. Unbelievably grabbed the Red Demon Gold Blade. Dark Gold level. He muttered, his spirit receiving a considerable blow. He knew he had lost. He couldn't do it to upgrade a weapon forge on a gold drawing to a dark gold level. Suddenly he looked viciously at Lin Yi. Just when everyone was off guard. Pouncing. Teach me. This 4-star forger unexpectedly knelt down directly. Forging better weapons was the lifelong pursuit of every forger. At this moment, he had been completely convinced by this high school student in front of him that he had originally despised. The other forgers looked at each other in shock after seeing this. One must know that this 4-star forger was notoriously arrogant. They immediately scrambled to grab the Red Demon Gold Blade. Upgrading the equipment on the gold drawings to the dark gold level, this is either a better forging technique or better materials. How the hell did he do it? Extreme black rock steel? Isn't it just ordinary? Looking at the blazing eyes of those forging masters at himself, Lin Yi was truly afraid of falling to his knees again. He hurriedly helped the 4-star forger up and explained to them, I've improved the fire in this fire bin, and it's very effective in terms of efficiency, steel hardening, and even improving the quality of equipment. Hiss. After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, they instantly became excited. The fire bin is mine. They ran over to grab the fire bin. Old Lu, get out of the way, with that skill of yours you want to hog it too? What's wrong with my skill? You're so powerful you don't use the fire bin. Originally it was just a fire bin for apprentices, but at the moment everyone is grabbing it. The apprentices in the distance watched the scene in endless silence. Lin Yi looked at the chaotic scene and hurriedly stood out, don't grab it, don't grab it. All of them. A few moments later, each forger was holding their fire bin like a baby. Apprentice. It's amazing, this kind of means is simply unheard of. Little brother, no. Big brother, in the future, if there are things you want to order us, we will definitely be in place. Yes, we will definitely give the guild a good job. The forges were completely convinced by Lin Yi, and they expressed their loyalty one after another. Worthy of you. Lu Ming in the car exclaimed, gold drawings forging dark gold great equipment. Using gold level attrition but creating dark gold equipment, it's pure profit here. Lu Ming said excitedly. This Red Devil Gold Blade was definitely another moneymaker. Although the influence might not be as high as the blood creation potion, but the ability to suck up money would definitely not be weak. Hearing this, Lin Yi just smiled faintly. Beep beep beep. Suddenly Lin Yi's phone rang. Upon seeing the call, Lin Yi was slightly stunned. The incoming call was actually Fatty Dong. It was so late. What could this guy want with himself? As soon as the phone was connected, Fatty Dong's urgent voice came out, Lin Yi, the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination League is looking for me. Ha? Lin Yi didn't even know what the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Union was. But listening to Fatty Dong's tone, it didn't seem like it was a good thing. Speak slowly, what's going on? Lin Yi was also made to look serious by him. Fatty Dong slowed down before continuing to speak, it's to find you. Lin Yi was stunned by him, how did it turn into looking for me again? Fatty Dong narrated the story. A previous classmate suddenly contacted me. I originally thought it was to catch up with me, but did not expect him to directly open the door. Said that because he saw the ancient ruins I was with you. Wanted to get in touch with you through me. I was thinking that this group of people wouldn't be because of the ancient relics. Hearing Chubby Dong's speculation, Lin Yi shook his head. It shouldn't be. Besides, he was an inspector and held a military rank. Even if it was that they wanted to touch themselves, then they wouldn't dare to do it blatantly. So what do I do now? Should I say I don't recognize them or? Dong Chubby inquired anxiously. Lin Yi vetoed this proposal. No, you directly help me to make an appointment, tomorrow morning. I'll see what they are going to do. When Chubby Dong heard this, he was a bit stunned. Anxious to explain, you may not know the goal of this Jiangnan College Entrance Examination League, but they are only going to act once every 10 years, for the thing of genius training camp. Inside the genius, needless to say, almost all the famous geniuses in Jiangnan province all joined. The lead is the first genius of Jiangnan High School. He is called White Sword Fairy Super Genius. Not to mention Jiangnan province, the entire Xuanwu battlefield he is ranked. In addition to that, there are also repeaters like me, and more geniuses that we can't see. You mustn't offend them. Chapter 84 Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance, Enmity. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. It hadn't occurred to him that there was such an organization. If one wanted to achieve results in the college entrance exams, it would be as hard as heaven. Relying on that one battle at the ancient ruins alone, Lin Yi felt completely insignificant in front of such a lineup. Wanting to join the genius training camp didn't seem like enough. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, Lin Yi slept soundly. The entire Jiangnan province's experts had come to the rooftop in droves, and they sensed a terrifying aura descending upon the area. But these auras only stayed for a moment. Then they turned back. Like they had picked up something. If it wasn't for a special order coming down, such a terrifying battle would even be enough to directly inform the highest levels of the nation's military. The next morning, Lin Yi arrived at a cafe. Just as he sat down, a boy wearing a white school uniform with the number 001 on his chest also sat across from him. The man was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a white dome cap. Smiling, he extended his hand to Lin Yi. Hello, Vice President of the Jiangnan Higher Education League. Mu Bai. Mu Bai. Wasn't that the white-clad sword immortal? Lin Yi had thought that only minions would come to the agreed conversation. But he hadn't expected that the one who came directly was the strongest person in Jiangnan High School. There was an unwritten rule in Jiangnan High School that the top 100 students in the school rankings would have a numerical ranking. This is a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of status. The high rankings of Jiangnan High School had absolute command over the low rankings, which was even allowed by the school rules. And the 001 in front of him. It was also proof that he was the strongest person in this year's Jiangnan High School. You're Lin Yi, a talented man. Why don't you come to our Jiangnan High School? This small place doesn't deserve you. Mu Bai's words were laughable. Lin Yi didn't talk too much nonsense with him, and asked straight to the point, what are you looking for me for? Mu Bai paused for a moment and spoke, it's very simple. Join our Jiangnan Gaoxue League, or die. When he said this, Mu Bai still had a smile on his face. But the words that came out were like poisonous snakes. Lin Yi stared at Mu Bai and sighed in his heart, what a smiling tiger. But he wasn't going to be vain. Is your Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Union so overbearing? Overbearing, I can't talk about it. Mu Bai picked up his coffee and took a sip. Isn't this giving you two choices? As long as you join our alliance, you can compete as you like except for the top 3. Hearing this, Lin Yi sort of understood. It turned out that this was an upper echelon organization that engaged in monopolization. Monopolization was achieved by pulling in geniuses. If you don't join, you'll be suppressed by the entire alliance. Not to mention competition, their lives would be in question. If you join, you can only have a chance to compete, but you can't get your hands on the top scholar, the scout, or the top ranker in front of you. Ha! Lin Yi snorted coldly in his heart. What a good tactic. The vast majority of people feared the coercion of Jiangnan High School and must have all joined. And gradually formed the so-called Jiangnan High School League. Those who didn't join now were definitely the anomalies of the anomalies. It could almost be said that they were fighting against the vast majority of geniuses in the college entrance exam. It seemed to be certain that Lin Yi would choose to join. Mu Bai didn't have a hint of urgency, still leisurely sipping his coffee. Excuse me. Lin Yi barely considered it. I'm used to being alone. Receiving Lin Yi's reply, Mu Bai was instantly nonplussed. His winning smile disappeared and was replaced by gloom. Are you sure you want to do this? According to the law of conservation of energy. That teasing smile transferred to Lin Yi's face. There was no reply, but it said it all. Fine, fine. Mu Bai said several times in a row. At this exact moment, Lin Yi's portrait suddenly appeared on the large advertising screen not far away. Red Demon Golden Blade, a dark gold level weapon. Endorsed by the strongest high school student in Linhai City, Lin Yi. With it, you too can become the number 1 S-class relic in crushed Jiangnan High School. Extremely low price, highest quality. Everyone come and buy it quickly. Seeing this advertisement, Mubai was so angry that he clenched his fists. Is this your bottom line? You think you can call the shots by winning a group of our school's unranked ones? We'll see. Mubai directly turned around and left. Dialed the phone and spoke directly Lin Yi, prick. Let him recognize himself. And that's how this beam was formed. Lin Yi looked at his back as he left and couldn't help but sigh. SS class profession. Third turn. Mubai's strength had reached level 50. This is only high school. Worthy of being a genius ranked in the entire Xuanwu district. He's too strong. When even so, Lin Yi was still fearless. He wouldn't be at the mercy of others. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. That's when the real encounter will take place. Humph. You guys are too bold to mobilize the family's warriors privately. At this moment, the Su family's eldest uncle angrily rebuked Su's father in front of the council hall. Originally, Su's father, who had always been weak, was surprisingly tough today. Surprisingly, he directly said, as a family elder, I don't even have the power to mobilize soldiers? Or is the Su family now the one-word hall of Big Brother you? We don't even have the power to speak anymore. These sharp words caused the Su family's eldest uncle to freeze immediately. It wasn't just because Su's father's words were hard to resist. It was even more so because they hadn't expected Father Su to start resisting. Originally, he had intended to take the opportunity to suppress Father Su. However, he did not expect to be countered by Father Su. He. The old master is still alive. What do you mean by that? The Su family's eldest uncle looked towards the Su family's head, who was sitting on the main seat with slightly narrowed eyes. This person was not their biological father. Their biological father had already passed away, and this person was their biological father's brother. After becoming the head of the family after running around because of the holy favor spirit healer profession, he did not conceive an heir. Watching the two arguing, he spoke impatiently. Alright. Jinhua, just tell me what you're transferring troops out for. Jinwu is exactly Su's father's name. But before Su's father could answer, Su's eldest uncle will rush to answer. Oh, yesterday he was outside his daughter attacked, transferred troops to what they want to do is self-evident. Hearing this, Su's father's eyes condensed. At this moment he finally confirmed. The action is in front of their own brother. At this moment he completely dead heart. Originally, he had been tolerating everywhere. As long as his family could be safe, it didn't matter what family head or not. But now. Yes? Hearing this, the Su family head frowned in dissatisfaction and looked at Su's father. And Su's father also directly stood forward a step. No. You lied, then what are you still doing? Big Uncle Su immediately drank. But Su's father ignored him and instead arched his hand at the family head and said, Chapter 85 Ambition Revealed. And Su's father also directly stood forward a step. No. You lied, then what are you doing? Big Uncle Su immediately drank. But Father Su ignored him and instead arched his hand at the family head. Family head. Father Su was full of vigor in his middle voice. The matter of the attack is indeed full of strangeness. The people who know about my daughter's matter are minimal, and only a very few people in the family know about it. Hearing this, the Su family's eldest uncle instantly exploded. You mean my niece's death is related to someone in the family? Su's father glanced at him with cold eyes. I haven't even said it yet. Why is Big Brother in such a hurry, making it seem like you did it? In a flash, the Su family's eldest brother then slowed down. He himself appeared to be a bit of a non-starter. Mainly because he had never seen Su Jinwu this tough, and all of a sudden he didn't know how to respond. But thinking of the men he sent out yesterday, he was confident beyond measure. Those two teamed up, even a fourth-turn powerhouse would have the power to fight. And the timing was so good at that time, there was absolutely no chance of missing. Even if the people who were transferred out from the family caught them. But they are all dead soldiers, and when they did it, they had already cut off contact with themselves. How to investigate cannot be found on their own head. Thinking of these, he then calmed down. Let his own brother how to toss, all this is already finalized. If it is want to impeach himself. Ha! The Su family head immediately anxiously inquired, is there anything wrong with Binger? As his only heir. He certainly does not want to see Su Bingbing accident. This way, the family would have the first vacuum ever without a holy favored spirit healer. Falling out of the four great families was not impossible. The Su family's eldest uncle, who had calmed down at the moment, also immediately spoke out and mocked, I told you long ago, don't send our niece out. You see how dangerous it is, alas. A daughter's family, how can she take on the responsibility of being an heir? Su Jinwu looked at him coldly. He had sent Su Bingbing out in order not to get involved in this dispute. But he never thought that he would still drive them to extinction. Then don't blame yourself. Su Jinwu forced down the anger in his heart. Thank you for the concern of the family head. Bingbing is fine. How is this possible? The Su family's eldest uncle immediately shouted incredulously after hearing these words. Seeing this reaction from him, the Su family head immediately looked at him one more time. It seemed that he sensed something was wrong. The Su family's eldest uncle was also not expecting that Su Bingbing had survived. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, two losers. Can't even handle this little thing. This Su Jinwoo wouldn't have left a backhand, just waiting for this time to impeach me? Thinking of this, he immediately seized the loophole in the words and retorted, then, since the niece is fine, what are you doing transferring the family soldiers privately? Su Jinwoo sneered, hearing that Bingbing is fine, you are very excited. Su family master raised his hand to interrupt the conversation between the two. Jinwoo, speak. Exactly why did you transfer the family's private soldiers? If there isn't a reasonable explanation, according to the family's rules you won't be spared either. Su Jinwoo nodded and spoke with a clear bite. Bingbing contracted the exclusive weapon, the holy healing god staff. That's why I deployed the family's military forces to escort Bingbing back. Hearing these words, the entire council chamber fell silent. Even a pin falling on the ground was clearly visible. The first one to break the calm was the Su family's eldest uncle, who incredulously retorted, how can that be? For thousands of years the ancestors have not searched for the divine staff, are you so blasphemous? Do you know what a sin it is to deceive the family head? With that, he instantly pointed at Su Jinwoo's nose, I think you're just trying to cover it up and lie to us with this kind of thing. At that time, if my niece can't summon the holy healing god staff, your lies won't break. You have to find a good reason even if you want to lie. At this moment, he was breathing heavily. Although he said this on his lips, he was aware of it. This younger brother of his. But he was known for his straightforwardness. Lying this kind of thing, appearing on him. It was simply as rare as an iron tree blossoming. But he could only hope that Su Jinwoo was lying on impulse for the sake of his daughter. If it is true, this family head position Su Bingbing can be jailed. The family head was originally still spiritless, after hearing Su Jinwoo's words. Immediately sat up straight. With a serious face, he inquired, Jinwoo, do you know what you were just saying? The family head was so excited that his hands were shaking. He himself was of this profession and naturally knew what exclusive weapons meant. If he possessed the exclusive weapon, the entire Su family would soar by then. It wasn't impossible to be among the top 10 strongest people in the world. And Su Jinwoo nodded, I'm not lying, the truth is indeed true. Saying so, he directly shouted outside, Bingbing, come in. Su Bingbing's figure appeared and directly walked in. Seeing that he actually came for real. At this moment, the Su family's eldest uncle was nervous to the extreme, wanting to speak but unable to do so as it was blocked in his throat. Su Bingbing politely greeted the three. Immediately began to cast. Swoosh swoosh. As Su Bingbing's hand gently swung, a 5-colored scepter that emanated 5 colors appeared. At the sight of this a moment later, the family head instantly arrived in front of the scepter. This. The surge of his bloodline let him know that this was the divine scepter in front of him. It really was the exclusive weapon of a holy favor spirit healer. His voice trembled more than once, and hot tears flowed from his eyes. He wanted to touch the staff, but did not dare. He cried out in excitement, holy healing god staff, I actually saw a god staff in my lifetime. Ancestors, our holy favored spirit healer has a specialized martial art. He shouted at the sky at the top of his lungs, his emotions reaching their peak. No one knew what this divine staff meant more than him. At this moment, the Su family's eldest uncle was also stunned. How in the world did the Su family's pursuit for 1,000 years, she actually did it? The Su family's eldest uncle muttered incredulously. This meant that all of one's plans were all gone. How can oneself from for the ancestral system on the soul air, or holding 1,000 years of the first exclusive weapon Su Bingbing fight? Thinking of this, the Su family's eldest uncle tightened his fists. He himself was now on a path of no return. By the time Su Bingbing really became the family head, would he still be spared? Very good, very good. Where did this scepter come from? The Su family head couldn't wait to inquire. But being asked this way, Su Bingbing was frozen, and only answered after a long time. Chapter 86 Moral Kidnapping. Su Bingbing answered truthfully, it was brought out by a person in an ancient relic and gifted to me. Hiss. Hearing this, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. Such a valuable thing was said to be given away? Su Bingbing smiled and said, but this person didn't know about it beforehand and just gifted it to me thinking that it was S rank. It was only after saying this that the others were relieved. This was still reasonable. But to come out with an S rank exclusive weapon, it was also very luxurious. Which noble son is it? The family head continued to pursue. He really wanted the divine staff too much. It can't be one of the 4 great families, right? Speaking of this, the family head's face was grave. If the other 3 great families knew about it, he was afraid that it would be even more difficult for him to get it. Being asked this, Su Bingbing was stumped. He's a student from Lin Yi City, his name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi City? Where is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Now a few people looked at each other in disbelief. Growing up, they lived in Kyoto. Didn't know this place at all. Then is there any more of this divine staff? The family head didn't care about this, he only wanted to know about the divine staff. No more. With Su Bingbing's reply, the family head's heart immediately sank to the bottom. And at this time, the Su family's eldest uncle finally caught on. Hurriedly, he spoke, "You're too ignorant. Aren't you aware of how much benefit this divine staff given to the family head can bring to the family, and even the country, and even all of mankind?" He was aggressive. "What did elder uncle teach you as a child, to know the big right and wrong? How can you be so selfish?" Facing his words, Su Jinwoo directly stood out. "Big brother, it's not your turn to educate my daughter. These reasons you say to yourself to hear it. My daughter, she just do what she wants to do, happy. The adult set of human affairs and hooking up. I don't want her to learn it so early yet." Humph. Su family's eldest uncle immediately snorted coldly. "Truly, what kind of father you have, what kind of daughter you have. Because of this selfish move of yours, I don't know how many people from our family and how many people from the Dragon Kingdom will be killed." At this moment, Su Jinwoo was completely enraged. While the Su family's eldest uncle was still chattering, Su Jinwoo directly walked step by step to the Su family's eldest uncle. The sound of his footsteps was exceptionally loud in the council chamber. He was taller than his brother. Looking down on the Su family's eldest uncle, he said word by word, "Did you not hear what I said? Shut up." Hiss. The entire inside of the council chamber was filled with a feeling of dominance. Even the Su family head was looking at Su Jinwoo with some incredulity. The always humble Su Jinwoo was unexpectedly so tough at this moment. And the Su family's eldest uncle was also scared and took a step back. Su Jinwoo was the strongest person in the entire Su family besides the Su family head. His force value was placed in the entire Kyoto and almost no one dared to mess with him. The Su family's eldest uncle was not his opponent. From the bottom of his heart, he was in awe. Humph. He didn't dare to speak anymore and just snorted coldly. In his heart, he secretly said, "You only have 1 year left to bounce around, when the time comes." Su Bingbing looked at this scene, her heart despondent. She had never expected the family to become like this. Instead of this, she might as well stay with Lin Yi in Linhai City and be happy. Thinking about this, Lin Yi figure came to her mind, and her heart became even more sad. Now that she was back in Kyoto, from now on it was all about growing up in the family. Thinking about the strength of those geniuses in Kyoto, she was under so much pressure. If she wanted to catch up with them, she would have to work 100 times as hard. How would that give her time to see Lin Yi even once? If only Lin Yi could walk to her side. She shook her head at the thought. It was too hard. The difference between the two was 100,000 miles. Could Lin Yi do it? Can he come to Kyoto one day and stand in front of me? Alright. That's it. After learning that there were no more exclusive weapons, the Su family head fell out of favor. He directly drove away a few people. After leaving, the Su family head became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Humph. How dare you threaten me? Thinking of the scene before when Su Jinwoo responded to him about the domineering. He ordered his men investigate for me why the assassination failed. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who had returned home, suddenly found a message from Su Bingbing. Lin Yi opened it with gusto. "Lin Yi, you said that if there's a treasure that can save a lot of people, but it requires you to pay with your life. Do you think we should use this treasure?" This question immediately stumped Lin Yi. Wasn't this the famous trolley puzzle? And one of the victims turned out to be himself. Lin Yi thought for a long time before replying with the answer. There are too many factors to consider in this. You remember, it's not that you're sacrificing them to save yourself. Rather, it's that you didn't choose to sacrifice yourself to preserve others. As long as the one who chooses him is the one who makes the choice himself. And just not the answer chosen after being morally kidnapped. Yeah. After seeing the answer, Su Bingbing was enlightened. If she hadn't been told that by the Su family's eldest uncle, she wouldn't have realized this. It wasn't even her own fault. Thank you. Seeing Su Bingbing's reply, Lin Yi smiled slightly. It seemed like this guy had run into a problem. And the two of them wouldn't have thought that this would be the only contact they would have for a year afterward. The next day, they got up early. The entire city of Linhai was busy in general. Because today was the day of the college entrance exam. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the news about the college entrance exam this time. Knock, knock. The door to Lin Yi's room was knocked on, and Lin Yi was a little surprised who had come to my house at this time. But he opened the door to his room and took a look. It was a courier. And there were all sorts of seals above the courier. There was even a golden seal. Meaning it was a high-level courier. There was no sender on it. But the recipient was Lin Yi. Lin Yi was immediately a bit curious. Who had sent something to himself? Thinking of this, Lin Yi took the courier into his room. With a direct hand of real fire, he burned the courier's shell clean. A neat 5 pieces of equipment appeared. The first was 2 pieces of pet equipment carved with ferocious beast inscriptions. Epic, level 30 equipment. Still 2 pieces. Lin Yi was instantly excited after seeing the level. This was already the best equipment that could be found at level 30 on the market. Even in the entire Jiangnan province, Lin Yi had never heard of a level 30 epic pet equipment. The highest would be gold level. And it was also considered very rare. These two pieces in front of him were definitely priced to sell. This was still the case when the profession of the Imperial Beast Master was cold and weak. It can be seen how high its value is. It just so happened that both of his Imperial Beasts had 2 extra pet slots. The equipment is just right. The other 3 pieces of equipment are also extraordinary. Surprisingly, it is dark gold level LV50 Imperial Beast Master equipment. Enough 3 pieces. There was one less piece of clothing. The main thing was that these pieces of equipment all had a characteristic. Universal suit could make the effect of adapting to other parts, able to top off the parts in any suit. This was simply an extreme product. The person who sent the items definitely knew himself well. All of it was delivered to the point. Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little curious. Who was it? You had to be anonymous to send something. Chapter 87: The Universal Set. The 2 pieces of equipment provided the 2 pets with 20,000 life points and 2,000 attack points respectively. Very good. Universal Scepter Dark Gold. Level, LV50. Attributes, attack plus 1300, attribute damage plus 40%. Characteristics 1, Universal Set. Characteristics 2, Universal Set. Introduction, produced by the ancient relic of infinite illusion, extremely rare. Universal Hat Dark Gold. Level, LV50. Attributes, attack plus 800, defense plus 450, total attribute damage plus 20%. Characteristics 1, Universal Set. Characteristics 2, Universal Set. Introduction, produced by the ancient relic of infinite illusion, extremely rare. Universal Boots Dark Gold. Grade, LV50. Attributes, life value plus 5000, defense plus 500, subject to full attributes 20%. Characteristics 1, Universal Set. Characteristics 2, Universal Suit. Introduction, output by Infinite Illusion Ancient Ruins, extremely rare. These few pieces of equipment, singled out with their own body, only LV12 legendary vestments about the same. It could be seen how big the gap was between the equipment quality after it had risen and before. Equipping the set on also triggered the set effect again. Ding! Triggering the set effect, when you enter the stealth state, you will not exit stealth due to active attacks and damage. Ding! The universal set begins to adapt itself, triggering the 6 characteristics: entry, sword art, flame of life, concealment, essay. Hiss. Lin Yi hadn't expected this equipment, universal set, to be so precise. Even the sword art enhancement and life restoration, as well as the enhanced stealth effect, were all traits that suited him perfectly. With a suit like this, its trade value definitely far exceeded the equipment itself. When you're missing just 1 or 2 pieces of your high-level set, use this universal set to make up for it. Let's go, set off for the college entrance exam. Lin Yi was in a great mood, so strengthened down he had a few more chances of winning the college entrance exam. Lin Yi swiped the news on his cell phone and hit a car. Forgot to bring equipment, Security Bureau Godspeed Warrior to help candidates get equipment in a very short time. Went to the wrong examination center, Security Bureau escorted and successfully escorted the candidate to the examination center. Lin Yi swiped through these classic news. Eating a bun while smiling. The internet car had also arrived in front of him, and Lin Yi was about to open the door and get in. The driver suddenly locked the door and scrutinized Lin Yi, as if he had discovered something. Suddenly, he grunted coldly and said, "Sorry, I'm not driving you." After saying that, he directly kicked the gas and left. Ward law? Lin Yi looked at this scene, his head full of question marks. He didn't seem to have offended this driver, did he? Unbelieving, he called the car again. Yet the exact same situation occurred. The driver took his cell phone and said in the Linhai City group chat, "We found the Lin Yi that young master was talking about, he's at the Tianjin bun shop, watch out brothers. Don't pick him up." Lin Yi sensed something was wrong. But it was important to get to the exam center now, and Lin Yi didn't have a car of his own. He could only summon his energy sword directly. The sword flew. Turning into a stream of light, he flew towards the examination center. But as soon as he flew out, the law enforcement officers immediately surrounded him. How is this candidate so fast? The speed profession law enforcement officers looked at each other in dismay. They were only able to follow Lin Yi from afar despite exerting their full power. While in the distance, Lin Yi was leisurely eating buns and drinking soy milk. He had a relaxed look on his face. Seeing this, the law enforcers behind him could only use their amplification. Those who are flying with swords in front of them, stop immediately. Inside the city, except for the law enforcement officers, it was forbidden to use vocational skills. Even running fast was not allowed. Ordinary people simply couldn't handle it. Thus Lin Yi's act of flying with a sword. It was certainly not recognized. It could even be seen as extremely jeopardizing the safety of citizens. Lin Yi was called out by the voice, and only then did he realize that there was someone chasing him from behind. He hurriedly stopped. And this scene also attracted the surrounding passers-by to stop and watch. Flying with a sword. This is too handsome. Who is this? Young and unintelligent, even imperial sword in the city, what if you hurt someone? There is also a mysterious smile sneer cynically said hee hee. This kid has offended so many people, don't want to go to the examination center easily. The law enforcement officer showed his credentials. Someone has reported you for violating the ban, now come with me to the security bureau. After saying that, they wanted to get their hands on Lin Yi and detain him. Lin Yi, however, dodged back. The law enforcement officers were furious when they saw him dodge, but at that moment a badge fell into their hands, Inspector. After seeing the words on it, several of them looked at each other with indescribable shock in their eyes. Lin Yi was dressed like this, obviously a high school student. But this badge was also the real deal. To become an inspector ambassador while still in high school alone, this was too terrifying. Lord Inspector, I'm sorry. It was our mistake, please forgive us. They immediately bowed their heads and apologized. They were afraid that Lin Yi would hold a grudge against them in front of them. Lin Yi retrieved the badges they had handed over. Frowning, he inquired, you guys said it was someone who reported it? Yes, it should have been reported when you first acted. A few people hurriedly replied, not daring to slack off at all. Hearing this answer, Lin Yi was also finally convinced. It was someone who was messing with himself. Which guy was it that was using such underhanded tactics? This inevitably made him think of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Such behavior was simply the same. It was good that he was still smooth. Successfully arrived at the examination center. The principal of the 13th middle school in his own examination room was pacing back and forth. Almost all of his own students had arrived. Lin Yi hadn't arrived yet. This was the college entrance exam. It wasn't a child's play. The consequences if Lin Yi missed the exam were unimaginable. Sigh. I should have personally sent Lin Yi today. Principal Guo said with chagrin. At this moment, a student wearing the uniform of Jiangnan High School suddenly walked up to Principal Guo. Looking at Principal Guo with eyes full of teasing. Only to see him clasp his hands to his chest and speak with a playful smile. Principal Guo is waiting for Lin Yi? Hearing this, Principal Guo immediately looked at him in surprise. What? You know Lin Yi? He thought it was because this person was Lin Yi's friend. He was expecting this person to explain to him why Lin Yi was late. However, the man laughed coldly. I don't deserve to know this kind of talent, he said with a long drawn-out ending, obviously sneering. Principal Guo instantly understood that this person was here to pick a fight, and his face immediately went cold. What do you have to say? Just say it. No need to beat around the bush. The man did not look at Principal Guo in the slightest, looking at the less than 10 minutes left for the exam to start. Chapter 88 Commander Jia's Daughter. The man didn't look at Principal Guo in the slightest and looked at the less than 10 minutes left for the exam to start. Smugly speaking, he said, when the time comes, you can remember to tell Lin Yi that he offended our Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Union. We'll screw him over in 100 ways. Oh? You're going to screw me over, aren't you? Lin Yi's voice suddenly appeared. It immediately scared the man back a few steps. And Principal Guo twisted his head in surprise. At the moment, the Imperial Sword entrance Lin Yi was extraordinarily drawn out, attracting the attention of many students. Brat, you're finally here. Principal Guo breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi explained, I ran into a bit of a problem on the way, it's fine. Saying that, he walked straight up to the man. I didn't hear what I just said. Can you repeat it again? Looking at Lin Yi in front of him, the man was full of disbelief. You can still come over? Didn't I have all the cars refuse to receive you? Even the road is basically full of our people, more than a dozen traps, how did you? Lin Yi had thought that it had to be the merchants of the extreme north who had made the move, but he hadn't expected it to be the Jiangnan Gaoxue Union. But on second thought, it was reasonable. The Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance had brought together so many genius elites, who were not only strong in their own right, but had even deeper backgrounds. One must know that even Lu Ming's background. In Jiangnan High School, they were not ranked. It could be seen how terrifying a group of geniuses Jiangnan High School had brought together. These people were pressurizing themselves at the same time. It was normal to be able to make living in Jiangnan province impossible. Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly, I'll return this to you guys as well, trying to harm me. I won't make things easy for you guys either. Scram! Lin Yi shouted, and the man immediately ran away. It was only when he walked away that he dared to get tough. Don't even think about begging for mercy in the future just like that. Even if you do, we won't let you off the hook. To tell you the truth, someone paid our Jiangnan Alliance for your life. Hearing those words, Lin Yi was a little stressed. The person who paid the money needn't be thought of? It was definitely the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Both eradicating dissidents and getting money. It was a good thing to get both in one fell swoop, and the Jiangnan Gaoxue Union definitely wouldn't turn it down. It's just that Lin Yi and the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Union were now completely on opposite sides. There wasn't even any room for détente. But even if the far North Chamber of Commerce hadn't interfered, Lin Yi still wouldn't choose to go soft with the Jiangnan Gaokai alliance either. Alright. You'll be in the secret realm for at least half a month, so you must pay attention to your safety, Principal Guo said with a serious face. Lin Yi of course agreed with his mouth full. He couldn't help but be a little curious about the next part of the journey. And it was at this moment that a fragrance suddenly hit his nose. The students of the 13th middle school couldn't help but look over with sideways glances. Each school was in its own formation in front of the secret realm. The students of each school gathered together under the leadership of their teachers to wait for the secret realm to open. The most terrifying force was of course the team belonging to Jiangnan High School. Their number of personnel or overall strength all break ahead of other schools. The student who suddenly came to the area of Lin Hai's 13th middle school, however, emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The strength crushed all the students in the entire 13th middle school except Lin Yi. It was a girl dressed in martial arts robes, with a high ponytail, a heroic face, and a red tasseled spear in her hand. She barged straight into the 13th middle school area and walked straight towards Lin Yi. The eyes of all the students of the 13th middle school immediately went straight. It wasn't just because the girl was frighteningly beautiful. What made them even more curious was how Lin Yi managed to provoke such an expert. And at the moment, Principal Guo had a serious look on his face. He really hadn't expected this guy Lin Yi to be so good at causing trouble. He couldn't help but glare at him. Then he smiled and said to the girl, "We'll talk about it later. There's no need to get physical right now at this time. Hello? My name is Jia Kor." But the girl walked directly to Lin Yi and extended her hand. Lin Yi also recognized this person. It was none other than Commander Jia's daughter. "Hello there. Lin Yi." The two shook hands. "Well then, I know you." The girl smiled, kindly. There was absolutely none of that condescending attitude of a higher power. "Father told that you're very strong, we can spar when the time comes." After saying that, she suddenly turned her eyes to the back of the person who had just started the fight. "That person is? Just a guy who picks fights. Oh. Do you need me to help you out?" Jia said as she gently gripped the red tasseled spear in her hand. The terrifying flames directly scalded the space with cracks. "No need." Lin Yi shook his head. "Commander Jia is asking me to protect you. How can I ask you to stand up for me?" "Ha ha ha." Jia burst out laughing. "That's the Jiangnan Gaoxue League, isn't it? They approached me too." When these words came out, Lin Yi instantly became serious. "You joined?" Although Jia was not much of a threat to Lin Yi whether he even joined the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination League or not. But it was in the way of Commander Jia's feelings. It was always not a good thing for himself. Facing Lin Yi inquiring, Jia raised her chin. "Humph. They deserve it too? I don't care to join such an organization that uses underhanded tactics. I've just been watching you from the side for quite a while. If you joined, I'd have left straight away, and by the looks of it you didn't join either." Jia looked at Lin Yi with great relief. "Worthy of being the one Dad looks up to, much tougher than that bunch. That's why I came this time. I wanted to tell you that this group of villains, will definitely not spare us in the secret realm. That's why the two of us have to join forces and deal with this group of villains." Faced with Jia's invitation, Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. What was Jia's background? It was Commander Jia. With Jia by her side. More or less, it gave Lin Yi a few points of confidence. Looking at the scene of these two people being so chatty, Principal Guo's eyes were delighted. It was the first time since he'd met this Lin Yi kid that he'd seen such a chatty relationship with a girl. Now Lin Yi finally had a teammate in the secret realm. The other students of 13th middle school saw that they couldn't eat the melon. Instead, they saw that the two were so close. Their teeth itched with envy. Right at this time, another beautiful figure walked into the 13th middle school area. Principal Guo looked incredulously at the girl who had barged in. It couldn't be that she was coming for Lin Yi again, could it? Not really. Was Lin Yi that good with women? Hi. Lin Yi. Chapter 89 Chivalry. And this time, Principal Lu recognized the visitor. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce President's own sister. Lu Miao. Principal Guo hurriedly greeted her kindly. "Miss Lu. You're also here for the college entrance exams?" Lu Miao kept her eyes on Lin Yi. She simply responded to Principal Lu's two sentences. "Remember to say hello to President Lu for me, and thank her very much for setting up the foundation." Principal Guo was still being talked behind, but Lu Miao had already walked in front of her. At the sight of Jia beside her, Lu Miao's heart was slightly irritated. "This one is?" Jia, however, didn't think that much about it and just politely inquired. Before Lin Yi could answer, Lu Miao suddenly took Lin Yi's hand. Slightly smugly, she said, "I'm his friend. Brother Lin said he'd protect me for this college entrance exam." Looking at Lu Miao's jealousy, the surrounding candidates were so angry that they wanted to come up and beat up Lin Yi. "It doesn't matter that you're so handsome. Why are there so many beauties around you?" Hearing this, Jia immediately turned her head to look at Lin Yi. Her tone was a bit surprised. Looks like you're confident in your strength, protecting two people at once. Good thing I don't need you to protect me, just focus on protecting this girl doll. These words came out. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Lin Yi suddenly felt eerie next to him. Cocking his head, it was Lu Miao's gaze that was almost ready to eat him up. Fine, Lin Yi, you're playing so fancy, aren't you? Lu Miao said angrily, biting her lower lip. Humph. I'm ignoring you, said Lu Miao, crossing her arms and turning around in anger to leave. The speed was so fast that even Lin Yi couldn't explain. It just disappeared. Looking at this scene, Jacqueline scratched her head for a long time before asking, is it my fault? Ahem. Lin Yi, it's indeed not good to have a foot in both boats. Even Principal Guo coughed a few times and taught with a serious tone, it's good that Su Nua protects girls, but you protect two at once. Next time, pay attention to separation, learn time management. Lin Yi two hands a stall, they are entrusted by others. This is too wrong. And Fatty Dong also found his way up, his eyes going straight at the sight of Jacqueline beside Lin Yi. You kid is blessed with a lot of color, he said enviously. Su Bingbing only left not long ago, and you're in such a hurry to get a new one? Hearing his words, Lin Yi keenly captured the keywords. You're saying that Su Bingbing didn't show up for the college entrance exam? Yes. Fatty Dong was a bit surprised. You didn't know? He thought that Su Bingbing and Lin Yi were so close that she would definitely say goodbye to him when she left. It was surprising that Lin Yi didn't know. It seems like her identity really isn't simple. Lin Yi also roughly guessed what was going on. Right. I'll be in trouble, you'll have to protect me when we enter the secret realm. Fatty Dong looked worried. This group of Yakuza from the Jiangnan Gashui League think that I'm on good terms with you, and they want to rope me in as an undercover agent to lurk around you. Of course I don't agree, they already see me as an enemy now. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but think highly of Fatty Dong. His own Fatty Dong wasn't a very deep friendship. But Fatty Dong was such a righteous person. Facing such a huge, terrifying organization that just seemed to have no chance of winning. There was nothing wrong with Fatty Dong giving in. But he chose to stand on Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi immediately labeled Fatty Dong as a brother. Righteousness. Entering the secret realm in 5 minutes, the entrance exam begins. All candidates get ready. The governor of Jiangnan province personally came out to preside over this college entrance exam, although his words fell. All the examinees were also excited and rubbing their fists. And Principal Guo also explained a few things to the students of the 13th middle school. First of all, the people of our school must be united. Don't ever let me know that you're fighting amongst yourselves, or else I'm just going to fight for my position as principal. I will also definitely seek justice. Second, when you meet Lin Yi inside, you must listen to his command. He's now the captain of our 13th middle school. Especially you guys, you must assist in every way you can, said Principal Guo, pointing to the few students who had been subsidized by the foundation. Their strength had piled up under a large amount of money. It had already reached the first class level of Linhai City's high school students. All the 13 high school gods had no objections. Good. Lin Yi is so strong, having him lead us. It's our good fortune. Roger that, Principal. Lin Yi's blessing of passing the special secret realm that time has benefited everyone in the entire school, even if you ask us to sacrifice to send him to a higher position. I won't forget the foundation's help. Lin Yi, say a few words. Principal Guo handed the words over to Lin Yi. As the next leader, he certainly had a few words to say. Lin Yi took the microphone, his voice resounding, then I wish everyone to overachieve and win the gold medal. Good. While not far away, the Jiangnan No. 1 high school snorted coldly. Looking at the passionate Linhai 13th high school, they despised it from the bottom of their hearts. A padded high school in a padded city. Fearfully, they could even count the people who crossed the line on one hand. Thinking that just because you beat us in a competition, you can go to heaven, right? It's just that Lin Yi who can look a bit better, but in our Jiangnan high school it's just ordinary people. The blind confidence of people at the bottom, the college entrance exams won't play games with you. You'll be in your original form by then. Listening to their mockery of the 13th high school, Lu Ming skimmed his mouth, somewhat dissatisfied. On his side was a guy with a black mole on his face and a few long hairs on the mole, who said with a smile on his face, I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. With a smile on his face, he said, what's the matter? You're not happy with that Lin Yi either? Hearing about Lin Yi, Lu Ming immediately became interested. She didn't reveal it, but asked tentatively, what, you're not happy with him? This person had long coveted Lu Ming for a long time. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, her beauty made him salivate, and now he finally had the chance. He couldn't wait to say it, that's for sure, this guy is spreading the word in our Jiangnan high school. You know about the Jiangnan High School League, right? He said smugly. Small Tiger bot file anti-pirate print, fine machine candidate Small Tiger, stable reliable, do not step on, pit. That's the organization that brings together the geniuses of the entire Jiangnan province, how dare he offend the entire organization? saying that he patted his chest. I'm not talented, I'm also a member of the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination League. I just watched that Lin Yi seemingly misbehave with you, I can help you teach him a hard lesson if needed. He said that he wielded his fists to show off his temperament. Offend the entire Jiangnan College Entrance Examination League? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming instantly frowned. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so presumptuous. Pissing off the Jiangnan Gaokao Alliance. It would definitely be a big disaster in the high opening mystic realm next. I have to stay in the alliance so I can help him if anything happens. Although Lu Ming was angry at Lin Yi's actions just now, she was in front of what was right and wrong. She was still clear. It was just a pity that bug-blood netizen had done her a favor. It was so hard to stuff herself inside the Jiangnan Gaoshue League, but now she was going to fail her. The secret realm passageway is open, please enter quickly. The secret realm is for 15 days, at that time, the leaving channel will be open for a duration of 6h, please pay close attention, otherwise you can only continue to wait for a year if you are trapped in the secret realm. As the words of the governor of Jiangnan province fell, all the candidates madly poured into the secret realm. 12 years of compulsory education. 3 years of sleepless striving for this moment. And Lin Yi also rose up with his sword and rushed into the secret realm ahead of the others. Ding! Entering the dark world LV10? After a moment of heavenly rotation, Lin Yi found himself in a dark world. The sky was the color of night, the land was scorched black, and the trees were all withered and dark. Chapter 90, The Dark World. 3 years of sleepless struggle for this moment. And Lin Yi rose up with his sword, rushing into the secret realm ahead of the others. Ding! Entering the dark world LV10? After a moment of heavenly rotation, Lin Yi found himself in a dark world. The sky was the color of night, the land was scorched black, and the trees were all withered and dark. Welcome, bravehearts! It took a sudden sentence to make Lin Yi realize that there was the hunched-over dwarf village chief beside him. And along with him were 49 other candidates. A total of 50 people. You are trainee warriors, though frail. But a bright future. The dwarf village elder read to himself. Go! Go and make your way in this world and leave the village. Travel to the town of Hope, where the last light is dawning. The village elder finished his lines and left slowly. Ding! Main quest triggered, travel to Hope Town. Ding! You obtain the branch quest clue, help the blacksmith fulfill his dream. Ding! You trigger the side quest, Village Yongning. Main quest, travel to Hope Town. Mission difficulty, A. Quest requirement, obtain the road sign 01 and reach Hope Town without any problems. Mission summary, as a trainee warrior of the village, you want to become a stronger warrior, you need to show enough strength to be recognized by the village chief to get the only 5 road signs. The distance between the village and the town is quite far, there has been no contact for several years, and the road is full of crises, you need to cross many obstacles to reach Hope Town. Side quest clue 1, help the blacksmith fulfill his dream unique. Task difficulty, C+. Requirements for triggering the quest, collect all, Chain of Starlight, drawing pieces 505. Branchline quest clue 2, Village Yongning unique. Mission difficulty, A. Task requirements, kill wild monsters 0500 and activate the heart of the sacred tree. Mission summary, the village has been isolated from the town for a long time, monsters have long coveted the village for a long time, and the villagers live in fear every day. Cleaning up the wild monsters is a good thing for the village as well as the warriors. Of course, if the warrior left, it is not a permanent solution. So there was still a need to activate the ancient guardian sacred tree, but it hadn't moved for over a decade, for the very reason of that peach wood sword at the east end of the village. Quest reward, experience plus 500,000, spirit stone x 10,000, letter of recommendation from the town inspector's department x1. 50 people, none of them all noticed the road signs on the main quest. There were only 5 road signs. That meant that just the first level, 90% of the people would have to be eliminated. Everyone's breath was involuntarily shortened. The eyes that looked at the others also unconsciously carried a hint of vigilance. Anyone now was an opponent. Of course, they were also teammates. If the road letters were all obtained, those 5 people would definitely become iron allies. After all, no one wanted their road letter to be snatched away or planted on the monsters on the town's road. Everyone listen to me. Suddenly someone opened his mouth and shouted. Jiangnan High School. The school uniform on this person allowed Lin Yi to recognize his identity. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't even bother to listen to what he would say. He directly left the initial point. The others immediately surrounded him when they saw Jiangnan High School's uniform on him. The strength of Jiangnan High School was there for all to see. They all wanted to know what this man would do. My suggestion is that everyone can join forces first. I took a look at the quests, and getting recognized by the village chief is nothing more than doing a quest to brush up on goodwill, so I think we can all join forces first and get the 5 road letters. We'll distribute them at that time. Over here, Lin Yi directly went straight to the entrance of the village. He wanted to see how strong these monsters were outside. Bang! But as soon as he stepped out of the village entrance, several LV-30 giant rabbits all of a sudden killed them. To Lin Yi, these giant rabbits were certainly no match. Easily 2 swords killed them in seconds. Lin Yi was about to continue exploring, but suddenly felt a stabbing scratch in his heart. A sense of crisis surged through him. It made him subconsciously take a few steps back. Swish! A gust of wind blew by. Although it seemed like nothing had happened. But Lin Yi, who had the eye of true knowledge, saw it clearly. An open-jawed, pitch-black ghost that had failed its surprise attack was lashing out at himself. LV-50 Night Ghost Gold Elite. At the sight of that monster level, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. Most of the secret realm were turn 1 candidates. That was less than level 30. And there were dozens of night ghosts in front of him. And that was just a small portion. Lin Yi looked around for a week. As far as his eyes could see, they were everywhere. And at this moment a student had also arrived here. Zhenhai City. This was in existence second only to Jiangnan Bay City. This person was none other than a student from its Zhenhai City Key High School. And following him out were others. That person from Jiangnan High School was also among them. Don't go out. Looking at him as he intended to leave the village, Lin Yi stopped him immediately. What are you doing? He instantly glanced at Lin Yi in dissatisfaction, seeing the school uniform on Lin Yi. His eyes were filled with disdain. It's dangerous out there, you'll get yourself killed if you go out. Lin Yi kindly reminded. While the man mocked a few rabbits in the district, not so much. Don't think everyone is as trashy as you, you're afraid of death. Just cat and don't come to the college entrance exam. After saying that, he didn't even look at Lin Yi squarely. Pulling out his weapon, he stepped out of the village. A sword slashed at the giant rabbit. The giant rabbit's blood immediately dropped by a small amount. The giant rabbit leapt up and stomped. The man's blood bar instantly dropped by half, but he was prepared. He took out a blood-forming potion and stacked it with a normal potion. The blood bar immediately pulled up. Seeing that he was fine, he immediately taunted Lin Yi. Heh! Do you see a single thing wrong with me? The frog in the bottom of the well has opened its eyes. Lin Yi, however, smiled coldly, shook his head, and inexplicably said, coming. You crazy? What are you pretending? The man immediately insulted. But the words were half-spoken. Abruptly ended. Chapter 91 Night Ghost Parade. In full view of everyone. Only to see that person's head violently come to a 360 twist. The head directly snapped off. Looking at the head that fell to the ground still with wide eyes. The crowd was all scared and took a few steps back. Only Lin Yi wasn't the least bit surprised by this. The rest of that group of night ghosts couldn't see, but he could. Lin Yi looked at the wandering night ghosts and didn't choose to leave the village. Instead, he headed towards the village chief's residence. On the other side of the river, the one from Jiangnan Middle School, after seeing this scene, immediately seized the opportunity. Opening his mouth to drum up people's hearts. See, if we don't work together, that's how it'll end up. But someone else set their eyes on Lin Yi. I see he seems to have known there was danger, we might as well follow him. But saying that. But it gave him a chance to seize the opportunity. This person is the object of a joint boycott by the entire Jiangnan Higher Education League. If you guys don't want to die, then follow him. When these words came out, the crowd immediately wimped out. No one dared to go against the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. My name is Lin Yi, you guys join me. If we can get rid of this Lin Yi for the Alliance, even if it's just so that he doesn't get a promotion spot, we'll each get at least 100,000 spirit stones. It's even possible to be sheltered by the Jiangnan High Open Alliance. As soon as Lan finished his words, everyone present was moved. With the two-pronged approach, almost everyone joined his team. On the other side, Lin Yi looked at the time. There's still 2 hours left for the night ghost's disappearance. His eye of true knowledge also parsed the situation outside just now. A condition called extreme night mist has caused the night ghosts to proliferate. He speculated that it should return to normal after this time. Village Chief. Lin Yi looked towards the dwarf village chief and greeted him instantly. Village Chief favorability, 0. Level, LV20. Description: as the village chief of a wilderness village, he is quite scrupulous in his duties, and dreams of the village appearing as a warrior. To gain his attention, you may need to contribute to the village. Eye of true knowledge: as a dwarf, he is extremely greedy for money. HM. The village headman just answered faintly. Then he turned around and left. There was absolutely no development going on. Lin Yi glanced at the description and roughly understood that he might need to do quests in the village to brush up his goodwill. But the eye of true knowledge gave him another avenue. Lin Yi stopped the village chief with a flash. Seeing him make such a move, the village headman was instantly dissatisfied. You trainee warrior, don't go and improve yourself. What's a teacher doing pestering an old man like me? I don't have the Dragon Yang's favor. But just as he finished speaking, a bag of spirit stones was delivered to Lin Yi's eyes. The village chief's eyes instantly lit up and he quickly collected the spirit stones. Ding! The village chief's favorability has increased, 020. The village chief counted the spirit stones and complimented with a smile, "Not bad, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Immediately after, another 10 bags of spirit stones were sent up. The village chief moved very quickly and accepted them once again. Ding! The village chief's favorability has increased, 2070. The village chief looked at Lin Yi with a surprised look on his face. "But do you need any quests? I have dozens of quests here, you can choose your own." Lin Yi still didn't answer and put on another 100 bags of spirit stones. This time the village chief took it and covered his face with a pouty face. "You don't look too bad, in fact it's not like you can." Lin Yi's face darkened as he looked at him. Ding! The village chief's favorability has increased, 70-90. Next, Lin Yi couldn't raise his favorability any further by sending spirit stones. He then began to inquire, "May I ask the village head, what do I need to do if I want to obtain a road deed to leave?" Ahem. The village chief coughed a few times. "Although you kid is particularly understanding, becoming a warrior is no joke. You need to complete a quest to get me to recognize 100%, and then complete one more challenge to get the road deed." Lin Yi understood this time. It seemed like it was that 10 points of favorability that was missing. He scanned the village chief's quests and realized that almost all of them had to be done outside the village. The only one that could be done was a quest called Investigate Plague. This was only a D quest though. But the Eye of True Knowledge was prompting again. This quest had the probability of triggering a hidden plot. At this moment, Lin Yi finally knew the true power of the Eye of True Knowledge. It was practically a godlike existence in this environment. According to the quest guidelines, he immediately came to a house named Widow Lu to investigate. Woo woo! Widow Lu cried as she provided Lin Yi with clues. "A few days ago my husband caught the plague since he came back from that forest in the mountains behind the village. He left the world at a young age." Lin Yi came to the back of the mountain, and sure enough, as soon as he stepped inside, he noticed something unusual. There wasn't a single mosquito or insect around. The air was filled with a foul odor. Lin Yi directly summoned the blazing dragon. Roar! Suddenly, his mouth directly flamed into the dead trees around him. Immediately, those dead trees let out miserable cries. The bark twisted together into a human face. Pestilence Dead Tree LV30 Elite. Talent, Immortal Plague. Recovery ability is greatly increased. Whenever the blood bar is lowered to below 30%, it restores 5% of its own life value every second. Damn human, how did you find us? Lin Yi wasn't going to bull with a bunch of monsters and ordered the blazing dragon to strike again. The Plague Blight tree collapsed at the touch of the blazing true fire. It was instantly turned into ashes in seconds. It didn't even have time to trigger its talent. Ding! Killed, Plague Blight Tree LV30 Elite, experience plus 4,750 plus 50%. Ding! Kill, Plague Blight Tree LV30 Elite, experience plus 4,750 plus 50%. Ding! Drop Dead Tree Source Heart X2. The Plague Blight Tree on the scene was wiped out, and 40,000 to 50,000 experience arrived. Lin Yi now needed at least 200,000 experience for every level up. This was one of the downsides of having too high a career level. Compared to other SSS, and even lower professions, Lin Yi simply needed several dozens of times more experience each time he upgraded. Lin Yi had also gained roughly 50 Dead Tree Source Hearts in his hand. Ding! Quest, Investigate the Plague, completed, please go submit the quest. Lin Yi rushed back to the village chief's place with the quest. During this time, he also passed by and saw Lin Yi leading the party. Chapter 92 Danger is creeping in. Ding! Quest, Investigating the Plague, completed, please go and submit the quest. Lin Yi rushed back to the village chief's place with the quest. During this time, he also passed by and saw Lin Yi leading the team. At the moment, they were well on their way to studying why they couldn't go out into the wilderness. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Immediately, he followed with his team. Lin Yi thought they were going to make a move on him. But after walking the whole way he realized that the group was just following him. And Lin Yi quickly found the village chief. Submitted the quest. Ding! Completed, Investigate Plague D, rewarded experience X 10,000, village chief favorability plus 1. This rewarded 10,000 experience points very well. Lin Yi had also noticed. The quests here all had a lot of experience. A D in the district was 10,000 experience points. By the time he got to C, B, or even A, he was afraid that a wave of experience would be enough to get himself up several levels. It seemed like he had to do more quests. Lin Yi's gaze was also fixed on that, village Yongning a full 500,000 experience. The village chief said with a serious face, "You actually investigated that the plague was emanated by the Plague Blight Tree? This is a serious situation. According to the records, this Plague Dead Tree is only a product of the plague, proving that the plague has not been eradicated. You still need to gather the Plague Blight Tree Source Heart so that you can find the root of the plague." Ding! Triggered stage quest, yes, no to collect? Note, this quest has a penalty. Plague Terror. Difficulty, C+. Quest requirement: repeatedly clear the plague that keeps appearing and gather 50 dead tree source hearts 50-50. Quest description: even though you solved the plague this time, hundreds of dead trees were contaminated every few days afterward, and the plague seemed like it couldn't be wiped away at all. Luckily, you found the dead tree source heart left behind after the dead tree was killed, and it might be the key to break the situation. You need to quietly wait for the withered trees to keep appearing and then destroy them. Collect all the withered tree source hearts and hand him over to the village chief to trigger the second stage of the quest. Mission reward: experience X10W, spirit stones X5000, village chief's favorability increased by 5. Penalty for failure: you will be eliminated from the game. Stage 1. Looking at the content above, Lin Yi had an innocent look on his face. It seemed like he had somehow completed another quest. Over 100 plague blight trees, even if they were lucky they could only drop a few per wave. At most, no more than 10. But Lin Yi had gathered them all in one wave. This was entirely thanks to the phrase, "Congratulations in fortune." Lin Yi directly pulled out the plague blight tree source hearts. A full 50 of them. How did you get so many dead tree source hearts? The village chief's eyes widened. A face of disbelief. In his perception, it would have taken at least 10 days to do so. What a hero! Ding! Submitted the quest: Plague of Terror C+, experience plus 100,000, village head's favorability plus 396. Ding! Leveled up: LV26 LV27 25,024W, gained Golden Egg Legendary X1. It was a step closer to the ultimate Golden Egg. The favorability increased. The village chief's attitude also grew better, and he didn't spare any compliments towards Lin Yi with this skill. You can definitely become a warrior. Might even activate the long submerged holy tree for the village. The village headman began to talk at length. It is said that the withered tree source heart is connected to an underground hidden place, which can be opened by collecting all 50 of them, and that hidden place seems to be related to the withering of the sacred tree. If you can, you must help revive the sacred tree. Not only will it protect many villagers, the letter of recommendation for you will also allow you to accumulate your own reputation in the town, and even be able to join the 4 camps of the town. Having a position in the town, no one can attack you. Once you launch an attack on you will be wanted by the entire continent. Letter of recommendation? It was good stuff any way you looked at it. Of course Lin Yi wouldn't let it go. If this was really holy tree related content, the average person wouldn't waste so much time going through this quest completely, so there were definitely very few sacred tree quests that could be completed. The rarity of the recommendation letter naturally spoke for itself. Ding! Triggering the next stage quest. Complete eradication of the plague, next stage quest. Difficulty, B. Requirements: kill plague dead tree 200, plague stone guard 20, plague tree mother 1. Mission summary: the plague tree mother draws on the nutrition of the holy tree and continues to grow, even endangering the life of the holy tree. The plague tree is about to be cultivated into a great success. The warrior will grasp and remove it, or else it will lead to incalculable disasters. Reward: experience 15W, sacred tree heart source 1. This quest was a full 150,000 experience. Lin Yi walked into the portal summoned by the village chief. He was suddenly in the underground plague lair. And as they watched Lin Yi leave, they were instantly interested. Looks like this village chief is the key player. Lon walked up with his men. Immediately, he greeted the village chief. Lord Village Chief, we want to contribute to the village. May I ask if there's a quest for us? The village chief merely glanced at him. He immediately turned around and left. Seeing this, Lin Yi was immediately furious. With an arrow step, he grabbed the village chief's arm. Hey, I didn't hear you when I spoke to you, did I? The village chief turned around, his eyebrows crossed. What are you guys doing pestering an old man like me? Don't go and improve your strength. Lin Yi immediately gritted his teeth. Who would still be pestering you if you could get out? Lu Yi held back his temper and spoke in a low voice. Do you have any tasks you want us to help with? We'd be happy to do so. No, go go go. The village chief waved his hand to drive them away with a look of disgust. His attitude was very different from the way he treated Lin Yi before. Seeing that the village chief was simply ignoring him, Lon only felt that he had lost face in front of his men. Why are you so warm to that Lin Yi and so cold to us? Lin Yi shouted angrily. Giving him missions but not us. I'll sue you for favoritism. The village chief instantly turned around and said coldly, are you teaching me how to do things? If you guys don't want to be brave you can have continue to provoke me, said the village chief coldly. Swept a glance at the crowd. The others immediately lowered their gaze. And Blue was honest. I'm sorry Lord Village Chief. He could only leave with the crowd in ashes. They all had a bitter look on their faces. Completely unable to figure out why the village chief treated the crowd differently. What's going to happen now? The others asked bitterly. What else can we do? Lin Yi angrily droned. Either go out and brush up on monsters and goodwill, or do quests to brush up on goodwill. We can only wait for Lin Yi to come out and ask him how the hell he did it. At once, someone asked a question, and what if he doesn't tell us? Lon snorted coldly, then we'll beat him until he says it. I don't believe that so many of us can't help him. Meanwhile, the outside of the secret realm was also heavily guarded. After all, this was a college entrance exam. It was no ordinary child's play. Moreover, this year, the genius training camp was held in time for the selection. There were especially many geniuses in the college entrance exam. For this reason, they even tripled their manpower to guard the secret realm, in order not to make any mistakes. But even under such strict circumstances, a huge hand still quietly sneaked in. Ha! There are countless geniuses in Jiangnan province's college entrance exams? A voice that seemed to come from the abyss mocked with a seeming smile. For the sake of the abyss's grand plan, all must be buried with it. Vomit! A foul odor came from the air. Lin Yi couldn't even help but gag. Luckily, the blazing dragon appeared to banish the darkness. Lin Yi scanned the area and realized the front was full of sleeping dead trees. Right now this level of monsters couldn't pose a single threat to Lin Yi. Damned human, you rushed up here to die. The plague withered tree sensed his approach. Immediately, it revived. Let's make you our sustenance. The plague blight tree actually took the initiative to attack. Lin Yi flicked his hand and 9 energy swords flew out. Swoosh swoosh. Wherever each flying sword passed, the plague blight tree's heart was pierced through, and they were all killed in seconds. Chapter 93, Crushing, Plague Tree Mother revolves early. The scene was almost a crushing collapse. Lin Yi's experience was also rubbing off on him. The battle soon drew the attention of more powerful monsters in the depths. Bang bang bang. Suddenly a loud vibrating sound came from the depths of the cave. A huge rolling stone was seen rushing towards Lin Yi at great speed. The narrow cave was too small to dodge. Blazing dragon. Lin Yi waved his hand. Bang! As the blazing dragon appeared, the rolling stone was directly stopped. The blazing dragon spat up a mouthful of dragon breath. The rolling stone also finally showed its original form. Plague Stone Guard Gold Elite. Level, LV 30. Life value, 52,000. Attack power, 2450. Talent Plague Stone, damage will be countered and the target will be infected with the plague effect, which can be stacked indefinitely. Skill Rolling Stone Impact. Skill 2, Stone Fist Blow. Skill 3 Plague Rock. Skill 4 Super Petrify. Plague Stone Guard fighting power is obviously stronger. But facing the blazing dragon. Roar! The blazing dragon slammed the ground. The ground underneath the Plague Stone Guard's feet instantly cracked. Pillars of lava fire rushed out. 62,020. It directly melted the Plague Stone Guard. Bang bang bang. All the plague blight trees suddenly looked back. Their twisted faces unexpectedly appeared joyful. Strange cries came from the depths of the cave. Yet the tone revealed agitated excitement. At the same time, the stone guards that were originally hiding in various parts of the cave came out in droves. Turning into rolling stones, they came towards Lin Yi to kill him. The sudden and complete blockade. Lin Yi realized something was wrong. Now only the final boss remained. The tree mother hadn't shown her face. The screaming just now definitely came from it. What on earth had happened to make her come out in full force to block Lin Yi? Lin Yi made a snap decision. He was going to go deeper into the cave. Blazing dragon, I'll leave this to you. Lin Yi flew with his sword. He charged straight in. Those plague blight trees and plague stone guards were still trying to come up to stop Lin Yi when they saw him move. They even went crazy and topped the attack to kill Lin Yi. But the blazing dragon wouldn't let them get away with it. A direct move of the dragon's whistle. The whole place was stunned. While Lin Yi left at the speed of light, he didn't forget to turn around and shoot 2 lasers. He directly cleared out the pursuers behind him. The rest will be handled by the blazing dragon. No need to worry about the ass. As he continued to go deeper into the cave, Lin Yi gradually sensed that something was wrong. The power of the plague was expanding. It even made Lin Yi start to lose blood. It was only a few dozen points at first. But after advancing less than 1,000 meters, it rose to several hundred points. The line of sight ahead also started to blur. The damage frequency was high. Even Lin Yi was starting to panic. But luckily, he quickly thought of a solution. Ding! Have successfully switched 3,000 energy points to lifesteal mode, gaining 3,000 by 20 life cap points. In one fell swoop, the blood bar went up by 60,000 points. This was completely topped off. The stacks that had been full in the 9 trials stage before were also finally coming in handy. After having the life points to carry him, Lin Yi also successfully reached the end of the plague. But it wasn't so bad if you didn't look at it. This look can be troublesome. That is 100 meters high, extremely large cave. And in the center of the cave, a bizarre giant tree that emitted a foul odor and was covered in pustules flowing with an unknown green liquid stood there. It was 100 meters high, the trunk was dark green, and the leaves were dark purple. It appeared incomparably demonic. At the moment, the bizarre giant tree's breath was exponentially rising. It made Lin Yi feel alarmed. LV 30 Plague Tree Mother evolving. Evolving so quickly? It was only when Lin Yi saw the nickname that he realized. Why was the Plague Tree Mother's aura so terrifying? But it wasn't right, according to the quest synopsis. It didn't seem that fast. Otherwise it would normally take more than 10 days to gather the tree source. But the Plague Tree Mother is so fast to evolve. Then there is no way to stop it. Right now it is too late to think too much. The most important thing was to stop the evolution of the Plague Tree Mother. Lin Yi summoned his energy sword and violently stabbed at the Plague Tree Mother. However, when the energy sword was about to touch the Plague Tree Mother, it was violently attacked by a mysterious force. It was violently bounced off by a mysterious force. Lin Yi tried again, only to find that it was still the same. Lin Yi hurriedly scanned the area. He found that a strange space had appeared at the top of the Plague Tree Mother. A bizarre spatial crack had appeared. Through the crack, Lin Yi saw the blood-colored murderous aura on the other side that was so thick that it coalesced into Earth. And a strand of blackened energy. It was being transmitted through the spatial crack. Obviously, this was the culprit that had prompted the Plague Tree Mother to speed up its evolution. Lin Yi made a snap decision. He rushed towards the crack with his sword. As long as the Plague Tree Mother was stopped from evolving, then there would be an easy way to exterminate it. But his proximity instantly provoked the attention of the Plague Tree Mother. The Plague Tree Mother awoke. Seeing a tiny human like Lin Yi, dared to stop it from evolving. Immediately, it angrily stretched out its tentacles to kill Lin Yi. The Plague Tree Mother was huge. Its branches and leaves were as numerous as hair. They attacked Lin Yi endlessly. Immediately, it trapped Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Dragon's Breath. It was a good thing that the fire attribute was heavily keyed to this kind of plant-based monster. With Lin Yi's move of Dragon Breath, instantly, he purged the obstructing branches and leaves as well. Immediately, he approached the rift. At this moment, the Tree Mother was anxious to the extreme. It was one step away from success. It frantically mobilized the plague power to converge over. The power of the Success Cave Plague disappeared into thin air. Chapter 94 Peach Blossom Tree Peachwood Sword, I'll pull what? It all coalesced around Lin Yi. The intensity of it had even crystallized into substance. Lin Yi couldn't move a bit. The bloodstains are dropping by the thousands every second. Thousands of points per second. It wouldn't last long. Seeing this, Lin Yi made a shocking move. Armed disintegration. Whoever saw him do this, he would exclaim if he was crazy. At such a critical moment. Instead of relying on the mechanical dragon to save his life, he even took the initiative to choose disintegration. After disintegration, the dense power of the plague immediately pressed on Lin Yi. His life was at stake. But the mechanical dragon. But it was relieved. Because the mechanical dragon was huge, the plague power couldn't help it at all. The mechanical dragon also lived up to its mission. A mouthful of lasers. It directly destroyed the space-time rift. Click, click, click. In a flash, the surrounding space kept compressing. The aura revealed by the rift, however, made Lin Yi feel inexplicably familiar. As if he had met it somewhere. But it just couldn't be recalled. Bang! As the spatial crack closed, the power of the plague also instantly dispersed uncontrollably. Lin Yi was instantly relaxed. The mechanical dragon caught the falling Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi clearly saw that the mother plague tree in front of him had instantly shrunk by 30%. The entire tree looked like it was dead. Damn humans, I was so close. The plague mother tree hissed angrily. She was really unwilling. It was just that 1 second short. It had successfully evolved, and it was still a higher level of evolution. At that time, this human would only be an ant in front of itself, losing the chance to break through the evolution, as well as the protection of unlimited energy. It was now a lamb to the slaughter. Just as Lin Yi was about to end her. Boom boom boom. The energy sword in Lin Yi's hand hadn't even fallen yet. As well as the protection of infinite energy. It was now a lamb to the slaughter. Just as Lin Yi was about to end her. Boom boom boom. The energy sword in Lin Yi's hand hadn't even fallen yet. Suddenly the entire cavern shook. Outside at the moment, under a peach blossom tree, Lin Yi was leading a group of people who were gathered there. And in the place they were surrounding, is lying a beggar dressed in rags. He wailed in pain. Really cannot move that peach tree sword off. This is the village's ancestral training. Unfortunately, his body was full of injuries, and he could do nothing but wail. While the culprit of the Blue Yi and others, at this moment is surrounded by a handle inserted in the peach tree under the peach tree peachwood sword discussion that Tasker prompted, want to activate the sacred tree, and this peachwood sword has a great relationship. But this beggar around do not let us move, also said that our skills are not enough. I think it is not good intentions. That's it. The mission guidelines are all here. Maybe there'll be a follow-up if we pull out the sword. They deliberated while looking at the leader, Blue Yi. Blue nodded. According to my deduction, this old man should be a smoke bomb. His saying that he wants us to leave is definitely fraudulent. Since he's so untrustworthy, the more he says this sword can't be pulled out, the more it's going to be pulled out. Saying that, he placed his hand on the peachwood sword. With a fierce force, the mahogany sword was pulled out with dirt and some bloody wood shavings. Don't! The beggar also cried out in grief. And the next scene was extremely similar to the cave. Both the ground shook. The Lin Yi crowd who saw this scene were nevertheless happy in their eyes. Luckily, they felt that Lin Yi hadn't appeared for too long. Led by Lin Yi to come and do the side quest. Now it was really bearing fruit. It was finally one step closer to the road deed. Bang! The peach blossom tree burst open violently. In the place where it had been before, blood gushed out like a fountain. Along this fountain, the surrounding land collapsed a little. Seeing this, Blue Ye's crowd was also baffled. What in the world was this situation? But each and every one of them could be very life-thirsty. Hurriedly retreating away. Completely forget the beggar still on the ground. Beggar at the moment chagrined, alas, all as I did not protect this peachwood sword. This damn seal unlocked, do not know how much disaster will bring to the village. I am ashamed of my ancestors. As these words fell, he was buried into the abyss at the bottom of the sea because of the cave-in. A fresh life passed away just like that. The collapse was not long. It soon stopped. And the commotion here drew the attention of the entire village. What's going on? The village chief looked at the sudden gathering of Qi over the village, felt bad. In the thought of the source of the sound was actually the direction of the peach blossom tree finished, should not be. He hurriedly looked at the direction of the sacred tree. Although the sacred tree has long been withered because of the lack of energy. But at this moment, it could be seen that the sacred tree was in even worse condition. Many of its branches began to fall off, and its size began to shrink as far as the eye could see. The mist outside also began to gather towards the village. The sacred tree that had protected the entire village was starting to lose its effect. The whole village is in trouble now. At this moment, he was scared to the extreme. He wanted to notify the entire village to evacuate. But it was nighttime outside. There are night ghosts everywhere. Even going out would be death. Ha! Heaven help me! A scream suddenly came from the depths of the cave. This scared Lin Yi and the others outside. At the moment, Lin Yi inside was also caught off guard. The entire cave suddenly collapsed. Instead, the plague tree's aura was starting to expand once more. Lin Yi thought it was a spatial rift appearing again. But it wasn't. And this time it was a new ability. It wasn't right either. It wasn't a new energy to be exact. It was just that this energy was too tiny before. Compared to a spatial rift, Lin Yi couldn't even detect it. But now it had violently gone from a thin thread to a strip of energy as thick as an arm. Lin Yi finally noticed it too. It was a golden green energy. That direction. Sacred tree? Only the plague mother tree's figure rapidly skyrocketed. It reached 150 meters in an instant. It directly broke through the surface of the ground, letting the people outside and others see it clearly. Aha! Seeing such a monster, Lin Yi and the others were frightened into retreating. They were only in the first turn of the district. And this plague mother tree in front of them. Surprisingly, it was a dark gold level boss. Some were so scared that their legs went weak and they fell to the ground. They couldn't move a bit. The plague mother tree was covered in a black gas. A weird pattern appeared on its body. At the same time, it also bore fruit. But those densely packed fruits were a foul-smelling and disgusting sarcoma. At this moment, the plague tree mother made a violent leap. She directly jumped out of the ground. The entire village saw this huge thing. And the village chief even fell on his butt on the ground. It's over. Surprisingly, someone really destroyed the peachwood sword. According to the ancestral teachings, the peachwood sword suppresses the evil spirits of a party. If you destroy the peachwood sword, release it. It will bring unparalleled disaster to the village. Unless there is a warrior who can deal with it, it will not be released. But after seeing this plague mother tree rank, he completely died. Originally, according to the records, the evil spirit of that party was a level 30 gold boss. But now it's a few levels stronger. And this evil spirit is still stealing the sacred tree energy. Chapter 95, The Plague Mother Tree. This evil spirit must have stolen the sacred tree energy in order to grow to this day, but even the sacred tree energy is not enough for it to grow to the point where it becomes a dark gold boss. The village chief was disheartened at the moment. Now that he doesn't have the suppression of the peachwood dual technique, there is no obstacle to absorbing the sacred tree energy, and when it finishes absorbing the sacred tree, its strength will still be able to advance even further. And the entire village will be destroyed. Just as he wailed. Swoosh swoosh. Several streaks of light flew out in an unusually conspicuous manner. Only Lin Yi flew out from inside the deep pit. Lin Yi, it's Lin Yi. At this moment, Blue's crowd finally suddenly looked like they had seen hope. With a mere sweep of the circle, he understood what was going on. He coldly glared at Lin Yi. I'll get back to you on this matter later. Seeing her enemy Lin Yi, the Plague Tree Mother immediately scoffed loudly. I didn't expect it. Someone suddenly unsealed me at the last minute. The sacred tree energy suddenly increased 100-fold, allowing me to step into the final step of evolution. It said it directly swung its attack to kill Lin Yi. It wasn't what it used to be now. Xiao Tiger 1 file anti-stolen imprint. Find book machine people choose small tiger, stable reliable significant doesn't step on the pit. The vine man that Lin Yi had been able to easily cut through was now the one that could only leave scratches. Looking at the blood-red vine man that was covered in bizarre patterns, Lin Yi's eyes stared. This Plague Tree Mother was stronger than any of the monsters he had fought before. Plague Tree Mother Dark Gold Class Boss Semi-Abyssalized. Abyssalized? The moment he saw those 3 words, Lin Yi also finally understood what that familiar flavor from before was after all. Plague Mother Tree Dark Gold Boss Semi-Abyssalized. Level, LV 50. Life value, 885,000,885,000. Attack power, 6,500. Defense, 3,222. Talent Plague of the Abyss. Plague in the abyss of the power of infection. After a substantial evolution, the Plague Mother Tree of each attack caused an additional 120% plague erosion damage, and the plague will corrode the object flesh and spirit, 0.5% of the maximum life value per second, as well as the spirit of the gradual decline in power, lasted for a long time. The body with the soul may be annihilated. Skill 1, Endless Blood Vine. Skill 2, Pale Plague Poison Mist. Skill 3, Abyssal Hypnosis. Skill 4, Death Plague Shield. Skill 5, Corrosive Plague Fruit. Introduction. The Plague Tree Mother that has been stealing the energy of the sacred tree for a long time to grow, with solid roots, and then with the endless power of the abyss, it was promoted to the Dark Gold level boss in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, the last promotion energy is not the power of the abyss, and there is only half of the power of the abyss in the body. However, its strength is still strong. With the dual combination of the power of the abyss and the power of the plague, its combat power far exceeds that of monsters of the same level. Seeing the panel, the hearts of everyone present were half cooled. This was simply an unbeatable existence. Run, there's Lin Yi dragging us here. Let's run as far as we can while he's still alive. Heh, going out there is also death. How can we run? It's better to think about what last words to leave now. And facing the Plague Mother Tree that stepped into a Dark Gold level boss and even almost abyssalized. Instead of having a trace of fear, Lin Yi didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he was filled with wariness. That was the kind of opponent he wanted to fight. This was the only way to test his fighting prowess. Lin Yi summoned the Blazing Dragon. He stomped on the Blazing Dragon, was covered in mechanical battle armor, had 9 flying swords on his back, and held a staff to face the Plague Mother Tree alone. Ha! Insignificant humans also presumptuously attempt to kill a god. The Plague Mother Tree was swelling beyond measure at this moment, feeling the attributes that had grown exponentially by hundreds. It even began to call itself a god. You deserve it too? Lin Yi pondered nonchalantly, directly switching all of his energy points to attack power. Since the plague had percentage damage, there was no life value that was useless. Ding! Switching 3,000 energy points to attack attribute, attack power plus 3,000. Lin Yi didn't have an ounce of politeness. Both himself and the Blazing Dragon used Dragon Breath. In just one shot, the Plague Mother Tree's terrifying blood-colored vine man was burned to the ground. But this time, the situation was different from any other time before. In the instant after the burning, the 3 powers of the Terror Abyss, Plague, and Wood system surged out like a fountain. The scarlet vine mane madly grew again. Surprisingly, it resisted the scorching of the flames. Hiss! Lin Yi saw this and hurriedly leapt, hitching himself to the sword at the same time as the Blazing Dragon rushed out. It directly fought the Plague Tree Mother. But the Plague Tree Mother was too terrifying in size, causing its branches and blood leaves to be dense. Its size was so huge that it formed a protection zone of hundreds of meters. Trying to break through this natural protective shield to attack it was as hard as heaven. As soon as the Blazing Dragon approached, it was entangled by hundreds of vine manies. It didn't even have the qualifications to touch that protective cover. This kind of crushing level battle caused the crowd to die all of a sudden. The breath looked so strong, but it turned out to be this? This level is still wanted by the Jiangnan Gaoshui Union. This is too watery. At the time of death, the last moment of mouth-to-mouth would not have a chance if it was not cool anymore. Lin Yi immediately stepped in to break the game when he saw this. He directly merged the other 8 swords. It quickly flew over. The Plague Mother Tree stretched out its vine man and still wanted to stop Lin Yi, but Lin Yi was prepared. The scepter directly burned away the vine man that came to block him with a shot of dragon breath. Luckily, with the Blazing Dragon holding him back, Lin Yi easily approached the Plague Tree Mother. Looking at the tree branches and blood leaves in front of him, he formed a protected area of at least tens of meters. Lin Yi do not even look back, he went straight in. The 8 swords and 1 energy sword had also become a powerful weapon to clear the way. In the face of the giant sword with a damage value of over 500%, the giant sword madly rotated and charged. Even though the Plague Count Mother frantically drove the energy regeneration protected area and the few blood vines to block it, it was still to no avail. The meat grinder like giant sword killed a bloody path. Even though the Plague Mother tree used the skill, Deadly Plague Shield, it broke apart the instant it touched the giant sword. The Plague Mother tree was not the least bit panicked. Let's see how long you can stay inside the plague. According to the plague percentage damage, it would take Lin Yi up to 200 seconds. If he had been unable to deal damage himself, even blood-sucking would be useless. But luckily, as one of the blood-building potion shareholders, his backpack was full of blood-building potion. Pouring down 3 bottles in a row, the drug resistance stretched the time by a few more minutes after making the potion temporarily ineffective. It was enough. Lin Yi finally broke through the protective layer and saw the Plague Mother tree's main body. The Plague Mother tree's face was extremely terrifying. The 4 crooked eyes and other facial organs seemed to be twisted together. Seeing Lin Yi, it immediately mocked, "Why, how long do you think you can stay here with your current bloodstain?" The Plague Mother Count spoke at the same time and unleashed the skill, Abyssal Hypnosis. The next second countless abyssal forces emerged from the ground. Hundreds of Plague Blight trees were created just like that. And they were all emitting the black aura from the abyss. These summoned withered trees were all half abyssalized as well. The strength was greatly strengthened. Most of the plague withered trees surrounded and attacked Lin Yi. A small portion scattered out, scaring the people outside into hiding. In the face of such a situation, Lin Yi wasn't the least bit panicked. He had achieved his goal of breaking in. Only Lin Yi waved the scepter in his hand, Skyfire Dragon Whistle. A dragon whistle came out. The Plague Mother tree itself happened to be at the limit of the skill's range. This was why Lin Yi had gone to the trouble of killing his way in. Those present, including the Plague Mother tree, were also instantly controlled. The blazing dragon that was tangling outside looked at the sudden stopping of the Vine Man Shushu and let out a long whistle. Violently sprayed fire to open the way. Vine mane, blood leaves, and branches were directly burned to ashes. Directly rushed towards the Plague Mother tree's main body. The Plague Mother tree was contained, and the blazing dragon arrived near the native land without any obstacles. And Lin Yi's side also took advantage of this time to clear most of the Plague Blight tree. Damn it, you're even counting on me again. The moment the Plague Mother tree awakened, it angrily swung its Vine Man to attack Lin Yi. Chapter 96 Seeing Death and Saving? The power of the plague around him also gathered frantically. All of his tree trunks and branches were gathered. Compressing the battlefield also completely cut off Lin Yi's path to leave. You must become my sustenance today. The Plague Mother tree attacked frantically towards Lin Yi. But for Lin Yi to be so calculating, he had a countermeasure in place. Forbidden Demon. As the mechanical dragon's blue field unfolded, all of the skills that the Plague Mother tree was so proud of were banned. Its combat prowess instantly dropped to the bottom. Kill. Next, there was no need for anything fancy. Pure killing battle begins. Don't forget. The blazing dragon has a passive that can draw a lot of blood. Facing the Plague Mother tree, which does not have a blood-sucking suppression. This is the way to combat its horrible plague. Blazing dragon slammed a dragon's breath. It directly knocked out the plague tree's nearly 100,000 blood bars. The blood bar moved violently. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Yi maneuvered his giant sword to attack. The Plague Mother tree's body, which couldn't defend itself, instantly had several huge scratches on it. The blood bars clanked down, and its Vine Mane, which had originally been attacking bravely, began to gradually diminish. The energy was used to recover from its injuries. Gradually, there wasn't enough to replenish the Vine Mane. The battle was tilting in Lin Yi's favor. The Plague Mother tree felt an unprecedented pressure. Only at this moment did it truly realize how terrifying Lin Yi's combat prowess was in front of it. It's a mere first-turn profession, with 2 unknown creatures that just turned 3. Surprisingly, he's pressuring my Dark Gold level boss to lift his head. This is a joke when it gets out. The Plague Mother tree saw that the situation was not right. In a few moments, its bloodline had dropped by half. On the contrary, Lin Yi was doing nothing. It decided to fight to the death. Originally, this move, Plague Mother tree's voice gradually became grim, wasn't very good yet. But you made a fool of yourself. It said. This twisted face reveals a smile that is oozing when looking at it. As it spoke, its body shook wildly. At this moment, Lin Yi also finally understood what the Plague Mother tree was up to. The sarcoma fruits on the branches of the Plague Mother tree began to glow red and swell. The size of the Plague Mother tree was enormous. When it stood on the ground, even another initial village 100 miles away could see the scene. Still groping aimlessly in the village, the candidate looked at that horrible shadow in the distance and marveled, did some monster appear there? Looks like it. Could it be that something happened in the other villages? Hey, who cares? Let's go over to that peach blossom tree and pull out the sword first. We don't know what will happen then. The Plague Mother tree fruits were frighteningly plentiful. Even one of them only did a few hundred damage. It would still be enough to level the place. Lin Yi hurriedly maneuvered his giant sword to stab at the wall of branches, green leaves, and vine manies not far away. Clang! After the constant compression of the plague mother tree this place had turned into a bronze wall. It could also be said to be a tomb tailor-made for Lin Yi. Ha ha ha! Seeing Lin Yi's movements, the plague mother tree scoffed loudly. Don't make a useless struggle, just let you die here. Bang bang bang! In an instant, countless fruits attacked densely. This time, the plague mother tree did not hold back in the slightest. It used all the sarcoma fruits in its entire body to blast at Lin Yi. Thousands of fruits attacked Lin Yi, covering the sky. There was no way to hide. Couldn't block it. It seemed to be a dead end. All of these fruits exploded without incident. In the center of the torrent of shockwaves, Lin Yi's head was densely packed with damage numbers. As the smoke rolled up, the ground was directly blown out into a more than 10-meter deep crater. Even the copper wall that it had condensed to trap Lin Yi had been blown to bits and pieces. It was almost destroyed. This move was completely a move that injured the enemy by 1,000 and damaged itself by 800. Even its breath had suddenly decreased a lot due to the great loss. The blood bar only had less than 20% left. But even at such a great cost, she was full of joy. Ha ha ha! Despicable human, finally dead. The plague mother tree laughed uncontrollably, her voice hoarse and unpleasant, but it was hard to hide the excitement in it. As long as Lin Yi died, it would be worth it to pay any price. Even if she was only lingering, it would be enough to sweep through the entire village without any effort. Phew! But not even half a second of joy had passed. 2 red lights appeared in the smoke. Like a pair of eyes. Roar! Accompanied by a mighty dragon roar. The smoke was dispersed. Unharmed Lin Yi, the mechanical dragon, and the blazing dragon appeared together. And at this moment within a 500-meter radius, all felt an electric numbness in the soles of their feet. The air around them was filled with electromagnetism. Those plague withered tree attacks hit, but were instantly melted away by an invisible energy. It was as if water had met a blazing fire. Originally still panicked villagers and other candidates looked at the sudden loss of damage to the monster, suddenly excited. This is simply a miracle. This is which god-level powerhouse shot? But this was only enjoyed by those who were closer. These were the villagers who came up to guard the village from the bottom of their hearts, and a few candidates who knew that the situation was now one of rabbit and dog death, and came up to help Lin Yi do his bit. The others who had run away in a huff early in the morning were not able to enjoy it at all. Seeing those people who had just been taunted by them for being cuties. The people who were suddenly at peace with each other. And there was still a life-demanding pursuer behind them. Lin Yi immediately shouted angrily, Lin Yi, are you still a human being to see death and save them? Either don't save them or save them all. Why should you save them? You save us right now or I won't let you get away with it. Said at the same time he dodged the attack of the plague withered tree with a wretched roll. Originally, he thought that his request would not be granted. But suddenly a light flew out from the depths of the battlefield, quickly rushing over. Lin fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was actually Lin Yi's flying sword. He was instantly overjoyed. Now he could finally get rid of the plague blight tree behind him. Humph. Still counting on you to know what's good for you. Just as he thought that, the energy sword flew behind him. Phew. What's going on? My leg. It hurts so much. Chapter 97 Lin Yi dies. Humph. It's still good to see that you know what you're doing. Just as he thought, the energy sword flew behind him. Phew. What's going on? My leg. It hurts so much. Blue looked back in shock. Only to see a clear blood seeping slash at his legs. And the culprit was of course the energy sword on the side. The moment he saw this scene, 10,000 horses raced past inside him. He had never expected Lin Yi to be so ruthless. Looking at the plague withered tree that was already close at hand, he didn't dare to stop. He could only take a step and keep running. But the next second, he only felt himself hanging in the air. Bang! The entire person suddenly fell to the ground. Looking back, he realized that his legs had long been chopped off. Seeing Blue Yi fall, the plague withered tree also directly pounced on him. A bike was placed on Blue Yi's head. In his final moments at the end of his life, Blue Yi's anger shouted out his last words, Lin Yi, you're simply. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't hear them at all. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. At the moment, the smoke cleared and Lin Yi was unharmed. The plague mother tree's twisted face was filled with incredulity. This is impossible, how could you have survived? The plague mother tree's already twisted face became even more ugly. Even it itself had been injured all over by this move. And Lin Yi was actually intact. This was completely beyond his knowledge. Lin Yi didn't talk too much nonsense with it. Right now, the plague mother tree was incredibly weak. While it was sick, kill it. Lin Yi rode the blazing dragon and killed it directly. And the plague mother tree was finally scared. It understood that it wasn't Lin Yi's match. Run. At the moment, it only had one thought, to run away. But it had only just moved when Lin Yi stopped it. In the end, a titular dark gold boss. It just died in Lin Yi's hands. The giant sword directly split the Plague Mother tree into two halves. Ding! Congratulations, you've killed the LV50 Plague Mother tree Dark Gold level boss half Abyssalized, experience plus 32.5 W. Ding! Dropped Dark Gold level equipment, Ring of Plague, X1. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest, Eradicate the Plague completely B. Please go to Village Chief to submit the quest. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, LV26 LV27, gained Golden Egg Legendary X1, existing, 2-inch. Lin Yi leveled up another level. Slaying a semi-abyssalized boss. The experience could be so much more than a normal person's. It was almost double. With the death of the Plague Mother tree, the power of the surrounding plague immediately dissipated. And the mist, which was still shrinking, immediately stopped. Once again, it was driven away towards the entrance of the village. The village chief was originally still fleeing around in panic. But suddenly 9 streaks of light flew out. Countless plague dead trees were all chopped under Lin Yi's blade. The entire village was saved from destruction in an instant. Hiss! Great talent! Seeing Lin Yi, the village chief couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had lived for so many years. Even though many warriors had dealt with him. But he had never seen a young genius like Lin Yi. As the incident came to an end, the village all but returned to peace. The only difference was, ding! Village chief's favorability plus 100, reaching the 110 hidden limit, need to kill the Plague Mother tree to lift it. Ding! Widow Wan's favorability plus 100, reaching the 100 cap. Ding! Blacksmith favorability plus 100, reaching 100 cap. Everyone in the entire village had reached full favorability with Lin Yi. It was simply like a godsend for doing the next quest. Thank you, thank you. The village chief shook Lin Yi's hand tightly, his face overflowing with gratitude. If it wasn't for you, our village would be finished. Such a horrible thing, only an adult within the town could have solved it. And yet I never expected to be killed by you. Now there wasn't even a need for Lin Yi to take the initiative. The village headman himself approached him. Right, your quest is complete. Ding! Congratulations on submitting the quest, Thoroughly Clear Plague B, reward, experience X15W, Sacred Tree Heart Source X1. The village chief took out a tree heart that emitted flowing gold. He exclaimed, this is the Sacred Tree Heart Source, and it is what the Sacred Tree handed over to me before it was victimized by this plague. It contains most of the energy of the Sacred Tree's heart source, and if it's still there, this plague thing is afraid that it will be liberated earlier and become stronger. As a quest reward, this should be yours. Sacred Tree Heart Source, Scene Prop. Use 1, consume and gain 100,000 experience points. Use 2, become a prop to open a branch quest. The two uses of the Sacred Tree's heart source were right in front of his eyes. Lin Yi chose the latter without hesitation. He could still tell the difference between 100,000 experience points and 500,000 experience points. Immediately, he spoke, Village Chief. I want this heart source to revive the holy tree. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the village chief was overjoyed. Are you serious? Lin Yi. Of course. Lin Yi nodded. The village chief was overjoyed. With warriors like you who possess a deep sense of justice, why worry that the world won't stabilize? All you need to do is touch your heart source to the holy tree and it will absorb it. Alright. Lin Yi agreed. It's not a good time to set off as the night ghosts are rampant, so you can wait 2 hours for the mists to clear and set off immediately. These first 100 warriors to arrive in the town can all be granted the pull of the 4 camps. They are even willing to offer extremely high prices for this. Ding! Triggering the plot of Hidden Goodwill. It's rumored that if you can reach it in the first place, you'll even be able to obtain the legendary Vice Scroll. Hearing this, Lin Yi stared in shock. A secondary occupation? The fancy name for it was second profession. Although practicing 2 professions at the same time was extremely consuming. But for Lin Yi there was no worry in this regard. He had the Imperial Beasts, and he didn't have to worry about the speed of leveling in his second profession at all. If he could have a second career, Lin Yi's combat power would be greatly increased. People with second professions were extremely rare in the entire world. Its rarity was no less than that of an SSS professional. This is because the second profession level is definitely not inferior to the first profession level. And Lin Yi himself. SSS rank. Thinking about this, Lin Yi was instantly desperate for this second profession scroll. But this time the competition wasn't small. Many lurking unknown opponents were bound to covet this town as well. Just be that Alliance Vice President. Mu Bai. He's a third-turn SS level professional. For him, the existence of this village is nothing more than a chopping block. And behind him, I don't know if there are still strong people lurking who are just as strong as him, or even stronger. One could not just sit back and wait for death. One must take the initiative before one could hope. Stand out amongst these hundreds of thousands of candidates. Outside of the secret world at the moment. And Lin Yi hadn't expected that his battle had directly attracted the attention of the great powers from the abyss. Damn it! My energy just poured in, how come it was cut off? His voice revealed a hint of incredulity. Chapter 98 The Plague Mother Tree Chop. Damn it. My energy was just poured in, how come it was cut off? His voice revealed a hint of incredulity. Only to see a large hand that was so dark that nothing could be seen ripping through the spatial cracks. Surprisingly, it had directly peered into the secret territory. And he had witnessed Lin Yi's entire battle. Hiss. Even this terrifying existence couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing Lin Yi's performance. The human race even has such a character lurking about. This kind of person must be strangled in the cradle. The abyssal powerhouse thought, and directly redirected the abyssal energy away from inside the various villages that he was originally going to instill. All of it surged onto the few towns, as well as the battlefield further back. Because Lin Yi had appeared. The people in the novice village had avoided running into abyssalization, unintentionally saving many lives. Of course, the road behind them had become even more difficult. But at least the 90% of people who were eliminated at this level were at least mostly not in danger of losing their lives. Lin Yi was also surprised to find that the night ghosts outside had all abyssalized. Brother Lin. After Lin Yi died, their original organization also fell apart at once. They could only lick their faces and come next to Lin Yi, trying to follow Lin Yi. But Lin Yi couldn't care less about this group of clowns and directly turned his head away. He only looked at the 4 people who had chosen to help him, and Lin Yi opened the door directly. You guys have helped me before, so I'll let you off the hook for your previous conflicts. And you guys can follow me on missions. It doesn't matter if you move your hands or not, you'll share some of the experience root goodwill. Thank you, Brother Lin. The 4 of them were instantly overjoyed. After seeing Lin Yi's strength, they were completely bowled over. Now they could follow Lin Yi and tie his thighs. It was simply a blessing for them. Lin Yi directly led them towards the blacksmith. He already had a goal. That was, get out of the village early. That's right. Lin Yi planned to rush out while it was the hour of the extreme night and while the night ghosts were still around. He wasn't going to wait 2 hours for the night ghosts to disperse. He wanted to compete for the first place to enter the town. Then he had to capitalize on every opportunity. And right now this was an opportunity. Normally, people wouldn't choose to be reckless and choose to wait for the night ghosts to dissipate. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was doing the opposite. This was equivalent to directly advancing 2 hours. Of course, it was equally dangerous. Night ghosts were many times stronger than daytime monsters. Not to mention the fact that they're now semi-abyssalized. On his way to the blacksmith, Lin Yi looked at the 2 messages that popped up on his panel. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, LV27 LV28, gained Golden Egg Legendary X1, existing, 3-inch. The first one was because the quest 150,000 experience had been upgraded again. The other was the message prompting one to wear equipment. The ring that exploded from the Plague Mother tree. Jewelry like rings could be much rarer than equipment. If you see a professional on the road wearing a handful of rings, don't ever think that people are rich people showing off. Purely every ring can be effective. Even if the quality is not high, the accumulation of small amounts is also very powerful. Jewelry, Plague Ring. Quality, Dark Gold. Grade, LV50. Attribute, Attack Power plus 1200, 20% increase in spell damage. Draw, absorb 10% of one of the target's attributes and attach it to yourself, 0.5% per second, need to redraw after interruption. Power of Plague, any attack has a chance of infecting the target with plague, sustaining blood loss and random negative effects. Very good. Especially the draw phrase. It's simply an advantageous tool for yourself. It directly absorbs your pet's attributes, completely unafraid of its resistance to interruption. It was equivalent to having a huge amount of extra attributes for nothing. Lin Yi put it on and opened his panel. After arming himself for such a long time, his attributes had come to a not-so-weak state. Player, Lin Yi. Level, LV28. Talent, Blessing of the Beginning Divine Grade, Eye of True Knowledge SS Grade. Occupation, First Turn Dragon Master SSS Grade. Life Value, 38,000. Attack Power, 11200. Defense, 3,200. Profession Talent, Dragon Contract, you will be able to tame dragons, only and exclusively. Loyalty is always 100%. Profession Skill 1, Dragon Slot, LV1+, for Dragon Living Space 2-2. Profession Skill 2, Lifelink, LV10 unlocked, Player and Imperial Dragon Life Sharing. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Skill, LV20 unlocked, the player will be able to use the skills of the Imperial Dragon under his command LV20 unlocked. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Bond, LV30 unlocked, the player can use the Dragon Skills LV20 unlocked, the player can use the Dragon Skills LV20 unlocked, the player can use the Dragon Skills LV20 unlocked. Equipment: Shadow Robe Legendary LV12, Clothes of Omnipotence Dark Gold LV50, Omnipotence Hat LV Gold LV50, Omnipotence Dark Gold LV50, Ring of Demon Subduing Legendary LV20, Necklace of Brave Mythical LV10, Ring of Pestilence Dark Gold LV50. Right now, Lin Yi's combat power all far exceeded that of professions of the same combat lineage. It was important to realize that the Beastmaster profession was actually under the auxiliary department. It wasn't because Imperial Beastmasters couldn't fight. Rather, their combat abilities were too weak. It would be better to raise a group of Imperial Beasts as a supporting profession. Moreover, the Beastmasters panel is too brittle. They were also at the bottom of the list in the combat department. And now Lin Yi was crushing all the attributes. And these were still not armed with mechanical dragons, attack energy, and draw. After arriving at the blacksmith store, the other four were all looking at each other in disbelief. The blacksmith had a smelly face and was beating iron by himself. Even after noticing a large group of people approaching over, it was also indifferent. The reason for their ugly faces was as the key character blacksmith of one of the side quests. Of course, they had long ago come to visit with Lin Yi. But this blacksmith was like he had taken gunpowder. Not only did he not disregard it, he even blew them away without a care in the world. They chased after him and were almost beaten up. This is also the reason why the follow-up blue was nasty to that Guardian Peachwood Sword Seal Beggar. A large part of it was venting the hatred in his heart. Just when they thought that Lin Yi would be defeated as well. The blacksmith raised his head after Lin Yi shouted. A face full of dissatisfaction instantly became immediately full of smiles when he saw that it was Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, I don't know what you've come here for. Not only did the blacksmith immediately stop his work, he even greeted Lin Yi and sat down, making a pot of tea. Even the four people behind him followed Lin Yi's lead. They sat down and enjoyed themselves. The four men looked at this unreal scene in disbelief. They all wondered if this blacksmith was the same person as the one before. Lin Yi took a sip of tea and then immediately opened the door. Brother blacksmith, I'm here this time to collect yours to complete your side quest. It was important to realize that the blacksmith's side quest was just a single clue, proving that it wasn't a task that everyone could pick up. There was still a need to fumble around in order to truly receive it. The enthusiastic blacksmith's expression fell when he was asked, but he still smiled forcefully at Lin Yi and said, you only need to kill 10 night ghosts, and then you can use up your soul to put together a drawing. You only need to give me the drawings. But that night ghost is a monster that exists at the moment of the extreme night, but its permanent stealth ability is too weird, so you guys need this to be able to see him, said the blacksmith as he pulled out 5 pairs of special biochemical glasses. Chapter 99 Upgrade. 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 It was handed up. These biochemical glasses are able to allow you to see the night ghosts. Hearing this, the remaining 4 were pleasantly surprised. It was finally clear what kind of monster was out there. They immediately couldn't wait to put on the biochemical glasses. But the very moment they saw it, they were instantly shocked and mute. This night ghost is also too strong, no wonder it was instantly killed in seconds when it went out. Hiss, this is also too dangerous. Or not, let's wait for the end of the extreme night moment and then go out again. What are you afraid of? There's Brother Lin. Lin Yi didn't take the biochemical glasses and thanked the blacksmith. Thanks, we'll fetch the shards for you. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't even take the biochemical glasses, the crowd was puzzled, but were afraid to ask. Immediately, a few people arrived at the entrance of the village. The remaining 4 immediately tensed up. Any life-preserving moves were thrown at them. Following closely behind Lin Yi. Ding! Lin Yi has set up a squad. You will share quests, monster killing experience, and the distribution of experience will be decided by the opposite leader, Lin Yi. Ding! Lin Yi has adjusted the squad's experience distribution to Lin Yi 90% and the remaining 4 2.5%. Even though Lin Yi had deployed it this way. And yet, they were overjoyed. It was supposed to be a tie. There was still experience to be gained. Originally, there were a few night ghosts staring at the crowd as they approached the village entrance. Now go out, the group of night ghosts immediately like a vicious dog pounced on the general, surging up. The speed of the speed, the number of simply unheard of. Everyone else was scared to death. Lin Yi, however, was calm. Armed. Blazing dragon. 9 streams of light were like life-suppressing talismans. Wherever they passed, limbs and bones flew up. The blazing dragon was like the judge from hell, turning any creature into ashes wherever it passed. Watching those night ghosts around them fall bit by bit, the 4 of them were shocked. They had to know that Lin Yi didn't have biochemical glasses. How did he do that? Dragon Master? Was it really a wasted profession? The battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. But the night ghosts were endless. It was impossible to kill them all. This was also why the extreme nights needed to be dodged at all times. Even the most powerful and strong would be exhausted alive. But Lin Yi didn't have any worries about that. He was a royal beast master. Even if only one Imperial beast was left behind, it would be enough to handle the battle. The other one would immediately return to its full state after resting for a while in the royal beast space. And there are not only night ghosts in the dead of night. Of course, there are other monsters. These monsters are not high level. This was also the reason why many were trapped, wanting to go out and brush the monsters, but were directly attacked and killed by the night ghosts. The night ghosts were eliminated in waves. Ding! Killed LV50 Night Ghost Elite Semi-Abyssalized, experience plus 5650 plus 50%. Ding! Dropped, Star Guardian Necklace Drawing, fragment 1 inch. Ding! Kill LV50 Night Ghost Elite Semi-Abyssalized, experience plus 5650 plus 50%. Every time you killed a night ghost, it would explode. But only the first 10 times. The pieces for the synthesized drawings had already been gathered. But Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave, he chose to continue killing. The other 4 were puzzled, but they didn't dare to say anything. Right now, Lin Yi needed 350,000 experience to upgrade. With the night ghost it was completely enough. It soon accumulated enough. Ding! Leveled up, LV29 LV30 47 50 88W, Golden Egg Legendary plus 1, existing, Golden Egg X4. The next level directly doubled more than that. A full 880,000 experience was needed. But now the night ghosts that were originally bloodthirsty and only had the instinct to kill had surprisingly started to stop coming forward. They were really scared of being killed by Lin Yi. Surprisingly, the night ghost's will to kill had been shaken, so it was obvious how overwhelming the slaughter had been. But Lin Yi wouldn't let these experienced babies go. A direct move to ban demons. Locking the escape skills of this group of night ghosts. The blazing dragon was so fast that it carried the 5 of them through the group of night ghosts. Ding! Killed LV50 Night Ghost Elite Half Abyssalized, experience plus 7650 plus 50%. Ding! Kill LV50 Night Ghost Elite Semi-Abyssalized, experience plus 7650 plus 50%. Ding! Kill LV30 Troll Rabbit, experience plus 2200 plus 50%. There were quite a few other monsters killed during this period. The 4 people who were enjoying the feast were dumbfounded. Who the hell is the candidate? They looked at Lin Yi's back and involuntarily swallowed. In their hearts, they were incredibly glad that they hadn't chosen to go against Lin Yi. With strength like Lin Yi's, he was bound to soar in the future. It wasn't even impossible to ask for the top of the world. Ding! Level up LV29 LV30 Upper Limit, requires second turn to unlock, obtain Golden Egg Legendary X1, Golden Egg 5 inch. Ding! Congratulations on your success, you have completed the side quest, Village Forever, quest condition, cleaning up monsters 500. Lin Yi immediately pulled out the materials required for that second turn he had purchased earlier. Ding! Congratulations on your successful second turn, level cap raised to LV50. Ding! You've unlocked the new skill, Dragon Bond non-upgradable. Ding! Your skill 1, Dragon Trough, level cap plus 1. Seeing the prompt, Lin Yi didn't rush to watch it. He directly withdrew to the village. Now that the side quest requirements had been completed, there wouldn't be much profit in staying any longer. So retreating now was the best option. Watching withdrew from the battlefield. They were also finally relieved. Finally escaping from that place full of danger. But they were also overjoyed. Even picking up the pieces after Lin Yi. It was also a rewarding experience, basically raising several levels. On the way to the blacksmith store, Lin Yi also aimed for the benefits of his fresh upgrade. The awakened bonds were definitely the top priority. Dragon Bond non-upgradable, having 2-2, 2-3, and 2-5 under your command triggers different bond effects. 2-2 activated, all dragon attributes are increased by 25%. 2-3 unactivated, all dragons' full attributes will be increased by 35% and the equipment on the body will be transformed into golden equipment, and the reinforcement will be increased by 10 extra. 2-5 unactivated, all dragons' full attributes are increased by 100% and their equipment is transformed into dragon divine equipment, with reinforcement increased by an additional 20, and equipment quality plus 1. After reading it, Lin Yi only had one word in his heart. Strong. A very strong bind. Ding! Consume Spirit Stones X 100,000, level up, Dragon Slot, LV2 LV3, Dragon Slot limit plus 1. The third Imperial Beast could be summoned. At the same time, several people finally arrived at the blacksmith store. The blacksmith was still enthusiastic, especially after seeing the Star Guardian necklace drawing. He was even happier. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Blacksmith's Regret. Ding! Blacksmith favorability plus 50, village-wide favorability plus 10. On hearing the prompt, they were all ecstatic. The blacksmith looked at the drawings and gradually the enthusiasm faded from his face. It was replaced by a wave of sadness. The blacksmith slowly stretched out his hand. Thank you for retrieving this drawing for me. But I still need you to help me with one more thing. At this moment, his eyes were somewhat pleading. Chapter 100 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. But Lin Yi immediately agreed, no problem, you're but no harm. Hearing this, the blacksmith gave Lin Yi a grateful look. Starting his own narration more than 10 years ago, my wife and I fled together due to the destruction of the empire. During that time we were uprooted, but luckily we managed to escape here. But unfortunately, said this blacksmith face exudes a trace of self-reproach, I contracted consumption because of running all the way. My wife, in order to save me, went out to collect medicine and finally died in the hands of night ghosts. Speaking of this, even the blacksmith, a hardened man of iron blood, unconsciously showed tears of sadness on his face. Therefore, in order to honor her, I intend to leave behind a jeweled relic to be fashioned into a necklace, which is said to be able to possess the sound of the heartbeat of the person who lived. Speaking of this, the crowd was unconsciously moved. This blacksmith was really an infatuated species. But it's one more condition: one needs to bring the relics of the person who was alive to relive once its most profound thing in life. The blacksmith gazed at Lin Yi, and my wife once told me that being able to flee uprooted to this place with someone she loved was the happiest thing that had ever happened to her. So I need you to take the necklace I forged and walk the path of love that was once ours for me. Ding. Triggering quest, Road of Love. Road of Love side quest. Level, B+. Task requirement, carry, Star Guardian, along a specific road to reach the town. Reward, plus 50 W experience, plus 10 favorability to all NPCs in the town. Mission summary: the blacksmith and his wife's road to escape is the shortest, but the most dangerous, so please consider whether or not to take it. Penalty for failure, spat upon, town favorability 30. Lin Yi directly chose to take it. I'll take it. Lin Yi said this. The blacksmith was immediately moved. Thank you so much. You can just come pick it up from me later, it'll be quick. It's on you. After this side was dealt with, naturally another branch line was left. Little brother Lin, how did you come back so quickly? The village chief greeted warmly. Lin Yi directly opened the door. Village chief, no need for pleasantries, this time I'm here to activate the sacred tree. Lin Yi walked directly to the side of the sacred tree. He pulled out the sacred tree heart source. As if there was an attraction, in an instant the sacred tree heart source was sucked into the trunk of the sacred tree. Swoosh! In an instant, starlight shot out in all directions around them. Starlight emerged from the bodies of the surrounding monsters and converged over. The sacred tree was also finally able to revive after receiving enough energy. Ding! Completing the side quest 2, Village Chief Yongning, rewarding experience X 50W. 500,000 experience arrived, fragrant. Lin Yi also quietly told the four of them the secret. Come here, I'll tell you something. The four of them immediately pricked up their ears. Curious as hell. All you guys need to do is send spirit stones to that village chief and you'll be able to raise your favorability by 90 points. These words came out. The four were pleasantly surprised. Having just completed the hidden quest was a full 10 points of goodwill. Adding it up would just be enough to reach 100 points. Obtaining the road deed. Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of being a genius that you rarely meet once in a century. I'm relieved to have this recommendation letter handed over to me. The village chief gave the recommendation letter to Lin Yi. Sacred Tree Village Chief's letter of recommendation, go to the town courthouse and submit it. The other four had also gathered spirit stones to honor the village chief, successfully getting the road deed. Now that everything was ready to be continued, Lin Yi also told the four about the situation. Now I'm going to the town, but topping it off with the extreme night moments could be dangerous. I can't predict the situation on the road. If you guys still have to follow me, I might just abandon you in case something happens. You guys can choose to come with me now, or leave on your own when it's time for the extreme night hour. Hearing this, the four of them immediately discussed it. Quickly giving an answer, Brother Lin, we'll follow you. Even if we meet with an accident, we'll be the rear guard and help you successfully reach the town. We've been favored by you so much, it's all due. Lin Yi nodded. In that case then let's set off. Immediately after that, the four-man squad appeared. Why 4 people? Because Lin Yi was invisible. Looking at the backs of the 4 people leaving the village, the remaining 30 people hiding in the shadows immediately looked at each other. After Lan's death, and the slaughter of a small portion of them by the plague blight tree, the rest of them were all leaderless, aimlessly moving about individually. But when the village chief road deed had all been acquired, they all gathered at once. Losing the road deed was equivalent to being directly eliminated, so of course they weren't willing. That Lin Yi didn't even follow him out? A flash of joy flashed across their eyes. If Lin Yi was there, they wouldn't have been able to succeed no matter what. But now Lin Yi wasn't there. The opposing forces were 30 versus 4. The advantage was mine. But aren't there stealth monsters out there? Didn't you see that they went out without a problem? It must be over by now, otherwise why would they go out? Yeah, we all have no road deeds now. Unless we put up a fight and grab them, we'll all be eliminated. Then do it. These 4 people also deserve to get the road deed, don't they just know how to lick it? They immediately followed. Looking at the tail behind them, those 4 had a chill in their hearts. I hadn't thought that Lin Yi had really gotten them right. Lin Yi had said that they'd fight for it, even to the point of laying down a hard hand. They hadn't believed it. After all, they were all students, some even from the same school. How could they be so ruthless? But they never thought it would actually happen. And Lin Yi had already prepared a countermeasure. They walked out of the village in peace. Immediately, he put his heart down. It's really over, we can leave the village now. Hurry up and follow to cut them off. But they had only just walked out less than 100 meters. That familiar gloomy and cold aura came again. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream. One person in the back had his head chopped off. They were immediately frightened and panicked. Aha! But then the screams followed, and everyone everywhere was decapitated by the night ghosts. And Lin Yi's flying sword appeared in plain sight. Although it didn't make a move. But it was 2 words that were scratched out. Die. At this moment, they finally realized that they were caught in a trap. But it was already too late. Can't run back to the village, all of them died in the wilderness. All of them with their heads in different places. Lin Yi looked at the sky. It wouldn't be possible for this to still be related to me, would it? That's right. The Gao Gao definitely had a regulator. He couldn't kill innocents indiscriminately, but he could kill people with a sword. This scene also did enter the regulator's line of sight. But they only looked at it. Although they knew it had something to do with Lin Yi. But they couldn't blame him. They could only blame the group for being too greedy. At the same time, they also noticed the abnormality of the abyss. Chapter 101, Arrival. Compared to Lin Yi's matter, they cared more about the abyss matter. Quickly report it, a grade A anomaly has appeared around this key candidate, apply for the education headquarters to send someone to help. After dealing with this group of people, it was considered to be a permanent end to the trouble. And there were actually no accidents along the way. It was just that the monsters were a bit more frequent. But under Lin Yi's powerful strength, they were all paper tigers. We arrived near the town without incident. Unfortunately, at this point in time, there was an accident. They saw a few guys in armor, even with robotic arms, suddenly blocking the way. Seeing this scene, several people looked at each other. They thought it was a town check. However, they did not expect it. Those guys had an untamed look on their faces and arrogantly came forward. This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass through here, leave your money behind. Lin Yi swept his eyes over a few people. However, he was surprised to find that they were wearing the armor of the town guards. That meant that these people were from the town. But they were doing this kind of hijacking. Lin Yi didn't want to be nosy, so he directly took out a spirit stone and handed it over. That was a full 5,000 spirit stones. After seeing these spirit stones, their eyes lit up. Yet at that moment, they glanced at each other. It seemed that some sort of consensus was reached. After licking his lips, he directly slapped away that spirit stone and arrogantly spoke, "You're also too insincere, then don't blame us. Turn around, we'll search you." Lin Yi instantly realized. These guys were insatiable. They thought they'd come across a fat sheep. They wanted to completely slaughter them. Right now, Lin Yi's goal was to enter the town, so of course he wouldn't choose to clash with this group. But when the group touched Lin Yi's letter of recommendation, they immediately lit up. "This is good stuff," said the group as they tried to take this recommendation letter away. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes flashed sternly. There was no point in keeping his hand in this situation now. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, they even provoked him. "What? I don't want to be convinced. If you don't want to, hold it in." But as they spoke, they suddenly noticed how the shadow on the ground had an extra thing that looked like a sword. Swoosh! With a cold flash, the heads of these few people who had robbed the road fell in unison. How could Lin Yi give away the letter of recommendation that he had fought so hard to get? It would be better to kill them rather than this. Hiss! After seeing Lin Yi make his move, the other 4 were shocked. This place wasn't far from the town. Although it was foggy right now. But it was still vaguely possible to see figures. However, Lin Yi had an early response. Lin Yi maneuvered his energy sword and made the bodies stand up, walking around. Originally, when the town saw the delayed movement over there, the city guards had furrowed their brows and were ready to come over to check the situation. But suddenly, they saw a few figures moving in the mist. There were also silhouettes walking towards this place, and only then did he let go of his heart. The 4 people were frightened, but came to the town smoothly. Seeing the steel city not far away, the difference between this and the town in their imagination was also too big. In front of them, there was a steel and concrete wall that was as high as 30 meters, as well as the guards of various mechanized creatures outside. It was completely like coming to a future technological society. Stop! A city guard wearing a punk-style outfit and his right arm was completely a mechanical arm that was bubbling with steam stopped them. He coldly swept a circle of several people. "Take out the road deed, or else you are not allowed to enter the city." Hearing this, the crowd took out their road deeds. After seeing this paper instrument, the city guard's expression also became eased. "Welcome to Sin Prison Town." As the city guard opened the city gates, The chimneys of steam boilers were everywhere, the streets were full of ancient Western architecture, and the commoners were all grimy. However, most of the professionals were wearing studded leather jackets and colorful non-mainstream hairstyles. It was a complete scene of the steam era. Just after arriving in the city, a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest, Path to the Stars, experience plus 50W, goodwill of all NPCs in the town plus 10". Only a little bit short of upgrading. Ding! Service-wide notification, congratulations to Lin Yi for being the first to enter the town. Hereby rewarding, second profession awakening scroll god. At this moment, all the candidates within the entire secret area all dropped their jaws in shock. Second profession scroll? The appearance of this rare item not only caused the students within the secret territory to oscillate. Even the inspector. Isn't this one just in a rank secret realm? How could such a good reward appear? The ombudsmen looked at each other in dismay. They were all the ones who presided over every college entrance exam in Jiangnan province. Although there had been some situations that had gone wrong. But it was nothing compared to today. The pressure is simply not comparable. This situation they simply cannot handle. Can only continue to report to the General Administration of Education. The Directorate General of Education is located in Kyoto, where the 34 provinces of the country are connected to the situation of the college entrance examination. They received 2 red messages about Jiangnan province in a row. It directly alarmed the director of the General Education Bureau. Director, these are the 2 red messages passed about Jiangnan province. The situation is indeed serious. The subordinate handed over the documents. Around them also stood military executives, General Directorate of Education executives, and many domain powers. The Director General was somewhat surprised. Jiangnan province was not considered powerful among the many provinces. It could even be said to be in the bottom group. It was mainly due to the fact that Jiangnan province bordered the abyss. It was difficult to develop. Abyssal invasion? Seeing the first document, this director of the General Administration of Education's brows had knitted up. This matter could be big or small. But it involved the matter of an entire province's college entrance exam students. This year is still the Genius Training Camp selection, the person beside him also reminded. The Director General of Education nodded. He certainly knew the seriousness of this matter. At the moment, he didn't know how to solve it in his mind. One could only flip to the next article. But when he saw the next article, he was instantly flabbergasted. Second profession awakening scroll? When he said this sentence, the eyes of everyone in the entire office became blazing. They were able to stand here. All of them were characters that ranked high in the entire country of China. This second profession awakening scroll was a truly divine outfit for them. This Lin Yi seems to have appeared twice? The General Directorate of Education flipped through the previous article. Chapter 102 The Iron Cross. Sure enough, Lin Yi's name was visible again. Happily, it was its deed of slaying an LV-50 Dark Gold level boss that was still half abyssalized. It was only that the abyssal invasion was too serious to notice at first. Both messages had something to do with Lin Yi, which couldn't help but make this director notice Lin Yi pull up the information on this one called Lin Yi. His men seemed to be ready. They immediately handed it over. It was extremely detailed. Even Lin Yi's use of his rank to get that Vice Colonel Lu killed was recorded. Of course, there were many other things that Lin Yi was involved in. There were also some testimonials from Zhang Liuha. These things were stacked together. The experienced director of the General Education Bureau also immediately saw that Lin Yi was by no means a simple person. Then did Lin Yi use the scroll? He asked again, and his men shook their heads. Then it seems there's a limit. That's not good. The director muttered. Send my order down to the Jiangnan military region now. He suddenly spoke. The subordinates immediately took out their communication devices. Order. The Jiangnan military region fully mobilizes its troops to the Abyss front, then sends special forces to blockade the college entrance exam site. And gradually line up enemy agents. Fully protect Lin Yi's personal safety. Further orders will be sent down to the Xuanwu war zone, ordering them to strengthen the blockade of the borders and beware of secret agents infiltrating. Further lower the order to the Resources Department of the General Education Bureau, mobilizing a batch of 5 million spirit stone resources to be given to Lin Yi as compensation for his persecution by that corrupt principal. Yes. 3 orders went down. It immediately caused the entire country of China, and even the entire world, to shake. Looking at the sight of the college entrance exam being blocked, many parents and teachers of the candidates were confused. However, looking at the special forces that were heavily armed and ready to strike at any time, they didn't dare to ask what was going on. The actions of the Xuanwu war zone were also immediately captured by the neighboring countries. The one who was most afraid was the Sakura country. They bordered the Xuanwu war zone across the sea, and they thought that it was China that was going to make a move against them. Countless instructions were sent towards Eagle Sauce and the neighboring allies, requesting them to intervene. However, they soon realized. Although troops were assembled at the border, But there was no action. A message soon appeared. Second Profession Awakening Scroll was released. This immediately caused the entire world to shake. Especially certain big countries. The Eagle Jam Nation frantically sent news of war with China to the Sakura Nation. But where did Sakura country dare to move? Everyone was casting covetous glances at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who was in the secret realm at the moment, suddenly had an itch on his back. It was as if there were many poisonous snakes staring at him. Maybe it was an illusion? He thought so for a moment. He looked at the things that were rewarded this time. Second Profession Awakening Scroll allows you to awaken a second profession that is no less than your profession level, which is independent and non-conflicting. Requirement for use, third turn LV 50. It seemed that he didn't have enough level. Then we can only wait a little longer. It's not that far anyway. After entering the city, a few people also went their separate ways. Lin Yi arrived at the school magistrate's mansion alone. As soon as he got close. As soon as he approached, he was greeted by guards in leather jackets with colorful hair, very different from the previous city guards. Impatiently repelling gangsters, grab and get out of the way, don't come here to make trouble if you want to make trouble. Hearing this, Lin Yi was puzzled. There were still gangsters in this city? Lin Yi walked up and identified himself. I'm not a gangster, I'm just a trainee warrior from the village. This is a letter of recommendation from our village chief. With that, Lin Yi took out the guard's envelope. It was only after seeing the envelope that the guard was convinced that Lin Yi was the one. However, the guard didn't introduce himself. Instead, he pulled Lin Yi aside. Brother, I'm actually not from the government office. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be dismayed. Then you're... Only to see this guard light up a cross of his own and quietly say, I'm from the Iron Cross. You may not know that you just arrived, but this is actually a sin city. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. He had pretty much guessed this possibility as well. After all, the people here were just too strange. All the people here are criminals discarded by the kingdom, so the government offices here don't really manage things in the town. They don't want to get into trouble at all. There aren't even a few guards at the courthouse, and there's no one working inside. It's just a decoration, so look at me, brother. He laughed, pointing to himself, coming here to guard the gate for money. Lin Yi is considered to be open to the eyes. Part-time job to come to the yamen as a guard. And hiring gang members. I see that if you can get a letter of recommendation, your strength is bound to be not weak either. He extended his hand. I invite you to join our Steel Cross. Of course, if you insist on joining the officials, I won't stop you. Think of it as making a friend. Anyway, you'll be dealing with it quite a bit in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yi just thought for a moment. He chose to join the gang. Although gangsters seemed low. But on second thought, Lin Yi had another trouble on him right now. That was the fact that he had already killed someone from the government office. If he was investigated and he still joined the yamen, he was afraid that he would be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. And the gangsters reside in no fixed place and don't do any background checks. Things are also less totally well suited to hide themselves. However, Lin Yi didn't rush to agree with him. Lin Yi opened his mouth and asked, Brother, can I ask if there are any other forces in the city besides us, the Cross? Of course there are. There's also the Ancient Demon Society and the Steam Society. One of their envelopes is Alchemy Ancient Magic, and one of their surnames is Mechanical Transformation. That is, those people with mechanical prosthetics that you see on the road, most of them are from their gangs. What about us? Lin Yi probably understood. Us, He laughed, come as you are. It seemed like the Steel Cross was a faithless gangster. But that was fine. To make himself go through some kind of prosthetic limb modification, he couldn't stand it. Thank you for answering so many questions for me, then I choose to join our Steel Cross Society. Lin Yi agreed instantly as well. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he was overjoyed. I pulled such a big performance for the team this time, I'm sure I'll get a lot of money this month. So it turned out that he had been pulled in head. My name is Hyla, from now on we are brothers. Hala also did not avoid it. We are short of people here, so if we can pull in capable people like you, the gang will usually give rewards. You can also pull in people into the gang when the time comes. As for your headcount fee at the end of the month, I'll treat you to dinner. Ha. Hala opened up wide without a hint of concealment. Lin Yi's side also sounded a beep ding. Congratulations, you've triggered a hidden plot line. Your identity is gang member. Ding. Now releasing the group mainline quest, usurpation. Group mainline mission, usurpation. Group gang members. Mission difficulty, A+. Task requirement, help the gang, Iron Cross, to overthrow the two gangs, Ancient Demon Society and Steam Society, 02, and overthrow the government office in Sin City 01. Mission reward, escape from the land of sin, experience X100W. Mission summary, after you join the gang, your identity has become a gang member, and the only way for you to get out of the sinner's identity in Sin City is to kill the Yamen house and escape from this land of sin domain. Therefore, the other two gangsters are also your obstacles. You often do not get along with each other, but also more or less cooperate with the Yaman house, who once you make a move the other gangsters will come forward to stir up trouble. Chapter 103, Difficulty. Hearing the mission prompt, Lin Yi probably understood where the quest was going. It seemed that different identities would have different mission requirements. In the end, only one camp would be able to get out of this Sin domain town. Next, he asked Hyla about the town. It was only then that he realized that these night ghosts at night were meant to trap them, the sinners who were exiled to the land of Sin domain. The land of Sin was huge. No one knew how to get out of here. Not to mention the night ghosts at night. The only clue to leave could only exist in the government office of this town. The Yaman mansion didn't have much ability to resist when compared to this group of sinners. But unfortunately, there are people who don't want to leave. They like this place where they can kill without sanction. There are others who have come here for refuge. They don't want to lose this natural shelter. There are also people who feel that they will move against the empire and are too afraid of death to resist. Hala was clearly the one who yearned to leave. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. A face of indignation. Lin Yi also had an approximate understanding after listening in on all this news. West Spirit Street. Hala led Lin Yi to one of the few streets in the city that was still clean. There was some pride on Hala's face. This is the street I guard. I can collect tens of thousands of spirit stones every week. However, this clean was only limited to the fact that there wasn't feces and vagrants everywhere. Garbage was still everywhere. The streets were full of peach stores, machinery modification factories, and casino industries. Lin Yi had learned from Hyla that the outside world was a radiation-infected world. Both water and food were in short supply. Aside from the few big giants who monopolized these outputs, ordinary people were struggling to survive. Death was commonplace here. The gangs were considered good compared to these people who sold meat in small workshop industries. You only need to collect protection fees to get a good income. But gangsters are a high-risk profession. Even if they didn't go out of the city, the casualties from various gangster conflicts and radiation monster attacks weren't small. This one is called Lin Yi. I recruited him from the entrance of the government office. He was able to get a letter of recommendation from the village chief. Introduced by Hala, Lin Yi met a connector. The man just glanced at him without much questioning. This was the gang's new recruitment process. No one with a clean background could join the gang. Moreover, gangs had a high casualty rate, so the teammates they knew today would all be new faces tomorrow. There was absolutely no need to interfere that much. Since you have this kind of strength, then you can serve as a squad leader. Just follow Hala to guard West Spirit Street. It just so happens that the ancient demon society in your neighboring East Spirit Street is on the verge of making a move, so it's just right to add you there. Ding! Congratulations on your status upgrade, Iron Cross Gangster member, Iron Cross Gangster Squad Leader. Ding! Gangster Squad Leader has 4 people under his command. Open the squad channel and you will be able to communicate with your teammates. As the beep sounded, that connector would also speak. Your squad can take in 4 official members, the others can only be considered as reserves and outsiders. We're temporarily short of people in the cross. You can either recruit yourself or wait for us to arrange people, but it might be slow. Hala happily put her arm around Lin Yi's shoulder. Yo. I didn't expect us to become colleagues. You'll have to take care of me in the future. Lin Yi laughed. You're kidding, you're a senior. It's more like you taking care of me. Hala listened very favorably and said happily, you kid, I worked so hard for so many years to become a captain, and as soon as you arrived you're on the same level as me. I must ruthlessly slaughter you today. Go. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with West Spirit Street. By the way, I'll bring you to experience. Again, said Hala with an evil smile on his face. With Hala leading the way, the two of them re-entered West Spirit Street. Hala directly pulled Lin Yi to meet the bosses of the stores. Come and take a look. This is going to be another squad leader in our street, so be honest with me. Don't think that just because he's a newcomer, he's easy to bully. Yes. These bosses all lowered their voices and didn't dare to disobey. The new captain is free to come to our 100 Flower House. Our little sisters here are all very watery. A pimp waved a scented handkerchief around Lin Yi and said enchantingly, Go. You store girls can't even scream. Hala directly chased her away, then whirled around and said to Lin Yi, come on, let's go to Cecil Moon House. The girls there are good. I manage this street, everyone gives me face, even the people on the opposite side of East Spirit Street don't dare to come and cause trouble, it's very stable. Lin Yi had a black line on his face, but he couldn't refuse. After all, he was new to the city. Pushed and shoved by Hala, he came to that peach-colored place. Hala was introducing how nice it was inside, which girl was even more beautiful. Bang! But just at this time, suddenly a figure flew out of the gate of the Seasonal Moon building. Hala's face instantly pulled down. Just now he was bragging to Lin Yi about the tranquility of his street. Now this happened, it was too much of a slap in his face. Cut! Immediately afterward, several figures flew out from inside the Seasonal Moon building. They were all clearly the guards of the Seasonal Moon building. Is that all you seasonal moon building can do, and you still want to extort this lord? Said a guy dressed in a black robe with all sorts of weird runes on it walked out. He patted the non-existent ash on his hands and arrogantly stepped on a guard's head and cursed. The girls from Seasonal Moon Tower and the remaining guards got up with difficulty and all followed out. There were also other guests who were wrapped up in the attitude of watching the show. This kid is tired of living, right? This is that kid Hey LA's territory, a guest said in a theatrical manner. However, these words were immediately refuted. This person's identity isn't simple either. He seems to be from the ancient demon society. He's the captain of the opposite East Spirit Street. That person heard this word glowing realization, immediately with a look of watching a good show. This Hala is a reckless guy. This ancient demon society's people want to go. I'm afraid it's not that easy. The truth was indeed as he said. After seeing Hala, the pimp of Ji Lu immediately cried and came up to complain. Captain Hala, this guy finished playing here in our place and wanted to leave without paying a penny. We stopped him, and he even hit us back and said we were blackmailing him. Hearing this, Hala was immediately enraged. You're quite mad. You dare to cause trouble on my turf. Hala. The man recognized Hala. Instead of having a trace of fear, he became even more arrogant. What? I want to leave today. You can stop me, ah? Hala's temper came up. Where to hold back? Where did the hairy kid come from? Let me teach you a good lesson. Hala instantaneous body, hand long knife flashed out. Hyla's long knife flashed out in her hand and directly slashed at the man's neck. There wasn't a single person present other than Lin Yi who could see his movements. Second turn C ranked professional, shining swordsman. And on the opposite side, second turn C ranked professional, alchemy sorcerer poison system. After seeing the opposite side's combat strength, Lin Yi felt bad. Hala was definitely going to suffer. As expected, Hyla looked at her unresponsive opponent. In his heart, he was secretly rejoicing that he had easily solved his trouble. But just at this moment, the opponent's black robe in front of him for a moment. A black poisonous gas exploded and quickly spread. Only a few crows flew out. Empty. Hala was surprised to find that his attack fell short. Instead, the person was hit by the poison circle. The crows circling in the air looked at this scene and actually spat out human words. Ha ha ha, stupid. That's how you got hit? Hala wanted to speak, but the poison gas attacked his heart. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only say with great difficulty, "You're Dodo Dove." Chapter 104 Child Blood Sacrifice. This counts as a very famous squad leader of the ancient demon society. He is very strong in combat. However, he never thought that he would appear here today. It was obvious that he was rushing towards the Western Spirit Street. But right now, he doesn't even have the ability to resist. Even if he called out to his team members, he would only be taken down. The pimp was also frowning. How come he can't even defeat Hyla? This is bad. The rest of the spectators were also sighing. Che. Is this all Hala has? This strength still wants to guard West Spirit Street. I think it will be annexed by East Spirit Street sooner or later. Just when he was in despair. Roar. With a dragon roar. Lin Yi summoned the mechanical dragon. With his foot on the mechanical dragon, Lin Yi soared into the sky. Who are you? Dodo Dove was wary at the sight of Lin Yi. He couldn't see through Lin Yi's strength. The spectators were also looking at each other, those who could come to this place to play. Many of them were people with blood on their hands, and they had seen a lot. But without exception, they didn't recognize Lin Yi. Where did this brat come from? He's following Hala. He's not one of his new teammates, is he? Che. A newbie sending himself to his death. Lin Yi. Be careful. At this moment, Hyla warned. But it was that one sentence that made him find confidence, so it's just a little punk, making such a big show to scare me. Go to hell. Saying that, he directly changed out of itself. A spell directly transformed the land into a pillar of fire, killing Lin Yi. Facing his attack, Lin Yi easily dodged it. The mechanical dragon was extremely fast and fiercely closed in on What Dove. Dodo Pigeon immediately sent out all sorts of moves. Even his best poison technique was also used. However, the mechanical dragon in front of him did not have a single effect. Damn, what's going on? Dodo Pigeon always felt strange. His attacks felt like they were hitting cotton. Lin Yi didn't seem to have any combat power at all. But his own attacks just couldn't touch him. It made him feel restless inside. Watching the scene, many spectators could not help but sigh. Who is this person? Even Duo Dove is not his opponent. TSK, this Duo Pigeon is really disgraceful, kicking the field to the hard opponent. Dodo Pigeon heard these words immediately annoyed. Really think I am a soft persimmon? With those words, What Ari Pigeon violently cast a spell. Only to see his figure continuously grow larger. In the end, he turned into a giant crow. Feeling the surging energy in his body, he was overjoyed. Go to hell. Directly, he killed towards Lin Yi. Kill. And the mechanical dragon in front of him just slowly opened its mouth. Roar. A huge laser rushed out. Dodo Pigeon laughed coldly. You think this kind of attack can hit me? He subconsciously wanted to dodge. Just then, his face suddenly changed drastically. Because he sensed that something was wrong. How was he so slow? Incorrect. It was the laser speed that was too fast. In contrast, he looked slow. It's over. It's over. His mind went blank as the fear of death concurred from every cell. As the laser passed through, Dodo Dove was reduced to ashes. This scene came too suddenly. The surrounding people froze for a while before reacting. This. They looked incredulously at Lin Yi in the air. The scene just now seemed like a dream. But those ashes were flying around in the air, confirming that it wasn't a dream. Awesome ah! For a moment it was unknown who said this. The crowd immediately looked like it had exploded. The crowd murmured this person wouldn't be any of the patriarchs, right? No, I know all the patriarchs of the Steel Cross and I've never heard of this person. Then who the hell is he? Even Hyla was looking at Lin Yi with a monster expression. He knew the strength of Dodo Pigeon better than anyone else in the room after just exchanging blows. And Lin Yi had completely crushed it one-sidedly. Dodo Dove didn't even have the power to fight back. Although Hyla was shocked, he was also happy. There was such a teammate helping out on his street. Wouldn't that be a huge increase in safety? He immediately stood up and endured the pain and took the opportunity to announce to the crowd, "This is the new captain of our Iron Cross. From now on, you'll be guarding the Western Spirit Street with me." You all saw today's events. The ancient demon society over at East Spirit Street is stupidly moving. With us protecting you guys, there's naturally no big problem. That's the cost of this. Speaking of this, the others comprehended it. We'll pay 20% more in the future. I'll also pay more. Me too. Since we're all here, why don't you come in and sit down, my lord? The pimp of the Quarter Moon Mansion came to Lin Yi's side and invited him graciously. But Lin Yi refused her with a raised hand. He had an errand to run right now. After killing the Dodo Dove, he had found a letter. It was about the Ancient Demon Society. It was clearly written about the Ancient Demon Society's collusion. Ding! Triggering the side quest, blocking the Ancient Demon Society's blood sacrifice. Mission difficulty, B. Mission requirements, save all the children 020, kill all those who carry it out 120. Mission reward, experience X20W, occupy West Spirit Street. Mission summary, you have found out from Dodo Pigeon's letterhead that he has come to East Spirit Street for a plot to annex West Spirit Street, and not only has he sent an extra team under his leadership, but he also intends to rob 20 children to perform a blood sacrifice ceremony to summon blood things to attack West Spirit Street and take advantage of the chaos to occupy the place. If we can stop it, and because of this inhumane deed, the division will be famous. It was even possible to occupy West Spirit Street. You play, I have to leave first. Lin Yi said to Hyla, who was flirting with the girl from Gu Lu on the side. Hearing this, Hyla nodded without much thought. All right, brother. Come find me here if you need anything. Brother will be staying here today, he. Once that was done, Lin Yi disguised himself and headed to Shilling Street. At the moment, the mists outside the city dispersed. The moment of extreme night was over. And the city guards at the entrance realized something was wrong. Why were those partners all lying on the ground? At the same time, a piece of news came out from the Yamen Mansion. The Yamen Mansion had actually started recruiting. And it was recruiting with unprecedented vigor. Chapter 105, A Single Dagger. This kind of unusual behavior, of course, drew the attention of the various gangsters. The three major gangsters were unaware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. There were speculations as to whether or not the Yamen house was not going to be liquidated. But even if it was a liquidation, as far as the Yamen house itself was concerned, its strength was completely insufficient. Even if they were to recruit people, very few would be willing to join the Yamen house. Who doesn't know that the Yamen house is just a decoration? Until there were warriors coming towards the town one after another, they didn't understand why the Yamen house's action was. Damn it! The city guards looked at the several corpses in front of them and slammed the ground. The only people who had returned from the mists were Lin Yi's group. Who else but Lin Yi could be the murderer? He was furious at the thought that Lin Yi had slipped away from his eyes after killing someone with ease. So arrogant, daring to kill the city guards. I'll make you regret it. Immediately, he greeted his men and carried the body back to the Yamen house. At this moment, the town mayor was talking to the governor of the Yamen. The town mayor was the first to speak. Are you sure this time? The Yamen governor could see the town mayor's inner worries and sipped his cup of tea. Think about how many years we've been idle. The higher-ups are letting us do this all of a sudden. The decision is assured. That's good. The mayor nodded. Worries, then let go, then continue to step up our efforts, and try to recruit all these brave people to the Yamen house, then let them work for us to eradicate the three major gangs. And then, said the two of them with a meaningful glance at each other. Just at this time, someone at the door suddenly shouted, someone killed the city guards. This word out, the two people immediately walked out. Once they came, they saw the city guard kneeling in front of the door, holding those headless corpses and crying bitterly. The town mayor and the governor of the Yamen, two adults, you can be sure to do justice for them all. Seeing the dress of those several corpses, The two experienced veterans understand at a glance that this is to rob the road. But they did not break it down, and looked at each other to see the same meaning in each other's eyes. Even if it is a hijacking, so what? As long as they do not say, no one will know. Outsiders will only know which gang killed someone and touched the government's scales. They will be liquidated by the government. It was just the right time for the division to make a name for itself. Ahem. The governor of the Yamen house coughed. Who on earth would be so bold? Which gang is it? Capture him and hang his head high on the city wall for public display. The city guard recalled the scene. He seems to have an unusual identity, and was able to enter the city through the mist. At that time, they were just preparing because the mist was about to dissipate. And Lin Yi just happened to catch it by chance. Hearing this, the magisterial governor's eyes flickered. There were only a handful of people in the city who could do that. And it looks like he took some sort of letter of recommendation to the Yamen house. The next sentence immediately caused the magistrate governor and the town mayor to look aghast. They had never thought in a million years. Surprisingly, a warrior had arrived so quickly. One had to realize how far away the town and the village were, and Lin Yi had managed to come to the town through the mist. Even the two of them couldn't guarantee that they could do it. This person is too strong. The town mayor knitted his brows tightly. Even the Yamen governor had a stony expression on his face, and only after a long time did he come up with these words: kill. Upon hearing the words of the Yamen governor, the town mayor froze for a moment. He had an incredulous look on his face. To move such a character, I'm afraid that it would be a small price to pay. And wouldn't it be better to recruit them? The Yamen governor, however, spoke. No, I will only allow the warriors to be a scattered group under the command of our Yamen division. And not allow a new commander to emerge among them, or even have the capital to fight us. Take his head and sacrifice it to the flag. It's just the right opportunity to throw dirty water on the gangsters, so that people will mistakenly think that he murdered them, and this group of warriors will then work for us. The governor's words enlightened the town mayor. He could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. It's still you who are great. After the town mayor praised him, he immediately inquired. Now immediately inquire in where he serves in the Yamen. Don't scare the snakes. Their calculations were good. But they never thought that just because of a small move by Hyla. Surprisingly, all of their calculations fell through. As expected, a circle of questions came down. Not a single person had found Lin Yi's shadow. Lin Yi hadn't gone to the court at all. What's going on? This confused the governor of the magistrate's office. It's just that, to have escaped that strength must be average. Maybe it's just some treasure that can pass through the mists. He sighed. But the wanted notice is still necessary. Let them kill each other when the time comes. Turning his head, he asked one more time. The guards have all been replaced with our people now, right? The subordinate nodded. Of course, you ordered it long ago, and we immediately changed them the moment the mist dissipated. The mayor saw that Lin Yi was fleeing in a sorry state. That was no longer too much of a concern. Right, over on West Spirit Street? The town mayor inquired. The magistrate governor immediately revealed a smile. Hee. The blood sacrifice scrolls I deliberately distributed have already been gotten by the ancient demon society's people. If the guess is right, there might be a war on East and West Spirit Street tonight. Make sure to gather the manpower tonight. Let's take the opportunity to recapture both streets. East Spirit Street? Lin Yi looked at the street sign and knew that he had come to the right place. Since he was in disguise, not many people recognized him. But his own name had been heard like thunder. People could be heard discussing themselves everywhere. Have you guys heard about it? Yesterday, Dodo Pigeon went to West Spirit Street to pick a fight, and guess what happened? Speak up, speak up. Don't hold back. Chapter 106 The Red Tasseled Gun. Have you guys heard about this? Yesterday, the Dodo Pigeon went to West Spirit Street to provoke, and guess what happened? Speak up, speak up. Don't keep it a secret. Cut. Doesn't everyone know about this, and you're still here to whet people's appetites? It's just that Captain Hala was seriously injured, but a new face appeared and killed Watanabe in a single move. And this new face is already a junior captain who's also guarding the opposite side of the Western Spirit Street. If Lin Yi didn't disguise himself, he was afraid that he would be recognized at once. On the streets, it was hard for Lin Yi to see the abnormality. He found an unoccupied corner and released his energy sword. The energy sword was extremely fast. Exploring the urban area and flying out the general public would only feel like an illusion. With the energy sword's boost, soon looked up a little clue. In the street slum area of a warehouse, found many kidnapped children. And these kidnappers are all wearing the same clothes as that day fairy pigeon. It seemed to be the people from the ancient demon society. Lin Yi made a dash and immediately headed towards the warehouse. The night was dark at the moment. The stars and moon were high in the sky. Inside the warehouse, after the people from the ancient demon society had caught the group of children together and finished counting them. Looking towards the person at the head, it was a broken arm, but not like others who were fitted with mechanical prosthetics. Instead, it was a horrible blood-colored tree growing out of the flesh and general arm. This person was precisely the squad leader of the town guarding the East Spirit Street, Bloodwood Hand. "Captain, you can start now." While the other reminded a sentence. Bloodwood Hands also immediately came to those kidnapped children and said playfully, "Don't blame us, we're kind of relieving you guys from this." After saying that, Bloodwood Hand violently made a seal. It seemed to be because of the special construction of his other hand. The formation molded surprisingly fast. In a few moments a blood-colored cage trapped these children, and their flesh, blood, souls, and spirits were all being absorbed. The ground cracked open and a huge bloody hand grabbed the ground. "Great! This blood sacrifice is actually real." The Bloodwooden Hand was excited at the sight. His blood-wooden arm clenched his fist. "We can avenge Watanabe Dove and take over East and West Streets." But just as he was still thinking freely, Lin Yi figure slowly came out. "I'm right in front of you now. If you want revenge, you can look for me." The sudden voice startled the crowd and made them flinch. Seeing the rapper's stance, they instantly recognized that it was Lin Yi, who had just become famous in a battle. "Good, you've even come to the door yourself?" Bloodwood Hand hadn't even expected Lin Yi to dare to barge in single-handedly. And that too at a time when he was at his fullest strength. "Then let's make you pay for your life right now." Bloodwood Hand killed straight away. The rest of the 20-odd minions also surrounded him. But in the face of such a situation, Lin Yi gently moved his finger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Bloodwood Hand hadn't even had time to see clearly. Vaguely, he heard a few screams. When he looked back, he saw more than 20 brothers on his side. Surprisingly, all of them fell in unison. None of them were killed in a second. This brought him an inner shock, not to mention how big. But now, he didn't dare to be afraid. He could only face up to it. "Do you think that I will be afraid of you just because of this?" He cheered himself up and waved his fist in his hand to smash at Lin Yi. Swoosh! Another energy sword flew by. It directly nailed Bloodwood Hand to the wall. Bloodwood Hand fought to try and struggle, but there was nothing he could do. At the moment, he was terrified to the extreme. He was looking at Lin Yi, who was like a god of killing. He truly felt the threat of death. No! He looked to the side at the blood sacrifice ceremony. He hadn't lost yet. The blood devils summoned by the blood sacrifice ceremony would need to be resolved by the gang's patriarchal figures at the very least. Just don't believe Lin Yi is still crushing. He hadn't even finished thinking in his mind. A divine dragon tens of meters long and covered in blazing colored scales appeared. Surprisingly, it charged straight into the blood sacrifice ceremony. The blood demon hadn't come out yet, but the blazing dragon was the first to kill along the hole. Outside, only the blood demon's unilateral screams could be heard. A few moments later, even the screams were gone. The Bloodwood Hand looked at the blood sacrifice ceremony incredulously. Roar! Suddenly a dragon roared. The blazing dragon rushed out. Not only was it unharmed, it was also biting the head of the blood demon in its mouth. Now the Bloodwood Hand was completely dead. "Big brother, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to saddle up for you and serve as an ox." Not caring about his face, Bloodwood Hand hurriedly begged Lin Yi for forgiveness. He even felt that even if he served Lin Yi as an ox, he had climbed to the top of the ladder. He'd become a phoenix on a branch. Lin Yi didn't reply, and after glancing at the image of the blazing dragon being in the middle of saving a child, he spoke faintly. "Where did you get this blood demon ritual from?" The Bloodwood Hands didn't dare to slack off and quickly spoke up. "It's something I got from the Yamanfu secret book library through my connections." Lin Yi sneered when he heard this. Enough said. Wouldn't such a high-level secret book be stolen so easily? Combine that with the stupidity of the Yaman house right now. Even if Lin Yi used his toes to think about it, he knew that this group of people wanted to reap the benefits. "You can spare." The Bloodwood Hand fawned and prayed, but before he could finish his sentence, he was killed by Lin Yi with a slash. Lin Yi wouldn't let this kind of "Go home, children." After healing the group of children, Lin Yi let him go. Looking at the children's backs as they fled in fear, he couldn't help but feel a little desolate in his heart. If his country were to fall into colonization by foreigners one day, his own offspring would be even more miserable, he was afraid. The only way to improve strength: defend our country. In order to eliminate this possibility. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, blocking the Ancient Demon Society's blood sacrifice. Reward, experience X20W. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV30 LV3110220110W. Gained Golden Egg Legend X1, Golden Egg, 6-inch. Ding! Because you gained insight into the enemy, congratulations on triggering a new quest. Hearing the last prompt, Lin Yi knew he was right to leave one behind to ask about the situation. It seemed like it was because he was a group main quest. As long as it was something that was antithetical to one's identity, it would be easy to trigger quests. The experience from these quests was very palatable. Lin Yi was completely confident that he could get all 9 golden eggs here. Mission, Smash Fantasy. Mission difficulty, B++. Mission requirement, hang in there. Wait for the gangster headquarters to come for support. Mission Reward, Experience X30W. Mission Summary: You have learned of the conspiracy of the government office. Seize the opportunity to notify the gangster headquarters as well as set up a defense in place to try to save your turf. Otherwise, when the time comes, your deaths will be distorted as a result of the conflict between the East and West Spirit Streets. Mission Failure, Death, Loss of East and West Spirit Streets. The government office was really trying to play the mantis catching cicada, yellow bird behind the back routine. Lin Yi immediately told Hyla about the matter. Hyla, who was still on the woman's bed, jumped straight up in shock when he heard that Lin Yi alone had terminated the Eastern Spirit Street. Ignoring the woman who was still pulling him on the bed. Hurriedly putting on his clothes, the government office came too? Really fake, Then I'll grab the top and inform the brothers now. At this moment, the Yamen house was brightly lit, and hundreds of people were assembled here. There were a full 4 squads. This group of people had a chance of winning even if they were to fight 2 streets head-on. Not to mention that it was now a sneak attack. Looking at the team below, the governor was satisfied. Today your task is to take the East and West streets, kill anyone you see. Don't hold back. But not far away from the government house. A girl holding a red cherry gun constantly shuttling on the roofs. And behind him were more than a dozen people closely following. If you don't hand over the recommendation letter today, you won't be able to escape. Behind him threatened. But the girl did not have a trace of fear. Instead she gave a stern word: you better kill me today, otherwise when I find the opportunity one day, I will definitely not let you go. Oh no, she's almost at the Yamen house. The people behind her saw that she was getting closer and closer to the Yamen house and were also a bit panicked. Once the girl entered the Yamen house, they would have lost all their previous efforts. But right at this moment, as those 4 squads set off, the government office directly closed its doors and completely blocked off. This made them happy. The sky is going to kill you. I advise you to resign yourself to your fate. The girl also did not expect this sudden situation. With a hardened heart she chose to follow that squad of 4. Chapter 107: The Battle of East Spirit Street. This was the only way to find a ray of hope now. And after receiving the news on the West Spirit Street side, they also took immediate measures. The entire squad all rode on modified 2-wheeled or 3-wheeled motorcycles to the road that the Yamen house had to pass through. And for the first time, Lin Yi had seen what a gangster fight was like. There were alchemy guns, and bullets were hitting more than fists. Even bazookas were made whole. As the Iron Cross of the Sea, he could see both ancient magicians and mechanical reformers. Everyone went their own way and didn't have many tactics. And the merchants on West Spirit Street also sensed that something was about to happen. All of them closed their doors to watch the show. With the sound of vehicles appearing from a distance, the 4 Horina Manor house squads also appeared with them. Seeing the cold and clear streets and the vehicles blocking the road in front of them. 1. The Yamen house squad also instantly realized surprisingly exposed? However, they were only slightly surprised. The leader of the team, a captain wearing golden vestments, cheered, right now they are probably still in the middle of a melee. With this many people left, even if they intercept us in advance, it will be futile. We have to fight our first battle beautifully. But when they got closer, they realized that the one who intercepted the car was actually Hyla. This was the captain of the West Spirit Street, but hey Louisiana. How could he still find time to come here? Hyla made a gesture of stopping the car and stared at them coldly and questioned, why don't you all notify me in advance of your visit to the Western Spirit Street, which makes it difficult for me to prepare in advance to entertain you all. Although at this moment, he wanted to do it immediately. But the order given by the headquarters was to stall for time. Unfortunately, these few courthouse captains were not vegetarians either, and with a glance, they could see Hyla's purpose. Yo! Didn't we hear about the clash between the East and West Spirit Streets? We've sent soldiers here to mediate. They had prepared an excuse long ago, and now they used it. Hyla immediately sneered, you all are a bit slow with your news. The East Spirit Street has already been recaptured by us, so we don't need to trouble you all. You can please return. Once these words came out, a few courthouse captains looked at each other in dismay. They could see that Hyla's entire squad was here. It seemed like it was real. At the same time, they were a bit surprised inside. How did Hyla's team manage to take down East Spirit Street unharmed without any damage at all? But now the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Then please make way for all of you to let us go over and verify it, otherwise we won't be able to go back and deliver. The several Yamenfu junior captains found another reason. Hyla instantly refused, I'm sorry, you guys can take a detour and go over to the other side to verify. We're under martial law here right now. Funny. Setting up a defense here now could still rely on the advantage of the terrain. If they really put them in there, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Toast to the world. The golden-robed mage at the head of the government house was no longer in disguise, and directly smashed at Hyla with an instantaneous golden light spell. However, Hyla was on guard. She was able to dodge away. Yuna Manor House has really moved. Hyla gritted his teeth. The 4 of them had already made their move, so they no longer covered up, that's right. Today both East and West Spirit Street will be ours," said the 4 small captains in unison to kill towards La. But right at this moment, Lin Yi, who had been lurking in the ranks, made his move. Lin Yi's aim was precise. Straight at those ordinary team members. Roar! The blazing dragon was summoned. That terrifying figure was like a tyrant coming out of a disaster. Hiss! Imperial Beast Master. The opponent also reacted immediately and wanted to block it right away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Blazing Dragon cast a control skill. Heavenly Fire Dragon Wine. A mouthful of dragon breath directly burned many of the team members to ashes. Originally, there was still a huge pressure on the East Spirit Street in an instant, and it eased up a lot. After all, the Yamen House was only difficult to fight against in comparison to the criminals in the entire city of Sinful Domain. But if any of the gangs were to be singled out, it was still unknown whether or not it was a match for the government. Lin Yi had pulled the ordinary members of the battlefield to the line of balance with this. They also reacted extremely quickly. Immediately, the 2 captains wanted to deal with Lin Yi. And Lin Yi's methods went far beyond that. Mechanical Dragon. Forbidden Demon. Another move. The 4 captains immediately realized that they couldn't use any of their skills. Aside from the fact that one of the arms in Lin Yi's opponent's hands were all modified mechanical prosthetics and thus came to fight the professionals, all the other combat abilities had dropped drastically. Yes. Hala held a long sword and slashed madly at her opponent. After being suppressed for so long, she could finally raise her eyebrows. The 2 opponents who had lost their skills couldn't stop him. The battle was instantly reversed. And Lin Yi's side was of course pure suppression. At the moment, the East Spirit Street players were all filled with disbelief. Were blocking this? Originally, they had heard that it was going to be a tough fight. Even total annihilation was not out of the question. It seems like it's not just blocked, it seems like we're going to win big. But just when this situation was great, a sudden accident appeared. A few figures in the distance quickly rushed towards here. The streets were now calm. They were simply too bright. The people on both sides were tense to the extreme. Both hoped it was their own family members. But suddenly the person running at the front appeared to be visibly flabbergasted at the sight of Lin Yi. He even changed direction and ran away. The group continued to chase after him as well. That person seems to be Jia Kir. He reacted furiously. Jia Kir was being chased. Blazing Dragon, go! Lin Yi of course couldn't get out of the way, so he could only call out to the Blazing Dragon to help. The battle had also come to an end. The opponents couldn't last more than 10 seconds in Lin Yi's hands. With the 2 people on the opposite side decimated by Lin Yi killed the ordinary members of the battlefield. The 2 remaining captains were being held back by Hala. They couldn't get out of the way. They could only watch as their own team members were killed by Lin Yi. And now the battle was a foregone conclusion. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined 4 against 1. They were losing. Thoughts of escape sprang up in their minds. And the fleeing Jia Kir looked at Lin Yi and said in surprise, "Why is he here too?" Chapter 108 The Enemy. And the fleeing Jia Kir looked at Lin Yi in surprise, "Why is he here too?" It hadn't occurred to me that they had come to what turned out to be a small town. And Lin Yi had actually gone up against the government office. Wasn't this against all the remaining candidates? In order not to implicate Lin Yi, she chose to change directions and run. But it was such a switch that the people chasing him were rapidly approaching as well. "Don't run! It's futile!" The people behind him taunted. Right now, Jia Kir was getting slower and slower, and it was only a matter of time before he fell into their hands. Fight! Jia Kir's heart was ruthless. She definitely stopped running away. Might as well put up a fight while she still had the stamina. This group of people were obviously very experienced and immediately surrounded Jia Kir, not giving a bit of space to escape. "Yo, finally not running." The person in the lead said with a smile. The Shanha 2 school uniform he was wearing meant that he was from Jiangnan High School. And this group of people were all from the Jiangnan High School League. The strength of the Jiangnan High School Entrance Exam Alliance was now starting to come to the fore. As many people began to gather in the town, the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance's abilities began to come into play. A group of strong people gathered together could almost be said to be running rampant. Even many towns were now ruled by the Jiangnan Gashui Alliance. If you want something, let's also see if you have the ability to take it from me. Jia Kir didn't have a trace of fear. With her red tasseled spear in hand, she directly killed up. Swoosh! A huge Yingqi female phase emerged behind her. It was the army warrior woman Flower Mulan. SS rank occupation, Fire God General. Jia Kir slammed a fire slash, directly forcing them all back a step. But none of the opponents were vegetarians either. To be able to enter the Gao Gao League, none of them were strong. Jiangnan High School Number 3, S-Class Theater God. Jiangnan High School Number 9, a ranked Imperial Spiritist. Jiangnan High School League, a rank Evergreen Mage. There were 3 level 30 or above A ranked professionals right here. The one at the head had even reached level 40. Of course Jiakur wasn't weak either, but at the moment she was exhausted. He had just killed his way up to the town from the village, but he didn't expect to be targeted just as soon as he arrived. He hadn't joined the Jiangnan Gaoshui alliance, so of course he was immediately targeted by them. Hee, let's see how you can run now. The leading theater god directly summoned a large number of puppets and killed the fire god general. The other two weren't idle either. The mage blasted at Jiakur. Jiakur violently used her skills, and a fire zone formed around her. However, it was wiped out by the evergreen mage who applied a wind technique. This group of people were experienced in combat, and Jiakur's tactics were neutralized one by one. Jiakuer also knew the principle of capturing the thief before the king, but the leader of the group, the theater god, was too difficult to capture. He was surprisingly able to use any puppet as a double. The battle was almost one-sided. Jiakur was in too poor a state at the moment, and with more than a dozen people helping to surround herself, it didn't take long for her to fall into a disadvantage. Prick! Jiakur's defense was broken through. His right arm was seriously injured. The one holding the red tasseled spear constantly trembled. Hand it over and spare your life. They persuaded again. Jiakur gritted her teeth, just don't. The group was instantly annoyed. The attack increased in ferocity. This is your own fault, don't blame us for your death. Jiakur gradually couldn't defend against the moves. The life value directly dropped to the bottom. It was already black. There were no more blood bars to be seen. But the opposite side still didn't stop. Just in the nick of time. Roar! A dragon roar attracted everyone's attention. What the hell is this? This was the first time Lin Yi's blazing dragon had appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but be in awe at the sight of this 10+ meter long, massive dragon. And the blazing dragon had a clear goal, directly killing its way to the center of the battlefield. This monster is her helper. They immediately reacted. Immediately, they turned their heads to attack the blazing dragon. But after their attacks hit the blazing dragon's blood bar was unchanged. It was only when they took a closer look that they realized that they had been trying to attack for so long. It still wore off a trace of blood skin. Hiss! This monster's strength is too terrifying. They were shocked, no one knew better than them to fight. At least, they were all existences that made people scared in Jiangnan province. But now they couldn't even defeat a royal beast? The blazing dragon was just plainly in the hands of the crowd, picking up Jiakur. There were still some of them who wanted to continue attacking to kill Jiakur. But they were anxiously shouted by the theater god, don't do it, do you want to die? He was sweating coldly. If they annoyed this monster, then they would be dead and buried. Not to mention them, Jiakur was also dumbfounded. As soon as she thought about it, she knew that this was Lin Yi's tactic. However, she hadn't thought that Lin Yi's imperial beasts were so strong under him, even a level 50 boss wouldn't have this kind of strength, right? If I'd known that, I'd have lured away what? Jiakur let out a bitter laugh. It turned out that Lin Yi was so strong, and he had gotten ahead of himself. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest, Shattering Fantasies, experience plus 20W, goodwill plus 60 from the Iron Cross congregation. Looking at the corpses of the decimated magistrate's mansion, the crowd of Blackpool squad had an unbelievable look on their faces. They hadn't even dreamed that they would be able to win a battle so beautifully. Hala pulled Lin Yi by the shoulders. Brother, don't forget me when you're rich. At the moment, he deeply understood Lin Yi's combat prowess. Right now, Lin Yi was still only using one imperial beast. The battle was almost one-sided. He could plainly see Lin Yi's other fire-breathing imperial beast leaving. If both of them were there, he was afraid that 10 or 20 squads wouldn't be afraid. He also knew that with Lin Yi's kind of strength, it was only a matter of time before he soared. Now he was brushing himself off more. Maybe he'd even be able to support himself when the time came. Not long after the battle ended, suddenly several figures flew in quickly. Lin Yi knew at a glance that the leader was actually a genin. This person was actually a third-turn professional now. Elder Moore. Seeing the visitor, Hala hurriedly bent down to greet him. That Elder Moore merely nodded before inquiring, how is the battlefield? Hala didn't avoid it and directly pointed to the battlefield. Even the knowledgeable stranger elder shouted incredulously, you guys all settled it? There were 4 squads here. Hala solved it with 1 squad. Hala pushed Lin Yi out, it's all Lin Yi's doing, even the East Spirit Street was overthrown by him leading the team alone. Elder Strange Yuan appreciated looking at Lin Yi, what's your name, rank, occupation? I just joined here today, level 30, a class Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Yi understated his occupation level a little less. A rank? But even at a rank, they were surprised, no wonder it's so strong? Elder Moore saw that the battle was over after traveling thousands of miles, so he could only arrange the next thing. Cough cough. You've gotten a huge amount of credit this time, come back to headquarters with me and I'll report it. As for Heilai, you take and stay behind to organize the battlefield. The headquarters side will send someone to deal with the Yamen house. In view of the merits this time, you guys can take a vacation for 2 weeks. You're too good. Jia Qier jumped down instantly when she saw Lin Yi, her eyes blazing with adoration. It was the first time Lin Yi was stared at so directly by a girl, so he immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. But this Jiangnan Gashui Union won't let us go. But you're so powerful, then I can rest easy. Jia Qier smiled, delighted. Let's join hands and fight back. Lin Yi nodded. Just then, Jia Qier suddenly took out a letter. Right, take a look at this. This is what I obtained in the village earlier. Lin Yi took it over and looked at it. It instantly triggered the quest. Ding! Congratulations, you've triggered the quest, Rotten Justice. What the hell? There was even a super monster subdued inside the city lord's mansion? Chapter 109, Super Monster. Seeing the contents of the letter, Lin Yi was deeply surprised. On it, that was the confession of one of the people involved. He called himself the executor of the destruction plan and had escaped when he was being silenced. And the plan of destruction he was talking about was precisely about the Na Manor. According to his narration, it was a monster that was slumbering in extreme terror. However, he didn't have much contact with it and only participated in the transportation. So he didn't even know a bit of information about the monster. The only thing he knew was that the monster was being held underneath the Na Men mansion. Lin Yi, however, vaguely sensed something. This monster is being held underneath the Yamen mansion. Wouldn't that mean it was a sword hanging over anyone's head? Not only did the Yamen mansion know the secret of leaving, it also has super monsters that whenever they want a pat on the back and they can leave. And this place would be destroyed. Lin Yi didn't have any good options at the moment, so he can only take one step at a time. Led by that strange elder, Lin Yi managed to make it to the mob's headquarters. It was a towering iron tower. It was out of place with the steamy style outside. Everywhere had a high-tech feel to it. Levitating elevators. Technological electronic dogs patrolled everywhere. Lin Yi even saw a control brain here. Elder Strange introduced himself. Anything in our mob is handled intelligently. Hiss. What kind of gangster is this? Lin Yi took the hovering elevator directly to the top floor. Prick la. As the elevator doors opened, what met his eyes was an elegant black wooden table. At the head of the table sat a black-robed man. And the 6 people on both sides. They also looked over at the same time. When they saw Lin Yi's appearance, they were incredulous. This was too young. Welcome to us. The chief black-robed man's voice was cold, no emotion could be heard. You're very strong, so we cordially invite you to become our Steel Cross Patriarch Court. As long as you become a patriarch, your life and safety are guaranteed by us, and even the magistrate house's wanted notice is nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. The black-robed man directly opened the door. Hiss. The people present, except for Elder Stranger who had already known, everyone else sucked in a breath of cool air, hoping that the sudden gathering of people together was for the newly joined Yuan Lord. It had been 10 years. This was still the first time that the Elder Council had gotten a new member. And it was surprisingly a hairy kid that came in. Yet they didn't dare to treat it with a hint of contempt. They were well aware of the chief's skills. There was absolutely no way that Lin Yi would be dragged into the ranks for no reason. Under the eyes of the crowd gathered over, Lin Yi nodded good. Ding. Congratulations, your status has been raised, Iron Cross Junior Captain, Iron Cross Elder. Ding. You will be able to deploy any squad, and there is no limit to the number of people in the communication channel. The black-robed man's voice became visibly happy. Welcome to the 9th seat of the Senator's Court. You will enjoy any resources the Senators have. That's it then, I will summon you when something comes up. All you need to do is rush here, said the black-robed man with a wave of his hand. The crowd surprisingly disappeared into the conference room with another opening of their eyes. Instead, they appeared downstairs. The power of space? Lin Yi felt that power clearly and marveled in his heart. This gangster's boss still had some tricks up his sleeve. You just joined, just ask us anything. Elder Moore patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Spinning around, he suddenly thought of something. Right, the recent nuclear radiation leak at a place outside the city is pretty serious. Just now, when we were maneuvering around with the government office, although they promised not to pursue the matter any further, they also dumped this mess on us. You're new here now, so you can try it out if you want to practice. Ding. Triggered stage quest, yes no to take it? Stage quest stage 1, nuclear leakage? Mission difficulty, B+. Mission requirement, go to the vicinity of the evil Luo Manor outside the city to investigate a large number of monsters contaminating the enhanced incident 0-100%. Mission reward, experience X50W, Spirit Stone X 20,000. Mission summary, the mysterious leakage incident has caused panic among the residents of the town, and so far there has been no investigation to understand the cause, and even the government office feels that it is a hot potato. 500,000 experience. This was still the first stage. Lin Yi didn't dare to think about how much experience would be given at the back, and he couldn't hold back his excitement. He immediately agreed, no problem. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the quest, nuclear leak? What fun! You've become a direct meta on this trip? Looking at Lin Yi's title, Jiakir's mouth dropped open. Ding! You pulled Jiakir into the team channel. Seeing the prompt, Jiakir opened her panel. Sure enough, a chat channel appeared on it. Entering a message in it, Lin Yi could see it immediately. It was very convenient. It also ignored any special circumstances. Let's go call up Hyla's squad and head out of the city to do a little something. Lin Yi instructed. He was already calculating to get this mission done as quickly as possible. The next morning, there were quite a few warriors at the gate. Hundreds of rushing warriors could be seen almost every hour. Those who managed to arrive yesterday were all experts among experts, and today some of the ones with good strength had managed to get the road deed to rush to the town as well. There were more and more people. Lin Yi visually estimated that there would be at least 1,000 players in a town. And most of them had joined the Yamen house. This increased the combat power of the Na manor exponentially, and it wouldn't even be a problem to fight off the 3 major gangs at the same time. Damn it, that was Lin Yi yesterday. At this moment, the Jiangnan Gaoxue League gathered together. They also knew Lin Yi's identity based on their investigation. They had to know that Lin Yi was the key target of the Jiangnan Gaoxue League. Now he dared to mess with them. He simply didn't care about the college entrance exam league. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. I heard he joined a gang. I don't believe he won't leave the city. We'll get him if he leaves the city. But these words were immediately met with, that dragon from that day, do you think we can defeat him? When these words came out, the whole room was silent. The words were not rough. That's right. Having seen Lin Yi's methods that day, no one dared to say they could defeat Lin Yi. But the leader, the theater god, suddenly said, he's a beastmaster. What are we afraid of? As long as we hold the dragon back and behead Lin Yi, we'll win. These words came out. The crowd was silent at first. Because of the suspicion of killing. Chapter 110, Terrorist Organizations. Because it was suspected to be a killing. Here though the rules of killing were not clear. But killing innocents indiscriminately could easily be recorded by the higher-ups. No one knew if there would be any consequences. Humph. Seeing them, the theater god snorted coldly, what are you afraid of? That Lin Yi is just a poor kid with no background whatsoever. Besides there's so many of us, would they dare to condemn us all? Said the god of theater as he coldly swept a glance at the crowd. Also, did you forget about the agreement you made before joining the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination League? If you really don't want to, you can quit. After a short silence, someone spoke up and agreed, brother theater god, don't be angry, we didn't say we won't follow. Just thinking about it. Yes, it's just a SSS level professional, him. That's right, he's only one person plus a pussy at most, as long as we lure the dragon away, we'll easily get it. Looking at the crowd, they all agreed. Only then did the god of theater nod in satisfaction, then which one of you is willing to go install Lin Yi's imperial beast? But it was such a question. But it ushered in an endless silence. Everyone was silent. The god of theater immediately became furious, you guys. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Any gaze that met his eyes couldn't say anything, lowered his head. No one was willing to go to be the head of the head. Playing God saw this and took a deep playful breath to calm himself down. That's just it, leave the matter of dragging down that imperial beast to me. He had no chance of winning the round of battle. But if it's just stalling alone, then he could be confident. The play god was known as the most annoying profession. Many people who saw a theater god professional had to be unwilling to tangle with them even if they had crushing strength. In terms of that community of life ability of the theater god, hundreds of puppets could be instants. It couldn't be killed at all. It made the rivers and lakes scared. Seeing that the theater god actually came forward on his own and chose to act as the vanguard, the others also finally stopped being silent, worthy of being the theater god's big brother. It's just awesome. As long as you hold off for a while, we'll definitely take care of Lin Yi in a short time. Just as they were talking eloquently, a cable came in and said, we saw Lin Yi heading out of the city with his men. Hearing this news, they immediately jumped up in joy. Isn't this heaven's help? Gather the men and prepare to strike. Lin Yi's side didn't know he was being watched. Hala followed behind Lin Yi with his men. Looking at Lin Yi's back, he had mixed feelings in his heart. In just one day's time, Lin Yi had transformed himself from someone he had pulled into the first new Yuan lord in over a decade. Patriarch Lin. Hala called out to Lin Yi. But he was interrupted by Lin Yi waving his hand. What's the need for a patriarch between us? We're all brothers. Hala's heart warmed as he looked at Lin Yi's unassuming demeanor. Looks like he hasn't misjudged anyone. Then brother Lin, what are we doing this time? He asked, a little curious as to what Lin Yi was doing, suddenly taking people out of the city. Right now Lin Yi was all the rage. Of course it was also the most dangerous time. It's surprising that he's still so flamboyant. Lin Yi explained, the higher-ups have been dumped in a mess by the government office because of what we did before, which was the nuclear radiation leak outside the city. Our own ass, it's better if we clean it up ourselves. Hearing that, Hela nodded. That's true, but I have some news about that nuclear leakage place. It is said that the monsters there are all very scary. We have this manpower? It's okay, I'm here. But that radiation. Hyla trusted Lin Yi's strength, but nuclear radiation was an indiscriminate attack. Just because Lin Yi could block it didn't mean they could withstand it. Don't be afraid, I have another way. When Lin Yi said that, Hyla couldn't continue saying anything. He could only greet the people and continue to follow. Just after leaving the city, Lin Yi sensed something was wrong. The entire air was surprisingly laced with a hint of putrid odor. Seeing that Lin Yi was puzzled, Hela opened her mouth to explain. This is the smell emanating from the decaying bodies of the radiant things. Blazing dragon. Lin Yi summoned the blazing dragon. Once again, they saw this majestic beast. They still couldn't help but TSK. This divine beast simply grew on their aesthetic. They'd even believe it when they said it was the #1 divine beast in China. Soon the crowd came to that radiation area. The radiation area was even worse. The green radiation toxic gas even shrouded the entire area in a blanket. Looking at this horrible radiation zone, they all had chills in their hearts except for Lin Yi. Even Jia Qir tugged on Lin Yi's corner and whispered, "Why don't we just yo-yo, it's too dangerous." Radiation zone accumulates 0.01% radiation value per second. Damage received is accelerated by 10-100 times. When the radiation value reaches 100%, it will be deformed into a radiation monster. Hela also said, "We can find a way to go to the black market to get a set of anti-radiation equipment so that it's safe to come back." Roar! But just then, the blazing dragon took a big bite of fire. Prickly prickly! Suddenly the poisonous gas in the radiation zone in front of them began to disappear. Instead, the true fire spat out by the blazing dragon spread rapidly. In a few moments it cleared hundreds of square meters of radiation poison gas. The same also revealed countless white bones. Looking at the white bones all over the place, there wasn't even a place to get down. It was also finally known why the Yamen house had flung out. Ha! Seeing this scene, they looked at each other with their mouths wide open in unison. This would work too? Lin Yi sighed in relief at the sight. It seemed that his judgment wasn't wrong. The blazing dragon's fire was a true fire of supreme yang. There was still no problem removing a bit of poisonous gas. With a safe zone, they'd dare to go inside as well. Whoops! Those radiant monsters also gathered up. All of them were level 30 elite monsters. Radiation Zombie Elite fully abyssalized. Level, LV 30. Attribute, 85,000. Attack power, 3250. Defense, 0. Talent Abyssal Radiation. Upon death, it will explode with radioactive poison gas, accelerating the infection rate of those around it. Skill Radiation Poison Bomb. Skill 2 Infected Bite. Skill 3 Abyssal Reinforcement. Skill 4 Scarlet Radiation. Introduction Radiation and Abyssalization Double Stack Scare. At this moment Radiation Zombie has a strength far beyond its level. Even if it is a general second turn professional is afraid that it is difficult to win single-handedly, please pay attention to avoid. See this attribute. The other people precious to take out a combat posture, these monsters so strong? Abyssalization was indeed terrifying. But in front of the blazing dragon. Roar! Another mouthful of dragon breath. The group of radiant zombies were directly killed in seconds. It would take a tough response for them. But none of them were a one-trick pony in front of Lin Yi. But as they went deeper into the radiation zone, Lin Yi gradually sensed something was wrong. It was one thing for someone to follow. But the poisonous gas in front of him was actually starting to become harder to burn clean. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly a terrifying roar came from the depths of the poisonous gas. Bang, bang, bang. Before Lin Yi could react, a huge figure stomped over. Luckily, Lin Yi reacted quickly and jumped out of the way. And the blazing dragon took away the crowd with a fling. A footprint the size of a vehicle appeared where the crowd had just been. It was almost trampled into mush. Upon seeing the object, the crowd was shocked. Split Radiant Giant Corpse Dark Gold Class Boss Abyssalized. Level, LV 50. And at the same time, bad news came from behind the ass. Crap, there's a dozen or so people from the Yamen house following us, and several of them have breaths stronger than mine. Hela said solemnly. Jia Qir heard this and immediately copied the red cherry gun fight him. Chapter 111, there's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At the moment, it appeared to be a dead end for Lin Yi and the others. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Lin Yi, however, calmly gave the order, "You guys go and hold back the people at the back, and leave the radiant giant stiff to me." The crowd was first overjoyed, but their eyes quickly darkened. Will this work? The most important person here was of course Lin Yi. Lin Yi had to solve a level 50 dark gold boss all by himself. And it was still abyssalized. It wasn't like similar monsters hadn't appeared before. But it was at least two genostealers combining their efforts to be sure. Right now, Lin Yi was alone, facing a monster that was still several times stronger than a normal dark gold boss. They didn't have a clue. Hala gave a suggestion, why don't we just scatter and run, maybe we can still survive some. As long as whoever goes out will immediately report to the headquarters, so that the headquarters can avenge us. Lin Yi shook his head, no, since I'm the one who brought you here. Then I'll bring you all out, don't worry and leave this place to me. I'll leave my back to you, brothers. Looking at Lin Yi's solemn demeanor, the crowd was also infected by him good. Jaqir was even the first to lead the way, I believe in you, I'll hold those rats back even if I die. Seeing that a woman is so righteous. The others also agreed, him. We can't be afraid. Swear to defend Elder Lin's rear. Hala also gave Lin Yi a heavy pat on the shoulder. Immediately, he turned around and ran in the direction that the Jiangnan Gushua League had come from. Although he didn't say anything about any chemistry, Lin Yi understood his thoughts. Ho ho ho! Seeing them leave. That boss still wanted to chase after them. But how could Lin Yi let it go as it wished? The blazing dragon immediately wrapped itself around it. It was only when he opened the eye of true knowledge that Lin Yi felt the terror of the monster in front of him. Split Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Class Boss Abyssalized. Level, LV 50. Life Value, 155W 155W. Attack Power, 9980. Defense, 0. Skill 1 Radiant Energy Poison Gas Bomb. Skill 2 Abyssal Blow. Skill 3 Greedy Ghost Hand. Skill 4 Poison Gas Self-Detonation Bomb. Skill 5 Potential Stimulation. Introduction. Product of experiment is a split creature derived from a certain super powerful organism. Under the abyss and the radiation enchantment, its degree of mutation has already reached 500%, and the harm is extremely strong. This was the first time Lin Yi had seen a creature with a life value of millions since so long. It was the first time he had seen a creature with a life value of millions. The attack attribute was also close to 10,000. Even just a single normal attack. It could also easily tear apart a professional below the second turn. If it is a skill. In addition to being a meat shield professional, the others above the second turn were afraid that they would also be killed in a second. Such a horrible combat power. It was far beyond a boss of the same level. Is this the power of the abyss? Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. Shocked as he was, Lin Yi didn't have a trace of fear. Summoning the mechanical dragon. The two swords combined to kill this giant stiff. And at this moment, the outside world had come to a conclusion. The reason why Lin Yi had gotten that second profession awakening scroll. Surprisingly, it was also because of the power of the abyss. That's right. The secret realm followed a balance. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. The abyssal invasion had rolled out a super reward by mistake. And the West and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom received the news of this thing appearing in the world. But under the strong suppression of China, none of them dared to act rashly. Lin Yi's value also began to skyrocket. The West already had a bounty on Lin Yi. Before, it was just a measly 100,000 spirit stones. And now, 100 million spirit stones. Plus the country's highest knighthood. The same Eagle Sauce directly pulled Lin Yi up from the bottom of the original pyramid to the third tier. It was on the same level as Zhang Liuha. The name Lin Yi resounded throughout the world for a while. No one would have thought that down the line, this name would bring shock after shock to the world. Yo! Where's Lin Yi? Looking at the lack of Lin Yi figures among the people coming, the theater god couldn't help but taunt. They had actually seen that radiation giant stiff a long time ago. Now, without even thinking about it, they knew that radiant giant stiff was definitely handed over to Lin Yi. And right now it was such a crooked group of people who had come to stop them. Ha! Maybe Lin Yi himself will die at the hands of the monster and save us the trouble of making a move. They discussed with immense joy, completely disregarding Hala's crowd. Hearing this, Hala couldn't help it at once. Swoosh! Drawing out his shining sword, he killed directly in front of them with a flash. Hala was worthy of being from a gang. Out of the blue was a killing move. Directly stabbing towards the theater god's neck. Unfortunately, the opposite side was a level above him. There was even no need for the god of theater to do it himself. The imperial spiritist beside him directly controlled the shining spirit sword to fly out of his hand. With a single kick, the god of theater sent the defenseless Hala flying. Watching Hala fall to the ground in a sorry state, they laughed out loud unconscionable. Jaqir couldn't watch anymore. She quickly approached them with a leap. Jaqir's fighting strength was many times stronger than Hala. At one time, more than 10 of them were able to catch Jaqir. Humph! Stinky ninny, you still dare to come to the door. They saw Jaqir hastily scattering in all directions, not as arrogant as they were just now. But the mouth cannon still didn't forget to fight. Go! The rest of the squad saw Hala being insulted like that. All of them surged with a nameless fire. They killed their opponents in unison. Jaqir was a strong fighter, forcing back a few second-turn professionals in just one shot. But that was all. Soon a few of them adjusted their formation. Let's see how you can run this time? Jacques then realized that she had been surrounded at some point. She hurriedly wanted to pull out and leave. But the puppet formation. It had already enveloped her. There was also the Imperial Spiritist frantically interfering on the side. The rest of the few second-turn professionals were also coming over to engage at close range. Jacques swept out with a single shot. They instantly became half-blooded. But the Imperial Spiritist made a move to recover. It pulled their bloodline back again. Moreover, they were also seriously injured in the back by the golem. The fighting power was greatly reduced all of a sudden. Although most of the main forces were surrounding Jacques. The others, however, were also in a bad situation. After all, this group of people were all from Jiangnan High School. It naturally went without saying how strong they were. Even He La Tang was a second-turn professional. But he was being held back by a first-turn professional. The other first-turn members were even less of an opponent. The battle could almost be said to be a one-sided crushing. Lin Yi's situation was great. The Radiant Giant Corpse was very strong. Just one move. It could have dealt tens of thousands of damage. Luckily, the upgraded and equipped Blazing Dragon Bothers could barely resist it. More than 300,000 life value. Close to 40,000 attack attributes. Blazing Dragon fighting strong terrible. A move of Dragon Breath. Directly knocked out more than 100,000 life values of the Radiant Giant Stiff. But the recovery ability of the Radiant Giant Stiff was too strong. In just a few moments, they had recovered. But Lin Yi didn't just have the Blazing Dragon. After arming the mechanical dragon, Lin Yi also killed it. Although the Radiant Giant Stiff was extremely powerful, it was completely out of reach of Lin Yi, who had the ability to attack from a distance. It couldn't be touched at all. It could only throw out poisonous gas bombs. But Lin Yi and the Blazing Dragon worked extremely well together. Using the Blazing Dragon's flames, he easily dissolved the poisonous gas. The Radiant Giant Stiff over here felt that the situation wasn't good. It used multiple skills one after another. It turned around and ran. Lin Yi was a bit incredulous. The fact that this boss would run away proved that it already possessed spiritual intelligence. Was it given by the abyss? But in Lin Yi's hands, how could they be allowed to escape so easily? The Blazing Dragon roared violently. Pillars of fire rose. It directly stopped the Radiant Giant Stiff. The Radiant Giant Stiff saw that it couldn't run away. It looked angrily at Lin Yi, who had driven it to extinction. At this moment, it decided to fight to the death. A red light suddenly appeared all over his body. Its body has skyrocketed. Its entire attributes had increased by 30%. Unfortunately, it was still being a drop in the bucket. Chapter 112, He La, Death in Battle. Lin Yi switched all energy points to attack points. The 9 swords in one attack towards the Radiant Giant Stiff. The Radiant Stiff had just activated its bloodline. But it found a giant sword hanging in front of it. Ka-ching! It came down in one fell swoop. It directly decapitated the Radiant Giant Stiff's head. Ding! Congratulations on killing LV50, Split Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Class Boss Abyssalized. The battle seemed to be going very well. But Lin Yi was surprised to find out. Not only did he have no experience for his kill record, even the quest hadn't been completed. This shouldn't be right, huh? Just when Lin Yi was still confused. Rumble! Suddenly the ground shook. Only when he fixed his eyes on it did he realize that the Radiant Giant Rigid had actually gotten back up again. Moreover, its aura was even more terrifying than it had been a moment ago. Only to see the Radiation Giant Stiff stand up. Picked up his own head on the ground and reloaded it. Secondary Split Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Class Boss Abyssalized. Level, LV50. Life Value, 185W 185W. Attack Power, 12980. Defense, 1500. Talent, Death Splitting. As a special product of radiation, it possesses extremely special vitality, and will resurrect and split itself by absorbing radiation poison gas after death. Small bluff file anti-theft print, find, stable and reliable, do not step on the pit. Skill 1 Radiant Energy Gas Bomb. Skill 2, Abyssal Blow. Skill 3, Greedy Ghost Hand. Skill 4, Poison Gas Self-Detonation Bomb. Skill 5, Potential Stimulation. Introduction product of the experiment is a super powerful organism derived from the split creature. In the abyss and radiation, the degree of mutation has reached 500%, the harm is extremely strong. With the second split, the combat power is even stronger. Eye of True Knowledge, the Radiation Giant Stiff and the Radiation Poison Gas are a single source. As long as there is a radiation poison gas within a radius of 1000 meters, the Radiation Giant Stiff can be resurrected indefinitely. Seeing the extra talent attributes, Lin Yi then realized. At the moment, the Radiant Giant Zombie's attributes had also been strengthened. But it was still no match for Lin Yi. But right now there was a problem. The Blazing Dragon had to take on the task of expelling the poisonous gas. Otherwise this guy would resurrect indefinitely. Now not only did Lin Yi face increased pressure from the monsters, he couldn't spare any manpower to help. The originally stable situation had become precarious all of a sudden. But who said? There's no way out? Mechanical dragon. Lin Yi made a snap decision. Let the mechanical dragon disintegrate from himself. The mechanical dragon killed the boss alone. And Lin Yi left the battlefield in a flash. Seeing the culprit who had decapitated his head escape like that, the radiant giant stiff hissed in rage and rushed in to try and stop Lin Yi. But the mechanical dragon directly wrapped itself around him. A move to ban demons suppressed the battlefield. And Lin Yi was able to get away. Roar, roar, roar. Looking at the successive monster roars in the distance, the god of theater was pleased as punch. This meant that Lin Yi hadn't gotten away yet. But now the battle over here was nearing its end. Only Jia Kor was left standing in the entire battlefield. But her situation wasn't optimistic either. She was covered in blood. Ha ha. Lin Yi didn't get away, now you guys regret it. The god of theater looked up to the sky and laughed. He had taken down 2 alliance rivals one after the other. It would definitely be appreciated from above. Take you guys down and I'll go finish off Lin Yi. The god of theater snapped his fingers. Thump. Those puppets with different faces killed Jia Kor in unison. At this moment, Jia Kor had no power to resist. She didn't even have the strength to stand. She relied on her red tasseled spear to hold on. Jia Kor was worthy of being a descendant of a soldier, she just coldly looked at the incoming attacks. Very frank. But just in the nick of time. Lying on the ground with a face full of blood, Hala had the breathlessness to coldly curse. What kind of ability is it to take action against a woman? Only to see the ground Hala clenched the long knife in his hand. Suddenly the surrounding space fluctuated. Swish. In an instant, Hala flashed to in front of Jia Kor, blocking the attack for her. Hala's bloodstain was emptied and she fell to the ground. No! Jia Kor looked at Hala's corpse, and after her head went blank for a short while, she tore her heart out and shouted. She hadn't expected that Hala would be willing to die for herself. At this moment, she was enraged to the extreme. Not knowing where the strength came from to raise her red tasseled spear again, she took an arrow step and rushed directly in front of the theater god. This scene was too fast. He didn't even react. When he came back to his senses, he only saw the red tasseled spear that was already in front of him. This gave him a good scare. But right at this moment, the Imperial Spiritist made his move. He directly controlled the red tasseled spear in Jia Kor's hand to deviate a little. At that moment, Jia Kor's attack slipped past the theater god. Fell short. 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands at this moment. The god of theater also reacted quickly and immediately threw a whip kick at Jia Kor's abdomen. Jia Kor's body was already on the verge of collapse. Such a kick caused Jia Kor to spit out blood. She fell to the ground and completely lost her ability to move. Nimagata, looking for death. Thinking that he had just almost died, the theater god angrily walked up. A foot stomped down towards Jia Kor's head. Jia Kor closed her eyes. I'm sorry, Lin Yi. We still didn't stall. Stop. Bang. Suddenly a familiar voice and an explosion rang out at the same time. Jia Kor opened her eyes incredulously and actually saw Lin Yi coming. At the moment, Lin Yi was carrying a laser cannon over his shoulder. It directly blew the theater god out. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance, the arrogant looks on all of their faces instantly disappeared. It was replaced by heartfelt fear. They hurriedly contracted and gathered together. Their gazes coincidentally looked at the 3 men at the head of the group. After all, they were the backbone of being able to join the Jiangnan Higher Education League. But at this moment, several of them had serious faces. One could even say they were afraid. They were also afraid of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also took this time to pull Jia Kor up. Elder Lin, Captain He. The Hala member also complained to Lin Yi with a sobbing voice. Lin Yi looked at Hala's corpse and the severely injured Jia Kor. At the moment, he was furious to the core. Roar! But just how the stalemate? The roar of a giant stiff suddenly came from the distance. The 3 people of the Gao Gao Alliance immediately looked at each other. A joyful color appeared in their eyes. Chapter 113, The Thin Veil. Because it meant that this Lin Yi had only come back alone. And didn't bring that terrifying Imperial Beast with him. Originally, their plan was to lure away the Imperial Beast and assassinate Lin Yi. But now that Lin Yi had sent himself to the door, then don't blame them for not being polite. Are you going to laugh me to death? Lin Yi. The Plague God's fear disappeared and was replaced by scorn and smugness. You brought the Imperial Beasts with you. Lousy might have been able to give you a few points, now aren't you just looking for death? Attack me. After learning that Lin Yi didn't have a royal beast, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they playfully surrounded him, not giving Lin Yi a bit of room to escape. Hearing that Lin Yi didn't have any Imperial Beasts with him, Jia Kor opened her eyes with all her might and whispered in a breathless voice, hurry up and go, we're ashamed that we didn't help you stall. I can still hold out for a while if you run with them now. Hearing this, Lin Yi was even more distressed. Of course he didn't agree, but I promised your father to protect you, now it's my dereliction of duty. How could I possibly leave? It's fine, don't worry. It'll be fine in a while. Lin Yi put Jia Qir behind his back and coldly scanned the crowd present, looking at Lin Yi's eyes that wanted to kill. They only felt amused. What are you pretending for? Stare again and I'll snap your eyes out. Elder Yuan, let's cover you and go. At this moment those remaining team members, full of solemnity, whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Anyway, the captain is. We'll go down to stay with him. Elder Yuan, you must come back and help us take revenge. Looking at them as if they were dying, Lin Yi clenched his fists, making a promise to them, don't worry, I'll make sure to bring you all out in one piece. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the theater god couldn't help but mock. What kind of powerful person are you still pretending to be at this point? Be a good boy and give me your head, and maybe I can give you a good time. Lin Yi didn't answer, he just coldly met the theater god's gaze. This group of people had already died for a while at their own hands. If he had gone on a killing spree before when he picked up Jia Qir, perhaps it wouldn't have caused today's situation. At this moment, he was remorseful. He shouldn't have taken in mercy. Lin Yi suddenly looked up at the sky, which was pitch black and pragmatic. It was like a black hole. But Lin Yi was clear that there was a pair of eyes watching from above. Lin Yi warned the group of watchers hiding behind the curtain, you didn't stop me just now, if I do something and you intervene, don't blame me for killing you all. Lin Yi didn't care if they hurt him or not. With a fierce move, dragon breath sprayed directly at the enemy. Watching Lin Yi actually try to resist, the theater god and the others looked at each other, eyes filled with scorn. You're a dragon master, and you want to come and wipe us out all by yourself without a royal beast? The heavens would have to be turned upside down in that case. Facing Lin Yi's attack, they didn't give it a second thought, their eyes filled with contempt for Lin Yi. A beast master didn't bring a pet to fight alone. This was simply a cutie pie. Only something that would be done. Bang! But Lin Yi's attack fell. 45,600. 45,600. Terrifying damage numbers rose up. Several people were killed in an instant. None of them could resist. How is this possible? They were instantly shocked, speechless by this scene. After rubbing their eyes, they realized they weren't dreaming. That terrifying damage was really dealt by Lin Yi. Was this still the strength that a beast master should have? This was simply too unbelievable. At the moment, their legs were trembling with fear. The military spirit that was still solid had collapsed in an instant and faded away. Faced with such a situation, the theater god swallowed his saliva. Follow the old plan or we will all die. He wasn't any more calm than the others. But he knew Lin Yi would absolutely spare no one but himself. The only chance of survival now was to get the crowd to stay and assist him in defeating Lin Yi. The crowd was also bluffed by his words. They stopped their fleeing steps one after another. And the theater god didn't dare to give Lin Yi the slightest advantage anymore. Straight away, he just turned on his second turn vocational technique. In an instant, it was as if the surroundings were enveloped by an ancient Western theater. Countless thin threads like spider silk hung down. Clown dolls, teddy bear dolls, mask dolls. One by one, these terrifying puppet dolls surrounded Lin Yi, attempting to stop Lin Yi. And the others grasped into action as well. They took out their weapons and attacked Lin Yi. Those dolls circled around Lin Yi constantly. P. Ding. You've received a stun effect. Ding. You've received the blindness effect. Ding. You have suffered a amputation effect. Lin Yi's eyes went black and he felt the sky spinning. The arm holding the scepter also felt like it was broken in general pain, and he couldn't move at all. No wonder this theater god dared to take on the big task of stopping Lin Yi. Joy appeared in the play god's eyes. He had never expected it to go so smoothly. Hurry up! He immediately urged the others. The others who were still hesitant saw that Lin Yi was already defenseless. They were also well aware that this was a rare opportunity. If they didn't make a move and let Lin Yi get away, they'd be screwed. Immediately, they rushed forward with all their strength. In an instant, dozens of damage numbers popped up above Lin Yi's head. The place Lin Yi was in was turned into a scorched earth due to the overwhelming skill. No, Elder. Seeing this scene, the members of the Iron Cross were enraged. They were in pain and only hated why they were not fighting. The theater god looked at the smoke that filled the air, even though he couldn't see Lin Yi's figure. But with such a round of attacks, even some meat shield type professions covered in dark gold armor were afraid that it would be difficult to withstand them. Not to mention the Beast Master, the profession with the lowest attribute growth of all the professions. Lin Yi would definitely die. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, flames appeared in the smoke. Before the crowd could react, they were blown away with a scream. Suddenly this scene scared everyone present, only to see a figure in the smoke slowly out. In everyone's eyes filled with disbelief, Lin Yi walked out unharmed. How is this possible? Cries of shock rose up. At the same time, the theater god's body was trembling. He couldn't figure out how. How did Lin Yi manage to survive an attack like that? But it was at this moment At this moment, he once again danced the thin threads of his fingertips, anxiously driving the puppet dolls towards Lin Yi to attack him. But all of this was captured by Lin Yi. Once again, a round of dragon breath was thrown straight out. Bang! It directly blew up all of the Play God's domain. Lin Yi's hand movements didn't stop at all. The scepter in his hand moved. The theater god could only feel the land under his feet surging and becoming unbearably hot. Seemingly thinking of something, he immediately looked horrified. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! A pillar of fire rose up along with the ground cracking open. The theater god was directly annihilated and turned into ashes. However, a pitch black eye fell in a place that no one noticed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but that eye actually flickered. Such a horrifying scene. It stunned the remaining people. Almost at the same time, they turned and ran. But how could Lin Yi let them go? Each dragon's breath was accompanied by several screams. In an instant, dozens of people were all wiped out by Lin Yi. Hiss! Is this the strength of a genin? Seeing this scene, the other members of the team looked adoring. In a short period of time, their moods were like a roller coaster. But the result was ultimately good. At this moment, the sky above was suddenly cloudy. Lin Yi immediately noticed the anomaly. But it was only a matter of moments before these overcast clouds disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Yi let go of his heart. It's good that you didn't pull any punches. That's right. Chapter 114, Wireless Split? That cloud was actually the Invigilator's means of surveillance. This kid's tactics are also too ruthless. Alas, if one is not ruthless, how can one gain a foothold in this cannibalistic world? It's also that group of people who are to blame. Now that Lin Yi is the object of even the General Education Bureau's focused attention, if we interfere, we're afraid we'll draw fire to ourselves. You guys leave quickly and take care of her. Lin Yi instructed the remaining members of the team after pouring 2 bottles of blood-forming potion into Jiakor. Alright. Elder Lin. Seeing them leave safely, Lin Yi rushed back to the battlefield. The battle over here was also nearing its end. Even though Lin Yi had left, it was still an advantage to deal with the radiation giant stiffs. The surrounding radiation had already been pretty much cleared by the blazing dragon. The radiant giant stiff's attributes had almost doubled at the moment. Although the mechanical dragon had been winning steadily, it couldn't stop it from being resurrected and getting stronger all the time. It's time to do it. The mechanical dragon armed itself onto Lin Yi. The blazing dragon flew back excitedly when it heard the order. Lin Yi jumped onto the back of the blazing dragon. It directly killed the radiant giant stiff. The radiant giant stiff was swollen beyond belief at the moment after being strengthened so many times. Shouting, it pulled out a splash of radiation poison gas. Surprisingly, he fabricated a poison gas axe for himself. Holding the axe in his hand, he directly greeted them. Facing an axe that was bigger than his own body, Lin Yi didn't have an ounce of fear and instantly synthesized a giant energy sword. With a flick of the wrist, the radiant giant stiff's axe was directly smashed to pieces. And it was still unstoppable as it slashed at the radiant giant stiff, directly chopping down half of its body. 122,290. With this sword, a full 120,000 damage was dealt. The radiant stiff's bloodline directly dropped by a large amount. The blazing dragon at Lin Yi's feet followed suit, and the dragon's breath spat up. The radiant stiff didn't even have time to put up much resistance. It was killed. Ding! Killed LV50 Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Level Boss Abyssalized, experience plus 6625000. In a flash, the experience bar filled up by a large margin. Ding! Congratulations on your quest exploration level increase, 0% 20%. Lin Yi hadn't expected to kill such a terrifying monster. The quest completion degree had only increased by this much. It seemed that the Radiant Giant Rigid wasn't the source of the radiation. Now he had no worries. Lin Yi could also let go. It seemed that there were very few other monsters around because of the radiation giant stiff. This gave Lin Yi no small amount of convenience. Lin Yi split out 9 energy swords and quickly explored the surroundings. It wasn't long before he immediately got a piece of good news. A piece of news about radiation had been discovered. It turned out that there was a large sewer nearby. Radiation poisonous gas was coming out of it. After exploring this news, Lin Yi immediately rushed over. When he arrived in front of the sewer, he could clearly feel that the radiation gas was much thicker. It seemed to be no worse. Forward tens of meters. The radiation poison gas was getting thicker and thicker, and it could even be said that he had almost lost sight of it. Blazing dragon breath opened the way. The sewers also finally became clear. But this time it made Lin Yi realize that something was wrong. After the radiation poison gas disappeared, the original appearance of the sewers was revealed. The ground was filled with all sorts of chemical reagents, instruments, and so on. How did all these things appear here? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder in his mind. And with the radiation poison gas being removed by the blazing dragon ahead, Lin Yi also saw that there was actually a building at the sewers. Ding! Quest exploration progress increased 20%, 50%. In one fell swoop, the quest progress increased again. It seemed like he had come to the right place. Lin Yi immediately moved closer over. It was found to be a pure white laboratory. After clearing out the radiation gas, Lin Yi walked inside. The lab was huge. It looked like it had faced some kind of monster attack before, and it was riddled with holes. But luckily, Lin Yi managed to find a piece of information about the lab. Project Giant God, November 22, 2070. Very bad, the radiation poison gas is too little today, it's just too little, the experiment was that close to succeeding. Project Megami Tensei, December 7, 2070. Success! We finally managed to breed the split technology from this tumor, but somehow the split megagods don't survive long enough for their bodies to rapidly dry out, and then lose their energy and die. December 30, Megami Tensei. Somehow the radiation toxicity has increased 100, 1,000 times more than before. It's too much, we can't escape. Fortunately though, the toxin has managed to learn to split itself. This ample amount of poisonous gas has also shown me the reason why the giant god didn't survive long. It turns out to be the radiation poisonous gas. The giant god needs radiation gas the same way we humans need oxygen. Death at the hands of his own masterpiece, haha. Just after reading it, Lin Yi received a prompt. Ding. Quest exploration progress increased 50%, 100%. Ding. Quest, investigate radiation, reward experience x50W. Ding. Level up, LV31 LV32 12330 Golden Egg, 7. Only 2 levels short of synthesizing the ultimate Golden Egg. Although there wasn't much content on the log. But Lin Yi could roughly tell that the so-called giant god was the radiant giant stiff. This institute was actually relying on a tumor of a radiation giant rigid and a poisonous gas that came from nowhere to do its research. The goal was to create more radiation giant stiffs. Hiss. Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked at the thought. How terrifying would it be if it really succeeded? The last page was even briefly titled. It seemed that day was the time of the radiation leak. It just happened to be the day they had just entered the secret realm. It seems that the abyssal energy caused a dramatic increase in radiation energy, which caused a series of tragedies, but it also managed to provide an environment for the radiation giant stiffs. Lin Yi's eyes glazed over. You know it could be written above. That the one that could hatch the radiation giant stiffness toxin tumor would already split itself. Wouldn't that mean? Bang bang bang. Right at this moment, accompanied by a few loud bangs. 3 tall and powerful figures violently rushed out from several corners of the laboratory, and they were clearly radiation giant stiffs. 3 dark gold bosses. They attacked Lin Yi at the same time. Chapter 115, The Judgment Session. Luckily, Lin Yi had anticipated this. A stealth disappeared from the 3-headed boss's line of sight. Looking at Lin Yi's figure suddenly disappearing. The 3-headed boss was instantly confused. He was just here? How did it suddenly disappear? But just as they were wondering, roar! Accompanied by 2 dragon roars. In an instant, 2 divine dragons appeared out of thin air. They directly killed them. The sudden attack caused the 3 bosses to be caught off guard. Just one face to face. The 3 bosses' bloodlines directly dropped by a large margin. This time Lin Yi was prepared. But the 3-headed boss was strong. With its superb recovery ability, it immediately put up a fight. With the experience from the last time, Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Upanishad. As Lin Yi's words came out of his mouthy. In an instant, the 100 miles in a radius became blazing hot. Boom! An instant of endless flames swept through the entire sewer. Ding! Killed LV50, Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Boss fully abyssalized, experience plus 550,000. Ding! Kill LV50, Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Boss fully abyssalized, experience plus 550,000. Ding! Kill LV50, Radiant Giant Stiff Dark Gold Boss fully abyssalized, experience plus 550,000. Ding! Kill LV30, Radiant Zombie. Ding dong dong dong, hundreds of messages popped up. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up, LV32 LV33 22W166W, Golden Egg, 8. In one fell swoop, Lin Yi leveled up to LV33. Only 1 level short of synthesizing the ultimate Golden Egg. Under the AoE. Not a single monster could survive. The surrounding monsters were all cleared out. And Lin Yi made an unexpected discovery under the exploration. He suddenly realized that many of the lab's research materials, they all had a seal. It was a seal with a skull head marked with a cross. It was well known. The pattern of the ancient demon society was this symbol. It didn't occur to me that all the research here actually came from the ancient demon society. After collecting the information, Lin Yi also left this place. This was a major discovery. Maybe it could be used to break the current stalemate. Not long after Lin Yi left, a bizarre scene appeared on the battlefield that had been swept clean. A sarcoma-like thing was seen breaking through the floor of the lab. This sarcoma seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It was frantically searching for something. It eventually stopped at an ash. After returning to the Iron Cross, Lin Yi reported this matter without stopping. This immediately drew the attention of the Iron Cross. A meeting of the senators was convened straight away. It was only after a day that Lin Yi once again returned to that top floor. This time, everyone was here. Even the president himself was there in person. It might not have been a big deal to Lin Yi, but the other patriarchs were astonished beyond measure. It was important to realize that the president could be said to be a deity on weekdays, and hardly ever appeared, except for new members joining the Seniors Association. The few times he did appear were extremely serious events. Sit down, Senator Lin. You tell those present the news you've gotten about what's going on. The president spoke solemnly. Hearing this, the gazes of the crowd gathered over. Lin Yi also spoke directly about his encounter in the sewers. It was so thrilling to hear that the radiant giant stiff was so terrifying. The people in their seats couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That monster was so terrifying, and yet Lin Yi managed to escape and even decimate it. It was obvious how terrifying Lin Yi's combat prowess was. While they were marveling, the president caught the key message. Are those research materials still there? Lin Yi directly took out all the information. On seeing the stamp of the Ancient Demon Society above the column. This time, the crowd immediately believed Lin Yi's words. This Ancient Demon Society is too heartless. I'm afraid they're doing this because they want to use these radiant giant stiffs as their own weapons. How come there's a piece of information on control missing? By all rights they should still have developed how to control it, otherwise how would they dare to research this horrible thing? The research institute was too messy, a lot of the information was destroyed, I only brought back these. Hearing Lin Yi's reply, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It was because just now Lin Yi had mentioned that there were still 3 radiant giant stiffs at the institute. And Lin Yi's reply meant that he had even wiped out the institute. These are enough. As soon as the president spoke, his voice was immediately the only one left in the originally noisy conference room. Contact the convening of the trial immediately. As soon as the president spoke these words, the crowd immediately became serious. Only Lin Yi was at a loss. Not knowing the significance of the trial meeting. Seemingly sensing Lin Yi's confusion, the president went so far as to personally explain to Lin Yi, this trial meeting is a tradition in our town, generally used for various gangs to face off under the auspices of the Yamen division. Thank you for bringing back this information, now we have a reason to take on the Ancient Demon Society. Hearing this, Lin Yi then realized. He had finally managed to push the plot forward a step. The sooner he ended the town copy, the better it would be for him. Damn it, the Iron Cross doesn't know what's gotten into their heads, but they've actually initiated a trial session against us. The Ancient Demon Society who heard the news were dumbfounded. It had to be 5 years since this Judgment Council had been activated in the town. The Iron Cross Society's sudden action caught them all a bit off guard. Has anything happened recently? The president of the Ancient Demon Society inquired to his subordinates, but the answers were all shakes of the head. Seeing this, the president of the Ancient Demon Society was also a bit puzzled. But after all, he was the head of the society, and quickly made a good deployment first, arrange for people to put our territory on alert, and deploy additional manpower. All the patriarchs I with me to the Judgment Council, I want to see what the Iron Cross is going to get up to. On the other hand, the government house reacted very differently from the Ancient Demon Society after getting the news. The Steel Cross would be better off doing battle with the Ancient Devil Society, now is a good time. Turning to the second day. Vast tens of vehicles of all shapes and sizes drove towards the Yamen mansion. Almost the entire Iron Cross Society was out in force. Lin Yi was sitting in the vehicle, and the main driver was the female Yuan Lao who had led the way for him to join the Yuan Lao Council. Elder Strange glanced at Lin Yi with indescribable curiosity in her eyes. Lin Yi was stared at by her and felt his body go all hairy. He stumbled over his words, that Elder Moore, I don't really like this. Put. The old man was so shocked by Lin Yi's comment that he directly stepped on the emergency brake. Luckily, Lin Yi had remembered to keep his seatbelt tight. Otherwise, he'd probably have flown out dozens of meters. More Yuan Lao was so angry that she stared at Lin Yi. No, where did I lose? Said she, and stretched out her breasts. Indeed the waves were raging. To Lin Yi all but forced her back to curl up by the window. After saying that, More Elder suddenly reacted, no, it's not like I'm interested in you as a brat, I'm just curious about how you're so young and so powerful. Humph. Later we'll go and the trial will be smart point, you have less experience in actual combat, really start fighting really cannot fight to run. The shouting people on shouting people, group beatings are not shameful. Said More Elder and stepped on the gas to the bottom. Lin Yi almost flew out of the sunroof again. Hopefully, Elder Stranger was afraid of his own youthfulness. Lin Yi laughed a bit. Shame on you for beating up a group of people? I've been doing it a lot myself. Just after arriving at the magistrate's mansion, Lin Yi realized that something was wrong. The others hadn't noticed and had entered the magistrate's mansion one after another. But Lin Yi had summoned his energy sword in advance to probe the surrounding area. But he was surprised to find that the surroundings could almost be said to be surrounded by players. Almost all of them were players who had joined the Yamen mansion. When he got this news, Lin Yi felt that something was fishy, even if he was a fool. It seemed like the magisterial house wanted to use the Judgment Council to make something happen as well. This was becoming interesting. Have you guys from the Steel Cross Society jerked off? The ancient demon society that entered one after another couldn't help but taunt the Steel Cross Society even after seeing them. On the other side, the Steam Club also looked like they were sitting on the sidelines. Soon all the personnel arrived. A huge circular meeting with the four powers standing in one corner each. Lin Yi swept a glance to find that the government house side was looking at himself with a very, a look that wanted to eat himself. Had to say. The trial council was indeed very strong. The first chapter is about the entrance of the court. No wonder the entire Senate hated and was surprised when they heard about the trial earlier. The mayor of the town glanced at the Iron Cross and then spoke. The Iron Cross will submit testimony and evidence for the trial of the Ancient Demon Society. The Ancient Demon Society's side immediately had a disdainful look on their faces. We'd like to see what kind of waves you Steel Cross can make. In fact, they were not the only ones who thought this way. Almost everyone present except those who were in the know had the same idea. After all, the slightest breeze within the town. It couldn't escape the ears of these four major forces. But none of them had a single eyebrow. The president of the Steel Cross directly stood out. He coldly looked towards the Ancient Demon Society. I want to accuse the Ancient Demon Society of using biochemical bioresearch, causing a great threat to the town's security. In hearing this for an instant, the crowd of the Ancient Demon Society were all at a loss. Only the Ancient Demon Society's patriarchs looked at each other with a look of unbelievable shock on their faces. The Ancient Demon Society's side was of course not vegetarian, and immediately shot back, you don't want to hold on our Ancient Demon Society's head without any proof. The president didn't say anything, he just glanced at Lin Yi. Now Lin Yi immediately understood why Elder Moore had reminded him earlier. He definitely had to come out and testify as a party himself. It was a dangerous status. But of course Lin Yi wasn't afraid, and directly revealed a bunch of research materials in public. Seeing that it was Lin Yi who stood out, the pupils of the Ancient Demon Society shrank. Of course they knew about Lin Yi's war record. Swallowed a street of theirs. He'd also beaten back the government offices. This had instantly brought their Ancient Demon Society down to the bottom of the list amongst the three gangs. As far as I know, the Ancient Devil Society preemptively attacked. This Lin Yi is just a person who just joined the Steel Cross Society, and he's also worthy of being involved in biochemical research matters like this? Just now, the president of the Ancient Demon Society immediately questioned his men. The news he got was that the lab had long since collapsed. It was already uncontrollable. Even several patriarchs couldn't attack it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up on such a large research result. It's just that there's nothing they can do about it. It was only then that they could only abandon it in the sewers. And how could Lin Yi have the ability to enter the lab to obtain this information? At the moment, the president of the Ancient Demon Society was convinced that Lin Yi was just swindling him. Don't try to speculate about the Ancient Demon Society with some unwarranted tactics. We don't cause trouble and we're not afraid of trouble. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the entire venue became tense. One must know that once the trial meeting is opened, it would almost mean that one losing party must walk out. A light case would be to cut the land and pay compensation, while a heavy case would be to wipe out the strongest person. So as long as it got to this point in the judgment session, it would have touched the scales. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't afraid of the threat in the Ancient Demon Society's president's words, so he directly disclosed it to the public. It's just outside of the town in the Koroming sewer. These words came out. Apart from the Ancient Demon Society's informed members, their faces changed drastically. Everyone else furrowed their brows. Everyone had heard of that place. When going out to explore one had to, there was something that had to be avoided. After all, it was that radiation poison gas was indeed no joke. Hiss. That radiation gas is man-made? You don't say, it's really possible. This time there is a good show. The Ancient Demon Society crowd was now also convinced that Lin Yi had indeed discovered the truth. They swallowed their saliva. Steadying their minds, they were also convinced that it was absolutely impossible for Lin Yi to come up with evidence from that place. There are at least 4 more Radiant Giant Stiffs there. I don't believe you can kill your way in. The president of the Ancient Demon Society secretly said in his heart, precisely because the Radiant Giant Stiffs were too difficult to deal with. Even he was secretly there in person and was unable to deal with it. He was forced to give up. Immediately after, the Ancient Demon President retorted, what evidence do you have to prove that sewer poison gas has something to do with us? Besides, what does radiation poison gas have to do with biochemical organisms? Don't you dare throw dirty water in our faces. At these words, the crowd nodded. That's right. But Lin Yi was the one who directly lit up the evidence. There's a lab in the sewers, and inside the lab there's some information which clearly states that the ancient demon society researched a creature called the radiation giant stiff. But it ended up getting out of control, leading to the radiation giant stiffness as well as that radiation poison gas all tilting out. As Lin Yi flashed out a bunch of information, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. One after another, they turned their gazes to the ancient demon society. It was clearly documented that the radiant giant stiffness was at LV50 dark gold level boss, and it was still fully abyssalized. If the ancient demon society really succeeded, then the entire town would be transformed. How is this possible? How could you break through the defense of so many radiant giant stiffs to get this information? The ancient demon president couldn't sit still either. At this moment, it was useless no matter how much he tried to weasel out of it. There were a full 4 heads there. You're swindling me, right? This information must not be true. The ancient demon president arched his hand at the magistrate's office. But Lin Yi didn't reply, he just manifested the seal of the ancient demon society on the information for everyone to see. In fact, with the reaction of the ancient demon president just now, the crowd was convinced that this incident was definitely the work of the ancient demon society. Now the eyes of the entire crowd gathered towards the Na Manor. After all, the Na Manor house was the one who was playing the role of presiding over justice in this storm. However, the next words of the Yamen mansion were shocking to everyone present. You can't say that. What if the seal is a forgery? What if someone wants to frame the ancient demon society? Taking sides under such ironclad evidence. Shocking the 3 major gangs as well as the spectators. The once governmental government had frantically skimmed off their relations. Now it even chose to enter. Chapter 117, The Playing God Reattacks? In the face of such a situation, the expressions of everyone here became subtle. And at this moment, the governor of the court was staring at the mayor of the town, and both of them were filled with incredulity in their eyes. How are these radiation gas studies so similar to that? The governor's words caused the town lord's eyes to glaze over. Just in an instant the two reached a consensus. The Bar Ancient Demon Society must be helped. When these words came out, the most unbelievable person was the Ancient Demon Society. They had never dreamed that the Na Manor would even speak out to help them. What now? Elder Strange looked towards the president and inquired with a grim face. Even the Inquisitor was standing on the opposite side. Did they still have a chance of winning? Lin Yi, who was in the center of the storm, on the other hand, was very calm. He knew that the remaining one would definitely not sit idly by in this situation. As expected, the Steam Club that was supposed to be watching the show suddenly opened their mouths and directly turned to the magistrate's office and angrily said, "You think we're blind? These seals can't be any more real than they really are. And the seals are all personally kept by the president of the Ancient Demon Society." Then the government office said these words, "Is to treat all of you here as a little cutie. Is that so?" When these words came out, the spectators in the audience were talking. That's right, who believes it? Will this Yamen few really support justice? Who would still serve the government office like this? Ha ha ha, what a show. Lin Yi's heart rejoiced as he looked at the Steam Club, which had struck directly and heavily. Sure enough, the situation in Sin City was complicated. It was originally a 3-way melee. Now after the entrance of the government house, the situation had automatically turned into a 2v2. At this moment, even if the Steam Guild had more thoughts, they had to choose to stand on the side of the Steel Cross Guild. The situation instantly became tense. The Ancient Demon Society had the backing of the government, and at this moment, they no longer shrank. They directly said, "Then what do you want?" Once these words came out, the Steam Club once again started a group. What else can be done? The development of biochemical weapons and the cultivation of biochemical organisms are expressly prohibited, and by doing so, you are standing in opposition to the entire town. Hee, you Ancient Demon Society disband alright, the masterminds cut themselves. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but secretly give the Steam Society a thumbs up. This was simply too handsome. Overbearing. The president of the Steam Society was a creature whose entire body was a mechanical body. It was heard that it was the one whose had managed to mechanize its entire body, leaving only a brain connected to control it. Someone with this kind of vigor was just overbearing when he spoke. Hearing this, the Ancient Demon Society instantly tensed up. Hee, do you Steam Society have such a big mouth? I'm here today. I'd like to see if you, the president of the Steam Assembly, can make our Ancient Demon Society disband. Then try it. The president of the Steam Council was named Iron Man. Iron Man made a violent instantaneous appearance, and everyone could only see a residual shadow and hear a steamy sound. In the next second, the Iron Man appeared in the Ancient Demon Guild venue and directly grabbed the neck of the person who had just spoken. Hanging him up, he chided in a cold voice, "Now you see if I have the ability to get you killed." That person's face was red, and his neck was turning blue. Stammering and unable to speak at all. Life was hanging by a thread. Humph. The president of the Ancient Demon Society wasn't a vegetarian either, facing this provocation from the Steel Man. Only to see it's gently a flash, the next second countless black holes generated. only to see a burst of blazing black light erupt from the ancient demon society president's body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant bat. It directly knocked the man of steel out. These two side presidents were exchanging blows. Of course, the others wouldn't sit idly by. In an instant, the entire synagogue was in chaos. The people from the Steam Society and the Ancient Demon Society collided together in the blink of an eye. Da-da-day. Boom boom boom. Guns and spells collided. The two sides were in a chaotic mess at the same time. The government house also faced off with the Steel Cross Guild. Humph. Let me meet you. The governor of the Yamen mansion set his sights on Lin Yi with a single glance. Lin Yi was naturally not weak. On the other hand, the Steel Crusade side flashed their weapons and took up combat stances. The non-manner players had also surrounded them. There was no denying that the Sea of Men tactic was useful. The crowds of hundreds of players surrounding them were still terrifying. These were also all selected by the village, none of them were weak. All of them were the top 10% of this entrance exam. Lin Yi had also discovered an astonishing phenomenon. This group of people were actually all surrounding themselves. Looking at the way they all looked like they were starving, Lin Yi instantly understood. Look, this handsome guy is Lin Yi. Surprisingly, he's really in our town. Doesn't that mean the second profession scroll is right around the corner? Humph. We'll each have to do our own thing in a bit. This Lin Yi isn't weak, let's all go together. Together, they were coming for the scroll they were carrying. He had become the meat and potatoes, and once he did it, he would become the target of a firefight. Just when the swords were drawn and the battle was about to start. Bang! Rumble! With a loud bang that resounded through the entire judgment hall, suddenly the ground tore apart. How could there be an earthquake? Lin Yi, along with everyone else, had this thought in their minds. Everyone was amazed at this sudden accident. Just then, the center of the Hall of Judgment cracked open with a huge opening. A special green gas spread out. Lin Yi, the first of all the people present, recognized it as radiation poison gas. How did this radiation poison gas end up here? Lin Yi was astonished. Not only him, but the two of them, the magisterial governor and the city lord, also had their mouths wide open. The city lord inquired worriedly, could it be that thing awakening? It shouldn't be, right? But this aura was exactly the same. The people present were also on alert. GGG. But just at this time a gloomy laughter came out from the huge crack in the center of that synagogue. Click 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 click. Accompanied by the sound of a huge meat tray moving. Only a huge meat tumor with a height of 3 or 4 people appeared. And at the top of this huge meat tumor, there was a human head. That human head made a 180-degree turn in front of everyone and stared straight at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I'll take your dog's life this time. Its voice was hoarse, and it let loose with intense hatred at Lin Yi. And Lin Yi recognized the head. Even a trace of incredulity appeared on his face. Wasn't this head precisely the theater god? It hadn't occurred to him that the theater god was still alive. And it had even turned into this strange appearance now. What kind of monster is this? Iron Man said in disgust as he looked at the theater god in front of him. It seemed as if he had sensed Iron Man's disgust. The theater god twisted his head and stared at the Iron Man in death. Seeing that this flesh tumor monster dared to bare its teeth at him, Iron Man, who was at least a president, coldly grunted and made a direct move. In the blink of an eye, Iron Man appeared in front of the sarcoma. The arm violently activated the energy device. It instantly expanded several times. It directly blasted towards the play god's head. But in the face of such a terrifying attack, the god of theater surprisingly didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he revealed a disdainful, teasing smile. Lin Yi reacted instantly and said something bad in his heart. But it was too late. Only to see the flesh tumor attached to the theater god surge wildly, instantly cracking open. Accompanied by a thick liquid, a giant monster was released. Everyone else might not recognize it. But Lin Yi recognized it right away. This was actually the Radiant Giant Stiff. Bang! With just one punch, the Radiant Giant Stiff directly blew the defenseless Iron Man away. This sudden scene scared everyone here to their feet. That was the Steel Chairman, an existence with a strength of level 75. Surprisingly, he was blown away just like that. Join forces and deal with this monster together. It was still the president of the Steel Cross that was the first to react and called out. The people present were also aware of the severity of the matter. They nodded their heads in agreement. However, in the face of so many people, the theater god still had a disdainful look on his face. Just by you guys. Click 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 click. Chapter 118, Jiakora Limit saves the day. Suddenly the flesh tumor on its body cracked open with more fissures, and a thin filament spread out. Each filament pulled a radiant giant rigid. The number was surprisingly as high as more than 30. The crowd saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly tried to block it. But it was too late. In an instant, more than 30 radiant giant stiffs came out. The 4 forces present were instantly suppressed and could only defend themselves. And Lin Yi's side was even more difficult. The drama god itself was coming for him. Close to half of these radiant giant stiffs were surrounding Lin Yi. Heh, Lin Yi. Didn't think about it, did you? The wind and water have turned. The theater god's face was livid, he was such a good genius. Yet he was almost killed by Lin Yi. And now he had turned into an inhuman, ghostly form. He had to make sure Lin Yi was buried with him. Lin Yi directly summoned 2 divine dragons. Roar, roar, roar. It directly blocked more than a dozen radiant giant stiffs. The Imperial Dragon Master is too strong too. The indignation in the play god's eyes deepened a bit more as he watched the 2 divine dragons battle each other here. And Lin Yi himself wasn't idle. Through the ability of the Eye of True Knowledge, he learned that the theater god also had a weakness. Radiant Sarcoma Theater God Special Boss LV70. Life value, 1000 W 1000 W. Attack power, 0. Defense, 45,000. Skill 1, Create Stiffness. Skill 2, Devouring. Skill 3, Radiation Theater. Introduction: mutated from a split sarcoma after alienation and searching for a host to combine with. It does not have any attack ability itself, but has an extremely strong ability to reproduce. The Eye of Truth, the body of the radiation sarcoma, is extremely fragile and does not possess any offensive ability. If its filaments are cut, it can briefly incapacitate the radiation giant stiff. According to the current situation, dragging it out is a lost cause. The only way to have a chance was to get closer to the theater god. But right now, Lin Yi wasn't able to get away. Lin Yi glanced at the battlefield. At the moment, the ancient demon society was still trying to contact the god of theater. Hey, you still recognize us, but we created you. Work with us, we'll be able to reach the top of the world. At this moment, everyone here also finally understood that this horrible thing was really something that the ancient demon society had come up with. But this was not the time to pursue this matter. It was precisely at this moment that Elder Moore sensed the battle on Lin Yi's side. She couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Lin Yi was surrounded by more than a dozen radiant giant stiffs all by himself. Whereas they were a few people having a hard time dealing with a single radiant giant stiff. On top of that, Lin Yi didn't seem to be losing the battle. No, I'm going to help this brat. Elder Moore copied the long sword in his hand and leapt several times to Lin Yi's side. Seeing Elder Moore, Lin Yi's eyes were delighted. Elder Moore didn't feel terror until he was close to the blazing dragon and the mechanical dragon now. One could even say suppressed. It was Lin Yi's shout that pulled her back from her shock. Stranger Yuanlao, I need you to help me with one more thing. Speak. But Lin Yi's next words put them in a difficult position. Elder Moore, I'd like you to help me stall these radiant giant zombies. Ha? Elder Moore had a difficult look on his face. It was difficult in the first place. Right now, if it wasn't for Lin Yi sharing a large portion of his vigor, I'm afraid that the Allied forces would have collapsed long ago. Lin Yi continued, this isn't the way to go on right now. I'm going to go close to that monster and get him killed, otherwise we'll all have to be buried with him today. And I won't remove both imperial beasts, I'll only take one. That's fine. Elder Moore knew that the only way to trust Lin Yi in the current situation was to trust him. She took a few instantaneous steps and immediately reported the matter to the president. The president agreed to Lin Yi's plan on the spot. All brothers, help cover our elder Lin so that he can go for the beheading. Unfortunately, even though he had given the order, the situation was not relieved one bit. Right now, there were very few people in the Steam Cross who could spare their hands. Just 3 or 2 people weren't enough to help Lin Yi share the battle. The president could only look to the other 3 forces. At this moment, he was also surprised to find that the players who were part of the government house had withdrawn early and did not leave. It was completely as if they were waiting for the yellow bird to come back. No wonder the pressure on the battlefield was so high. He could only repeat the words again to the other 2 gangsters. Immediately, it was rejected by the ancient demon society. Hee, who knows if you guys are lying to us? You still have the face to say that after the U pulled? The president was infuriated, still playing mind games even at this point. The ancient demon president, Plague Bat, didn't even want to bother. When we connect with this holy relic, you guys will just wait for death. Seeing that they were still daydreaming, the president gritted his teeth in anger. He could only pin his hopes on the remaining Steam Club. Surprisingly, the Steel Man immediately agreed yes. But then he changed his mind. But I have a condition. The president's face immediately darkened. It's not good to take advantage of the fire. Iron Man coldly grunted, if you don't agree, then forget it. Seeing this situation, the president could only bite his tongue. Fine, you say. As long as it's not too much, we'll try our best to fulfill it. Only then was the Steel Man happy. My request isn't too much. When the time comes, let that mechanical creature of your elder Lin's give me some research, just to see the kind. It won't be too much. Speaking of this, the Steel Man's eyes were filled with fervor. The eyes that looked at the mechanical dragon were filled with desire. The president was even prepared for its lion's share of money, but he never thought it would be this condition. It was just too simple. Good. The man of steel didn't say anything and moved to rush over to help himself. 5 or 6 people helped Lin Yi, but it was still hard to hold back the 7 or 8 radiant giant stiffs. Seeing this, Lin Yi was helpless. He could only give hope to the last remaining group of people. The players. He looked towards the candidates of the Na Manor House. Are you guys just going to sit back and do nothing? Does it mean that if these radiant giant stiffs wipe us all out, you guys will survive? But they all remained indifferent. Don't waste it, we received orders to let you all die. You guys dying is just as well as our mission being accomplished. The government office said they are capable of solving it. How could they possibly step in to help under the test of the high school rankings? Lin Yi also knew it was hopeless. He was about to give up. Suddenly a chirpy voice scolded the other candidates. Awake, you guys think you're not pawns in the eyes of your government office? The visitor was a panting Jiakor who had run from nowhere. As she spoke, she lifted out a researcher wearing a white biochemical suit with the Yamanfu medallion on it. Chapter 119 Tyrant. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but wonder what Jiakir was going to do. Jiakir directly threatened the man on her hand in a cold voice. You now hurry up and give an account. If you dare to hide a little bit, Auntie will take your life. That person was immediately scared out of his wits by Jiakir. Immediately, he clammed up and said, I'll tell you. Don't kill me. In fact, the city lord and the governor have given orders, and now that the situation is out of control, he intends to release GCI-01, Tyrant. This word came out. The crowd was surprised and at the same time there were doubts, that is, what exactly is this GCI of the city lord's backhand? But Jiakir's next words completely shattered their fantasies. Oh, do you guys think that Tyrant is something good? That's a super monster that doesn't distinguish between enemy and self. Once it's unleashed, not a single one of the radiant giant stiffs as well as everyone present will be able to escape. Including you, said Jiakor, pointing at the group of candidates who thought they could reap the benefits. Hearing this, the candidates looked at each other. There was still disbelief in their eyes. Seeing this, Jiakor lifted the person she was holding. That person immediately reacted and cried out in fear. Yes, the tyrant's destructive ability is too strong. The only way to escape is to take a light energy machine. There is only one light energy machine, and it's only big enough for the city lord and the governor to ride in. Hearing this, now the crowd realized. This game of chess had always been played by the seemingly conspicuous Yamanfu. Everyone here was dying. Marred, to be punked by an NPC. The koans were furious. Jiakir struck the iron while it was hot. Then why don't you guys grab help now? This is the only chance. Now that things were clear. Of course they immediately chose to step in and help. With hundreds of players entering, it immediately eased the pressure on Lin Yi's battlefield. Lin Yi managed to get away with the mechanical dragon. Seeing Lin Yi kill towards himself, the god of theater had a teasing look on his face. Hee, do you think I'm still the same person I was before? With the help of the sarcoma, at the moment, his was incredibly confident. It didn't believe that Lin Yi could still deal with himself. It once again fabricated 2 radiant giant stiffs and killed Lin Yi by controlling them with thin filaments. But unfortunately it was this move that was used against Lin Yi, and Lin Yi had expected it. Forbidden Demon. Lin Yi directly blocked the skills of the 2 radiant giant stiffs. By splitting his energy sword he managed to stall the 2 radiant giant stiffs. Watching Lin Yi break through the barrier so easily, the play god was instantly a bit flustered. What the hell is this mechanical looking monster? This is too terrifying. But speaking of this, a burst of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. If I can assimilate him as my subordinate. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. Only to see the play god spread out many thin filaments. It directly reached out to all parts of the battlefield. At the moment, the battlefield was filled with corpses. Those thin filaments pulled the corpses back. The next terrifying scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only to see it manipulate the sarcoma to open a large avenue of mouths. It directly swallowed those corpses into its stomach. In the next second, those corpses were assimilated into radiant monsters. Once again, they formed a line of defense against Lin Yi. Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly and directly waved the scepter in his hand. Dragon Breath. In an instant, the terrifying flames directly ripped open a hard opening. These attacks were destroyed in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also managed to get close to the theater god. Lin Yi knew that the theater god's weakness wasn't in his head. But he still pretended to raise his giant sword and attack the theater god's head. At this moment, he saw Lin Yi's attack. The theater god laughed coldly in his heart. Stupid. But the theater god still pretended to look scared. Don't kill me. In reality, the scene around him suddenly started to change. A theater covered in spider silks, all green slime, and filled with biochemical poisonous gas appeared. Just as Lin Yi's attack was about to land on the theater god. Only then did the theater god reveal his true colors. You've been tricked, said he as the flesh tumors around his head began to sink in. He could drive his head to hide inside his body. Thus what appeared to be a weakness on the outside was actually not at all. Lin Yi's side of the battle had become the focus of the battle. After all, this was the place where the winner of the battle would be decided. At the same time, countless thin wires fell from the top of the theater. Hanging from each filament was a puppet of a radiant giant stiff, dozens of them. And there were also those radiation monsters that had just been devoured and assimilated. Although their strength was a weakened version. But it couldn't be helped by the sheer numbers. The trick was to be able to summon the monsters created not long ago all at once. It's over. Seeing these puppet monsters attacking Lin Yi. That was the thought that was going through their minds. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lin Yi being brutally killed. But right at this moment, Lin Yi was as if he had expected it. He only gulped out split. The giant sword that had originally attacked the head instantly transformed into 9 energy swords. The energy swords instantly dispersed after finding a good target. In an instant, the filaments hanging on the sarcoma were chopped off one after another. In an instant, the puppet monsters that had originally attacked Lin Yi instantly lost their power. They all went limp and drooped on the filaments. Not only that. Not far away, a steel-cross patriarch who was trembling with a radiant giant stiff was directly sent flying to the ground without paying attention. The radiant giant stiff took advantage of the victory and stomped on it. Stranger elder. The crucifixion patriarchs were all shouting anxiously, but their hearts were full of gas but not enough power. They were unable to get away at all. Elder Moore sighed in a trance as she looked at the incoming attack. But just as she resigned herself to her fate, ka-ching! The radiant giant stiffness in front of her eyes suddenly stopped. Not a single movement. The radiant giant rigid that was trembling and fighting with the crowd stopped violently in its hand movements. It was the same phenomenon as that of Elder Stranger. Damn it! Lin Yi, you actually counted on me. The theater god in the arena shouted angrily at this moment. Hearing this, all of the someone in the audience understood. All of this was Lin Yi's handiwork. Hiss! Lin Yi is really brilliant. They marveled over it. This was all surprisingly under Lin Yi's control. Quick, get these radiant giant stiffs. They immediately mobilized, taking the opportunity to set fire on the immobile radiation giant stiffs. The battle was reversed in an instant. Seeing this scene, the theater god blew his beard and eyes out in anger. He really hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so cunning. Right from the start, he had rushed at the slashing filaments. It caused him to not choose to use his theater skills to protect himself in order to sneak attack. Heh, it's useless to talk too much. Die! Lin Yi directly united his giant swords. It violently stabbed at the fleshy tumor body. Ka-ching! 120,122. The sword directly knocked out over 100,000 blood. How is this possible? Seeing this horrible damage from Lin Yi, the theater god was dumbfounded. He himself had a defense value of 40,000 to 50,000. Not only could Lin Yi break his defense, but he could also deal such high damage. Was Lin Yi really just a second-turn professional? At the moment, the god of theater struggled and attempted to connect the filaments again to control the monsters. But it was too late. Lin Yi's attacks were getting more and more ferocious, and he could feel that he wouldn't even be able to reconnect with the monsters before he was buried under Lin Yi's sword. At the moment, there was only one word in his head: run. If he could run away, there would still be a long way to go. Otherwise, he'd have to die here today. Thinking of this, the god of theater immediately made an instantaneous appearance, directly shrinking his head back into the sarcoma. Turning into a ball, he rolled out towards a weak breakthrough with a violent tumble. Trying to run? Lin Yi saw its intentions and just smiled faintly. Spinning around, the blazing dragon appeared in front of the sarcoma. Roar! Directly, the sarcoma was kicked back as a city ball. Ka-ching! Lin Yi stabbed his sword once again. 282,021 strike. This time, it directly dealt nearly 300,000 damage. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Knowing that he was going to be finished, the theater god hurriedly cried for mercy. But Lin Yi wouldn't let him go. A sword broke through his defense and scooped up his head. Ding! Congratulations, you've killed Radiant Sarcophagus Theater God Special Boss LV70, experience plus 100W. All of a sudden Lin Yi's experience bar was about to fill up. LOL. Millions of experience. Lin Yi was happy from the bottom of his heart. So close to upgrading and synthesizing the inquisitive golden egg. Right after Lin Yi killed the theater god, those radiant giant stiffs it had created crushed and disappeared on their own. The battle had been won. Everyone here at the moment was happy and cheering finally blocked it. Chapter 120 going? It's still Elder Lin. Yes, Elder Lin is awesome. The crowd was overjoyed. This time the disaster that almost wiped out the entire town had disintegrated. But just then Jia Kor interjected. Isn't it time to clean up the people who just stood by and watched? The moment these words came out, all of a sudden everyone turned their gazes towards the Ancient Demon Society. Just now, everyone was fighting in a bloodbath, and the Ancient Demon Society was the only one who cowered on the sidelines. Still need to talk nonsense with them? Iron Man was truly a ruthless man, directly opening his cannon and drying up. Ding! Congratulations on completing one of the camp mainline quests to destroy the Ancient Demon Society. not long after the ancient demon society was completely annihilated. After all, it was facing the pressure of the three major forces. At that exact moment, there was suddenly another earthquake. The crowd immediately showed a look of horror. It was thought that it was that sarcoma sweeping back again. Quickly run! That monster is coming out, we all have to die. At precisely this time, the researcher who had been grabbed by Jiakur suddenly cried out. Breaking free from Jiakir, he ran away with his ass in the air. At this moment, the crowd also realized a situation. That was that Lin Yi had also disappeared. Where did Elder Lin go? The president inquired in surprise. Jiakir immediately replied Lin Yi went to the research institute. She had secretly followed the governor into the Na mansion governor during the battle earlier. That's how she learned about the secrets of the Yamen mansion. Just now she had told Lin Yi about the laughing death that held this tyrant underneath the Yamen mansion. Lin Yi immediately moved to the Yamen house underground lab. Ho ho ho! Suddenly the ground left an opening 100 meters long. A terrifying green-colored giant hand hitched the mouth rock wall. The enormous force once again caused the surrounding land to collapse. Boom! Leaping forward, a 30 to 40 meter tall, greenish-black body with two tubes about 4 to 5 meters thick inserted behind it connected to a glass jar with a biochemical symbol engraved behind it. This. Looking at this such a horrible green-colored monster, everyone had their mouths wide open. This sense of oppression could be 100 times stronger than the sarcoma that had just nearly brought about the extinction of the entire town. What kind of monster is this? How could it have been hiding underneath the town all this time? Iron Man's originally emotionless mechanical voice was somewhat trembling at the moment. And everyone could feel it. Suddenly at this time, the city radios rang. Inside came the voice of the city lord Humph. According to the decree of the Empire, all of you criminals need to be centralized. You think that the Empire has spared you, but it is actually stabilizing you. When it gets here and the numbers are about right, it will release this tyrant to completely erase you. Hearing this, everyone in the city was furious. They hadn't expected the Empire to be so insidious. I still have to thank you guys. Almost my plans were ruined by the ancient demon society, who actually used the tyrant's poisonous gas to create that kind of monster. If it wasn't for you guys killing it, it would have been a bit difficult for me to leave. The crowd now heard and understood. It turned out that the radiant poison gas that ancient demon society had researched originated from the Yamen mansion. The culprit for all of this was the Na manor house. What about us? Suddenly a group of people loyal to the Yamen house shouted in unison. The city lord seemed to have heard it. With a cold smile, he responded, you also have the bloodline of sinners in you, you are still sinners just the same. Going down together to be buried with you is also what you deserve. Hearing this, they realized. The entire town had been in the calculations of the governor and the city lord from the beginning to the end. All but them were destined to die. But at that moment, the city lord's alarmed voice suddenly came out from the microphone. Who are you? Iron Cross Guild Patriarch Lin? How did you find your way here? Suddenly a sound of a fight came out. With an electric sound, the microphone was cut off. Hearing this, the people in the city were incredibly hopeful. Lin Yi would teach the city lord and governor a hard lesson. But it was only a thought. After all, the city lord and governor were at that level of the major gang presidents. How could Lin Yi deal with a single patriarch? At the moment, inside the underground research room, at the bottom of a channel that led straight to the outside world, less than 10 meters wide but up to 100 meters deep, there was a bright airship parked. This was the tool that the governor and city lord used to escape. Lin Yi's sudden appearance interrupted the two. You're the only one? After the city lord was sent flying, he saw that Lin Yi didn't have any reinforcements. Immediately, he revealed a devious smile. Shoo! Suddenly Lin Yi felt wind at the back of his head. Bang! The governor had appeared behind him at some point and slammed his fist into his head. Thump! The governor's confident attack was blocked by a sudden flying sword. Just you want to stop both of us? Although he was surprised that the governor's attack was blocked, the city lord immediately moved to kill Lin Yi, attempting a double-sided attack. But Lin Yi wasn't going to play around with them. The situation outside was now tense. Lin Yi waved his hand. Blazing dragon. Mechanical dragons. The sudden appearance of the two behemoths startled the two of them. But after all, they were in a position of power, so they quickly calmed down. The two of them looked at each other, and one of them dealt with one, quickly resolving the battle. But the next second they just moved. Bang! The two of them were like a cannonball, woefully smashing a large crater in the ground. The flames of the blazing dragon directly burned off the governor's hair and eyebrows. The mechanical dragon's bullets directly gave the city's governor both a sieve, bleeding all over his body. Don! Kill us. As long as you promise us, we can take you with us. At that exact moment, the microphone resumed. The entire city clearly heard the conversation. You're so strong, you're not in the same league as this group. As long as you promise me, not only will we be able to leave safely, I can also guarantee that you will definitely have a notable position in the empire. Chapter 121, The Game of Certain Death. These words were of course caught in the ears of the entire city. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. They hadn't expected that Lin Yi could really be alone. It had taken care of two of Sin City's superstars. Will Lin Yi choose to go with them? Heh, that's for sure. But it's not like we can blame them, it's a certain death here now. Alas. At the same time, the crowd's moods were all incredibly complicated. They were worried, lamenting, sighing. In their opinion, Lin Yi's choice to leave in the same boat was absolute. But it was at this moment. Lin Yi's voice exploded in front of the crowd along with the radio. Ha! Don't look down on yourselves, I can't forget that you were responsible for the day Hela died. Lin Yi's words were powerful, without a trace of emotion. Hearing this, the governor and city lord instantly panicked. Don't, if you kill us now, you won't be able to start the ship and leave. What person is still more important than your own life? Tyrant is an epic boss, are you sure you want to put your own life on the line here by being reckless? You have a brighter future than any of them. Saying this, Lin Yi suddenly fell silent. The two city lords glanced at each other, their eyes filled with joy. They thought they had finally persuaded Lin Yi. Shoo! But suddenly Lin Yi raised his giant sword. He chopped at the two of them. Ha! You think everyone is as heartless as you guys? As the two men's heads fell to the ground, a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing one of the main quest's conditions, overthrowing the Yamen house. Hearing Lin Yi's words and the clear sound of heads falling to the ground, everyone in the city briefly froze before their blood boiled. Yes. Everyone didn't know what to say. Only this one word good could be uttered. Not only did Lin Yi not choose to be complicit, he also directly beheaded the culprit of this disaster. This kind of righteousness wasn't something that just anyone could do. Even the president of the Steel Cross was admiring. If it survives, the town is going to change. You ancient demon society are the true leaders. In case it really survives, I'm willing to disband the Steam Club to join you. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, behead the governor and city lord, rewarded with experience X50W. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, LV33 LV34, obtaining Golden Egg Legendary X1, existing number of Golden Eggs, 9. It's enough. It's finally enough. Lin Yi was excited inside. After working so hard for so long it had finally paid off. Lin Yi immediately made a move to synthesize it. Ding! Consuming Golden Egg Legendary X9, synthesizing the ultimate Golden Egg Divine. Bang! In an instant, a multicolored light emanated concurrently from the golden egg with multicolored light that was clearly a circle larger in Lin Yi's hand. It shot up into the sky. The sudden glow made the entire town, and even the entire secret realm, curious. What's happening there? Even the outside invigilators were very surprised. But when the same year attempted to release Lin Yi's side of the view, it was presented with a mist. It was impossible to see exactly what was happening. Looking at the inquisitive golden egg in his hand, Lin Yi took a deep breath and directly opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you've opened the inquisitive golden egg divine grade and obtained the Imperial Dragon Staff divine grade exclusive weapon. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He had never expected to directly open an exclusive weapon. He himself was an SSS ranked profession. Even the Imperial Dragon Staff was god tier. Lin Yi looked at the Imperial Dragon Staff. Luxurious attributes surfaced. Imperial Dragon Staff, Imperial Dragon Master exclusive weapon. Quality, God grade. Grade, First Order. Attributes, life value plus 100,000, attack plus 10,000. Special effect 1 unlocked, the attributes of the Imperial Dragon Staff will radiate to the Dragon Beast. Special effect 2 unlocked, devouring exclusive weapon fragments will raise the rank. Special effect 3 unlocked, second rank. Avatar, Dharma Heaven and Earth, the beasts under your command rise in stature, gaining high attack and shield reinforcement for 12s, cooldown, 72H. Avatar, remove the cooldown of all skills including axioms of all Imperial beasts under your command, cooldown, 720H. Avatar, Imperial Divine Art, unlocked second rank. Introduction, the Imperial Dragon Staff, which was transformed in ancient times from the Dragon Emperor who was in charge of the world's divine dragons and was invincible in the world. Straight away, it had 100,000 life value and tens of thousands of attack power. Was this the power of an exclusive weapon? Lin Yi marveled at it. The blazing dragon attack attributes had all been raised to 40,000. The life values were all up to 500,000. And the mechanical dragon was even stronger. Because his attributes stacked after he merged with Lin Yi. It was equivalent to directly doubling the attributes gained. 20,000 attack attributes and 200,000 life values. The fighting strength in the combined state even slightly exceeded that of the blazing dragon. Very strong. The main event was still those two divine abilities. There was no need to say that the first one was strong, simple and violent. The second one was even more powerful. Now if he were to face that flesh tumor monster again, Lin Yi wouldn't even need the help of anyone else. It would be an easy victory. Bang! Just then, out of nowhere, a huge fist. It directly smashed through the land above Lin Yi's head. It directly attacked Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was still studying the Imperial Dragon Staff. The outside world, however, was already alive and well. Epic bosses were no joke. In front of this group of professionals who hadn't even reached the fourth turn, it was completely a creature that had crossed the genes of life. With just one mouthful of poisonous gas, the tyrant weakened and skinned the Iron Cross congregation that was blocking the front line. They were dying. On the contrary, the Steam Society was still able to hold on. After all, they were steam machinery fanatics. Their bodies were more or less mechanical creations. Iron Man's body was completely replaced by machinery, but it didn't have any effect. When Iron Man saw the crucifixion crowd like this, he hurriedly greeted his men. "You guys take them to a safe place, leave this monster to me." After saying that, he touched both fists, facing the tyrant who was many times more powerful than himself. He said, "Let me meet you." The Man of Steel charged straight out. The tyrant looked at a weak little creature that dared to provoke himself. He was instantly enraged. He swung his heavy fist and slammed it directly into the Iron Man. Iron Man was on fire, with multiple energy devices all over his body desperately releasing firepower. From a distance, the Iron Man looked like a meteor rushing towards the tyrant. Bang! However, in just a single glance, Iron Man lasted less than a second. It was directly blown away like a cannonball. The severely injured Iron Man fell to the ground, his life breath was weak. Having lost Iron Man's hold, Tyrant turned his sight to the others. The candidates also knew that it was a time of life and death, and they rushed up. But their defense line was quickly crumbling under the devastating attack. The Tyrant frantically released poison gas. The entire city was in ruins. After this defense line was torn apart, the battle completely affected the civilians. Many people wanted to escape from the city. But to their surprise, they found that the gates could not be opened no matter what. Even if the government office activated the door opening device, it couldn't be opened. Chapter 122 Divine Exclusive Weapon Dragon Staff. It seemed like this was another plot by the city Lord Governor, trapping them to death here. Watching the tyrant about to leave to slaughter in the civilian area, the Iron Man used his last strength to fire a cannonball. The cannonball exploded behind the tyrant's head. Although it didn't cause a bit of damage, but it completely annoyed the tyrant. The tyrant gave up traveling to the civilian area. Turning his head, he took a step towards the Iron Man, looking at the tyrant who walked in front of him. Instead of being a little scared, the Steel Man grinned and mocked, "Stinky, hurry up and stop me to death." Sensing the Iron Man's provocative intent, Tyrant wondered why such a weak creature would dare to provoke himself like this. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of death? The others also saw this scene. "No, President!" The people from the Steam Club shouted with torn hearts, but it was too late. Even the players and members of the Crucifixion Society had sad faces. In the end, the Steelers were using their lives to stall for them. "Hurry up, don't fail the President's life!" Someone shouted as they endured the pain. But just at this moment, swoosh! A fiery light suddenly appeared on the originally smoke-filled battlefield. In full view of everyone, a handsome youth entered riding a divine dragon. Bang! Directly, the tyrant was blasted back a few steps. The original stomp on the Iron Man's foot was also retracted. Lin Yi picked up the Iron Man on the ground and said in relief, "It's okay, you can rest now. Leave the battlefield to me." He placed Iron Man in a safe place. Lin Yi once again rode the blazing dragon and flew high into the sky to confront the tyrant. Seemingly sensing that Lin Yi's battle prowess wasn't bad, the tyrant stared at Lin Yi dead in the face but didn't dare make a move. But when it thought that Lin Yi had just snatched away his own prey, it was furious. The already small brain wasn't enough to support its thinking at all. Anger washed over it, and it directly moved to kill towards Lin Yi. Tyrant Epic Boss. Level, LV 80. Lifespan, 880W 880W. Attack power, 48520. Talent Power of Rage. As a biochemical creature, he is senseless and knows no pain. It will get stronger and stronger in battle. Skill 1, Biochemical Poison Gas. Skill 2, Rage Trample. Skill 3, Poisonous Devil Cannonball. Skill 4, Differentiated Sarcoma. Introduction. It is a super monster secretly researched by the government of Yamen because of the power of the Abyss slightly self-awakening signs, but unfortunately did not reach. Hiss. Epic level boss. Indeed, it looked ridiculously strong. At the moment, the entire Sin City could see the terrifying tyrant in Lin Yi, who was facing it alone. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face, and he was somewhat inexplicably confident. Even if none of them felt that Lin Yi had a chance of winning. But everyone was praying that Lin Yi would be able to defeat the tyrant. Lin Yi didn't dare to slack off. This was the strongest monster he had seen so far. It had to be treated with rigor. The tyrant's attack was quick. Bang! 62,022. With just one punch, the blazing dragon's life value dropped by a large amount. This was still just a normal attack. In case a skill was used, there was no telling how many hits it could resist. Lin Yi reacted quickly and immediately summoned his giant sword. He counterattacked. The killing power of the giant sword was arguably the strongest single attack in Lin Yi's hand apart from the Upanishad. 220,210. Roar! The tyrant was slashed back a few steps by the immense force of the sword. Tyrant looked at the shocking wound on his shoulder and hissed angrily at Lin Yi. He violently spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas. Lin Yi was prepared for this and directly parried it with his giant sword. The blazing dragon brought Lin Yi quickly close to the tyrant. A mouthful of blazing fire coupled with dragon whistle control. It directly rendered the tyrant helpless. One dragon and one person attacked one after another. In just a few moments, the tyrant's blood bar had dropped by a large portion. Everyone in the city was staring at this scene at the moment. Lin Yi had actually completely crushed Tyrant. This is too magical, isn't it? Elder Lin is too strong too. It's a good thing our Steam Society didn't cross paths with the Cross. Even the Iron Man was generalizing. But the battle soon turned around again. Tyrant was a veritable epic boss. Would he be killed so easily? Only to see the green liquid from the biochemical gas tank behind the Tyrant's back disappear continuously with the naked eye. Those ugly giant bumps on the Tyrant's body unexpectedly began to wriggle. In the next second, the Tyrant's life value began to recover rapidly. Plus 100,000. Plus 100,000. The speed at which the blood bar rose was even faster than Lin Yi's damage. This was simply too incredible. Those lumps broke open. All of a sudden, the entire town looked horrified. After the lumps broke open, what appeared was actually a radiant giant stiff. At this moment, Lin Yi instantly realized that it was no wonder that the government office chose to help the ancient demon society at that time. It was fitting that the radiation giant stiff sarcoma was the one on the tyrant. Half of the sarcomas had dried up in order to restore the tyrant's life value. When even so, hundreds of radiant giant stiffs were released. It was an unrivaled disaster. Bang! Lin Yi was once again hit by the tyrant. 10.2 W. Tyrant was too terrifying. In a short period of time, his attack attribute had risen to 60,000. What originally seemed like an insignificant talent had caused Tyrant's attributes to keep rising. If they fought a stalemate battle like this, Lin Yi would definitely lose. It's over. Not only will Lin Yi not be able to beat it, we're going to be finished as well. Hundreds of radiant giant stiffs were attacking like an apocalyptic catastrophe, and everyone was incredibly desperate at the moment. But right at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly raised the gilt scepter in his hand. There wasn't much decoration on the scepter, only the mysterious runes that littered the scepter seemed particularly profound. Avatar Dharma Heavenly Phase. As Lin Yi shouted these words. Boom! Instantly the entire sky went black. Only the phantom of 1,000-meter-long, ancient and majestic blazing ancestral dragon emerged behind the blazing dragon. The same was true behind Lin Yi, and what appeared was a super-mechanical city suspended in the air. Looking at the mechanical city, Iron Man's eyes lit up. Even the pain in his body couldn't be felt anymore at this mechanical city. This is what a mechanical man pursues all his life. The people from the Steam Club were all speechless. What time is this? The self-president is still obsessed with cyborg technology. In an instant, blazing dragon and Lin Yi's damage skyrocketed. 382,022. 420,071. The two of them had directly knocked out 800,000 life points with their combined efforts. It directly knocked out 1/10 of the tyrant's blood bar. According to this situation, Tyrant wouldn't last long. The tyrant also knew that its situation was not right, and fear flashed in its eyes. But it was quickly taken over by anger. It only saw that it violently grabbed the biochemical poison gas canister behind its back, and the terrifying force directly crushed the canister. It poured all of that biochemical poison gas into its mouth. Instantly, the tyrant's size skyrocketed by 30%. The life value broke 10 million. The attack attribute also reached 80,000. The tyrant violently spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas, mixing it up and rushing towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi recognized Tyrant's purpose at a glance. This guy wanted to fight himself to the death. Chapter 123 The Law of Heaven and Earth. Of course Lin Yi wouldn't let him have it as easy as he wanted. With just one move, Dharma Heaven Phase Earth. Only a shield emitting a golden pale light appeared on both the blazing dragon and himself. Bang! 0. 0. At this moment, Tyrant was surprised to find that all of his damage had hit Lin Yi to no avail. How horrible was his own damage now? And even under his own bombardment, Lin Yi's shield remained unbroken. What did that mean? It meant that he had no chance of winning. Lin Yi looked at his $1 million shield and was ecstatic. It was too powerful. No wonder every professional was pursuing exclusive weapons. This one divine ability had caused a direct qualitative change in Lin Yi's combat power. This was simply too powerful. Even everyone in the city was thrilled by Lin Yi's battle results. Elder Lin actually crushed even against epic bosses. Great! We must hold on. As long as we wait for Elder Lin to resolve that boss and come for support, we'll be saved. The Cross, the Steam Club, and the Government House. Listen to my orders and find a way to hold back. Make sure to stall until Lin Yi defeats that monster. Lin Yi was like the pop in the nightlight. Cutting through the endless darkness brought hope to the originally desperate crowd. Seeing that it was completely unable to do anything about Lin Yi, the radiant giant stiff was furious. It was staring at Lin Yi, and the pimples on its body that had hatched out of the radiation giant stiff began to emit biochemical poisonous gas. In an instant, a 100-meter radius was filled with rich poisonous gas. 10,000. Although Lin Yi's blood count hadn't dropped, his shield's luster was gradually becoming dull. Moreover, he also realized that the radiant giant stiffness had no intention of stopping its movements. The poisonous gas was rapidly expanding. It was directly spreading towards the entire town. At once, Lin Yi realized. Before he died, this radiant giant stiff wanted to drag others in the town with him. The others looked at the poisonous gas spreading over and were instantly terrified. Is this the radiation poisonous gas from the Forbidden Zone? I've heard that once stained, a light body will fester and a heavy body will bleed to death. It's over, so much biochemical poison gas, we're all dead. Everyone looked at Lin Yi at the moment. They were hoping beyond hope that Lin Yi would still step in at this point. But they knew it was completely extravagant. It was already hard enough for Lin Yi to deal with the boss alone right now. Where would he be able to spare a hand to help? They were once again in despair. It's over. Now even if Elder Lin can defeat the boss, he won't be able to support us in time. It's just a brush with the sleeve is life and death. As long as Elder Lin can avenge us, it's worth it. Oh, Mom. Where are you? I'm so scared. Elder Lin, if we die, I hope you bury us together. Even the crowd from the Steel Cross started leaving their last words. Even the players' side was like, woohoo. This entrance exam is too difficult, I don't want to die. I haven't reached the top of the world professionals yet, I don't want to die either. A note and relics were left behind. The residential area that was the first to receive the poisonous gas was miserable. One could only see a large family running and being caught up by the poisonous gas. In an instant, their hair withered and dissipated, their bodies festered, and pus flowed from their 7 orifices. In a short while, together with the children, the whole family said goodbye to the world. This tragic scene was captured in Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi looked at the tyrant in front of him, who was grinning and revealing 2 rows of densely pointed teeth, and was furious. This guy was even taunting himself. Who had given it the confidence? You think you're going to win? Lin Yi said in a cold voice. As if he had understood his words, the tyrant's mouth widened even more. It was a clear response of that's right. Lin Yi just let out a faint sneer at this, then you'll see how you die yourself. His eyes flashed with infinite killing intent. At this moment, he had to cut the tyrant down no matter who he was doing it for. Avatar Dao 10,000. Lin Yi once again cast the divine ability of the Imperial Dragon Staff. Lin Yi actually has a professional weapon. The colorful blow from earlier had long since brought the Ombudsman's attention to this place. The line of sight never left. The image of Lin Yi's display of his divine ability was caught in their eyes. At the moment, the hundreds of inspectors in the venue were hearing these words. All of them looked over with sideways glances. Their eyes were shocked. The name Lin Yi had appeared before. There wasn't a single ombudsman who didn't know that he was SSS rank. SSS ranked and with an occupation-exclusive weapon. How rare was that? All of a sudden, hundreds of inspectors came to drop in front of Lin Yi's screen. President Zhang, come quickly. Someone suddenly shouted. President Zhang, who was supposed to be the town hall, was also here. After hearing someone call out to him, he hurriedly looked over. He was filled with anticipation when he realized it was Lin Yi. He only saw Lin Yi in the picture after he had performed his divine ability. Signs of the Aeon appeared on both the blazing dragon and himself. Although it wasn't cast. In the next second, the Aeon signs appeared again. But this time it was moving for real. First was Lin Yi, a terrifying magnetic force instantly spread over 100 miles in a radius. The next astonishing scene appeared. Everyone who had been eroded by the poisonous gas was unharmed. It was as if those poisonous gases had been isolated. I thought I was going to die, what's going on here? A person's body had begun to fester, but the moment he was enveloped by the magnetic field. Surprisingly, he was directly unharmed. Elder Lin, it's Elder Lin who made a move. Countless people cheered at this moment. Hiss. This Upanishad is too powerful, isn't it? It's even immune to negative effects? An inspector exclaimed as he watched the scene. President Zhang, however, laughed a bit. That's not all, take a closer look. The crowd was puzzled but looked in the direction he pointed. An even more frightening scene appeared. A candidate was smashed by the radiant giant stiffness all embedded in the land. Yet it was unharmed. Even that candidate stood up and found the massage force quite comfortable. What's going on with me? It's rare that my potential has awakened. That candidate was excited, but then realized that more and more people around him were just like himself. The radiant giant stiffness hadn't done any damage at all. Lin Yi, it's Lin Yi. Suddenly one of the examiners said, and now everyone reacted. The examiners were surprised while a thought arose within them: all Lin Yi is just too strong. It's a good thing they chose to defect at that time, otherwise they'd be sold out now. Chapter 124: The Way of the Wonders. It's too powerful. Directly immune to damage on a large scale, I've never seen such a terrifying arcana before. The inspectors were shocked beyond belief. The impact of this scene was too strong. Although President Zhang was also thrilled inside, on the surface, he stroked his beard with forced composure. Sigh. This Lin Yi is a senior member of our Imperial Beastmaster Association. That's how we Imperial Beastmasters are, unlimited potential. Lin Yi is also outstanding. I, the President, am very pleased. The crowd was instantly shocked. So you Imperial Beastmasters have so many more disciplines, it seems that you can't underestimate the Imperial Beastmaster profession in the future. Just as President Zhang was still bragging, suddenly, someone yanked out his voice and shouted in a loud and excited voice, "You guys come over and look." The crowd's eyes returned to the screen once again. The tyrant's muscles were trembling as he watched his poison gas and army of giant stiffs being used to no avail. The tyrant's muscles were trembling with rage. How could an ant like Lin Yi be able to hold himself back at every turn? But as a biochemical weapon that had been created, it had absolutely no thinking of its own. Nor did it know how to escape. It was bloodthirsty. The goal was to kill everyone here. It violently rushed towards Lin Yi and hugged him to death. In the next second, the tyrant's muscles began to expand and tear. Terrifying energy erupted. Oh no, the tyrant is going to blow itself up. The inspectors outside the arena were stunned at the moment. They panicked and hurriedly prepared to press the rescue button. In reality, the college entrance exams had always had something similar. After all, these were children whose parents had raised them for 18 years. And they were all in their youth. It would basically make sure that everyone teleported away to force them to leave the secret realm when they were in danger of death. But because of the abyssal invasion, the difficulty of taking away the koans has increased drastically. At most, only a few dozen people could be taken away. And how many examiners were there in the entire secret realm? One could imagine that this quota was precious. But at the moment, Lin Yi was an education-appointed genius, so they absolutely had to ensure Lin Yi's safety. But President Zhang was the one who shouted at them to stop. Once we pull Lin Yi out, his ranking will be gone. And isn't there this magnetic field now? It should be fine. The crowd only reacted when they heard this. Yeah, there was still the magnetic field. But they were still a little worried. What if the magnetic field didn't protect Lin Yi himself? Look, you guys. Suddenly, another person shouted excitedly. When everyone looked, they only saw the blazing dragon Upanishad unleashed beneath Lin Yi's feet. It was as if hell had descended. In an instant, the tyrant that hadn't had time to blow itself up was directly annihilated. And the Upanishad wasn't over yet. The poisonous gas instantly disappeared under the true fire. It left no one in awe. There were also the radiant giant stiffs. They were even more miserable. Burned to death by fire. Scalded to death by magma. They were pinched to death by the hellish chains. In short, in an instant, the entire Sin City was relieved of its danger. Ha! The inspectors rubbed their eyes. Not. The brothers were just worried that you would be alright. How is it that in an instant you not only killed the tyrant, but also cleared the other two major crises along with it? Hiss. President Zhang, can you introduce Lin Yi? The ombudsman's gazes towards President Zhang became incandescent. Lin Yi definitely had an extraordinary future achievement, and he mustn't seize the opportunity to climb the ladder now. Their blazing gazes made President Zhang's old face blush. Don't look at me like that, I don't like guys. Ah. The platers looked at the poisonous gas that suddenly disappeared in the radiant giant stiff that was killed in seconds. Their shocked hearts were beating. It's a good thing we didn't stand against Lin Yi before, otherwise he'd want to get us killed. Just like pinching an ant. They swallowed, terrified. Or else we shouldn't even listen to the people from the Gao Gao Alliance. Isn't that letting us die? That's for sure. If we let the people from the Gao Gao Alliance know about Lin's strength, they'd all have to piss their pants. Anyway, the Gao Gao Alliance doesn't treat us as one of their own, and threatened us with death if we dare to help Lin Yi, so who's afraid of them now? The players who were all originally terrified of crossing paths with Lin Yi were given a shot in the arm at the moment. Lin Yi really did have that strength. One person. Single-handedly taking on the entire Gao Gao Alliance. This elder Lin. Steelman looked at the Crossroads president straight shivering. You guys are also hiding too deep, right? Told you earlier, I would have surrendered long ago. But the people of the crusade are also unexpected. No, is Elder Lin so strong? Killing tyrant in seconds, killing 100 radiant giant stiffs in seconds, and killing poison gas in seconds. This is over? The entire city cheered excitedly as they looked at the slain tyrant and the Sin City that had instantly returned to calm. I don't know who from the crowd shouted, "Elder Lin, long live." The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited. Elder Lin, long live. Elder Lin, long live. Elder Lin, long live. In an instant, the entire Sin City was filled with this sound. Lin Yi's reputation reached an unprecedented high. Ding! Killed LV80 Epic Boss, Tyrant, rewarded Experience X380W, Spirit Stones X10W. Ding! Killing the LV80 Epic Level Boss, Tyrant, dropping the Trinket, Tyrant Ghost Ring Epic, X1. Ding! Leveled up, LV34 LV35, gained Golden Egg Legendary X1, existing Golden Egg, 1. Ding! Level up, LV35 LV36, obtain Golden Egg Legend X1, existing Golden Egg, 2. In an instant, Lin Yi leveled up 2 levels in a row. Lin Yi's heart was soothed. There was still a lot of experience in killing bosses. All of a sudden, he let his level soar that many levels. As Lin Yi landed on the ground, the crowd immediately surrounded him. But surprisingly, the crowd didn't dare to speak. The only one who was excited was Jia Kor, who directly shoulder-bumped Lin Yi. "You're too good, you deserve to be my father's chosen one. I admit I underestimated you a bit before, now I'm really impressed." Jia Kor took Lin Yi's arm and chattered excitedly. "You'll be my boss from now on, I'm going to try my hardest to catch up with you. Trample you under my feet and make you call me your boss." The others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as they watched Jia Kor act. This person in front of them was a god of killing. And a super god of killing who had just overthrown an epic boss. Lin Yi's battle power was more than enough to overthrow the entire Sin City. How could this not make the crowd feel intimidated? Fine. Lin Yi agreed to Jia Kor with a smile. He didn't want to spoil the fun. Looking at the way the crowd looked at him in awe, Lin Yi smiled. "Is it rare for brothers not to congratulate me?" It was only when they heard Lin Yi's words that the crowd instantly felt drawn closer. Lin Yi was still so amiable. "That's awesome, little brother." Elder Moore was the first to let go. "Thank you for saving everyone, you've been condescending as our patriarch. I should step down and let you be the president, I'm just in time to travel the world, and I'm relieved to have you." Next was Iron Man. He came up and shouted excitedly that, "Brother Lin, can you let me study your iron armor? I'm willing to submit to you, just let me take a look." Lin Yi was staggered but still nodded his head in agreement. "No problem." Ding! Congratulations on completing the main quest.